to be one of my all-time favorite tracks. Dean Hopkins and I, pleasure to be with you. Dean Hopton, excuse me. Pleased to be with you. We've got our buddy Jack Maloney in the production trailer. And Dean, this has got to be one of the best tracks in all the continental U.S.
Oh, absolutely. I love it. It's just brilliant. I mean, of course, the Formula One used to be here back in the days, very, very early period, of course, and the track's not really up to F1 standards, but it's certainly up to the GT3 standards. And we've got the familiar names, don't we, on the grid there, battling it out for the championship, as it's certainly going to be heating up the Legion of Racers at the moment, on top of the standings of 839 points.
Yeah, they're quite a bit out front compared to the rest of the field, but it's not all over. There's still a lot more opportunities to score points, and still, you might remember we weren't able to finish last time out when we were in France, the old circuit of Paul Ricard. Rest assured, we will be going back there. There's some tentative dates in mind, but nothing concrete set up yet. So the championship will not be finished today as it normally would have this weekend. So there's still 2 more races left to score points, but of course you've got Revolution Sim Racing in second. How about the F1 Memes Racing team? And don't forget about Pit Stop UK. A lot of teams still in it, not quite out of it as we're getting further and further deep into the season. Of course, FCY Petro Brothers round out the top 5 in the points.
And our race will be getting underway soon because they've been through their qualifying sessions. And g'day out there, Ryan Leach Racing. I'll keep an eye on the YouTube chatter as well as trying to keep an eye on the Twitch chat as well. So we're kind of everywhere at the moment, aren't we? There, Mr. Austin.
We certainly are. This place has got 11 turns to it, so it's one of the more simple racetracks, but this place, Dean, is all about speed. It's not quite as much about the finesse that you might see, especially, of course, in NASCAR terms. You used to have always, 2 road course races a year. You'd have Sonoma out in California, wine country, they call it, and then the other one here. Sonoma takes a lot of finesse. You really need to be good, mind your P's and Q's when you go to Sonoma, but at Watkins Glen, it's all about out-and-out speed. Of course, only 11 turns here. We're running the carousel, inner loop as some people call it. You go through the carousel and then into the boot. Boot's always one of the more, it's a tricky place if you want to run around here fast, Dean. You have to nail those couple of corners, especially the exit of the boot up there towards the heel of the boot. A lot of opportunities for guys to get a little bit crossed up, get too much oversteer in the car. It'll snap around on you.
You couldn't have said it any better for the track layout here at Watkins Glen. Of course, at Watkins Glen, and it took, there you go, about 5 minutes for your trademark P's and Q's to come out there, Austin. So, well, very, very sharp today. As you said, this penultimate round. We will have another round up after this one, but certainly heating up in the championship with the points, so teams have to deliver what they deliver. As we're actually getting underway, of course, for the second time. We had the rival split started earlier this evening, today, wherever you are in the world. And the qualifying is underway for the cash split, but the race will be underway anytime in a minute, currently at the moment, for our challenger split.
Yeah, all the cars right now still gridding up. Once they do grid up, when we start our little parade lap here, we will give you a rundown of all the cars on the starting grid, as well as where they qualify. We'll give you the full rundown. About 17 cars, I believe, have had the opportunity to make it back over here to the United States of America for what is round 5 of 6. So again, still going to go out to France Circuit, Paul Ricard, with those BMW spec cars at some point. Again, tentative dates, but for right now, looking like the earlier part of March. So stay tuned to the VCO LFM FLExTREME Twitter. Lots of opportunities there to talk about the dates that will be going green over in France to go ahead and wrap up this, what's been an amazing season.
Oh, it has absolutely been amazing. And they're going to get ready to pack those cars up, of course, after here and find out what date they're going to need to send them. It's been a bit of a domination, you'd have to say. The choice of car, perhaps, is the Aston Martin. This particular split hasn't always been the case in the other splits with the choice of car, but most of the teams have found that Aston Martin to be a successful car to drive around multiple tracks that we've had this season.
Yeah, well, talking to a couple of drivers, back a couple months ago during the season, even before it started, the Aston Martin's really just a drivable car. It's kind of forgiving in terms of the way it's set up. Obviously, rear-wheel drive, front front engine, so it kind of is a little bit tighter going into some of the corners, but I feel like, again, you can set the car up to be a little bit looser in those situations just for a more overall drivable car. And I feel like a lot of teams enjoy kind of that safety factor that they have when coming here, so I feel like that's a huge bonus to it. And I feel like too, just whatever car you want to race with, you and your team decide, sometimes you also just factor in, it looks pretty darn cool.
Right, absolutely looks an amazing car. Just the one Bentley on the grid, just the one Mercedes, one BMW, and one Audi. Actually, come to think of it, also one Honda. We'll go through that, as you said, through the grid in a minute, as they are gridding up currently.
Yeah, well, don't forget about your one Nissan there, Dean. We always like to talk about how much you love that Nissan. Of course, having a GTR yourself, and hopefully that Gulf liveried Nissan machine can do well for the team today. It looks like these drivers are doing a bit of a warm-up here, Dean.
That's the one I need. That's the car I loan out to them, of course. Exactly. I did forget about that. How could I possibly forget about that? Well,
it's been so long since we've seen them had it. It's been 4 weeks since we saw any of these GT3 cars out. Of course, last time we were in Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, so that was a pretty good race as well. Lots of ups and downs in that. We even got our own little taste of rain there. It doesn't look like we'll have too much of that right now. So you got some pretty there's some clouds in the sky, but again, kind of partly cloudy. None of those clouds look quite dark enough to be carrying any rain at that point, but we did get some in Spa finally. We were so jealous of the other two splits. We finally got some of our own. It lasted about 30 minutes and then went back away.
Yeah, the rain. Yeah, but then again, so we've seen it have been dynamically changing before in the past, because you have 9 hours, but there is a possibility. Probably be some snow at the moment, wouldn't there, if it was upstate New York?
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Not in the virtual world.
February, you can always expect a lot of snow. I live just across one of the lakes here in Michigan, the Mitten State, and we just had a lot of freezing rain come through, and there was a little bit of snow on the ground. So at this point in New York, I don't think you'd actually want to be racing here, but it is what it is, and that's kind of the beauty of sim racing, isn't it? We can decide what we want the weather conditions to be and when we want to go racing, so we can make all that stuff up on the fly.
Hopefully we're going to get going very soon. G'day in the chat there from, is it Wycos, the 147, full course yellow, and Petrol Brothers, let's go. Get the support. I'm sure they're going to do that, as well as we got Push 147 there. So we've got a bit of a fan club that you'd like to see. 147 car, keep an eye on them.
Always nice to hear from all the teams in the YouTube chat. Dean, go ahead.
Yeah, no, you're right. And obviously we haven't mentioned one team that's always been a bit of a in the camera spotlight quite often, and you know which team I'm going to refer to about that one.
Oh, yeah, certainly. That's the Yeet team, car number 16. They always seem to be right in and around mixing it up with the rest of the teams. As soon as we usually put the camera on them, they'll be kind of right in the thick of themes pretty much all day.
Just trying to get some feedback currently at the moment. Talking to our producer as well, too. So waiting for the session to start, which is a little bit delayed.
Yeah, getting word. We're waiting on one or two teams to go ahead and jump into here. And I think, Dean, it's kind of just, you'll have that when you get done with one session and things are set up and you have to go join the other one. Sometimes it's a little bit easy to get crossed up, or you might not have all your T's crossed and I's dotted, as it were. So you need to make sure everything's in order. Go ahead and join the next session. And sometimes when you join, you might have some sort of a mechanical failure. I know for me, iRacing, every time I have to go in, redo the sound to remap it to my computer or something, and then always check on those show hidden car numbers. I don't know why iRacing's like that. Mine's just bugged all get out.
Yeah, you're right. Absolutely. Just want to get this underway. I'm so excited. It's been a bit, as I said, like a little bit of a while since we've been racing, and we've been anxious to go racing, as well as all the drivers and teams have been anxious to go racing.
Yep, getting ready here for 9 hours at Watkins Glen. Should be interesting. I think this is a track it's really hard to pass here, so when you do get it done, it's extremely rewarding. And then at that point, again, all about out and out speed. So if you can't start to pull away from a driver behind you, you know you're doing a really good job.
Where would you think at the moment, as a race driver yourself, there, Austin, your classic overtaking zones, the hot zones you'd be looking out for? Once again, if we were going to get to pull out some fold-out chairs there or get some tickets trackside, where would you like to be sitting?
Well, to be honest, if it were up to me in terms of overall passing, I feel like you can never go wrong with heading into the bus stop. I feel like there's always a lot of passing opportunities going on right there, and you just see all the cars. If you ever go through there side by side with somebody else, it's one of the sketchiest things you can do in a race car, because you're going through there at the better part of just about 100 mile an hour sometimes, depending on the car you're in, obviously. But sometimes you just have to have those, white knuckles going on as you're going through there. I think that's a really good passing opportunity. Turn one always has a lot of good passing opportunities. Of course, you got this long front straightaway going into turn one, hard braking corner, and it's so crucial to nail turn one because, especially in these cars, you don't lift until you get up to the bus stop chicane. And I think the last of those is either it's got to be the toe of the boot. It's really hard to outbrake someone going into there, but you do have all the banking in the world to throw the car in there. I shouldn't say all the banking, but you do have some banking in there to go ahead and throw the car in there, get it settled, and get her wound back up as you go up the hill and into the heel of the boot.
Perfectly. You're absolutely right, I'd have to say. Agree with that. We're just forwarding a little bit of a practice session again so that we can get ready to go racing. Of course, if you want to be catching up all the entertainment, if you are on Twitch, !command center, and you can catch up all three streams at once. If you'd like to watch as the rivals are definitely underway, and very, very soon the cash split will be underway for their race. We might be the last one tonight, this evening, to cross the line or not.
We might be close with the cash split, boys. I think we'll be pretty close as we're grabbing our coats off the proverbial rack and heading out for the evening. We might bump into to Arjuna and Lewis and some of those cash split guys on the way out, because this has probably been the furthest back we've ever started. It feels weird, I will say, to be going green after the rivals race has already started. Usually we're the first ones to start, we're the first ones to leave.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And they've had all the rain. Now look at the conditions currently at the moment looking overcast now, rather than from the sunshine that we had. So we're never going to know whether we get that kind of weather. So far this season, we've only had that little bit of splash of rain, didn't we, for a short period of time back in Spa, wasn't it?
Yeah, Spa, we had that rain. I will say, though, Paul Ricard started out a little bit damp on the track. I don't think it was quite damp enough to require rain tires, but you certainly did have to kind of mind that, slickness as he went around there, because we saw some cars getting a little bit squirrely. You could even see some of that spray, the water being sprayed up from behind the rear end of this, those BMW cars. So, have to be weary of that as we start out in Paul Ricard, but we'll certainly, I guess, have to keep our eyes in the sky. Of course, Dean is talking about, if you're watching along in the YouTube feed right now, maybe you're live. Dean is actually in the session. I believe all these camera shots are just of a track side, not necessarily the server session. That's, I believe, is going to get started in just a couple seconds.
Yes, I believe it will. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Cross your mind your P's and Q's as well too.
Yes, there we go. We're getting some cars out here on the grid. So just waiting for all the teams to go ahead and get lined up, gridded up here on the front straightaway. This, of course, just in front of that start-finish line. Then they'll do their sighting lap. So as it were, I believe it looks like we have 16 cars on the grid currently. I think there should still be a 17th team. We might be waiting on them for just another second.
Yeah, give or take 16 or 17, they might be having some sort of issues. Hopefully, they can jump themselves into the vehicle and jump themselves upstate New York to get ready to start the 9 hours of endurance racing we're going to be having.
And how about this, too? I was looking at my notes from last race, of course, as I type them up. I'll just go ahead and wrap myself out here. You're curious as to why I always have those recaps that I can just kind of recall. It's not from memory. I write it down with a little sticky notes here on the Windows desktop, and I believe Mr. Goals is starting out on pole the same as he did last time we were out. Of course, didn't finish that whole race, but when we were out at Paul Ricard, so nice to see him back up here towards the front. I do believe, though, it is a little bit better qualifying position for that 147 numbered Aston Martin. And, of course, that 889 car, they've pretty much been on the podium the entire race for the entire season.
All right, just muted there for a second. That's the reason why we love your recaps there, Austin. As you keep all the notes there, sticky notes as well, too. Very professional, of course. And that's what you're going to get, the best in the business here at VCO Esports. As well as just remember out there, if you are new and tuning in for the first time, these teams that do win the championship, this is a penultimate round, so they've only got one after this, will receive themselves a set of some fantastic HyperX headphone gear.
Yeah, championship winners get 4 sets of those headphones apiece per team. So you got your 3 drivers, maybe another friend in there, maybe a crew chief helping you out. Maybe give one to your mom. Maybe she could listen to some of her, cross-stitching YouTube videos with some really, really nice HyperX headphones. Maybe reward her for being nice to you all those years.
Maybe she's got a sim rig as well too, and go, hey, that'll power along with my next level racing seat and some gears and stuff like that. You never know. Some of the mums are racist, of course. You said knitting. What did you do? Oops. Oh, sorry, you cracked me up already, Austin. We haven't even started the race yet.
It's all good. Par for the course here. Gotta have some fun along with it. Still looks like we're waiting about 2 more minutes for everybody else to join. But regardless, though, Dean, I feel like this is going to be an important race for the overall championship just because of how Watkins Glen is. I feel like this is kind of going to set the mood going into that last round in Paul Ricard, because at that point, then you're talking about clinch scenarios where, okay, that 889 car is pretty much dominated all season long. I don't think they have the opportunity to lock up the championship today, but I certainly feel like they have a very good opportunity to put themselves in position to basically, if they need to, have a really quiet and calm last round out at Circuit Paul Ricard in those BMW Cup cars. So I don't think they can win it today, but they can get pretty darn close to locking it up.
And you want to be definitely targeting a podium at least, so that you're not on the absolute. You don't want to be making any crazy mistakes this late in the championship season. So just do your best. Even a top 10. So like 16 or so, or 17 drivers here. So you've got a little bit of a less of a grid to have to work with, but those challenges will be clicking it up and stepping it up another gear. The ones that are near you, of course, Revolution Sim Racing, F1 Memes, Pit Stop UK, they're all going to be hungry for potentially a race win or stealing crucial points away from the Legion of Racers.
Yeah, definitely. Well, that's one of the good things, too, about a smaller field that you'll have when you're kind of racing for a championship is, you talk about that 214 crew. Those are the guys and girls that won out in Austin, Texas, practically dominated the race. They were the fastest by a mile, went on to win it, I believe, because they didn't take any of that BOP. And then the next round out in Monza, they took all the rest of their ballots of performance weight, the added kilograms, and basically kind of just rode around at the back of the pack all day and just wound up with whatever points they did after running. I think they might have ran the last hour of the 9 for that day. So they certainly took a big hit in points. If they could have done that here, they'd be sitting with like 16th place points at worst, instead of, I believe, the 19th place points that they just kind of had to collect and go with for that day.
Yeah, you're right. We're still not 100% confirmed as to why they chose that strategy. Were we like there was any technical issue or like that? But obviously, by coming in, like they're just spending most of the time in pit road and then coming out for the minimum required time that you have to do in order to complete the race.
Well, and to get points at all,
Yes.
There's a lot of weird different rules here written into the point systems for this championship, season, and some of those are about completing enough laps to get 100% of the points. So I feel like they just went out there and ran just enough of those to go ahead and kind of tick that box to say, yep, we ran enough of them. Give us our points, please, and we'll head on to the next round. But regardless, though, Dean, without any further ado, you've got the goals machine, that 44 Aston Martin. He's put that everything on pole once again, followed by Yoj, the 147 numbered Aston Martin. Then you've got Rockmont, that 889, all Aston Martin, all three of them here set to start on the podium for this event. How about that Yeet Machine in the 4th position? You've got Ralph Molansky, number 16 car. Look out for them starting this close to the front. There's not a whole lot of opportunities for them to pass cars. We're so used to seeing them kind of just as soon as the green flag drops, they go ahead and just attack the rest of the field. Just behind the Yeet Machine, the 16 car is the number 22, the only Acura in the field, currently being piloted by Pushkarev. And you've got Luca Filippi in that 711 Aston Martin. Behind him is Polyakov in that number 98 McLaren. Then the sole Bentley on the field, at 214 car. Klaus Nyring set to start the race for that team. Then you've got Stretch, the number 88 Mercedes AMG. Again, lots of lone cars in this event here. So sole Mercedes in the field. And then behind him, you've got Moya in that number 45 Aston Martin, followed by Gagliardini, the number 33 Aston. Then you've got the only BMW in the field at Weber Pilot at number 853 car. Then you've got Rostantalainen in the 81 car. Those your boys team, the Nissan crew. Then you've got the Felix van Delft, the number 13, the sole Audi in the field, followed by 2 more Aston Martins. Tommy Aslan, the 192. And then, of course, Williams in that 714 car. So, and again, this is that boot section of the course. Not very popular if you're a NASCAR fan, but if you're a sports car fan or an F1, this is it.
Yeah, down into the heel for an overtaking opportunity. Of course, turn 8, and you got your turn 9, 10, and 11. And you go all the way around again to complete your lap around the Watkins Glen. Yeah, as you mentioned about the Yeet Machine, good qualifying performance for them this time around. So perhaps they've picked up on the game on that one. But yeah, only a couple of cars to overtake then up the road. 3 of them, if they want to, 2 of them, if they want to get up to the top step. And yes, out there in the chat, we know the 147 car. Well, they are quite good in P2 currently, having a great performance, and that's good for them considering they're not in the top 4 in the championship at the moment. But why not do your absolutely best as you can? Get ready to hit the loud pedal in a minute.
Yeah, all the teams now making the left-hander of turn 10 before they get all set to make the right-hander of turn 11, and then, of course, right onto the front stretch. So Mr. Gulls has command of the field. That's that 44 machine you see on screen left. Makes the final right-hand corner of this initial pace lap. The proverbial pace car would be pulling in at the minute right now. No doubt that 44 machine is seeing all the stuff from ACC telling him just how slow to go when he has to make it to the start line to go ahead and get us started here for 9 hours of racing at the Watkins Glen International Speedway. Green flag flies in the air from the flag when you see him over there on screen. Right now it's a drag race into turn 1. Look out for goals. He's got a big challenge here by the 147 car of Muser.
Clever driving. So far we've seen this usually from the Challenger split that's underway. Welcome along. Couple of opportunities seized. Drive-through penalty already for the 13 car.
Well, that's a weird one, and of course, side by side as they go up through the S's, Dean, that is not a place you want to go side by side at all. They're too wide, though. Challenge for the lead. That 147 car is all the way up and through contact, though. 2 cars dooring each other. That's the 214, the Bentley, and just behind him, I believe that's the 192. No, that's the 711 car. Philippi, bunch of cars taking damage in that. There's a lot of fast cars getting banged up.
Oh, absolutely. I just saw a ton of cars actually dropping some places, unfortunately. You don't want to be doing that on the first lap of an endurance race.
Be really curious here to see why that 13 car has a drive-through penalty this early on into the race. Whoa, a little bit more contact up the field. That's Ralph Molansky getting a little bit argy-bargy there with our pole sitter.
Just like that, the Yeet Machine up into P2 currently at the moment as well.
As they got almost 3 wide here into the heel of the boot. Over through turn 9, and Dean, this is a left-hander. It's really off-cambered, especially you want to be really careful not to go too wide, as you saw that 889 Aston just almost do that, get into the outside wall. And how about that Yeet Machine, Dean, up into P2, or P3, excuse me.
Yes, Gull's got that position back. It's actually allowing a 147 car to kind of get a nice gap already, almost a 2-second gap, which is what you want to have at a race start, so you can let all the kerfuffling happen behind you on the track. And they're saving the drive-through penalty for the 13 Audi car right now.
Yeah, that's one way to start off your race on the wrong foot. But of course, if you were going to have a drive-through penalty, I feel like now is a good of opportunity as any to go ahead and just make sure you've got that thing served. So you see the entire field now stretching themselves out, kind of giving a little bit more elbow room to each other as they go down the back straightaway, down into the bus stop, sometimes referred to as the inner loop. And Dean, this complex of corners is so interesting. It's one of the most fun I feel like in sim racing, because if you get it just right, especially, you can kind of just roll through everywhere on those rumble strips, and you can really have a good opportunity just straighten out that whole complex of corners.
If it feels good and if the car sticks, that's fantastic. Heavy fuel loads, of course, colder tires. Still 2 cars in the pit road, 7-Eleven and the 853 BMW. So sorry out there for the 7-Eleven fans. They didn't have the best of race starts, but the beauty of them is that they have 8 hours and 56 minutes to do something about it later on.
Yeah, that's really heartbreaking too for that 7-Eleven bunch. They've been doing so well, kind of on the back foot, and then having to recover pretty much all season. It looks like that 853 car is out of the pits. The 13 car has served their suspension, or not suspension, excuse me, drive-through penalty, so they're now back out onto the racetrack. Still, that 7-Eleven Aston Martin machine is on pit road, maybe getting some of that damage fixed.
Just seeing whether or not the McLaren of the 98 car can make a run down the main straight into turn 1. I don't think so at this point. They're just biding their time and seizing the opportunity when it will present itself. I don't think you want to be risking it too much of any dive bombs just yet. All this is once again kind of helping our race leader. That's keeping about 2 seconds off the pace of the 44 machine currently. That's got this pack of cars behind them.
A little bit of a move there for the 7th position. You've got Stretch in the 88 car going just underneath that 33 car of Gagliardini. So go ahead and move him up into the 7th position. That was a bit of a timely overtake there. You want to make sure you get those done just before you hit the S's, because again, not really want a place you go side by side. Both you and the person you're trying to pass are going to lose time. And sometimes too, you have a bad opportunity to run really, really wide there in that second part of the S's. You go and you tag the wall with the right side of your car before you can get it turn back to the right. So again, this is up towards the top 5, and Dean, I think you're exactly right. If you're that Polyakov machine, that 98 McLaren, you don't want to be sending up the inside. We've still got 8 hours and 55 minutes to go in this race.
And unfortunately, my Nissan, the Golf livery, the 81 car, also dropped a place back down at the P10. They're looking a little bit, car's doesn't look 100% on this track so far, but maybe just getting adjusted to it and tuning into it. You get your head down and start putting those laps in. Trust me, you got plenty of them, so don't worry about it with the driver swaps that are becoming a 98 machine. Still has got the power coming out of the corner here, but where can you get it past? One thing to catch, hard to overtake, as you know. You got to time it perfectly.
Yeah, this place is really just a key to, you can run a guy down, you can catch him, but it's one thing to catch a guy, it's another thing to pass him. You've got Polyakov all the way up, pretty much glued to the rear wing of that Acura just up the road, trying to see if he can't make a move down here into turn 1. And if you're Polyakov, you have to be really careful to make a 100% move. And when I say that, I mean, you have to make sure when you make a move, you're going to get it done, because if you take some sort of an offline, or maybe have to collect a car, that 889 machine of Rockman is going to be absolutely just tucked down and on your inside. You're probably going to lose that 5th position.
And they're going to be looking up in the rear behind them. And we've seen this before all season long. If you tuned in for the first time, the 8s on the dial, the 98 and the 889 and the 88, they are always been at it tooth and nail all season long, generally always together on the track, just like magnets glued together. Once again, they are glued together for P5, 6, and 7.
Now, did you see that, Dean, when they went down into the bus stop, the 889 had a run, was looking down to the inside, thought better of it, backed out of it, because that 98 machine absolutely threw the car in there, and you kind of saw that 889 car really have to gather it up on the exit of the bus stop, because he just was carrying a little bit too much speed, had to go in at a little bit of a, I'm going to say a dampered angle to him, kind of hindered his speed through there, and you can see just how much of that speed he's lost now to the rest of this pack.
Well, almost lost that place too, the car behind the other 88 machine. So that was very, very risky. As you can see, they did kick up the dust as they make their exit out of turn 9.
So you can see this is that second pack. They're about 5 seconds behind the closest competition here, currently being headed up by that your boys, the 88 car, the Mercedes, and then just a little bit behind them is your boys, the 81 car, that Nissan.
Yeah, there's a lot of 8s in there at the moment, between 5, 6, 7, and 8 positions. And the 2 packs that you'd mentioned, so the battle behind the P2, and of course the battle behind the P8, as I'd like to call it from the Formula 1 DRS trade, because they're all within 1/10 or so, within a second at least. Our leader is they're chopping away a little bit, the 44 cars, down about 1.6 now. Got up to about 2 seconds, 1.6, so the battle isn't really helping the 147 get too far up the road, which is good for the rest of the pack, of course, as they don't want all other leaders to get into a maybe down to Manhattan or something like that, from upstate New York.
Man, did you see that side-by-side racing, Dean, going into the bus stop? That was that 192 car going down to the inside on that 81 machine. That was a really, I mean, I don't know how you can have the confidence to charge the car in there. I mean, he looked like he was going for it. The 81 car tried to shoot the car in there, and I don't think Aslan was going to have anything of it. He absolutely shot the car side by side into the bus stop, forced the 81 car to think better of it. Just from that, Rustalainen has dropped a couple positions. He was running in the 8th position, dropped all the way back right now into 11th spot.
Yeah, that cost them a lot. Actually, another couple of positions unfortunately lost there for them. I think that they are struggling a little bit with the skyline around Watkins Glen.
Really curious here too to see if this 214 car can make any sort of a charge back up through the field. He's got this 192 car to pass before he gets up there. This is that team again. Did so well in Austin, took absolutely none of their balance of power, you know, their sort of their weight that they can elect when to and when not to choose it, and then took it all in Monza. And I think this is their last opportunity to take their one remaining kilogram of added ballast to that car. So they're probably rolling around here with just one of those kilograms that they had to take left. We'll see what everybody else is taking as we get further into the race here just up the field. Looks like the 89 car has once again gotten to the inside of that 98 McLaren. Gonna think better of it though this time.
Yeah, through the inner loop, had to back off. The
Again,
F1 memes
that's exactly how it happened earlier too, Dean.
Yeah.
You know, you get a good run up through the S's and just have to back out of it. And I can't fault them for that. I feel like it's a really good opportunity right now to show that car ahead that you're faster than them. You just need more opportunities to see if you can't get that move done. So early on in the race here, you really don't want to make it ill-timed move, throw the car up the inside, and pretty much just ruin the rest of your race.
Of course, the F1 memes team remembers third in the championship with 732 points, so they don't want to be taking too many crazy risks at this point, because you want to be securing as many points. Of course, the 889 machine that's behind them is your legion of racers that are leading the championship. In the chat, of course, what a move it was, as she said there, studio ! To watch all the episodes of VCO. Of course, it's on Twitter as Twitch as well, and Twitter. You can no doubt find the information there. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, you got to ask yourself, too, how many times is that 98 machine, going to throw that car into the bus stop, and just wait until that time that the 889 machine is absolutely just actually down there inside. Is that going to be a good right hook into the fence there in the bus stop? You kind of have to ask yourself, how many times are they going to allow themselves to be driven like that before they've had absolutely enough of it? Just decide to send the car in there just as hard as you are. Back further in the field, we've got the Mike Williams machine, the 714 Aston Martin. This car was really fast last time we saw these cars out in Spa. Looking to add another good run to their championship season right now, hounding the 214 car of Klaus Nyring.
They are certainly quite quicker at this point, as you can see on the track, as they've got the nice toe. Now, if you're going to go side by side coming up, no doubt into the inner loop, you got to commit to this overtake now. They're going to be on the outside. The inside line's going to go to the Bentley. Sorry, yes.
Oh man, you saw Mike get really loose there going in the bus stop, and of course Klaus did the exact same thing, tried to carry a little bit too much speed in there, had to catch the car. That was a big wiggle. Phenomenal save there out of Klaus, but it doesn't look like he could do anything about it. Still lost that position to Mike Williams. We'll have to see if he gets hounded again by the 81 car just behind. That's the Sol Nissan in the field. The cars now go into the toe of the boot.
Doesn't seem to have the straight line speed at this point.
And to be fair, Dean, I feel like it's just one of the characteristics about that car. No matter how you cut it, it's not going to have a ton of straight line speed. You saw Klaus trying to look down to the inside on the 714, the United Sim team, not quite able to complete that move. But again, you know, you poke your nose out there, you kind of just let the driver ahead know once you're in his mirror to say, hey, I'm here. Don't do anything silly because I'm going to try to go for the overtake. And oh, by the way, I'm pretty sure I'm faster for right now.
And what's interesting is we watching these great battles on track. Our race leaders just lost a whole second somewhere on track, so they must have had a bit of a moment because now the 44 machine is down about 7/10.
Well, Dina, I have to wonder too, you know, the temperatures aren't too hot, but you know, it's sunny conditions, bright sunny, the sun's baking down on this track. I have to wonder too, where the cars just maybe set up a little bit loose, these cars getting a lot of tire heat into the tires, maybe sort of causing them to lose just a little bit of grip as we continue here on into this race. That 714 car pulling away handily from that 192 behind him. Jack Maloney, a producer, maybe you can give us a camera shot of that 147 machine, because like you mentioned, Dean, that 44 car is within 0.6 of a second of the lead. That's a lead you can see. It was about 2 seconds at most as soon as we got to that second lap. So definitely that 44 car has been eaten into it. How about the car just behind, that 16 car? That's the Yeet machine.
Yeah, they're camera hungry again. They're like, come on, guys. So you haven't put the camera on us in a little bit. Of course, the race leader as well haven't put the camera on, but they definitely had an off-track excursion or something there, because were maintaining about a 1.6 second gap, and all of a sudden that's all been sliced at the moment. And as quick as I'm seeing those lap times, there wasn't anything absolutely crazy. Believe it or not, the 711 machine that's at plump last at the moment, they have the fastest lap currently in this race, because they're all, pretty much all by themselves, as you can see on the track, making their way into the toe. They start putting the head down, putting the banker laps in there, see if they can eventually catch the pack. Plenty of time to go. You've got pit stops to come up, which I'd imagine once again there, Austin, we should be looking about that hour mark for the first round of pit stops.
Yeah, I think so. Again, I think, whoa, look at that RG Bardeen and some blocking going on there down the front stretch. You saw that number 98 car trying to see if he couldn't get around that 22 machine, the Sol Acura on the field. Not quite able to do it. A little bit of blocking going on. Again, a little bit early in this race. I think for that to be happening, you got to tell, it looks like for right now, Pushgrove a little bit of a cork in the bottle, as it were, for the 98 and the 889 cars.
Oh, yeah, it's heating up
he's
big
just
time.
Really a lot. Oh, they're going to be 3 wide, Jack.
Jack, if
we've got 2 battles. We'll stay on this one.
P5.
Look at the car trying to see if he can't go around, taking the outside now to the inside of the inner loop. This is a battle just behind, whoa, 1 car in the grass. I think that was a 44 car.
Yeah, down the road, actually, they must have, because looks like they've dropped a little bit at a time. We'll keep an eye on that, because this battle brewing.
Well, side by side through the bus stop is going to absolutely kill your lap. It's going to allow for that 147 machine up the road to get a little bit away from everybody else. But yeah, they were side by side in the bus stop, and both cars kind of went through there with the attitude that they were going to be the only one needing to make. And
there's a job done, perhaps. It's the 98, the 22, actually, of the Honda.
Yeah, fantastic call there, Dean. You see the Yeet machine looking down to the inside, not quite able to make a move. You saw the 889 car look into the inside of the 22 as they go now into the heel of the boot. There's a lot of time to be made right here. If somebody else ahead of you kind of messes up this left-hander, kind of off-cambered, forces them to spin their tires up on the exit of the corner, you can get a really good run out of here and try to mount any sort of challenge. But for right now, everybody just putting some good quality corners together.
It's starting to get a bit argy-bargy more as the race is progressing in.
Oh, the Yeet machine's going to get a really big run. I think he got through that last corner a little bit cleaner than the 44 car just up the road. Not quite able to do it. He almost got to the inside, but thought better of it. I feel like that's a good opportunity here. Get yourself a nice run out of turn 1. Really, really good run up through the S's. See if you can't get some sort of a draft as you go down the backstretch into the bus stop. I feel like we're going to see the exact same thing this time as we did last time, but neither car, again, yielding to the other.
No, I think they're going to be almost side by side right now, as Wyckoff said. We're definitely happy for a P2 fight. Well, you're going to be looking at one right now.
Fight for P5 just down the road as well. Both cars kind of going single file through there. Look at that argy-bargy between the 44 and the 16 car. And don't look now, but here's that 98. This is what you're going to have happen, Dean. You run side by side with somebody else for long enough, you're going to allow everybody else behind you to catch up, and that leader is still pulling away back to a 2-second gap.
Yeah, almost up to 3 seconds now, but they've had a couple of off-track excursions before that bring them back into play, but now this battle behind them is definitely heated up, as you said. You don't want to be making any mistakes. You've now got P5 and P6 that are also just on the tailpipe of this bunch. You can see all catching up. All the battle currently at the moment on your pictures are for P2. And blink and you make a mistake right now and you're going to be perhaps in P6.
Yeah, we've got a really, really hotly contested battle here for P2. Another one just behind these three cars. That's for P5, but it looks like both of those cars have kind of decided, hey, you know, why don't we just mind our P's and Q's here for a minute, see if we can't attack those cars up the road and pass them both as soon as somebody makes a mistake. And sometimes it might not even about, you know, you being there to capitalize. If they make a huge mistake, go off track or something into the outside retaining wall, you could just come right on by to scoop up that position for yourself.
You can see the leaders just down 3.3 seconds. Way off into turn one as they're just approaching turn one. As you can always see in your pictures, if you are fairly new to ACC, the triangle is your race leader. We're catching actually the 33 car looking to lap them soon. That's the driver down in P15th place.
Yeah, and of course, Dean's talking about on the right-hand side of your screen, you can see an overall track map of what's going on. The triangle shape is the leader. The red dot is the car the camera's focused on. And look at this challenge here by the 889 car, trying to see if you can't go around the outside of that 22. Thinks better of it. I really like how these guys are kind of just picking their battles, kind of backing out of it. But at some point, you know, if you back out of it too many times, you're just going to allow for the cars you're racing to just assume you're going to back out of it every time you get a run.
I believe the 22 got the overtake done on the 889. Of course, if you want to see that telemetry out there, well, the pit wall live is available for everyone. Isn't Austin what we currently use here to keep an eye out on the track map and the drivers and all the pit stop information will come up later on. Of course, we get the pro version is available for free for everybody to use here.
Yeah, the folks over at VCO and LFM put together a really cool deal with the pitwall.live people to give everybody, you don't even need to log in, the pro version of their site, so you get all sorts of data that you would normally have to pay for absolutely for free. Just go to pitwall.live/timing/VCO-server3. That's for the Challenger split. Of course, we've got two other races going on as well. Same deal with that pitwall.live.
It is crucial for your telemetry and your information. And once again, it looks like all the 98 cars just still tucked up. Can't do too much about the Yeet machine. The Yeet machine can't do too much about the 44 car up the road. And it's actually helped a little bit. Well, you'd have to say that, yeah, 3.1 seconds now, the gap, give or take, to the race leader. So once again, they've got that breathing space, but they've had a couple of off-track excursions which are bringing them back into play. So they have to remember that. Just get your head down and concentrate. Here we go. Another attempt, maybe, or at least a dummy set. That is a dummy set. Nah. The Yeet machine responds actually with that one. Says, no, not going to fool us just yet.
Well, I feel like, too, that 147 car just a little bit slower than these three cars behind him in second, third, and fourth. And I feel like it's when these cars battle, that 147 machine is just able to walk away from the field, as it were. And if these, you know, guys can just stay single file for a couple laps here, they might be able to run down this leader in the 147 car and kind of give one of them the opportunity to charge it up the inside. You saw almost a little bit of argy-bargy there from the 16, the Yeet machine, into the back of the 44 car.
And we are only, give or take, 20 minutes into this race so far. So this is great racing. You're going to see, of course, the Glenn always produces. I'm also just glancing, of course, with the other screens that you can pull up there in the command center. I'm just also seeing some absolutely fantastic battles also occurring on the rival split. And the cash split will be starting their race soon as their qualifying's over. But you can't really look away from this at the moment, can you? Because of those multiple battles you can mention that there is basically 3 different packs of battles that are occurring on the track currently at the moment out of 16 cars on track.
Yeah, I mean, 16 cars, definitely the smallest field we've had so far this season. But again, you only need 2 cars for a race, and as long as the 16 cars you have are quality, which these guys and girls are certainly for today, lots of fantastic racing opportunities going on. And if you're wondering, what about these other races? This is the Challengers split. There's a rival split and a cash split. Lots of pros in that cash split. You can watch all 3 of the races over on twitch.tv. If you're watching on Twitch, just type in !command center you can bring up all the streams at once. But of course, make sure you stay here the longest, or at least leave us on the unmuted variety. You see that the 89 car, 98, excuse me, almost getting all the way up to the back of the 16 machine. Not quite close enough to get it done.
Ooh, thinking about it once again. Yeah, 22 and 889. And just a message out there, YCOS, the XYCOS, I think you're the only one that I can't read Discord notifications out there. Our producer has all that one sorted out, Jack. We'll double confirm that one, but I don't hear any notifications through my ear headphones, my HyperX headphones as well, so it should be all good to go. That battle's still brewing between the 22 and the 889. Actually starting to drop the 88 machine now. It was part of that party just before.
Looking here to see if we can't get any more updates. Yeah, Dean, Jack's asking for more information if you have it on the Discord, so respond to him when you get a chance. But again, we still got this phenomenal battle here for P5. This is the 22 car, Pushkarev, the only Acura, followed by the 889 car. They're currently the points leader, and to be honest, a little bit of a lackluster run for them. They've been pretty much finishing on the podium every race, and finishing there for sure, but running there all races, all this season, doing a phenomenal job to keep themselves in contention. Of course, for this championship, they have a pretty sizable lead, like 50 points or so to the car in second place, which is quite a bit. We've only scored they've only scored 800 points or so in the 4 rounds we've completed this season. Of course, this is the 5th round of 6, and then the cars in second place kind of topping out right around 700 points to this point in the season. So they've been doing a phenomenal job, and maybe this just isn't their track. They're having a really tough time getting around this 22 car, but side by side with them right now, almost going to clear them, and they do just that. 22 car realizes they've been beaten. Pushkareb's going to back out of it. Just try to tuck in line here, Dean.
Push comes to shove. Yep. And they've elected, all right, you've battled it on in endurance races. You've sometimes it's always a very clever play to allow an overtake. Well, it looks like 714 that's been battling it out there with the 192 car. Has that been a pass on the track, as well as the 214 just lurking in the background, your pictures for the Bentley?
I believe so, yeah. I believe that 88 car has been in P7 for quite some time. I think the last about 10 laps or so. So, Dina, I'm really curious now that this 889 car has gotten around the 22, how much faster he's going to be able to go and how long it takes him to run down the rest of the field. And speaking about running down the rest of the field, the 44 car has caught to the 147 to the tune of about 0.6 of a second since we last talked about that lead. It was about 3 seconds a couple laps ago, and now it's down to 2.4. So these guys are doing a really good job now that they've gotten themselves back to single file to run down the leader.
Yep, absolutely. And Jack, you almost keeping on the battle as well too. That's brewing between the 714 car, because they are definitely going at it tooth and nail. And those red liveries, we know that Vino Tinto, as we like to say, that's that red wine livery, and that's the 192 car. Getting very, very spicy, getting antsy to get past the 714, which is doing a fantastic job parking the car in the right place to make it difficult. So you get around, you got to get around the hard way or the highway.
Yeah, that's that battle for P8. Now this 88 car, Dean, the only Mercedes in the field, he's been catching right up to the only Acura in the field these last couple laps. You can see that battle screen right every now and again as we go through here. The kind of just the trailing cars. And Dean, I think I realized, that battle you were talking about.
Yeah, there it is. Sorry with that one. I got a couple of different pictures, as well as our producers producing both the rivals and the Challenger split, and there it is. So there was your overtake for the 714. Get a little bit tired, a bit tucked up in the 192, and once again, now you break in the wind, and now you're under attack. So what goes around comes around. But you also got that battle brewing, of course, with the Yeet machine that's getting very, very spicy up the top of the hill. 2 on that one. That could be a side-by-side action. They're going to commit here and tuck in behind. They have. I have to stick with the right pictures here, of course, otherwise we're going to be confusing our viewers out there. Apologies about that.
So, battle for P8 on your screen right now, 714 of Asselin, followed by that Rustalainen car. No, excuse me, that is the 192 car. So, sorry, P8, Williams, then Asselin, then Klaus Nyring, and the 214, the only Bentley. You can see this 3-car battle we have going on right now for P8. Coming here out, making the final corner on the lap. That's turn 11 to go ahead and put another one down. About 1/2 hour into this 9-hour fair, so we've got 8.5 left. You can see just right there in the absolute back of the screen right there, screen left now on the top of the screen, then straightaway, that's an 81 car, that Rustalainen car, the 81 machine. They did so well out in COTA, and I feel like they've just been trying to get that magic back. They had a little bit of an internet connectivity problem, sort of dropped themselves out of contention 2 times in that race, still managed to come back to almost get a solid top 10 run. Those have been kind of team, wouldn't you say, on the back foot all season, Dean?
Yes, as you said, touch wood, none of those connection issues again. That's the last thing you want to have as a racing team and drivers that put so much work and practice and effort into it. Unfortunately, out of your controls are those zeros and ones that have to be connecting through the cables and pipes at B to the servers. Yeet Machine is, as you can see in your pictures, is definitely trying to do something about that P2. They've been wanting that P2. They've been exchanging that P2. And Goals wants to maintain that P2 themselves after losing from the pole position down into P2. Traffic coming up in play as well to Austin.
Yeah, there's a lap car just in between this pack right here and the leader just up the road. And I was going to say, I feel like I know why that car lost about 0.6 of a second. He was trying to get around that lap car. You can see why it was so difficult. I think that's the 711 machine, if not him. Yeah, it's got to be the 711, maybe the 33 car of Gagliardini. It's another Aston Martin for sure, but you can see why it was so hard to get around. He's pretty much right on the pace with these leaders.
And that's going to be where to get the overtake done. As you can see, the battle for P2 still heating up.
So again, Ralph Wolanski in the number 16 car doing everything he can to get around this 44 machine. And to be fair, yeah, you're right, Goals put that car on the pole. Certainly doesn't want to lose the second position after already losing the lead on the first lap when they went down to the bus stop. We'll see if, Wolanski's going to get a little bit argy-bargy here. Send that car packing just a little bit for an adventure into the grass. Going to get that move done, though.
What a save. Somewhere along the line, it did a bit of contact with the fence, but that could have been spinning all around the wrong way. He's still, I think, back on track. Well, that was a bit of a heart and throat moment.
Yeah, that's the danger, trying to use that side draft. And when I say side draft, and it's very popular in the NASCAR world, you're basically going to get right up next to somebody's rear end when you're kind of side by side with them, right up next to their car, and dump all the excess wind on your car onto their, in NASCAR it's spoiler, in these cars it's the wing. You could do that to slow them down when you're sort of drag racing them in a straight line, and I feel like that's what Ralph was trying to do, just stay right, almost connected to him as he went down into the bus stop. And of course he was able to get the move done with a little bit of a spin for that 44 car into the grass. But like you mentioned there, Dean, phenomenal save. That 44 car is going to lose another additional spot to that 98 car of Polykov.
I think there was an overtake back there, so I would think that there was a little bit of a lift to allow the car back through. Maybe in my bad moment just before.
Yeah, I think there was too. It was just really hard for Dominic to hold on to that race car and make sure he didn't end up going absolutely just dead nuts sideways as you were going to the bus stop. Not a place you want to go block the track at all, because you are going to get absolutely T-boned by another car at full speed, full clip going into that corner. And how about that 889 machine? It was completely caught up to them back further in the field. This is that 8th place battle we were looking at a couple laps ago. So far, no changes made between the running order of any of these 3 cars. Yeah, now the Yeet Machine 3.3 seconds away from the 147 in the lead of this race, so they're doing the job that they did, chipping a little bit away at the times. I bet the traffic once again is going to start coming up into play very soon for a lot of these drivers, because I think you had the 711 machine, the 33, the 853 out of place from the first lap incidents. Yeah, that 853, the number, the BMW car, Gagliardini. He's the next car to go 1 lap down. I feel like he, again, still has a lot of the same pace that we saw Luca Filippi in that 711 machine. And Luca, probably definitely one of the fastest drivers in this championship season. He's just had a lot of bad luck, pretty much, hard going for him. And most of the season he was so fast, if you remember, out in Barcelona, and he got that drive-through penalty at the end for probably a little bit too much car contact with some of his other competitors. Had to take a drive-through penalty, and that really just kind of relegated him, non-factor out of the top 5 for that race. Really felt for that team.
Yeah, just saw a bit of contact with the wall there from the Yeet machine, actually.
Yeah, probably going a
coming
little
out of
bit
the
wide
corner.
there out of turn 9.
Yeah.
Really easy to do that. That corner is off camber. You're trying to get the power down, and you can see why. He's getting absolutely hounded by the 98 car just behind him. And again, this is that Mr. 2-for-1 machine. The McLaren starts the run out not being one of the fastest cars, but boys, you get down to the end of the stint time, that 65 minutes, this car continues to get faster and faster.
And you mentioned about that drive-through penalties, exactly. They're very punishing. They're punishing, of course, today for the 33 machine. We believe that drive-through penalty must have something to do with that starting rolling grid, because they were issued that as soon as it went green flag, so they might not have been in position. Race control did not like that, and they had to serve that early, and that's the reason why they're down P15th currently at the moment.
Yeah, Felix Van Delft, that 13, the only Audi in the field, being one of the only car to get that drive-through penalty off the initial start of the race. And you know, you start the race off on the wrong foot, but boy, if there's one time to make a mistake, you want to do it as soon as the race starts. That way you have the rest of the pretty much 9 hours to kind of dig yourself back up out of that hole. You're still watching this battle here. This is for the second position. Currently the 16 car, the Yeet machine, has it just up the road. The car that wants it is the 98. Just behind those guys is the battle for P4. Dominic Goles in the 44 currently has it. He's being followed by here for Fadli Rahmat in the 889 car. This is your championship leader, this 889 machine. They started the race in P16. They've been really on a charge to kind of make up all the positions, but I like how they've been doing it very slowly and methodically.
Now they're chipping in on our essentially our pole sitter, Mr. Goles. So
yeah, Dominic put that car
now
on pole. Absolutely, just, I mean, a split in lap time for him. Did a phenomenal job. Really quick time for him. But again, he's not been able to follow that pole up with a very good race right now. But again, it's still a long way to go in this.
Optimal track temperature, it's about 26. The track temperature is 33. I think he's going to sit back on that one and just elect to tuck in behind, because once again, you have to be literally side by side. You're going into turn 1 to make an opportunity, and then switch it up in the 2 and 3. The kinks are 2 and 3, of course, and then 4 go onto the back straight, climbing up the hill.
It's really difficult. They're going to be side by side here as they go up the hill through the rest of the S's. Tries to force him wide, not going to have anything of it. I like that move. Don't want to be bullied this early into the race, side by side in the bus stop chicane. Looks like that 44 car is going to wisely back out. Yeah. Oh, it just got too deep. He's going to have to go through the grass.
Oh, what
big
a power
slide. What a save. Tank slapper.
Yes. We've seen some fantastic Tokyo drifts, haven't we, so far in the series, and that was definitely one that they needed to do.
That was a good save. You're going to be proud of yourself for that, but you are going to be absolutely probably cussing up a storm if you're inside the cockpit of that 889 car, because you lost so much time there with that big old slide and allowed the rest of the field to catch up to you. Further down in the field, this is a battle for 9th position. Aslan has it. That's that dark red Aston Martin. He's being chased right now by that black and green Bentley machine.
It's definitely argy-bargy time.
Yeah, these cars are only about, 35 minutes into this race, and they've already pretty much had it with each other.
And now 2 battles on the track, as you can see, the battle for P9 and P8, actually, essentially. Might be changing very soon, and then the 98 machine on the back of the squad are still going for it. You can see a lot of the drivers now really, having a little bit of a disagreement with those the fence a lot more as we go into this race.
That's what turn 9 is all about, Dean. It's that left-hander that's really off-cambered, and you feel like it's a right-angle corner. It's not. It's more of an acute angle than that, so you have to put a lot more wheel into the car. And when you try to scoot away, you saw Klaus get a really good run through that corner and pulled up really, really close to the rear end of that 192 car just at the road, but it's so hard to put the power down in that area. You saw him spun the tires and have to put in some counter steer into that car. Really just forced him to give pretty much away everything that he just gained the last couple corners before that. You can see what that's done to him. It's kind of just overheated those rear tires, and this, of course, not his best area of the track.
Meanwhile, the pole sitter 44 has gone into pit road very early, so I wonder if they've suffered some damage that they're looking at getting fixed. All right, at the moment, so we'll have to keep an eye on that pit stop. When they do come out, unfortunately, they may have a bit of damage. You can see there has been a lot of contact so far this evening with some of these cars, contact with each other, contact with the fence.
Yeah, that 44 car was the one, if you remember, folks at home, that was kind of put into the fence a little bit, getting spun by the 16 car. Didn't look like he was too damaged, but obviously looked like he had a lot less speed in that car those last couple laps he was out on track compared to before that. So I feel like he probably felt something in the wheel. Maybe he had a little bit of a shake going down these straightaways. Of course, the cars are doing what? Close to 160, 170 mile an hour around here, these big GT cars.
Yeah, they do come back out on track, thankfully. So no great deal of time in there, but they're going to be back out. We're clear out, what you can see on that track map. That's the 44 car, that little dot there that goes down onto the back straight right now is
and I don't think that's going to hurt him, Dean. Like, we saw that 22 car at Monza. They made their first pit stop about a half hour into the race, and it really just kind of put them off sequence from everybody else. And they came back to do really well in there. So I don't think this is going to kill that 44 as long as they stay committed now to pitting instead of, every 65 minutes, about on the hour, to now pitting every 65 minutes, on the half hour time increments.
Yeah, that's true. Obviously, you can do fuel saving and all that sort of stuff, and alternative strategies at play. And once again, that's the great thing about it. Like, I guess when you have not the best of race starts and so forth, you can then deliver it with 8.5 hours to go towards the end there, and you got to get your head down, absolutely, because anything in motor racing does happen, certainly in endurance races. And you just don't want to be having crazy moments like that with the dying stages of the race. But racing, of course, as you can see in your pictures, multiple races that are occurring. The battle for P2 and the battle for P8 are still brewing up, and they're both about identical times.
Yeah, Nikolai Polyakov in that 98 car riding on board with him right now. Hard braking sequence here into the heel of the boot. You're going to see Raf Molansky just drive a little bit wider there on corner exit, trying to get all the speed back in that car he can, all the momentum. This is that tricky corner number 9. You can see off camera there, really hard to put the power down. And now you come into one of the most flowing kind of open corners on the entire track, turn 10. Pretty much barely even a lift in these cars. They have so much downforce before you set yourself up for turn 11 here. This right-hander before you go onto the front straightaway. This is a corner that's really hard to get right, because if you throttle up too early, you end up pounding the car into the outside wall, trying to bust down the fence. If you get on the throttle a little bit too late, you're just leaving time out there on the track.
Absolutely. So we were on the cash split there for a second, because they're about to get underway, as they were throwing over to keep an eye on what was going on with the rival split and the challenger split. So I didn't get a chance to actually say g'day to everybody out there. Apologies about that one. No, but welcome anyway in the Twitch universe as well as the YouTube universe. And you can see the battle brewing here. They've done 22 laps now, 40 minutes down.
And Dean, you talked about that cash split going on. If you don't know what Dean's talking about, perhaps you're watching us live. Even if you're watching us after the fact, there's 3 races going on simultaneously right now. Usually the first one to go off is us. That's the challenger split. Second is the rivals, and then the third one, that's the big one who won. That's why they call it the cash split. You can watch all 3 races at once on twitch.tv if you type in !command center, or if you're watching this after the fact, I think all these can be found on the YouTube after the YouTube live has happened. That's, of course, if you're watching us right now, that's probably how you're doing it, one of those 2 ways.
And we'll have a very, very close to that first round of pit stops for the drivers that are generally going to be doing the scheduled, per se, pit stops. We've seen some of those pit stops being thrown out by different alternative strategies. And, of course, after that, a little bit of a short break so that we can get Austin's favorites. We need to coin a term for this one, but Austin's race summary or something like that on the hour every hour, something like that. We'll come up with that sort of terminology. We'll think about that, Austin, because
I don't know. I bring P's and Q's to the table. You got to bring whatever we call the race recap to the table.
There you go, bro. Austin's race recap. Yeah, it has to be something that kind of goes to rings in your ears with the engines purring of the GT3 cars.
Regardless, they're just finishing up the ride on board with Nikolai Polyakov. We'll shift our view and attention here back to this battle for 9th position overall, 8th, excuse me. Looking here at Klaus Nyring, the 214 car, the car that did so well in Austin, Texas, trying to see if they can't hunt down the 192 machine here of Asselin. And I have to imagine the 714, the Mike Williams car, Aston Martin just up the road. That's that white and red car, the other Aston Martin. He's just been pulling away from these 2 guys after making that pass there on Asselin.
You're absolutely right. Yeah, they are. See, just at a different pace when they get their heads down.
Oh, we got all sorts of sideways team
yes.
work out here on corner exit. A big bobble there. Just able to get back down in time to kind of block that move, but I feel like he's got too much dirt on his tires. He's going to have to relinquish here. The 7th position to the other Aston Martin. We'll see if Klaus Nyring can also snag a spot.
I don't think they want to yield
Doesn't look
two.
like he's able to do it.
Yeah, they had to yield 1, but not 2. And just like that, isn't it? Just one little tiny moment, and you've just lost a place and perhaps almost 2. Once again, as they get that dirt off those tires and get back onto track and refocused.
And that's
Maybe
how
they
easy
just
it is
felt
to
a little
lose
bit
focus.
lonely.
I mean, you know, that 714 car was not under any sort of pressure. He had a sizable gap back to the rest of the field. He was just pushing a little bit too hard. That's how easy it is to make a mistake, especially in the bus stop. It's so easy to get a little bit crossed up, and these cars are so incredibly hard to save when you're doing that sort of clip into a corner and out of it. Just got in the grass, and luckily for him, saved the car. Huge save out of Mike there.
The Bentley getting a little bit... look at the different racing line, too, that you do see from that 214 car.
Well, Dean, talk to me about why he's taking that. Is that dirty air? What's going on in the mind of that Bentley driver?
That's something you could tell me, my friend, as a race driver more than anything, because I'm not very good behind the wheel. I rely on you guys as drivers' expertise, just visually what it looks like. There's so much more straight line speed. We do know what that Bentley, but cornering is just maybe taking it because it's just the car just agrees with certain corners. What do you think?
Well, I feel like, A, the car agrees with certain corners. It's definitely going to be Klaus kind of realizing that his car is either at this point tight or loose. And one thing you never want to have is dirty air. You always want to be the guy in the front of the pack getting all the clean air on the car. Gives you more downforce. Downforce is what helps you stick to the track. You can basically alleviate any sort of handling issue with enough downforce because you're just going to be glued to the track and have all the grip in the world. And I think that's what he's doing. He's poking out like that, trying to take some different lines. You can see him right there, just really kind of tucked in, committed to being right along next to that rumble strip, trying to get all that clean air on the car, helping him to get this thing turned around. I feel like it's just a little bit too tight for him, and you can kind of see that in some of these corners. He's having a diamond in them. It's basically charge in, swing out a little bit wide at the center, and then kind of diamond and cut back in on corner exit. Up the field, they'll battle for second position. While they've been single file right now, they have been reeling in the leader of the 147 car, but I feel like Polykov's getting a little bit impatient.
You could see too, as you said, and that's mentioned about the dirty air, you could see how they're just really off that racing line a little bit coming out of those corners, going a lot wider than the Yeet machine is up the road there for the 16 car.
Well, and that's sometimes, too, you want to put the power down so that way you're side by side with them on the straightaway before you get to the next corner, because more often than not, the guy is only going to, kind of just relinquish the position to you and realize he's been beaten when you're side by side with him down the straight. That way he gets that cost, car left, car right. You kind of say, all right, you beat me. You were a lot faster out of that most recent corner. I'm not going to block you or challenge you down into the corner. So you need to make sure you get a good launch out of the preceding corner if you want to make any sort of a move.
Once again, that's the F1 memes car. That's the 98 machine. That's third in the championship. You can see the headlights are on, but we are at 11 a.m. local time. That's just because it's slightly overcast. The track is saying it's optimal, so it's 34 degrees Celsius. Now the cars are starting to run a little bit on vapors, my friend. The tires are going to start feeling a little bit of punishment.
Well, truthfully speaking, too, Jack, I'll tell you, our producer, he knows a lot more about this stuff than I do. These cars can realistically go about an hour and a half on fuel, but the drivers are relegated to only doing a stint time of 65 minutes. Anything over that is a penalty. It's against the rules, so you'll see these guys come in and pit every 65 minutes. They're going to be screaming for tires about halfway through the stint until they finish their stint off, about that 65-minute mark. Oh, you see the E-car going for a little bit of a ride there as he got just a snag wide outside of turn 9.
Yeah, that's the hot zone I think we were talking about earlier. That's the one I'd be out, get my little fold-up chair there and grab our microphones in hand and sit there, I'd have to say, because you're going to hear the nice clunk of metal onto the fence quite a bit there, and we'll probably get a bit of dust, obviously, all over ourselves too as they're kicking that up quite a bit.
Yeah, it's been a hot minute since the IndyCar series has come here, but I remember back when they did about 2014 or 15, Helio Castroneves, Mr. IndyCar, the four-time winner of the Brickyard 400, he went for a self-spin over in that area of the track and pretty much just in unforced air, just kind of riding around in the earlier goings of that race. It was a little bit damp to his credit, but he looped that thing, as did a couple other drivers.
Well, check that one back in the tapes. For sure, as this battle still absolutely heated up. Of course, there's still a battle for P7 down the road, but this is some of the closest you'd have to say the 98 machine has been. You have to say the number 16 machine have been quite good under the pressure from the F1 meme squad. And that's pressure is exactly what you want to be doing as a race driver, getting into the head of the other drivers, isn't it? Trying to force them into a mistake, as the 147 car is still up the road there by about 2 seconds and change. Don't think it's the car that you see up the road. That's actually, is it lap? No, it's not. That is a 147 car you just see in your pictures, but I thought that was lap traffic coming up. But no, if you're lapping the race leader right now, you're doing something good.
I'll go ahead and correct myself. Jack Maloney, producer, pretty much all-knowing, says that the majority of the cars will do about 70 to 75 minutes on a tank. So scratch what I said about that hour and a half, that 90-some minutes, about 70 to 75, but the cars are, again, relegated to doing about a 65-minute stint time. So back further down the field, though, again, this battle for P9, P8, and P7, still these three cars going at it. That Melk Williams machine, you'll remember him passing that 192 car a little bit earlier on in the race, but of course he was the one that went for a little bit of a slidey slide, coming out of the bus stop into carousel, fell back that one position.
Was that the slidey slide that drifts?
Oh yeah, that big one. Not quite as bad as we saw that 44 car go for, but that was a really good save there out of that 714 machine.
Yeah, it'd be good to go back and clip those ones in the highlights for sure and share that one. Everybody out there, of course, this is streamed simultaneously on Twitch and YouTube. You can clip any of them if you like.
I feel like right now, though, if you're the McLaren, the Polyakov machine, you realize you're faster than that 16 car. I wouldn't kind of mind if I were that team, maybe coming into the pits about trying to at least one lap or two earlier than that 16 car. If they make an early pit stop, maybe you stay out there and try to pull either the undercut or the overcut, because you're definitely faster than the 16 car. I feel like both the 16 and the 98 are faster than the leader. It's just every time they get close to the leader, the two cars behind them always just fight and battle and kind of give that 147 car of Mirzer about another 2 seconds of a lead.
And an overtake, actually, sorry to cut you off on that one, Austin, because that's an overtake for P2. But they've gone deep and they've had to release the position back to the 98. So you saw they've been trying.
Yeah, that's it. Heel the boot. That's when you're going downhill, of course, from the toe. It's really easy to kind of overshoot your braking marker because you don't realize just how fast you're going downhill. It's a lot harder to stop the car.
It is, and you get that a little bit of frustration creeping in there. Yeah, you're working up. You've been working up for many laps now to try to get the OT done, and then, unfortunately, as you said, just get a little bit too deep, and then you're gonna have to be tucked up back again and try it one more time. That's all those battles that are occurring, aren't they, at the similar time? And I think as well, too, that the 44 machine, yes, after taking that very early pit stop, has got past the number 13 machine.
Yeah, kind of, I mean, no challenge there, really. Yeah. I mean, 44 car put the thing on pole. You can see why he's currently got the fastest lap time of anyone in the session. You can see that denoted by that car having that purple 12 next to them. Anytime you see purple in racing with a lap time, that means it's the fastest you want to be. Them purple sectors, the purple lap time. So 44 car doing just that. This is a battle, that same one we were looking at just before we saw that overtake, or heard about it rather, from you, Dean. Mike Williams trying to see if he can't get back around Tommy Aslan.
Yeah, you remember they were ahead before, and they made that little bit of a mistake and had to drop back into the middle of this field there with the 214 car behind them.
That car just up the road, that's the only BMW in the field. That is Bibber, currently over a lap down to our leader. Get ready to get lapped here by 7th, 8th, and 9th position.
And still brewing up the top there is the 98 and the 16 machine. So the Yeet, I think, have that. Yes, they've got it. The 98 has got past eventually. And I think that's because of the traffic. It's not traffic in play. The 889 machine has also come into play there because that battle's been bringing them in. So that two-way party's turned into a three-way party now.
Oh yeah, anytime you're side by side with somebody here at Watkins Glen, you are going to absolutely kill your lap time, and that has just allowed for the 889 car of Rockmont to catch up to these two. You can see the Ralph Molansky machine, the Yeet car, just pulling down to the inside, kind of giving away the position there. Not going to let him by too easily. And of course, whenever you make a pass to the inside in turn one, if you don't clear that car to your outside, you're going to get an absolutely just poor run coming out of that corner and really hurt your speed as you go all the way up to the S's, and then before you finally brake for the bus stop chicane.
And just like that, you got the Legion of Races. That's the 889 machine currently up into P3. And because they don't want to be letting the F1 memes 98 machine get too far up the road because they're battling for crucial points in the championship. More F1 memes need those points more than the Legion of Races. I think, once again, Legion of Races, even your teams at the moment, I'd be like, just happy, certainly if you lead the championship, the Legion of Races, to be at least on a podium going into the final round would be looking good to pick up some of those fancy HyperX gear that I've been waiting for on prizes.
Oh, definitely, yeah. This 889 car is sitting quite pretty in terms of the overall championship points. You saw that 16 car getting a little bit wide there, coming out of the toe of the boot. I'd like to see just how fast this 889 car is compared to the rest of the field now that them and that 98 car kind of just out from behind at number 16. How fast they can catch up and run down this 147 machine just up the road there, the leading Aston Martin in the field.
It's been action-packed all the way for almost an hour now with those multiple battles. The battles, of course, been brewing for about 7th, 8th, and 9th. As you can even hear the cars going burring down the background in the casting booth right now. Austin, that's how loud these motor racing cars are. And the battle, of course, for P2's been brewing up. That's been a hot zone for most of the race. Now, once again, you're expecting those pit stops to start occurring soon. Who's going to be jumping first? The overcuts, the undercuts? Question of the hour.
Yeah, Dean, one thing I didn't see at all, and maybe you probably caught this, I didn't. Pushkarev got passed by the 88 Mercedes there. Stretch has put themselves into the top 5 for that team. So move the 88 car up into the top 5. Pushkarev lost another spot. It might not be too long before he's being caught up by this 3-pack here. They got the 192, the 714, and the Bentley in the field, the 214 car. Currently being driven by Klaus Naring. Wouldn't be too surprised. You can see on your map, they've been definitely running down that 22 machine. He's just up the road going through the bus stop right now. Just got around that lap car of the BMW. That's just how close he is to these guys.
You're right, I did actually miss that. So much action. I do apologize that we don't capture every single tiny little bit, but we do our best. Jack certainly does. In the trailer, I should like to say at the back there with all the cameras. All the screens watching.
Klaus took a look down to the inside there of that 714 machine and thought better of it. Had to pull out. I feel like he knows just how much faster he is, but he's just kind of riding around right now. Doesn't want to make any sort of an ill-timed move. Really good that run there out of the toe of the boot. He's going to make a look down to the inside. He's going to have it. See if he thinks better of it. Just not quite the straight line speed he needs to make any sort of a move on that Aston just up the road. And that's one of the most frustrating things as a driver. When you can time out the run, get a really good launch off the corner, and just due to the differences of these cars, the car ahead of you just pulls away and gabs you on the straightaway.
And we think that the Bentley does have the straight line speed. They are in the dirty air, but as soon as they break the air, start to struggle a little bit, as you said, in frustration.
This car had really good straight line speed when we were out in Circuit of the Americas, same with Monza, but I feel like right now, all these Astons, certainly the two just up the road from Klaus, I think they might just have themselves a little bit more trimmed out in terms of aero for straight line speed, more so than downforce. And I feel like that's why you're seeing Klaus do so good through the center of the corners. He does a really good job rolling them. The car might be a little bit too tight for his liking right now, but he can certainly roll the corners much better than everybody else. And I feel like that's that downforce, and it's good in the corners, not so good on the straights.
Wasn't this the machine as well too that took all the BOP?
It was, yeah. Back in Monza, this car took all their BOP, so they should only have 1 kilogram at this point in the season. Yeah,
if anybody in the chat like to verify that, even with your teams as well too, we know that there's a lot of drivers or fans that are out there supporting their teams. That's something, information we would love to have up here in the casting booth of what your teams are running for the BOP. we were more just a little bit focused on trying to get all this racing underway, weren't we? Then kind of skipped over the whole BOP situation earlier.
Oh, look at this battle here for P1. The 98 car has run down the 147 machine in a hurry. I mean, that gap was about 1.5, maybe even 1.8 seconds just a couple laps ago, and you can see just the sort of dent this 98 car is putting the lead of that 147. And how about the 889 just behind? He's staying pretty much in tune, kind of matching lap for lap with that 98 car. So I wouldn't count either of these guys out of the race just yet.
Yeah, it's been. Yeah, you're right. I was going to say if it was a mistake or not from our race leader 147, but it's not. It's the lap times. They shaved us almost a second off one of the previous laps. So race leader did a 146 and a 145.8 there from the 98 machine. So absolutely loving this a little bit of clean air right now. They're about to be in the dirty air, so just within the 1 second mark. And once again, yeah, keep an eye on the 889 Legion of racing race leaders in the championship, because they did a 146 flat, so they're keeping within there. But now 147 start to feel the pressure as they're getting down actually in the fumes of the engines of the cars.
Well, I mean,
70 minutes, 75 minutes or so on tank, as our producer Jack had mentioned.
Yeah, 65-minute driver stint length requirement. That's the absolute maximum you can go to. But I tell you right now, with that 98 car, another thing he's kind of feeling is that toe. You get to about 0.7 of a second, you can really start to tell when that car ahead of you is giving you kind of that break in the air, and your car is really starting to take advantage, because you're going to hear it in the RPMs. You're going to see him just visually. You'll realize you're catching that guy just up the road. So as soon as you can sniff that draft, you are going to instantly go about 1/10 or 2 of a second faster around the course of the lap at the very least. So we're going to see a really just absolutely smashing lap time here out of this 98 car. They're too wide though for the battle. This is for P7, just down the road from that battle.
That's the one that's been brewing, isn't it? Yeah, they want that position back. I think they did. They did have that position for some time, and they've had to fight their way, and they are a little elbows out, of course, to try to continue to fight their way. And look who's sneaking up on the inside, as seizing that opportunity on that battle.
Advantage.
And thankfully, of course, we do have the battle of the 98 and the 16 machine. The Eats have gone into pit roads. They've given us a bit of a breather, so we can have the pictures focused currently on the moment of that battle that you are watching on your screen.
So Mike Williams back up into the 7th position. This was the car we saw that same exact, not same exact moves in the same exact position, but we saw Mike already make his way there around the outside of that 192 machine of Tommy Azelin. So did the same thing, second verse, same as the first. Got it around, and we'll see if he can't pull away, and hopefully for his sake at least he doesn't make another one of those mistakes in the bus stop into the carousel, go for a big old slide, kind of just lose that position once again. And I don't think Tommy's anywhere near done with fighting for this position.
No, wants it back, absolutely. And here we go. The classic. You have to file through that course. You have to file through
I don't know. I feel like Tommy had enough speed. He could have forced his hand there and kind of just taken the inside for the, half of that bus stop. But again, you don't want to get forced wide or kind of bang doors at that other car. It can send you both just sliding, spinning, wreck you both, and certainly kind of end your competitive day here for the most part. The Ralph Molansky machine, that Yeet car down pit road, as is the number 45 of Moyhin.
And just that battle still, we'll keep an eye on this battle because this is the closest battle. But the 889 machine, you said before, that was setting blistering laps, and while their last lap was a 45.9, 46.6, so they're still shaving about half a second out. Unfortunately, they're stuck at the back currently at the moment of our race leader. But still want to keep an eye on this battle because this battle is brewing. I expect probably the race leader or the 889 machine to jump into pit road anytime soon.
Yeah, that 98 car has already made the first of their pit stops. That's why you see them all the way down in the field. So they just came in to make their first pit stop after about 33 laps, as did the Yeet machine. They're down on pit road too. So that's why you're seeing such a kind of a jumbled up order here.
You're very close now for the race leader, as you can see with the pictures. Yes, it is.
Look at him, got that draft, putting on the side draft here. We'll see if he makes a dive there into the bus stop chicane or thinks better of it. Looks like he's going to think better of it, but still don't think he's out of it yet. Sometimes, too, you can force a guy into an error because even though you back out of it, he thinks you didn't. He's already kind of set up a game plan himself to throw the car in there, and sometimes you carry just a little bit too much speed there on the center apex of that bus stop. Go for a slide, just like we saw Mike Williams do not too long ago. Still under pressure is Mike from this 192 car behind.
And that's almost a similar situation, wasn't it? But now, the inside line will go to the Bentley.
He's going to take advantage of that.
Absolutely.
Taking advantage for sure as they now head into the boot section of the course. I think Klaus is just a little bit too far up the road, but again, remember, he's got that straight line speed deficit to some of the other Aston Martins he's been fighting with further up through the field. Talk about some of those other Aston Martins in this entire race. Two of them up at the front 147 and the 889 car.
Now, you're kind of wondering at this point, do you risk an overtake knowing that anybody's going to jump in the pit road? So, of course, they are racers. They always want to get an overtake done, but kind of just thinking, is it best just to back off and see? There you go. So there's one in the pit road. So now you've
that's really going to hurt the 889 car. I think they thought about it. They definitely are going to have a really slow lap time this time by because they checked themselves up so bad. Yeah, 147.975. And because of where they checked up right there, because it's on the front stretch just before the straightaway, it's also going to really kill their next lap time too.
I just want to see. Ooh, just looking at that, they are jumping in to pit road now. That other battle, of course, that we were seeing there with the Bentley, as well as the 192. I just wanted to do so. Obviously, that pit stop kind of situation pans itself out. How is the 98 machine? How is the Yeet machine? How is and these other cars going to pan out after they jump back out? Who will be back on net positions that they were?
Well, essentially, I mean, as I'm seeing it right now on sort of my timing screen, I feel like you're going to have the 88 car ahead of the 98 and the 16. That's kind of how they're going to shake out. For right now, it looks like it's going to be that same way. The 44 car was one of the first ones to pit, but you can see the Yeet machine just did a really good job overall on his last stint. So that's how you can see Dominic is still in behind Ralph here. And now, of course, now it's piloted by Prang in that Yeet machine, so they did a driver swap as well.
Absolutely, and that pit stops are well made. So essentially, at the moment, the 98 machine should be in the net lead after the first round of pit stops.
Yeah, we'll see for sure. Go ahead and confirm with you in just a little bit. Don't count the 889 car out of it either. They have yet to make their first pit stop. But overall, though, it looks like the 16 car is still ahead. And, of course, if you're Dominic right now, you want to make sure you can attack while the 16 car just comes off pit road. He's got colder tires, cooler brakes, so it doesn't have all the grip in that car. That's when you want to pounce. I think anymore, though, that 44 car is kind of back up to those optimal temperatures of pressure. So if you're Dominic, for the moment right now, you kind of just have to sit back and maybe wait for an error.
And the race leader is in with the championship leader as well, too, Legion of Racers. So we'll see about that. And the 714 car goes in too. So the last of the teams to box now. See how that's going to pan out. So the net leader at the moment is the 98 machine. So keep an eye out on that on your track map. Where are they currently on the track?
Looks like turn 9.
9. Exactly. So can they get the jump or not? That'd be the question. That's the hour mark, as you're going to see still in pit road at the moment, both the 889 and the 714 machine. And there's the 98 car going down the straightaway.
Almost any second, but I tell you what, that little check up there of thinking whether or not to come down pit road, that's really going to cost them right here. You can see they're starting to move just now, but it's too late. That 98 car of Igor Simonov already up to the lead.
And they jumped to 147. Right there. That was in the lead of the race earlier.
Well, Dean, I think now that everybody has taken their first pit stop, we're about 1 hour and 5 minutes into the race. Why don't you say we take the first of our own?
Absolutely. Don't you go anywhere. We'll be back for more of the action after the short break.
We're here back live for the VCO at FLExTREME LFM. Here for the 9 hours of Watkins Glen. You're seeing some phenomenal racing for the lead. Austin Belke, Dean Hompton, Jack Maloney, pleased to be with you. We're about 1 hour and 10 minutes into this 9-hour fair. We've got 7 hours, 50 minutes left on the clock. Seeing some phenomenal racing here from Yoj and Simonov in the 98 car and 147 respectively. Battle for the lead. That was 147 held on to it. He led pretty much every lap in this race until pit stop time just about. The 98 car took over with a little bit of an undercut strategy, but boy, that 147 car is charged back out to the front.
Absolutely. There was just after that, so during the break there, they've been fighting tooth and nail, and 147 car said, look, we want to be back up to where we were before, even though they got overtaken out of the pit road there by the F1 Mims 98 machine, who was definitely catching them tooth and nail before those pit stops as well. What about the Yeet machine? Well, they're also on the back of the 44 machine. That took that alternative pit stop, if I'm not mistaken, isn't it, Mr. Goals? Of course, they're the ones that were on pole start. They had the fastest lap too. This is 145 flat. The last lap was 145.7, which is actually a very good lap to say as well. If not one of the quickest. The 889 machine there, the Legion of Racers, just set a 145.1. So that's pretty much the quickest machine on track at the moment in P3 there, Austin.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, Dean, I'm not too surprised to see this 147 car go up there and wrestle the lead back from that 98 machine, because this car was so fast off the drop of the green flag here in the earlier goings of this race through stint number 1, and it wasn't until about maybe 10 or 15 laps into the race that we saw this car really start to struggle and fall away. So I feel like right now this 98 car can kind of just stay in tune with the 147 car.
Cut you off on that one, Austin, if we can get the director to go to the Battle of the Bentley back of the two for P9. That's the 192 and the 214, because they've been at it tooth and nail, haven't they? And they're back at it again. Can the Bentley get that straight line speed right now as they go side by side up in the turn 9?
It's going to have the outside a lot harder to hold on to that, but of course keeps the wheel a little bit more open, able to hold on to some of that momentum. But of course, I feel like right there, the shorter on the inside line, you know, taking feet off the lap here, really going to play into the strength of that 192 car Diakowski. Of course, fresh tires too, it's a lot easier to get that thing kind of just wound back up and retake that position. So put Diakowski back into the 9th position.
And the Brewing, the Yeet machine, the 44, the 16, and the 44 cars as well, too, are looking at perhaps another opportunity like that. Sorry, once again to cut you off, because I see there's fantastic overtakes brewing between those two gladiators this evening that have been constantly going out. And look at this. The 44 machine is really pacey right now. They have the fastest lap. They were setting pretty quick laps, but they got the Yeet machine to try to overtake, and that's the 16 Lexus. And your pitches currently at the moment is we're over 40 laps into this race. Over the hour marker.
Let's not forget, Dean, too, you know, the Yeet machine was the one that made this car forced to pit early. They had a little bit of argy-barginess, put that 44 car in the fence down the back straightaway. So I feel like if you're Dominic right now, you're going to remember what happened right there. It's a different driver in the number 16 car, the Yeet machine, but I still feel like you're a little bit ticked off from earlier, and you're going to race them a lot harder than you normally would.
Yeah, but you got to keep your emotions out the door in a motor race, can't you? Because you've got your teammates as well too. They're going to be wanting to hop into that car in great positions, but then again, they are motor racers and racing at its heart. You can tell them one thing. We've said this before, haven't we? And all season long, you can tell them one thing, but they're not going to listen to you all the time. They want to get
especially sometimes
done.
they won't hear you. They're so just, you know, deeply focused in what's going on, completely enthralled in the race. Although I can tell you sometimes things get personal from team to team, and I might have told my teammates a time or two, hey, I don't care if you junk the car, just take that other guy out with us while you're at it.
Yeah, that's true. It's the emotions, isn't it? And it happens, and obviously in Formula One and everybody like that, they all get heated up in the moment because your adrenaline's pumping through your body. You've been putting so much work into it. You're feeling pacey. You're feeling like, all right, here it is. This guy's upset me a little bit, so maybe that will be heating up the helmet. And here it is, another chance at this, another deja vu opportunity. And here we go once again down into the inner loop. Who's going to come off best?
Looks like the last of the late breakers there was that 16 car, and just as we talk about that, it looks like Diakowski has fallen back a position. He's allowed for Wilman, that 214 car, to get on through. Of course, you might remember Klaus Nyring was just in that thing, handed it over to his teammate. Again, another drag race, a battle of attrition here, last of the late breakers as you go into the bus stop, and you can kind of see both drivers checking up. I guess he's not checking up, check up a little bit more to make sure they're not going to go through there and kind of door bang as they go through the bus stop and complete that complex of corners.
It kind of reminds us as we go back into Spa, of course, which is the last race that we had. Actually, because, going down the Camel Straight, they obviously overtaken opportunities into Lacombe, and they were just exchanging all race long, weren't they? Because of those overtaken opportunities. A lot harder here, believe it or not, for those overtakes. But don't tell these drivers, because they're still doing it. 2 for now. Happy you lead for a couple of laps, and then I'll switch over, and then I'll lead for a couple of laps and with the teams.
Well, I feel like that's just part of it. That's just what you're going to have in these situations here, because as you're going through the race, especially at Spa, there's a lot more of those long straightaways where you can get a huge run on the car ahead of you and then kind of pull out at the last second to complete any sort of those passes. Whereas here at Watkins Glen, the longest straightaway you're going to have is after you exit the S's and go down to that bus stop or inner loop as some people like to call it. That's the longest stretch of racetrack you're going to have with the opportunity to get any sort of draft. But right now, we're going to have a heated battle here for position 2, because Bertama in the 889 car, your points leader, has caught all the way up to that 98 machine. The McLaren currently being driven by Simonov.
And deja vu all over again, hasn't it? All season long, you've had 98 versus the 889 machines. Now, very familiar with the way all the team are, the drivers. Perhaps they're not necessarily used to the certain driver that's in the car at the moment of racing them, but I'd have to say, after at least 5 rounds now, my friend, they probably have driven against most of the different team members at this point. And it's good to see this battle brewing up once again, because it's crucial, the championship as well, too. Remember, the F1 Memes team, 732 points, 839 points for the Legion Racing team.
Yeah, you can see Bertama absolutely all over the rear end of the 98 car, tucks it down to the inside at the absolute last second. I feel like if you're in that 98 car, I feel like right there, Igor definitely saw that coming, just allowed himself to kind of relinquish his spot. He might try to come back at him here in another lap or two, but I think right now, this 889 car, fastest on the track. You see he's got that purple lap time for a reason.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit of a clever lift at that point, and say, all right, yeah, there's no point, maybe if we feel you're a bit quicker, not holding you up. And then I'm happy to get a toe behind, because, that toe behind can also give you a little bit of fuel saving.
Yeah, certainly. That's going to help propel this car up closer to the, the leader there, too. And, we know that 147 car is going to fall off. It's only a matter of time, I feel like, or about maybe 10 laps into the stint. We're only about 8 or so. I think 12, maybe 15 is when this car really starts to fall off. That 147 Aston Martin, currently your leader. So I feel like once they fall off, they're just going to fall back into the clutches of this 889 and 98.
And I feel, too, that these two cars are, of course, battling the championship here, because, unfortunately, the 147 car isn't in the top 4 in the championship. And look, I mean, they'd love to have a race win, of course. That's a great way to go into the final round coming up and to be announced soon. But, yeah, for these two guys, once again, podiums would be podium. But we're talking very, very early. Of course, we have 7 hours and 42 minutes to go on this race. These two teams are well aware of an endurance race, haven't they? They know that you're not going to win it on lap 43. You're going to win it on, do your math on how many laps it would be later on. They just want to play that long game. Of course, they're playing the points game. It'll be that nice showdown, I'd have to say, towards the end if they were very close here, Austin, because at the moment that F1 Memes have to take a chunk of points out of the 889 Legion of Races. So that's when it would get spicy towards the end.
Yeah, certainly. Looking here at Mike Williams in the 714 car, this is the driver that did a really good job to go ahead and pull himself away from the 214 into 192 behind him. He's caught all the way up right now to V. Rusu in the 22 car. That's the sole Acura in the field. This is that car that was way up towards the front of the field, kind of right around that 4th or 5th position for about the first half hour of the race. Since then, falling back, kind of just relinquishing the position there. A little bit of a clever lift, he called it there, Dean. I feel like this car, again, just going to tuck in behind, see if he can't get a draft there, maybe some sort of a pull up to that 88 Mercedes just to throw. But man, how about this run here from Felbren, that 88 car?
Absolutely great. Yeah, lifting, drivers don't like to lift. That's one thing that they rip that out of your dictionary. That word does not exist. But it's clear, endurance races, you have to lift, no doubt. And that battle, of course, that was brewing between P2 and P3, but they've got a bit of a gap between them now. So the A89 machine is trying to break that toe and making sure the 98 doesn't tow along with them as they make their way up the road. The 147 machine leading, and you still see the pictures here that we're watching, of course, which is where the battle's brewing for P7. And also the Yeet squad have to hold off the 44 machine that's also starting to build up on the back of them as well. So once again, we're faced with what you wouldn't say it's difficult, but it's great that you have multiple battles at multiple times so far. You've even got a battle for the 711 machine that's right down at P16, trying to back onto the BMW.
Yeah, well, you got a feel for that 711 car too. Luca Filippi, so fast in Barcelona. It was really fast here today, and just one of those cars involved in that big spin we saw coming out of the bus stop earlier on in the race. I think it was like 3 laps into this thing overall. 3 laps into a 9-hour race, you have some sort of a problem. Really put them on the back foot. But you know what? Not giving up. Still many more positions to be gained before the end of this race. Camera transitions now up towards the front of the field. You got this P5 Dominic Galls currently trying to track down the number 16 car, the Yeet machine, being piloted at the moment by Mr. Prang. Trying to pull away, do everything it can, but boy, that car looks pretty darn loose there, especially coming out of turn 9. I feel like maybe the tires falling away in this car a lot faster than they expected. I will say track temperatures a little bit higher, 36 degrees Celsius compared to earlier today.
Yeah, still a little bit overcast, but the sun's starting to appear out of through the clouds a little bit more. I'm also keeping an eye on the multiple cameras and screens there. The 711 machine is still struggling to get past that BMW. You know they're out of place. You know that the qualifying performance was a lot better. And now, they've dropped 10 positions in this race. So they started at P6, they're down to P16. They're struggling to get past that BMW machine. Maybe this is an opportunity for them to do that there, Jack, because they're down the main straightaway now, and they're getting a little bit tired, I have to say. They've been stuck up on the 859. The 859 is doing a great job there at holding them off. That's at the back of the field, of course, for the very last place for now.
Yeah, I feel like
get around.
Yeah, I feel like Andreas is he's really going to have to block a run here that the 711 is going to get coming up through the S's here. And I feel like that's exactly what Gallon did there out of turn 1. He just kind of backed up to get a huge run, a boost of momentum. You're going to see how much of a draft he's going to get. I don't think he's going to be quite as close as he thought he wanted to be, but he is going to resolutely stick the car down there. And yeah, that's a definite lift there out of Andreas. I can't fault him for that.
Early.
Well, that's racing smart instead of racing hard. You know what I mean? I mean, you got 7.5 hours left in this race. The 711 car ran you down by 20 seconds to start the race off. So definitely just, let him through.
And further back in the battle with the Yeet squad. Thank you very much for capturing that one, Jack. So we had to give them a little bit of screen time, of course, because they're out of position, but still certainly back into this race, as well as the 44 machine still in the Yeet squad. So that's, once again, we were kind of joking about this in the green room earlier, saying that, if there's something to look at on the screen, just point it on the 16 Yeet squad, because they're generally always in a battle somewhere along the line with another car on track. And once again, same situation.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of recruitment they do for this Yeet squad. I feel like it's just, do you like to be on camera? Yes, no, and then that's basically going to accept any driver, and then they'll maybe go through some sort of a recruitment race to see which is the fastest of those. So certainly not camera shy drivers, but I wonder if they do that, or it's just kind of situational, kind of luck of the draw. They're just kind of always locked in battles whenever we need them to be for good commentary.
You're right to us that the fact that this time around that they haven't actually gained any places and haven't lost any places. They started in P4. They're currently running in P4. They're the only team here that hasn't made any moves per se. Well, gains or losses, but they're still always in the wars. I mean, yes, for the Yeet squad, for the Lexus machine, you guys are up probably for an Oscar nominee.
Well, to their point, though, to be fair to them, they got all the way up as high as second position and fell back pretty darn far when they went and did their pit stop. I feel like it's just the luck of the draw that, after X amount of laps, they find themselves in this exact same position. And boy, we were talking about them being hounded by the 44 car Gulls. I feel like that 44 machine, they're due for a pit stop here in about 7 minutes. This is the worst that car is going to handle. But for right now, this is the absolute best that the 16 car handles compared to the rest of the field all race. They just really continue to get better and better as the run goes on until about maybe 15 minutes left in their stint. Then they might fall off just a snip to the rest of the field.
And going away from that one for a second to go to the battle for P11. Now, that's because I've been missing my Nissan Skyline there. If we can get the pictures on that one, because there it is. There's the Golf livery. You know, there's my car. I have been missing on track, but unfortunately, they have a big problem at the moment. That's called a very fast
Marcus
number
Van
45
Delay.
car. Yeah.
All over the back of this machine, and at this point, you know, you're kind of smelling that blood in the water. Man, look at that arc. This 81 car is going to get a really good launch off the corner. You're going to see them absolutely just start to disappear on the horizon. Really good run of there, smooth. Look, oh man, about a foot off the apex there, but not going to kill you. Such a fast corner, it's not going to do a whole lot to you. Get the car kind of set up, brake early, get it turned down for this turn 11 complex all the way down this front stretch here. This is going to be a real testament, especially out of turn 1, to see which of these cars handles the best in terms of A, maneuverability through the S's, and B, straight line speed overall as they go out of the S's and towards that bus stop chicane.
As you're riding on board currently at the moment in the 45 machine, you can see the sensation of speed as you make your way through. We're definitely one of the best tracks in the United States of America at Watkins Glen, upstate New York. Don't forget, there's the ice cream man, isn't it, in the 81 Nissan on the side livery, but at this point, no, that's going to be... you know that for a fact. I know for a Nissan, they're trusting that car. It's very, very good in the braking and acceleration, but unfortunately, we know it looks like they're down a little bit on straight line speed, and this car hasn't been really enjoying upstate New York as much as it has in the previous tracks all season.
No, I have to agree with you there. And I feel like they're in that same boat of they don't have the best setup. I feel like the track is just a little bit too hot for them right now to be really comfortable in that car. I feel like the cooler temperatures of this morning were kind of suiting them more. And I don't feel like they have much to worry about, though, to be honest, because I feel like this might be the hottest the track is going to get all day. Maybe about 2 hours it might get a little bit hotter, but after that it's going to start to cool back down. So we might see a little bit of a resurgence here from this 81 car.
It should get hotter, but what's heating up at the moment is Battle P4. So we'll have to switch over to that one because they are really, really tucked up in the bumper. Welcome on to touring cars. Of course, these are GT3s. And somebody's going to have to go for it here. What do you think there, Austin? Inside, outside, tuck it in. Remember, you're going to entry and exit speed through the inner loop and down to the outer loop.
Yeah, you could see right there Dominic just tried to back out just a little bit to try and make sure he could get a super exit, out of the bus stop entry into the carousel. Wasn't quite able to take advantage of that run, though. Look at it, just gets down to the inside here before they get ready for the toe of the boot. Really nice run through there, but he's going to be stuck on the outside here if he isn't careful. It's going to allow for that Yeet car to just get back to the inside. You can see side by side. We'll see if he can pull the over-under. Not quite able to do it, but I tell you what, phenomenal move there down into turn 6.
And it's not over just yet as well, too. So just to give you, this is still going to continue, but to give everybody information that the Nissan 81 car did get overtaken eventually by the 45 while that happened. So they waited a little bit too long for the pictures because the Yeet machine decided, hey, I want to be back on camera, and they certainly got the camera back on.
About sending up the inside.
Yes. Great racing. That's what you're going to see all season long. You have seen it all season long here. And the Challenger split. I guarantee there's probably some great racing on the other splits as well, too. But we can't take our eyes off this green and this action.
I'm not sure what it is for this 44 car. They just got a huge boost to speed. It might be the low fuel. I feel like they're due for a pit stop here just about any second. It's been about 51 minutes. So no, not any second, but getting closer and closer to when I believe they're due down pit road. I think they have to come in about 14 or so minutes.
Yeah, you're right, because it's completely off that pit stop strategy to everybody else. That's generally around the hour. That's the key. Here we go, another run.
But lighter fuel load means more straight line speed. He's going to get a really good launch out of there, looking for that side draft, and he's going to remember when the 16 car kind of put him in the fence in the same spot on the track. And same thing they did last lap. Gets a really, really poor run into the bus stop. But again, he's checking himself up to get a good launch out of it. Right there, tucked up on the back end of the 16 car. We'll see if he throws it again once more to the inside here in turn 6. I think he might think better of it. Maybe save himself here the opportunity to get a good run into the toe of the boot.
Just trying to force your opponents, even though you might be out on a pit stop strategy for now, but later on. And welcome
well, I tell you what, they're not racing him at this point in the race for overall pit strategy, but you know, any time a car is going to hinder your lap time over the course of a race, especially if they're on a different pit strategy, you want to get that car the heck out of the way and try to make that ground up as much as you can.
And the fence is always there too, isn't it? It doesn't go away. It's not going to go away for 7 hours and 30 minutes, and everybody can visit anytime you want. You may check in, like the Hotel California, but you may never check out.
Well, you can check out, but you can never leave.
You can never leave, exactly. Alex in the chat there was talking about his teammates in the 88 machine. He'll be in the car for hour 2. Never mind, a teammate got past. It's okay, but I'd like to get your information out there. The chat, of course, said live timing, exclamation. That's somebody did put in the chat. They looked all that up. Give us a chat out there. Don't be shy. Elston and I don't bite too much. I like to hear from the drivers when they're out of the car there, if they get a chance to give us some feedback there. I love reading the information about how the drivers are feeling and how they're performing. That's why we have the live chat entertainment, so we can get that feedback from everybody out there, don't we, Austin? As we'd like to know it.
Yeah, certainly. I tell you what, some of these guys, Dean, going into turn 1, especially on the exit of turn 1, you have the opportunity to take all that runoff on the outside of the corner, and it's really nice to do that because you get to open your wheel up a lot more on a corner exit than you normally would. It helps you get a lot more speed to prepare yourself for the S's, but there's 2 problems with that. You go over that, there's a large curve there, and that's exactly the difference in the banking on the exit of turn 1 and the flatness of the sort of extra runoff area. And if you hit that all wrong, like Kyle Busch did last year, especially at Watkins Glen, it's really easy to do, especially in the simulator. You get that car all sorts of sideways, 90 degrees perpendicular to the way you should be going. If you're really not careful, could send you just barreling into the inside wall. Lots of damage on that car. So it's good to open up the corner, use that runoff, but it's really treacherous and you got to be careful with it.
Sounds like somebody likes a NASCAR. And why not? Yeah, you can see that.
Even not in NASCAR, even in these GT cars, super easy to do that. Even in the prototypes of the Indy car, it's really easy to hit that curb wrong on the exit of turn 1.
Is IndyCar going back to Watkins Glen this year?
I think so. I can't remember. I know they're not going to one of the tracks, and so they have the opportunity.
That'd be interesting to keep an eye out, but for now, of course, we keep an eye out this series. Well, IndyCar series would probably be starting up a little bit later on after we know the to be announced for the finale round for the VCO Endurance.
Yeah, I feel like the last Endurance round will be right around the time that IndyCar is going to go back to launch their season in St. Petersburg, Florida. So maybe a week or 2 around there, and that's sort of that regional time frame.
Good timing, of course, because we'd like to be watching the we'd love to be broadcast. We always love to broadcast, obviously, for VCO, but we also like to be watching some of these other events live.
Yeah, get your mate Lee Diffie, Dean.
Yeah, yes, exactly. I get a chance to go golfing with him when I get my butt up into the States at some point soon. Yeah, we got a little golf, little me versus him thing on, just like obviously in the VCO team. Juno and Lewis have a little bit of a golf thing going on with them. That trust all the casters, I think. We should all have a big golf event. We'll see whether or not we can also beat Mr. Jack, our producer, out there at a golf round celebrity match.
I mean, Jack knows everything. I feel like he's going to have the course laid out, know the exact wind condition at any given time. I'm game, though. I'll just need to bring enough balls that even when I lose them, I still have some more to hit and get back on track.
That's true. It'd be fun. But that's, in a world of trying to get everybody in the one place at the right time. Of course, see if we can all beat Florian, of course, the big boss. I'm not sure. Would you want to beat the big boss in a game of golf? Absolutely, probably.
I mean, as a racer, I'm a competitor. It doesn't matter who it is. I want to beat them. Doesn't matter who it is. You always want to beat everybody else. I tell you what, though, Dean, the 214 car has been reeling in that 88 machine, the Mercedes, just up the road. I feel like it won't be too many laps before we see a battle going on between. Oh, big tag of the wall there for Dominic Goals. He might be careful. That might really mess up a toe link there for that rear end of that car.
You're right. Good spot there because you have that live timing. It's available, the pro version that's free here from VCO for you to use.
I know, you can see it there on the screen. Yeah. He tagged it. This is, overcommitting to the exit of that corner is so easy to do. You see a lot of people do it every single time you come to Watkins Glen.
And also, as you said, 714 car, they shaved... no, that wasn't the one I was looking at. That was maybe because they crossed the 214. Line. 214, yes. My apologies. Yeah, because they did a 140. Exactly. They did 46 flat. And almost a 47 for the 88 machine. So exactly, good call, good catch. I think gets past Austin's eagle eyes. Of course, he's from the United States of America. He has an eagle as his national bird. Whatever you call it. I mean, we got emu and a kangaroo in
I'm
Australia.
even an Eagle Scout.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, Boy Scouts is a good time. Good times in life.
So you learn how to tie knots, of course. That's one thing I've missed about my very Scouts. Tying knots is a great thing to have. But yeah, still the battle brewing between the 16 and the 44. That's good to see because
watch out too. You saw wave of the blue flag there. This is the Audi, the only Audi in the field. The 13 car by the Brocken machine had that drive-through penalty earlier on in the race due to, I think we call that, Dean, a starting infringement. You can see him just kind of making way to allow these two cars by, pulling off the track, and you're going to let one by, might as well let the other one by right away so you don't play too much of a role in this battle overall.
That's one actually for our producer out there when Jack has a minute to explain that starting procedure. So, as you said, it's very, very difficult. So you've got to be side by side. You're matching your pace. You know, your engineer, your spotter, etc. In the simulation, whatever, telling you to match the speed. Obviously, if something goes wrong there, bang, you got that drive-through penalty immediately. So that's something that occurred. Maybe Jack gives some information about that. All of a sudden, there's your Legion of Races, my friend, starting to catch the back there of the 147 machine for the lead of the race.
Yep, trying to see if he can't hunt him down. Within a second, again, this is kind of that point where you start to be sniffing that draft, the car up the road. It's going to help you for the first couple laps because you're mostly just gaining all that time on the straightaway. You know, all the air that you're going to lose within the draft of some car, it's going to help you on the straightaway, really going to hurt you in the corners. But right now, this far away, you know, you might start to sniff some of that aero push in the center of the corner, but it's not going to be too bad until you get basically within about a half a second or so at the speeds these guys are going around some of these corners. You might feel it up the track in the S's, but for most of these lower speed corners, especially in the boot, not really going to be able to tell much of a difference.
Yeah, exactly. And then our producers actually got back to us and on top of that and just confirmed to me that the start procedure is a single file until the end of the lap and then the double file, as you saw. And then after the final turn, roughly they have to keep their position, stick as close to about 70 kilometers an hour as possible, which is what, around 50 miles or so. Your neck of the woods there for
about 50 miles an hour.
Yeah,
maybe,
so there it is.
Maybe closer to 45 or so.
Maybe we haven't heard anything from the team chat out there if they can confirm that one, but I'd say that's the case. Maybe a little bit of overspeed or even an underspeed because you also got to stick to that delta. That's the way we'd probably be looking for. Thank you, Jack.
Yeah, looking here, the 44 car. Again, Jack Maloney, always kind of on his stuff. Producer, director for us, and he doesn't just do our race, too. That's the most impressive thing about what Jack does. He does everything for us and also for the rival split. So he's directing for them, answering their probably stupid questions because they don't know enough about, or they can't remember enough about the sim. So always thankful to have Jack with us. A huge part of this team. Does a phenomenal job each and every time we go out to the racetrack here for this VCO LFM FLExTREME season here. And again, it's been phenomenal racing. 9 hours of Watkins Glen you're watching right now. About 1 hour and 37 minutes into the race. 7 hours, 22 minutes left remaining. Of course, all three races going on at the same time. Challenger split, rival split, cash split.
Yeah, sorry, I had a little bit of the sneezeroos. Is that there's the Legion of Races, the championship leader at the moment, really putting the power down. 145.7 last lap, 146 flat there, so shaving another 0.3 off. And how we know that? Pitwall Live, of course, pro version, exclusive there to VCO. Lisa's given us that information. What do you do at the moment? Do you think 147 is going to put up a fight? Or do you think they're going to be like, all right, we'll just let you through? Remember, 147 is not in this championship hunt so much for taking home some of that fantastic HyperX gear next race if whoever secures the championship. But they've still been absolutely performing fantastic, haven't they, so far in the hour and 30 or so minutes that we've had, if not a little bit more.
Well, Dean, there's kind of two ways to approach this, right? If you're in the 889 car, you want to win. You always want to win if you're a race car driver. That's what you're here to do. If you don't want to win, you wouldn't even show up to the racetrack, right? So obviously everybody wants to win. S is that 147 car. But when you're in the shoes of this 889 car, inside that cockpit and up on the pit box, you need to be cautiously aggressive. When I say that, you need to get every spot you can to score as many points as possible. You don't just want to win by a second. You want to win by 10 seconds. You don't want to win by 10 seconds. points, you want to win by a lap. So you want to go as fast as you can, but don't put yourself too hard out there on a limb and maybe wreck the car, because at that point you're just losing points to the competition. So you want to get every point possible to try and see if you can't lock up this championship early, but at the same time, you don't want to push the car too hard and end up bringing back the steering wheel instead of the checkered flag, because that's going to absolutely just demolish whatever sort of point lead you had. So if you're in that 889 car, second place really isn't that bad in terms of points. You know, you got to think big picture here, championship overall. If you're in the mind of the 147 car, they're pretty much already out of the championship on points. You might as well win this race and feel good about yourselves. Back further through the field, we've got a battle for what is the 7th position. Felber in that 88 Mercedes AMG, currently being chased by the 214 car, Grant Wilmot.
And on top of it, sorry, he's got some noisy cars in the background. I'm actually at Carnival weekend here in Latin America, or in Panama specifically, so it'll get very, very noisy a little bit later on, but thankfully I'm in the daytime. The nighttime I wouldn't hear anything. So here we go. We're at local time because we're approaching midday. As you said, it should get a little bit 37-degree track temperature. It should get a little hotter as the sun soaks into the track, and usually about 1 and 2 o'clock in the afternoon will be the most heated time you'd imagine, because the sun's starting to appear more and more out there as those clouds are starting to move away. So I don't think any chances of rain at all. But then again, you never know. Later in the afternoon, chills more.
Well, Gene, I think if anybody's going to know that, we might be able to see some of the stuff on the track. Like, again, you know, we get that overcast. You start to see these headlights starting to, you know, get that gleam off the track when it gets dark enough. But I feel like if anybody's going to know that, it's these guys in the session like yourself that have the opportunity to see that weather coming up on the screen. As you see one car dives onto pit road, it looks 44. Like that is the 44 car, yeah?
It's a little overdue, isn't it? Because you've kind of been expecting that for a little while now, and they've stretched it out, I have to say.
Yeah, we were expecting it for a little while, but I feel like it was mostly just on my part being a little bit incorrect for when they last came down pit road. Their stint that time lasted about 1 hour and 3 minutes, so pretty much right on par with when you expect to see these guys come down pit road. So looks like they are still going to be committed to coming down on pit road just about towards the end of the hour, and I feel like this is going to put them in a really good position to be absolutely on the lightest possible fuel load without having to do a whole lot of calculations towards the end of the race.
And they need it too, because the Revolution Sim Racing team are second in the championship, 773 points, and especially with the F1 Memes team, the 98 machine, 732 points, third in the championship behind them, and Pit Stop UK team, which is the 711. I don't have to worry too much about them, unfortunately, for now. The 711 machine is there running back in P14 after the start of, not that we want to really probably talk about too much, but that is the championship is brewing up. So the 44 machine, they're there, they're in it, and they're certainly going to try to damage limitation per se in that alternate pit stop, and might not be surprised to see them actually doing a race win towards the end. You never know what can ever happen here.
Yeah, just before switching this camera angle to look for the battle for the overall race lead, you saw the the 214 car of Willamette get around Felber there in the 88 Mercedes AMG. So move the 214 up to the 6th position. The 7th position currently right now being taken by the 88 car. Battle for the lead. 147 car has it. 889 car wants it. This is right about that time in the stint here that 147 car starts to fall off just a little bit, but I feel like that 889 has started to fall away more so than Moreno probably would prefer at this point in the run.
Yeah, because the last lap times are about 1/10 between them now, as of course is caught, so you can't do the massive quick lap times that they're doing in the clean air. But probably happy to sit here and just get that tow, as you'd mentioned. They're in no eager rush. They're in a good position because the main thing is that their opponents, 44 machine second in the championships now, they're pit stop in P11, and the 98 machine, well, they are running all. Where's the 98 machine? Where is the 98 machine? The timing table. I lost on that one. Where is the F1 memes?
Oh, lagged out for a second. 9th position.
Oh,
we're one
P15
car short.
actually.
I don't see them at all. We only had.
They're P15. They're P16. They must have had a DC.
I think
they're
still being scored in 9th or 10th spot. I don't know why they're in that exact position there, but they must have had some sort of a internet connection problem.
Oh no, because that's what I mean. That's crucial in the championship when they're doing such a great job. Because we knew that the 98 machine was in here. I get into the stream teammate, the 88 machine being passed twice. So it might be bad luck. As
Oh,
Alex
look at
was
that
saying.
98 car plummeting down the order, Dean. That's
Yeah,
not
that's
what
a
they
DC.
needed.
I think so. We'll see if we get some confirmation there from Jack. But yeah, just as I was happening to speak about him, because I'm looking there going, we know they're in this race. We know they're doing a good job. I'm like, couldn't see them on the timing table for a second. They disappeared and they came back. They are in pit road and they're plump last. I'm seeing on my timing tower. That should update itself in a minute. And we'll see.
Drew trying to make a move up around the outside was that 889 car, thinking better of it, slotting back in line. Again, they're definitely faster at this point in the race, but how aggressive do you want to be with 7 hours left in the race? Do you kind of go for an earlier pit stop in about maybe 17, 18 minutes or so?
That's a good question. I don't think that they're going for anything too crazy at this point. Probably if they do get any team radio to say, hey, one of your competitors are now essentially probably not in the hunt anymore for a podium. I hate to say that too early because there's still time on the side, but it doesn't look great sitting in pit road right now. And a long time in pit road. We'll get some information about that from Jack or any of the teams, hopefully. I hate to see it. We've seen it before, haven't we, in the season? Overtake, I think, for P10 and P11. There it is. So unfortunately, my Nissan Skyline, the 81 machine, has allowed the 44 machine. And why not? The 44 machine, as we all know, is quicker and it is on fresh boots and fresh fuel.
And Pertama doing absolutely everything he can to try and take as many feet out of this lap as he can, trying to cut those corners just ever so slightly, getting all the way down to the rumble strips on the inside, hitting those apexes, doing a really good job to stay on the tail of this 147 car. Been hounding him for a while, and of course, Dean, that's kind of right where you want to be if you can't force a guy into making an error right away. Just kind of stay on his back bumper, and maybe he checks his mirror for a split second, trying to see where you are if you're trying to make a move or if you're getting a run. Kind of just misses his breaking point by a couple feet, and in you go.
You are going up against the... Well, yeah. Now, you are going up against... Remember, it was a 147 machine. It was the one that qualified on pole, if I'm not mistaken, right?
No, that was a 44
No, it was 44.
car. 147
okay, but they were right up there, no doubt. Yeah, exactly. So they're... they qualified in P2. So this is something interesting for the legion of racers that they are aware of that, hey, we're not usually racing the 147 all season long. So they also got to play this game of knowing your opponent. Like, if we do happen to send one up the inside, are we going to trust that the 147 machine doesn't do anything to perhaps give us contact, perhaps put us in a situation we don't want to be in? So I think that they are just cleverly kind of studying the car there and maybe seizing an opportunity as there is one, and say 147 squad, obviously a very good team. Maybe they're feeling a little bit of the pressure, having to say, hey, we've got the championship leader behind us at the moment. Should we... It doesn't look like they're trying to allow them through, so they're game on. They'll say, hey, we're here to battle.
Well, I mean, to be fair, it goes back to that point I was trying to make a couple minutes ago. This 889 car has to race a little bit more timid around some of his competitors, knowing that he has such a strong foothold on the championship. He can't make any of these bonehead moves to really just take this position by force. If he makes a wrong call about trying to make a pass in this 147 car, they've got pretty much nothing to lose in terms of the championship and only a race win to gain. So if you're that car, you can afford to be a lot more aggressive with this race win compared to the 889.
I think that's exactly the same reason why they've seen them driving gingerly. They clearly had the pace. They had the fastest lap. They've had to slow down now, so the pace is a couple of tenths off in the dirty air. But I think they're just happy to sit here and just see whether or not the 147. The 147 machine has made a couple of mistakes early in the race when they were leading. We did see that. They had a couple of off-track excursions when they built that gap up to about 2 seconds or so, maybe up about 3 seconds, and then a little off-track excursion, bring everybody back into play. Then resumed it, got the lead of the race, and then did it again. So I have to say they're handling on to that situation now. They haven't had to deal with that. But it's, a car full of mirrors is always difficult to drive, isn't it? Anytime, any place, anywhere.
Yeah, well, it certainly is. You get a lot more of those distractions at your rear view whenever that sort of thing happens or starts to happen, because then all of a sudden you want your eyes to be locked out front. But again, some of us have that kind of squirrel brain or attention span of a dog that sees a squirrel, where your eyes move everywhere there's movement. You just automatically lock into it. And sometimes that guy behind you kind of pulls out at the absolute last second. You go to look where he is, and bam, there goes your braking point. You missed it by a couple feet, and now the guy behind you is making a move down the inside.
Because right now, what I would be doing is putting the blinkers on, like they're putting on horse races, don't they? On horses and racing, just put the blinkers on so you can't see your mirrors. You can only see forward. That's what they do in horses for horse racing, so that they can't be distracted by everything else around you. I wonder if they're going to do that to is it George? I can pronounce his name there. He's got the two little dots across there, probably from some sort of Scandinavian country. I might get that one all wrong. The drivers will get upset with about that.
Yeah, I don't know. The only thing I know about horses and names is Seabiscuit, and that's just about it.
Oh, Seabiscuit, yeah.
Oh, look at that wiggle there coming off the corner. I feel like that was a little bit in response to maybe a move that the 889 had made. Again, looking down to the inside, thinks better of it, backs out of it.
This is also, remember, they're loving this racing. It's fun. Bumping and grinding is racing and driving, as they say. It really hurts when somebody
continues to cut you off every single lap. It's not one of the best things in the world you can do.
But you see, just like when you're that close, like bump drafting, essentially, as you know, in NASCAR, you do that on the ovals. You don't do that on tracks very often. If you do, you continue to bump. If you were to bump draft like that all the way around Watkins Glen, then the cat's off. You wouldn't see that very often. You'd have to clip that whole lap if that was to happen. But we'll see it down the main straight. 98 got disconnected. There it is, the confirmation, and that is sad. Very sad. They are back out on track, thankfully, but that is the D. That's probably the only DC that we've had so far.
Yeah, 2 laps down, too. That is a pretty harsh disconnect.
Yeah. Well, get your heads back in, but the 7 hours and change to go. And, DCs unfortunately can happen to anybody, anytime, and even, connection issues with your own equipment. Your USB, your steering wheel might come out. Once again, we're talking about this Austin before, isn't it? If you have a sibling that might run in the room and 3 or 4-year-old come in there and just giggle and just yank a USB cable out of your computer.
Sometimes too, your bedroom is right next to the kitchen, and your mom goes to run the oven and the microwave and the coffee maker and the toaster at the same time, blows the fuse. Not much you can do about that.
That's true. You got to remember, we don't have engine breakdowns and failures and stuff like that you'd have in the real world situation. But trust me, the home world situation can just be as notorious as the real world.
Either that or your dad's sitting on his phone going, oh, why can't this darn Facebook page load? Walks over to the modem, unplugs it, plugs it back in, forgetting your racer or even online at all because, you're just some hermit in his room and completely disconnects you from the server. So, you'll have that potato internet.
Oh, this is why I love casting of Austin when we get this. And it's good to
have a microwave. You know how many times I've been playing Xbox in my basement back?
Well, you know why, mate? The microwave operates at a 2.4 gigahertz frequency, and that's the same frequency as your standard Wi-Fi if you're not running in the 5 gigahertz.
Every time somebody wanted to microwave a potato or a piece of pizza or something, it would totally just screw up the Xbox and just mess it up thoroughly. And it doesn't matter if you're playing Call of Duty or what, you get kicked off.
I hope the drivers out there aren't running on Wi-Fi because it always tends to be that situation. You never know with Wi-Fi. You even just I got green bars, it's all good. But don't you worry about that. Somebody on a cell
if
phone
you're on a PC and you're on Wi-Fi, I don't know what you're doing. Run a Cat 5 cable for the love of God.
Trust me, I've actually I got a Cat 5 cable that runs to my neighbors next to me because I share it as a backup internet. So I have 2 internets, my main fiber, but I have a backup internet. So if fiber goes down, I'm using there. So I got a Cat 5 cable running about, I have to say, 500 meters or so, about half a kilometer to their hood.
So, the first thing I did,
goes down. Sorry.
No, I was one of the first things I did when I moved into my house was put in Cat 5 cable. Go down in the basement, drill some holes in the floor for the upper level, and just thread the Cat 5 in because you want to be hardwired for a lot of these situations. It really just helps in all situations. But one thing that would really help this 889 is if this darn 147 would just let him on by, but that it's not the racing mentality. He's still been it though. Hasn't let up.
Maybe at the moment they're sitting there going, well, see if whether or not your dad can't connect to Facebook right now. Reset. They do not do that. Please no. Oh, somebody has to clip that. That's one of the best quotes I've ever heard. That's once again, I absolutely enjoy casting a few Austin. Well, guess what, mate? This week I got 7 more hours of it, and it's going to be fun all the way. I can guarantee you that.
Oh yeah, these races have been an absolute blast. Phenomenal racing. Jack does a great job of producing and directing, helping answer our questions.
Did you get a giggle out of Jack, you reckon? That one? Because we've been trying, haven't we? We know.
I don't think Jack laughs. I feel like maybe he might smirk, you know? Just all business.
All right, you just confirmed the scenario because we can hear him, but we got a little giggle. There you go. So
all right,
good job
mission
there.
accomplished.
Yeah. All right.
Mission still yet to be accomplished, though, for both these drivers on your screen. 147 still has 7 hours left in this race to win it. Of course, the 889 car still has the rest of this race to get through, as well as the last round, the final one. Out in circuit, Paul Ricard, the BMW cars, until they wrap up the championship, bring home that championship trophy, as it were, and those 4 sets of HyperX headphones. A lot to be won or lost these last 2 rounds of the championship season.
Yeah, I mean, I'm wearing my HyperX headphones right now. Of course, the drivers, hopefully some of them will be using it. If they're not, they're going to get them. If you are the Legion of races, for example, in the way that they're performing right now, and you can hear the fantastic voice of Austin and Austin's On the Hour Report Hour race reviews that'll be coming up very soon. Again, speaking of which, my friend, I'm thinking Pit Stop Territory is coming this way soon as well.
Okay, we're back. Sorry for the miscommunication there. Jack, multitasking, of course, thought we went for a break, but no, talking about the cars going for a break. The second pit stop going to come up here in about, what do you say, Dean? Maybe close to about 8 minutes ourselves, and of course we did go silent for a while. Dean stopped talking. I had to go for a little bit of a sneezeroo, maybe as South Park calls it, a snot web, perhaps. A little bit of
I had one before, my friend. Well, speaking of pit stops, 192's in.
He's pretty far over, though, Dean. Is that a disconnect on his part, or is he still here?
No. That's a regular. It looks like a regular pit stop. Yeah. They've gone in to there. I'd say it's because you're talking about pit stop territory. Yeah, they're in and out. They're out now, thankfully.
Oh, yeah, moving again. Okay.
No more DCs. No more dads trying to reset the routers because they were connecting to.
And no more microwaving a potato while you're on the Wi-Fi.
And still, once again,
did you see that wiggle out of the 889 car there?
I did actually,
you see that wiggle coming up over the curb? That's what I'm talking about. It's really nice to open up that wheel, give yourself a lot more opening coming out of the corner, help yourself with this long run towards the bus stop. I tell you what, it's treacherous, man. If you get a little bit too wide there, a little bit too off camber, you can go for a wicked spin.
You can. And we're at this point where this is the closest battle on track, and if you are tuning in, of course, on the YouTube channel and the Twitch channel there, give us a bit of a shout out, and as it gets a little bit more spread in the field there, we can kind of like convince or even bribe our fantastic producer of Jack there to say, if you want to see your car and see how your car is on the pictures on the big screen, you can probably switch over at some point for that. If there is a pause in the racing, and believe it or not, the 98 machine is back on track, of course, and they're back on the back of the lap cars, I believe, or unlapping themselves. There is my GTR Skyline. If you do go to P16 at the moment, they're Jack as well, because that's where they've come back out. So at least the 98 machine we know suffered at DC. Got a bit of traffic up the road. They certainly have a quick machine.
Yeah, definitely one of the fastest cars out there on the track. It just really unfortunate for them that they had that sort of a disconnect, and they're 2 laps behind the closest competitor. That's that 33 car of Gagliardini. I think that's the car just ahead of them too on the racetrack, so they have to pass them 3 times before they can afford to gain a position, I believe.
It seems a lot, but considering the pace they have, if 7 hours to go, it is possible. And back to the lead, of course, of the race. They will probably get that job done very soon. Not quite sure which camera to switch on those two. I think it's inevitable at this point, the 98 machine is. I don't think 33 is going to put too much of a fight, knowing that they are a couple of laps down. the F1 memes that are about third in the championship at the moment and really having to do damage limitation to get themselves back up to get some crucial points. Top 10 is up for grabs, but there's a bit of a fight on still here. Well, as I was talking about that battle.
Still, big wiggle there. That's definitely going to upset the car, really going to hurt that lap time. Almost had to bring that thing all the way out to the absolute limit of track into the grass there on the exit of the bus stop before they went to the carousel. So I feel like right now Moreno's probably pushed that car a little bit too much on these tires, trying to force a mistake or make a move going on to pass that 147 car just to the road. So maybe if I'm these guys, maybe I pit a lap early than I might need to. Maybe I try to stretch the fuel just a little bit longer than this 147 car up the road. But I tell you what though, Dean, both those cars I feel like pretty similar in terms of stint length to one another. I feel like though the 889 has a good opportunity to stay out on track one lap longer, but you know, if you've really chewed up your tires, I don't think you'll be wanting to do that.
You can check that in the pit wall live timing as well too. You can actually click on the cars there and see their pit stop strengths. And meanwhile, whilst I was talking about that one, they disconnected again. Oh no, I was going to say the 98 machine had to really battle their way. I think that was past the 33 machine because they were putting up a massive fight.
Oh yeah.
And they've disconnected again. And that's not going to be, that could even be at a point where they might thinking about retiring. Hopefully not, but they're not on the scoreboard.
There's still a lot more racing, left today. Yeah, pop back in here. But I tell you what, at this point, it's a little bit too late. You're going to have to hope that somebody else has some internet connection problems. Maybe their dad can't load Facebook or wants to cook a potato in the microwave. You can't be talking about that now, mate. That may very well be what the dad is doing. Well, if any of your dads are out there, so looking at you, Igor, maybe ask your dad to lay off the modem.
He could be putting you could be like going, I'm gonna watch out my family drive this car, and he says, fire up the microwave and put the popcorn in there, and oops.
Over Redenbacher, not smiling down upon your family so much right now. But I tell you what, who's not smiling at the moment? Still, Reno Pratama. He's been hounding the 147 car for a long time, having a really tough time to get a run, getting kind of caught in some of that dirty air, and just not quite close enough to make a run. The best opportunity he continues to have is going to the bus stop, and just not quite confident enough to make that move without making it any sort of contact. So,
I think they're happy
on pit road.
I think, yeah, exactly. I was going to say the 88 machine's in now. You're going to start seeing those pit stops occurring. For sure. Unfortunately, you're going to stare at the back of the 98 machine that's sitting in pit road, trying to get reconnected back in this one 3 laps down. But yeah, pit road territory right now for the drivers. And I was saying before about Box. Box in German, it means basically pit stop. That's where the word box comes from. I can't remember what it's called specifically in German.
Oh, not just something. Pit box. That's interesting.
Yeah. That's I actually realized that before after casting for many years now, and obviously being heavily involved in watching and supporting Formula One for all these years. And they're like, well, that's where they got box from. All right, maybe I need to do a little bit more research and learning. Anyway.
16 car Yeet machine comes down pit road. Tobias Prang, end of his stint. Did 1 hour, 1 minute, 51 seconds for him, 35 laps on that most recent stint. So he'll probably hand it over to, if things continue, Max Kramer. But we'll see about that. Look at this round, though. The 889 is going to check the outside, get it lift, just barely check up a little bit.
Mikhail, the second random that DC connection. Yeah, unfortunately, as we know, we're aware of the 98 machine. But once again, they still got to get back in there, I'd say, because you got 6 hours and change to go, and once again, they get themselves target for a top 10. It's still possible to be making yourself into the final championship. You never know what's going to happen. Like Legion of Races or the Revolution Sim Racing Team might.
Look at this side by side into the door of the boot. Little argy-bargy there. We'll see if the 889 can pull that car back across the track. Contact is made. Going for a spin. Look out behind.
It's an accident. That's massive.
Sandwiched.
Both drivers involved in that one. So 714 getting a little bit of a T-bone moment.
And then got hit from behind by, I think that's the 192 car, Tommy Aslin. Yeah, you can see damage on both ends of that 889 car, on the front end of that 192. And boy, a little bit of too much argy-bargy there. We'll have to see if race stewards make any sort of a call on that.
Yeah, just like that. This is the reason why, if you are the 98 machine, you're 4 laps down, you don't give up. Because just like that, you got essentially Legion of Racers and lead of this team is 147 as well, to getting
I'm really
in contact.
surprised, Dean, that the 889 car kind of continued to make that move as soon as he saw that car coming back across the racetrack. Although at that point, you noted tempers are flaring. You've been following that car for the better part of an hour. You say, you know what? I've had enough of this. Don't block me. I'm coming through.
I'm wondering why. Yeah, you would. I would do one of those Schumacher-esque, because S isn't just do a pit stop overtake perhaps, rather than risking it on track. But then again, wouldn't be very entertaining for us, would it, here in the Challenger split?
Yeah, it wouldn't. I feel like this 147 car is going to have to come down pit road this time by. We'll see the 889 car one lap after that 147 going a little bit wide here. They might be allowing it back through.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, sportsman. Yeah, sportsman like there.
Yeah, a little bit of oopsie my bad moment, I'd say, isn't it?
Well, that's not how you want to take a lead. You know what I mean? That's yeah, a little bit of flash the headlights, say, yep, but good on you. So let's see if they can try to take that position back the hard way.
And you got to remember too, the Legion of Racers, the 889 machine, they're leading the championship. They don't need a race win, of course, but they want one. 45's going to pit road. See, at the moment there, Austin, as you mentioned, somebody's going to have to jump in there and visit your teammates down there and a driver swap and get a splash and dash and tire change.
Yeah, I think the 147 is going to have to come in this time by. Otherwise, they might risk getting some sort of a penalty, as it were, for having too long of a stint length per driver. So we'll see. Oh, man, look at the run that the 889 car got there through the heel of the boot. See if he makes a run. I don't think he's going to be quite close enough to pull the over-under, especially not out of turn 9.
And deja vu moments might kick in as well, too, if they do happen to come together
car
again.
Has to pit this time by, and hopefully for the sake of the 889 car, they don't have one of those hiccups where, oh, well, are we coming to pit road or are we not? And kind of check themselves up on the exit of the corner.
The pit road, there it is.
Yeah, a little bit of a wiggle. Good job there by the 889 car. And how about the 88 car? Fresh boots on that thing. He's getting ready all the way up on the tail end of the leader.
Absolutely. And why not? Because you got to take seize that opportunity as much as possible. Now, will the 889 try to hold them up that much longer, or just let them through?
Now, I mean, you're not going to try to hold them up if they get a good enough run. You're probably going to see them pull over here. We'll have to see what kind of draft they get. It all depends on the straight line speed of these cars. Whoever's trimmed out more, we're going to see how much the 88 catches them. Although, if you're the 88 car, no one needs the leader. You're going to flash the lights and say, hey, I'm here. I'm not happy about this, but I will lift. Because you're kind of going to realize, you're a lap down. He's the leader of the race. There is a race. If you pass him, you're going to get the blue flags. So you kind of be obliged to let him back on through.
That is the question on the drivers' minds.
Usually, I mean, it's just poor etiquette to pass a guy like this because he's going to pit next time by, and even if you were to pass him, you'd be getting blue flags. So you want to, you can let you by, and if he does, take that position, try to run away with it. But for right now, you're in 10th position. Just let him have it for another lap.
That's what is occurring. We are waiting for those pit stops as the 714 machine is in pit road. Now, the second pit stops, of course, you can find all the information, and the information is there for the pitbull live timing. Need to know how to find that. Let's do the exclamation live timing in both of the YouTube and the Twitch channels that we're broadcasting this on. VCO Endurance Racing. You see a little bit of a memento coming out of the corners. As you can see, you're looking at the Yeet machine on your pictures. Once again, hungry for the camera. I think the 889 machine's in pit road. Yes, they are.
Yeah, 889 had to come down pit road this time by. Otherwise, they were going to be pretty close to getting a penalty there for a little bit too long of a stint time. We're going to see the 214 car come down pit road this time as well. And the 22, about 2 corners, maybe 2 couple straightaways behind them. We're going to see both those cars coming down pit road as well. So once they do that, we'll go ahead and give you coverage until all the leaders basically come back out of pit road, get settled in, and then we'll take a quick break for ourselves.
214 is in pit road. 22 is still yet to go in. Keep an eye on that 44 machine, you just said. A little bit different on the pit stop strategy. They've made their pit stop earlier.
Still really fast. And look at them. They're out ahead of that 16 car. So good on them, using kind of that undercut off-sequence strategy to go ahead and take that position. I'll tell you what, the 44 is going to do a really good job to pull away from the 16 car for the first couple laps.
They may get them here. They may be in the net lead of this race. Let's see if everybody's exiting the pit road right now for the other cars.
It's going to be close. 889's already moving. But again, 44 car is going to have warm tires. You're going to see him going to pass by right there, screen left. There's the 889 car, that purple Aston Martin. So looks like they're going to have it for right now. But again, this is going to force them to push a little bit too hard, a little bit earlier than they'd prefer with those colder tires and cooler brakes.
I think you're absolutely right. I think those other pit stops are pretty much occurring right now. So maybe very much that time. Take that HyperX headphones off there and go have a bit of a stretch.
Yeah, and how about that 147 car? They're all the way down in the 6th position. I'm kind of curious as to why that is.
I think they're in P4 at the moment. The telemetry will update itself in a minute. To at 147?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. 4th position right now, 147. You can see them though. They definitely dropped about what was that, 4 seconds off the leader with that pit stop. So I don't know if that's just a poor job getting onto and off a pit road. Maybe a little bit longer of a pit stop.
Well, that's exactly right. So I think that'll be the time right now that you and I will have a pit stop as well too. Maybe we'll let Jack go have a pit stop. Background.
Yes, sir. We'll be right back.
Yeah.
Welcome back. We're here at Watkins Glen International for the VCO FLExTREME Challengers Grid. 9 hours of Watkins Glen. I'm Austin Belke, joined by Dean Hoffman in the booth with, as always, Jack Maloney in the production trailer. We're about 2 hours and 15 minutes into this 9-hour race, so we've got about 6 3/4 hours left here to go. The 44 car of Dominic Gold started on pole. He was quickly passed by the 147 car going into the bus stop on lap 1. Through that, the 147 car held on to the race lead. He's led the majority of the laps today until the 98 car took the lead at hour 1. Since then, they've had a lot of internet connectivity problems. You can see them right now relegated to 16th place, multiple laps down from their closest competitor. Since then, the 147 car took back over the lead 3 laps after that pit stop sequence, and then they led through the entirety of the second hour until most recently getting passed on pit stop strategy timing by that number 889 car, leader of the race, also leading the championship, Dean.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that race recap there. Still need to coin that one from Austin. And during the break there, you can see the battle brewing between P5 and P6. That's your 714 car that was leading that race, as you'd mentioned. And the 214 Bentley now tucked up in the gearbox of them. Actually, that is not actually the 714 car there. I'm getting a little bit confused on that one. The 714 car is not that red one. I'm definitely getting confused after that little break. That's what happens when you go to a break.
714 and that 192.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'm getting mixed up. The 147 car was... See what happens when you want to go on a break? You get all confumbled and all over the place. Glad to have you here to sort that one out.
Anyway, so 89 in command of the race. Oh, back to that 2-wide battle there. 214 car absolutely throwing the car into the bus stop. You can see the compromised line that 714 car had to take there in the background. So move the Bentley back up into the top 5. Strong showing for them today.
Big time loss. It's 1.3 seconds gain just coming out of that corner alone. So definitely not wanting to put up a fight against the Bentley.
I mean, when you look at it, that the 714 car had to check up a lot before even entering the corner, and that really hurt them throughout the entire complex of the bus stop. And that 214 car, he really just took the preferred line there. I mean, there wasn't a whole lot that 714 car was able to do at that point.
And what's very sad as well too is our 98 car, isn't it? The McLaren, the Soul McLaren. 3 laps down now, still in this race, but with 2 disconnects. The only driver, touch wood, that has had 2 disconnects. But that's the F1 memes, and they're 3rd in the championship, of course, at the moment.
Yeah, one of the fastest cars on track. You really hated to see that for them. They were in with a shot at another podium here today.
Absolutely, and that's not just the podium opportunities, but that's also championship opportunities that may be slipping between their fingers, unfortunately, out of their control with the DCs. But you never know what can happen. Because we saw the contact, didn't we, between the 147 and the 889 machine earlier. And whether they got much damage on that one, because they did take their second round of pit stops.
Yeah,
it didn't seem to me like it was very long.
Maybe they were fixing some of that steering linkages that ended up getting hit there, because it was kind of a sideways hit when they did get all the way spun around and were kind of nailed there by the 889. So that's a good possibility there, Dean.
That's the biggest contact I think we've had all race so far. Yeah, because we see a couple of great saves.
There was a couple clobberings at the beginning when they had that wreck out of the bus stop. Some pretty hard hits. Yep,
absolutely. Can't be coining the bus stop at the moment there here in Watkins Glen. The bus stop is the only bus stop, is the one that remained in the previous round that we had broadcasted at Spa. That's the only bus stop, my friend. Mind you, which is the oldest track, Spa or Watkins Glen? That's one for the
I don't know.
History buffs.
Probably Watkins Glen.
I'd say probably Watkins Glen, wasn't it? Because
I think it was invented like 1914.
A lot of the tracks, of course, in the States were all built around, of course, and that's what NASCAR and all that's built around. The old bootlegging days, remember?
Oh, yeah, big time.
Yep. That's why you never ban alcohol sales, okay? Otherwise, you'll end up with that. Then again, if they didn't do that, you wouldn't end up with the fantastic racing that we've seen in the United States and America.
It's anytime you ban something, there's always going to be somebody getting around the rule, so you can never really truly ban anything as we continue to see.
That's what motor racing's built on, isn't it, my friend? Look at Formula One and look at everything like that. They always find a way around the rules somehow.
Yep, finding all those loopholes in the rules wherever you can find an opportunity to do that. But boy, this 147 car still putting down some really fast laps here. Currently, the fastest car on the track, pretty close there to the 214 car, the Bentley machine. Tell you what, I don't know if it's the 889 going a little bit slower, maybe kind of trying to take care of their tires, but this 147 car has been catching them. But crucially for the 147 car, Philip Gaming, you've got to have to get around that Yeet machine being piloted by Kramer first.
Yeah, exactly right. So 2 positions gained for the 889 and 2 positions gained for the Yeet machine. And I didn't know on that pit wall live timing there, if you want to check out exactly for us to, I just wanted to give us an indication of something I wanted to know for a second, but of course those pit stops you're talking about, the time differences, my mind's just completely gone through my head at the moment as the wind's blowing like mad here. But the wind on track at the moment, Austin, it's been 0. Like, there's absolutely no wind here upstate New York, but the track temperature is now 38, which you'd have to say is getting very close to be the hottest time of the race conditions.
Yeah,
maybe a little hotter too.
Yeah, probably get the hottest it will be. If it is at noon, probably around 2 o'clock, between noon, maybe 3 at the absolute latest. I feel like that's when it's going to be the absolute hottest for this New York area. So still got a little bit more temperature to be gained in the track, and then after that, it's just going to continue to get cooler and cooler as the day transitions into afternoon.
And obviously the reason why most people say, well, isn't it the hottest part of the day? This is a science lesson out there. It's the hottest part of the day should be noon, because that's when the sun is absolutely at the top end of generally where you are in the world. Well, not so much, because the heat soaks into the track like you will find anywhere in the world. And that's why the hottest temperatures generally around the world are about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, because that sun has seeped in, hasn't it, to the ground, and the ground then releases that heat back out, and you feel a lot hotter as the sun is still baking you. Come to Queensland, Australia, my friend, and get a nice sunburn if you don't put some suntan lotion on, because you will. Unfortunately, my state was the highest skin cancer capital of the world.
Yeah, you got to think about it as well, at daylight savings, through the spring, you have that spring forward and fall back. So there is another hour to be gained or lost there in terms of that. So again, is ACC on daylight savings for the time? It's hard to tell.
When is that occurring as well, too? Because it always throws me off, because currently at the moment I'm in Eastern Standard Time, but you guys switch it over somewhere along the line halfway through a month. I think it confuses me. As is the battle going?
It's like March. I don't know. We might not be doing it anymore. It doesn't make any sense to do it, just because we're no longer farmers.
Yeah,
most of the country.
147. The Yeet machine gets past there. Sorry to cut you off on that one. If Jack can switch that one back over, there it is. So the Yeet machine managed to get past the 147, and making their way back up into P2, but they're coming back at the moment, maybe thinking about it. Just sort of looking, maybe trying to get some clean around the nose, maybe just looking for a breaking point in the track, as well as just, kind of letting that guy up the track know, hey, I'm here, you just passed me and not happy about getting passed, I'll race you for it. So 147 car still faster for the moment. See if you can do anything down here into the bus stop. And they've been battling with the 889, and now they're battling with the Yeet machine. The Yeet machine, of course, now camera shy, wanted to be kept back on the center stage. Oh man, the move down to the inside did not lift. I was going to be really interested to see if he gives the same courtesy to the 16 car that the 889 gave to him, and not quite. So move the 147 car up now into the second position. Just like that, an overtake on one end of the race track, and then an overtake back on the other end of the racetrack as they're 80s laps down. Yeah, watch out though, Dean, because this 147 car really strong when we start the run, but about 3/4 halfway through, it starts to fall off compared to the other cars, and that's when the 16 car is probably at its strongest compared to the rest of the field. So I'd not be too surprised to see these two cars come back together. And of course, you cannot forget about the pole sitter for this race. Steyerhauser, the 44 car, his teammate Goals, put that car on pole. I feel like they have a really good car for the cooler temperatures. I think they have a good opportunity to come back in this race as the temperatures stop to drop once we get maybe in the last third or so of the race. And they need to, because the car leading the race, of course, Legion Racers, is in the lead of the championship. And the 44 car is the Revolution sim racing team. So they have to be making sure that they are as close as possible, if not beating them by the end of the race. To perhaps
You got to make sure you don't leave any points on the table, Dean. You know, you have to cross your T's, dot your I's, and make sure you get every single possible last point you can. So I got to be wondering if this team kind of realized that coming into this race, maybe set themselves up for a little bit of a cooler track temperature.
That's true. Absolutely. And on top of it, now you got in the mix there, of course, the Yeet machine, the 16 and the 147 that aren't really in the championship hunt. However, they could be the spanner in the mix in this championship battle, brewing down to the final dying stages. And once again, we do have to really feel for the F1 memes team that should have been up in this party as well, battling. But the two disconnects put them up basically plump last and about 3 laps down. But still, for them, I think the target would be trying to get yourself in a top 10 there for the finish and just see how it all pans out for the final race to be announced soon.
Looking at Ernst Beutmann, the 13 car, currently in the 13th position. This is that Audi that had that drive-through penalty at the initial start of the race. Doing pretty good to kind of hold his own here with the rest of the field up the road. He's got the 711 car being piloted by Ryan Leach. That 711 car passed him a little bit earlier on, so we'll see if Ernst can kind of get that position back, try to see if he can't retake the 12th spot. That BMW behind that Raman car, I think it's a little bit too far behind to be worrying about right now. You can see the last car behind him is that 98 car, and then there's nobody until you get all the way up to the leader again.
Absolutely correct on that one. They're getting some time. Speaking of time gained, the 889 machine, once the 147 came back into play, because they're the ones that have been battling it out, obviously the lead of the race generally, once they cleared 16 car, their last lap was quite quick. They're on the 45s, but now recently they've had to slow down a little bit. On 45.6 there for the 889 machine, about a 6-second gap now. The other car to look out who's very, very quick on track and consistently quick recently, little only 12 seconds down the road, but that is the 214 machine. And that's the Bentley, my friend. So when that Bentley's alone on the track, it's a beast. And it certainly has some pace, piloted by Klaus, the NSM racing team.
That Bentley car continues to get faster and faster as the race goes on. And to be fair, we kind of saw that same thing happen really at Circuit of the Americas, and I feel like they must have done some tire pressure adjustment or something to make sure that they continue to be strong as the nighttime fell. But yeah, that Klaus car continues to get faster and faster, and I think that team got a lot of fast drivers as well.
And that 12-second gap, you're chipping away at it. This is exactly what you do, because now, you made those pit stops, you get about another 30 or 40 minutes or so before your next round of pit stops. So that's exactly a great amount of time. And they're pretty lonely on the track. They're just coming out of the tow and they're going down the boot. They've got a 33 machine up the road. That's a lapped car. It's running in P15, so it won't be too much of a problem. But clear racing, clear track, head down, get on with it, and keep pumping in those 45s. 0.3s are going to be perfect for them, because they are essentially right now, my friend, the quickest car on track, and that's what you need to be doing.
So up at the front of the field, still Pratama, the 889 car, doing a really good job to hold on to that lead. He's got about a 5.7 second lead over the 147 car of Philip Gamey, and then it's an additional 1.5 seconds back to Kramer, and then Steibenhauser an additional about 4 seconds back. So things have kind of really just spread themselves apart here to some degree. The closest battle I think we have is the 16 car and the 147, but obviously we just saw a position swap between those two cars, so still a little bit of a ways to go before we see some more infighting in terms of the ranks here. Looking again, just on the edge of the top 5 from being on the outside looking at Klaus Naring. Big fight for these guys to they really did not start this far up the field, so it's been a good run for them today.
Yeah, chipping away at about 12 seconds on the bubble. But I'll tell you what, yeah, exactly. So the Yeet machine, the 16 car Lexus, that's the sole Lexus in this race today, wherever you are on the world. They're just hanging back there, just about 1.5 seconds and change. The more important, I think, is that now that the 147 machine's been released, they are now matching currently the 889 machine on time. So that 6-second gap's going to hover around there for a while unless somebody makes a mistake. Of course, that traffic comes into play as well. But as you can see on that track map, triangle is your race leader, and there's nothing there. There's basically a whole, almost 2 sectors of just empty road up there. So nothing to worry about, just man versus machine, a man and woman versus machine versus track versus upstate New York as well.
Philip Gramey, 147 car. Oh, he actually gained about 0.4 of a second that last lap.
Did actually, yeah, you're right.
Oh,
So
no,
that's
lost,
perfect.
Lost, my bad. I thought that 6
yeah,
was
you're
a
right.
5.
Actually, you got that one as well too. Exactly. That's not that great, but yeah, and again, is it because you're pushing a little bit too much? You think, or is that because of the traffic?
But
that's traffic. Actually, look at that.
Yeah,
that's actually traffic there.
He's got that Beamer just up the road. That's that Ramen car 853, and then just ahead of that Beamer is your boys in the Nissan car.
Yeah, they're not the best of days for the Nissan. That's driven by Stephen Frost, or S. Frost at the moment. Let me get... It was correct, Stephen Frost. I see my memory's kicking in a little bit without even looking at the name. Creme de la Course, of course, for the... And that's because you remember, if you look at the livery on that one, Jack, we've had on that Nissan, because, you see the ice cream on the side of that one, don't we? Remember that? I think that's probably one of the best liveries you're going to find here in the Challenger split. It's just great to see it on the side. We can't remember specifically who it was that is holding the ice cream. We'll have to find out in the team who that is at some point in the future.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it's Jardier, yeah.
Jardier.
Yeah, the ACC streamer.
Oh, okay, there you go.
Going a little bit wide there on exit.
Yeah. Probably listening to us at the moment and not focusing so much. Wow, you learned something. I did not know that.
Yeah, he streams on YouTube.
Yeah, right. I don't get time to look at the streamers on YouTube, unfortunately. Too busy streaming and casting ourselves.
He's pretty entertaining. He does a lot of helpful informational videos about ACC as well. Watched a couple of those in preparation for some of my work here on ACC last year as well, before I went to Indy with Arjuna.
Oh, you did?
It's kind of tip-top off on the
Did you go to Indy there, or was it virtual Indy?
Yeah.
You went? That's wow.
Yeah, with Arjuna. Yeah.
And were you broadcasting? Casting?
Yeah, broadcasting the ACC event. Yeah.
Nice.
For SRO.
Don't know that. It's great getting to work with the VCO nominee. The caster of the year has been stolen that one away from Lewis. That's the those two gladiators going for it, aren't they? Yeah, for the VCO Semi Awards.
Yeah, titans of the industry, those two. You saw Philip Gamey get around those 2-lap cars, or 1-lap car, excuse me. Now he's set his sights on Stephen Frost just up the road. Now it's time to see if Kramer, the Eat Machine, can get around that BMW lapped car. You're going to see him right there, screen right to screen left. So Frost, then Gamey, then Ramen, and then the Eat car.
Fantastic.
Flags in the air.
What if we have to probably put Jack up there for a nominee at some point, isn't it? For one of the broadcasters, production team.
Best producer.
Best producer, yeah. There you go, Jack. Going to compete against Mike and a bunch of the other team members. But
get you an Academy Award.
Yes.
So Ralph, excuse me, not Ralph. Eat car has made his way around Ramen.
You are correct on that one. Sorry there, Jack. What are you saying? All right, it's okay.
Okay, sorry, Jack.
Yep.
So Kramer made his way around the BMW, the lap car. Now we'll see how fast that 44 car of Steibenhauser can get around him as well. Again, all these cars, this is what you'll have in terms of a really long endurance event. You're not only racing your competitors for position, but you're also having to negotiate the other lap cars out on the track because, again, they've got the right to be out there. It's your job to get around them in the cleanest fashion. You see right now Stephen Frost kind of making way for that 147 car just up the road right before they got to the bus stop. A little bit of a treacherous spot to be doing that.
That's what you like to see. Look at the track map. It's spread out pretty even. All of a sudden, I thought there was a massive gap, wasn't there? And a whole sector of nobody. And now they're all bunched up. I mean, yeah, the race leader is the one that has probably one of the biggest gaps there. As well as the 192 machine. Has a nice spread of the whole back straight.
We're getting kind of in the point, Dean, where, as a race car driver, you're really just settling into a rhythm because, even though you're racing people at the same time, so you do need to continue to press. You're kind of keeping tabs on them. This is where you kind of just start clicking off laps and you don't really understand just how fast the passage of time is because you're just in the zone right now. You're just out there clicking off laps and you can see that guy up the road, but you're kind of just focused in on hitting your marks, and it's just a really good time to get yourself in a good vibe with the car and just kind of ride along through the rest of your stint.
We keep an eye on the 88 machine right now because even in the chat there, Alex is saying it's Yardia. Yeah, 88 is where I'm in. It's the team born out of Yardia, if I'm pronouncing that one correctly. Watching people. That's the way I'm reading it. But then again, I am the butcher of imps. So there you go. And they are definitely right now. That's the 88 machine. That's the Merc on the back of the 192.
Strong run for that Mercedes today. Stretch out there piloting that car currently. Good run from them. We've seen them kind of really just, come on to something else these last couple races and be a lot faster compared to the rest of the field than they'd been in the earlier half of the season. So good to see them being much more competitive as well.
They're in P8 there, Jack, if you want to switch those cameras over there, because they're the ones that are really peeling up there. And, of course, we have the chat there supporting there by Alex. So we listen out there in the chat.
And this is going to be a battle for position here in a little bit. It's the 192 car just up the road, so 0.7 of a second difference.
Time to shine right now if you're on the Soul Mercedes. Because there's plenty of Bentleys to overtake, my friend. Got like a few of them up the road, but for now you have one to worry about, and that's the 192 machine. That's your Vino Tinto. I love that livery as well too. The deep red and yellow, and of course you're versus the blue and orange machine that you're looking at on your pictures. So here we go. What do you think there, Austin? Just size up, ready for an overtake. Who's the quicker car? Well, they're both pretty much similar on pace at the moment. 46s, mid 46s.
Yeah, this has been a battle that's been shaping up for the last couple laps or so because, Stretch isn't a whole lot faster than Ezelin, but he's been catching them slowly but surely. You can see both cars just barely checking up there in the toe of the boot. That's just how fast that corner is. You're not really ever having an opportunity to breathe at this course. You might get one, down the back stretch before the bus stop, but other than that, you're really just always kind of up on top of the wheel trying to hit those apexes. So Stretch continues to get closer and closer, down within now about 0.3 of a second as they go through up now out of the heel of the boot, out of the boot in general as they head towards that fast left-hander at turn 10.
Yeah, we'll see the sensation has been if we can actually jump on board the 88 machine and look through the windscreen, because Alex will be in control of that car in about 1 to 2 hours, as he says, and I'm trying to sure that Alex right now will be feeling the nerves to see whether or not his teammate, Lassie, I think you can probably pronounce that name if I'm going to butcher that one. But anyway,
that's how I pronounce it too. It'll be just as butchered. Yeah. Whoa, a little bit of a dive there into turn 1.
Yes, the dirty air, isn't it? It's different. Your racing line is completely compromised, and we'll see. We also know that the pilot in the 192 machine is not going to make this easy for sure. But we have 6.5 hours, give or take, left remaining of this race, and we're getting it about 1 o'clock in the afternoon as the track temperature is about 38 degrees currently at the moment.
So still riding on board with the Stretch machine, the 88 car, trying to see if he can't hunt down this 192 just up the road. And again, Stretch is faster, but, maybe not faster enough on certain parts of the track to get it done there because, unfortunately, if you're faster in the boot, maybe up to about turn 11, really, really hard to get a run down to the inside.
I love it. It's pretty easy, this track, if you don't know it. They get they're coming up to the toe right now. So what happens when you have a boot? You have a toe on the boot, right? That's the right-hand turn 7. On the track map, then the boot. It's all the boot area here. Of course, what's at the end of the toe? The heel. And it'll be your turn 8 that'll be approaching right now.
Yeah, turn 8, the heel of the boot. And then, of course, the exit of the boot. That's that left-hander, that turn 9. Really, really aggressive to get through there. It's off camber. It's super hard to get through there fast or clean. A lot of opportunities to mess up there. You spin the tires. You might have to save the car. Might have to catch it before you come up to that wall because that wall comes up in a hurry. A little bit of runoff there, but you got to be careful how much of that you take.
And a lot of that we saw early, didn't we? A lot of tank slappers to that wall. That wall, somehow those marshals have been bold and brave out there to repaint it because I guarantee it's got paint from all of these cars over there. Also, the exit out of the final turn before you go out of 11 down start another lap. That's one that get a little bit of a paint scratch up.
Yeah, we saw that 147 car. Unfortunately for them, get up into the outside wall coming off of turn 11. It's really easy to do there because you want to really make sure you commit to opening up your wheel to get as much speed out of turn 11 as possible for that front stretch. Get yourself a really strong start to your next lap. It's so easy to overstep the boundaries of grip and just barely just tag the wall on corner exit. I've seen a lot of people see you just tag it. Maybe you just try to bust down the fence right there too. Lots of unfortunate errors for some of these cars.
I've told you this before the past 7 weeks, because we've had multiple races now this season here for the VCO FLExTREME. And I always say, go out there and buy those flowers to the fence there first. Take them out to dinner. Call them up every once in a while and say, I love you. And treat them kindly, and they'll treat you back kindly. Alex out there, let us know, please, in the chat. As obviously, maybe chatting to you is spotting definitely your team driver right now, the pilot there. Is he thinking about an overtake? It certainly looks like it.
Oh, yeah, he's definitely thinking about trying to make a charge down to the inside. Thinks better of it. Wasn't quite able to put the power down off that corner. Really had to make a compromised exit, having to put more wheel in that thing. Kind of just limited him in terms of overall traction coming up out of there. That 192 car was able to put the throttle down just a little bit earlier, having to take the outside line through there. But again, 88's faster. I feel like it's just a matter of time before we see this move actually get made.
And timing it correctly is the key, because you don't want to be tangling. Seen that before, and no doubt we'll be seeing that again at some point in the future in the race. But yeah, exactly. I mean, the nerves that Alex would be in the chat there, just because he knows that he wants to be in control of this car in a couple of hours in a position either around here or higher up, not facing in the wrong direction currently, but he's still seizing an opportunity. Where? And apart from where, of course, we've got time. So where and when you get the overtake done.
Yep, time and location need all of those to make a perfect crime scene investigatory report. Big run there off of the S's, but it doesn't quite look like he has enough straight line speed to go ahead and get to the outside of him. Makes it look there too wide through the bus stop, forces that Aston Martin just a little bit wide, but again, a little bit heads up driving there, forced to kind of back out of it, allow for him to have another lap or two in the race here before he catches back up to that 192. And to be honest, you can't fault him, backs out of it so that, he still has a car to race, and most importantly, his teammates still have a car to race.
Alex has got back to us in the chat. He says that the other driver is spotting him at the moment, but knowing Lassie as he is, we had a pretty big high speed in the straights, and the only Honda, he said the only car that was as fast was Honda. That's a 22 car a little bit down the road there in P10. So thank you very much for that. We don't know that so much looking at the pictures up here in the casting booth or the trailer. So certainly that's what we're getting from the driver of Alex. It's in the team of the 88 machine, and his teammate there of Lassie is in control of that machine at the moment. They said that knowing Lassie as it is probably definitely going to be going for it, as you called it, as a pit stop for the 44 machine there. A little bit off that alternative pit stop strategy, but they are in for P6, which means that these drivers will gain that position back.
Yeah, that 44 car, though, they've been playing this strategy quite effectively to their hand. And I feel like for them, when you pull this strategy like this, you're kind of just going to shuffle out to wherever you would normally be based on overall race pace. So, we'll really see it all kind of, shoring up at the end where it all comes together. But I feel like wherever they are after these guys pit is kind of where they're going to finish the race. And for right now, it's mostly been about fourth place for that 44 car. So unfortunate for them, they get the pole, but again, we're still looking at really hot track temperatures here, still 38 degrees Celsius.
And they need, obviously, the 44 machine is the Revolution Sim Racing, and 773 points in the championship, 839 for the 889 Legion Races team. So yeah, of course, there is limitation, but of course they're going to have to just get as much as they can and hope at some point it all goes exciting. Maybe one of those F1, you can see the 88 moment there. I saw Alex's heart rate go through the roof as he was watching that one on the YouTube channel, and thank you for that.
Yeah, put his right rear in the grass there. That was a big old save.
Yeah, so this could turn into a Abu Dhabi moment for the last race. Maybe or even go back to Brazil in 2008 for Formula 1. Is that Glock or whatever? We'd like to see it, don't we? We'd love to see a little bit of a showdown there. I'm sure Legion of Races have the fastest lap at the moment and are very quick on track. They're leading the race by about 10 seconds They probably just want to get maximum points here and practically make it very difficult for the other teams there to secure their HyperX gear by winning the championship.
Yeah, certainly they got Michael Morose here in the seat of this 44 car, trying to make a move to the inside of this 22 machine. I feel like it's only a matter of time until this pass gets complete here. This 44 car has got fresh boots on. I don't feel like this Acura is quite handling how Sokolov would like it to at this point, so should see this 44 car make his way through here any second now.
It's got the fresh boots, isn't it? Just came out of pit road. Should be whether or not the 22 Honda, but then again, that's what Alex said. Alex said, well, he thinks, and they think that it was faster than him in a straight line. That was with then them, of course, that we're talking about. That's the Mercedes, but difference right now is you get the Honda versus the Aston Martin, so that's just a different ball game there. And Alex did actually mention that the 45 is starting to creep up to them in the 88 machine, so that's something to look out for as well. But pitches are on the 44 squad.
Yeah. We talked about that 45 car of Van Vliet getting a lot faster here in the last couple laps of this race. You look at the 44 car now making a move down to the inside. And to be honest, it was only a matter of time. Again, they had to wait till their tires came up to optimal temperature and pressures. Easily got to make that move down a little bit. Oh! Cursatory lift for the 22 car.
22 straight in the fence.
Bump all wrong. You saw the rear end of that car shoot up about 2 feet in the air. Valery Sokolov stuffed that car in the fence. See if they can get it back righted now. Looks like they will. Have to see how much damage they have.
Looks okay, surprisingly.
Like
that's a massive high-speed impact in that fence.
Yeah, it was a hard lick.
Absolutely. Go back to the 88 machine. It's still brewing on the back there of the 192 whilst that happened. And not to mention, I don't want to have to say this, but unfortunately for the third time, the 98 machines had a disconnect again.
Oh, geez, you hate to see it for them. It absolutely just the hard luck bunch of today. So again, back cooking another potato in the microwave for those guys. Hate to see it. One of the faster cars too. I mean, they were definitely en route to a podium for sure. So you hate to see that for those guys. Is Dale Jr. likes to say the only thing worse than a bad run is a bad run with a great car. So I hate to see that for that bunch because they really did come here with a fast piece today.
Absolutely, great quote, Austin. The Wikipedia of motor racing right there. Let's see whether or not there'll be an opportunity here. We already know that Alex has had a mini heart attack before as the 88 machine went a bit twirly-whirly. See, hopefully we got the defibrillator ready for you, Alex. Don't worry. We got you covered.
That was a big old slide. Great recovery for him, and now he's recovered up all that track as well. So he's run back up to the back end of this 192 car. Excellent. Tommy's been doing hit his marks, just minding his P's and Q's, doing a great job dotting his T's, crossing his I's, putting that car everywhere it needs to be, and not even just in a defensive manner, just running really good lap times, making it hard for this 88 car to get a large enough run to get by. We're seeing these guys head now into the heel of the boot. I don't quite think that 88 car is close enough for right now, just still sizing up that competition.
You're missing a couple of letters there. I'll just come up with this one at the moment. Maybe he's putting everything between the A and the Z's. There you go. So you need to start covering the alphabet with those ones there, Austin. Mm-hmm. We got 6 hours to work about it, plus another event coming up soon. So let's get that one rolling, mate. Cover the whole alphabet.
Yeah,
welcome along. And see, Alex, and by the way, if you do watch this one back later, you might not necessarily see the chat, but I'm chatting to Alex that's in the 88 machine. This is what I love to see. If you drivers are out there on YouTube, please give us a chat because we're giving us some great feedback about the teams and the drivers, and that's a part of the engagement. Remember, there are multiple teams in the usually 3 to 4 drivers or so per team for an endurance race, if not more. So come and have a yarn to us, come and have a chat, because it keeps us very entertained and also gives us insider information as to what the team are feeling and driving. As you can see the pictures at the moment, still the 88 machine, still the 192 machine. Another attempt, not quite here. Maybe the switcheroo through the bus stop, as you mentioned, but no. Stay off those chicanes. We saw somebody just bit it in the fence before.
Yeah, well, again, I think that was just being a little bit more towards one side of those curbs than they should have been. And that curb is super deadly, especially also in iRacing as well. If you hit that curb too much on the left side, just barely clearing that fence over all the way on the right side. Left side on our screen when you're near the bus stop, but for the driver, it's on the right. You hit that right curb too much, you send the rear end of the car up in the air by about 2 feet. And at that point, you can't really steer the car, and you only have two two tires on the track to give you grip more to brake, and you got no chance of stopping before your car just goes head on into
He's
that
gone for it now.
inside
You
wall.
have to commit. No. It just looked like
he
it,
went
doesn't
for
it?
it. He showed his nose, not quite committal at that point, but again, trying to get in his head, make another move down towards the inside, thinks better of it.
Let's get an argy-budgy, because this is exactly what Alex had mentioned, because he said the 45 is creeping up. And that is absolutely true, because look at that in the background. There is the Aston Martin 45. So now they are aware, the 88 machine, that, hey, we need to get something done here soon, because we are losing time, essentially, if they are essentially the quicker car. And they do look like a quicker car. But I'll tell you what, Mr. 192 and the pilot in that machine is not making it easy for them, and doesn't have to make it easy for them. But the problem is that, once again, they are bringing in Mr. Van Vilt, I think, the 45 pilot, into play to make this a three-way party for the battle for P6.
Yeah, I mean, you got to ask yourself, there's no way, unless, of course, Tommy Aslan is saving his tires, or at least trying to maybe lift to save some fuel. Maybe he's trying to hit a fuel number. There's no way that you catch a guy and don't be faster than him. So definitely Stretch is a lot faster right now. I shouldn't say a lot, a little bit side by side as we go into the bus stop. Going to think better of it again. Aslan gets a good run out of there. So I feel like, again, 88 car is faster. I think that 45 car is faster as well than that 192. I'd be interested to see between the 88 and that 45 who is faster, because like you mentioned though, Van Villiers catching up to these guys in an absolute hurry.
Yeah, Jack, if you don't mind going the 45 machine, actually, Van Villiers, you get that one perfectly. I like it rolls off the tongue, because he's the one that's going to be spotting basically behind these two cars. He's caught him pretty quickly. This is also the big problem, isn't it? The 88 machine is Mr. Goosey says out there, let's go 88. So the 88 have the fan club. And on top of it, this is the thing, like, if they send something here, if they try to send a dummy, or they try to commit to an overtake and it does not work, I tell you, the 45 machine's ready to pounce right now, because look at this. He's getting greedy. They're all getting greedy. And the 192 is under massive pressure for the mirrors there. Hopefully not mirror riding, and not mirror driving, and driving forward, focusing on your own racing line. Don't worry about the two cars behind you.
Yeah, that's right, Dean, because, we talked about this a little bit earlier when we had another three-way battle for a position. If you're that second car in line, if you don't complete that move and you're forced to check yourself up and maybe take a little bit of a bad entry or exit to a corner, it won't be too long before the guy behind you, the tail end of the train, the caboose as it were, makes a move down to your inside and makes that position up. We've seen it countless times.
And unfortunately, the 45 made a little bit of a mistake, but then again, everybody else can make a mistake. So thank you very much for the onboard entertainment. Great producer. Zachary is in a little caravan and parked next to the track there. You said trailer, but he's there. And at the moment, I think this is the pressure, isn't it? The 88 machine now realize, okay, we've got a bit of a buffer now behind, so we don't have to worry too much about the 45, but we still need to get past and clear the 192 machine. The heart rates are through the roof. 6 hours and change. Pit stop territory will be coming up a little bit later on again for both these teams. It's fun. It's racing. It's what can Glenn's, and it's a Challenger Series.
Yeah, definitely some hot and heavy racing here as they continue to go. Tommy Aslan still in command of the 6th position. He's got it for right now. Stretch wants to pass him, and don't forget that just behind that Stretch machine, that blue Mercedes, is that 45 car on yet another Aston Martin. Stretch takes a look down to the inside, continues it again. Got to make another one. We'll see if he continues the lunge. He's down there. He's looking for it. He has the inside for turn 8, but he's going to have the outside for turn 9. This might be good for him. We'll see if he has the momentum coming off the corner, or if he's out there in those marbles. It could really hurt his exit.
This is what we've been waiting for, hasn't it? Look at this, Twirly Welly, both the cars. Straight line speed. One more corner, of course, 10. Well, 2 more. Nose in there. He's got basically the final corner here down the straightaway. Can he get a good exit? He has to get a great exit, because there's going to be a challenge back here.
He got a really good exit there. We'll see if he can make any sort of a move down into turn 1. Some blocking going on, sending him down to the inside wall, Schumacher-esque. Looks like the 88 car is going to have it for right now, but watch this. Hindered on corner entry. It's going to really hinder his corner exit. We'll see if the 192 car can make any sort of a run up the S's here.
And of course, 45 is just nipping in the background there. That's the Honda. Sorry, my apologies.
Yeah, watch this. These two cars are going to go side by side. It's going to give a huge boost to speed to the 45. He's got a real good opportunity to make it three wide if he wants. He's not going to do it. Just going to sit back here waiting in the wings.
It's about staying off those chicanes through here, as you mentioned, through the bus stop. They can be nasty.
Yeah, those curbs, especially that one on the right going into it, if you hit that a little bit wrong, sends the rear end of the car up, you're going to be wrecking for sure. All three cars continued to race head to toe, kind of bumper to bumper. Really clean racing here as well, all three of these guys.
We have to say heel to toe more than head to toe, isn't it? Because you got the boot. This is great. This is fantastic. We had a little bit of only a brief moment, didn't we, of not so much action on track, but we have action on track. There's also action on track brewing for P3, but for now, this is where your eyes need to be peeled. Upstate New York, of course. Well, Illinois, New York, where dreams are made of. Well, where racing dreams are made of, perhaps in the penultimate round here at the VCO Challenges Endurance round. And of course, we also have the challenge. If you have time, even if you can take your eyes off the screen, you can also see the rivals and the cash split going on, but I guarantee you don't look away right now. You're going to miss some of this fantastic racing action.
Yeah, still riding on board here with Marcus Van Vliet. Doing a really good job. Just, kind of stalking his prey right now. No doubt he's faster than that 192 car. Really curious to see if Marcus can get around Tommy, how fast he is compared to that stretch car, the 88, that Mercedes just up the road. That's that blue and orange car. So still have to wait for Marcus to get around this 192, and it's going to be really hard because, again, Tommy's not being too defensive when it came up, especially the original part where Stretch caught him. We'll have to see how defensive he is against Marcus. He's just doing a really good job of hitting his marks and staying consistent.
You might have to switch away that for a second and give the 214 car a bit of a battle highlight, at least real, because they're coming up to some traffic as well, too. Producers Jack, because, that car coming into play, the blue marker, may be something that might help the 214 machine pass the 16 machine for a battle. And that's the Yeet machine, of course. They've been hungry for camera. They haven't been in the camera action for some time. Bentley's back up here, my friend. Bentley's got the powerhouse. My Skyline's up the road. There's lap traffic. Here we go.
See if the Bentley can go around the outside here in turn number 9. Great opportunity to do that, but he's still going to have the outside when they head up to turn number 10. You really don't want to be out there. Look at the run. The 16 car is going to go for the over-under. Is that Klaus Nyring car. Not quite able to get it done. He's going to try it again coming off of turn number 11 as they go down the front stretch. I think he's going to get there. Going to be a drag race into turn 1.
Going to go on the marbles a little bit. Exactly. Here we go. Last late break is for the Bentley. I don't think he's going to be able to outbrake the Lexus.
And not quite close enough. And still, there's that Frost machine just up the road. So Steven's doing a really good job. He's just waiting on those blue flags until these lead lap cars get close enough to him to put him a lap down.
Oh, excitement all over the place. So, Alex out there, I know that you're in the 88 machine. Just tell them to hold off for a second for any excitement so we can see this battle brewing for P3. And then we'll come back to you in a minute.
Boy, they were side by side going up to the SS. That is not something you want to do. It's going to hurt both of you, but I understand you want to get this pass done. You want to get it done right now. So it's still the Yeet car up ahead of the 214 of Kramer right now in the Yeet machine. Klaus Nyring in the 214 car.
Yeah, I have to say, the 214 machine. The Bentley's come alive, hasn't it? And we believe it's on a little limited BOP, like they've dropped the kids off at school and the car's all empty again.
Boy, look at how good he gets through the center of the corner there, Dean. That is really surprising just how well he's able to get that car to turn, especially on the entrance to the center of the boot. That was some phenomenal stuff. I think he's definitely a lot better in the corners, just really lacking some of that straight line speed compared to Kramer.
And the 81 car that's up the road there, haven't been catching it drastically, as you would think. Then again, the 81 cars in their own race, that's Mr. Frost, as you mentioned. So he's not in play just yet, but may very well be in play soon. And the two battles, that, of course, that are brewing on track there as well, too. The battle for P7 and P8. No, once again, one camera, one time. So,
well, I was just going to say, when those cars are side by side, it's just allowing Frost to go ahead and pull himself away because you're not going to see a whole lot of lap time difference between those two cars and that 81 car. The only reason the 81 car is there is he was one of the drivers involved in that at the start of the race, kind of argy-bargy. It's going out of the bus stop. Battle for position here. 192 on the outside. Marcus Van Lay on the inside. Ooh, argy-bargy bouncing off each other. Some demon drag net code there.
Yeah, and they got it done. And that's, I think, because the Bentley has a little bit more straight line speed and made that use through, what was that, turn 4 before the back straight. Now you're going to make it stick, but you have to make it break. And that's where the Bentley probably isn't quite as sharp as the Lexus. And again, I'm not going to control these machines.
Up into P3. Great job on him. Up into the podium sponsor, Klaus Nyring. And these guys, it was only a matter of time before they really started to come into their own.
And the pit stop time's coming as well too. The 192 machines elected to go into pit road. So that's kind of broken up that little party that was at the back there as well. So we do know that there's a fan club out there, obviously, for the 88 machine.
Yeah, looking at the pitwall.live timing here, Dean, you can see a lot of cars, you know, they're about 30 laps or so into their stints. I expect a lot of guys here to come in about maybe 2 to 4 laps. Still got a while for some of them. And if you folks at home are wondering, at pitwall.live, it's a free service. VCO and FLExTREME have actually gotten together with the Pitwall people to give absolutely everybody that just goes onto this website. Don't need to log in, don't need your credit card, not a free trial. Anybody can log into the site for free because of this event. And you can see all the stuff that you normally have to pay for on this service to get.
You don't need to pay. Apparently, at the moment, Royal Visual says any more of this driving, you're going to have to start paying the RSSE drivers. And Alex was saying, wait, the others aren't getting paid? Yeah. You don't have to pay for the pit wall at least. And you guys can just negotiate your deals in the chat about who's getting paid what, where, and how. Tell you what, the 889 machine leading this race now by 15 seconds. They're going to get paid some HyperX headphones unless other teams can do something about that as the Yeet machine visits pit road.
Yeah, the 889 car is still out there absolutely dominating this race. I mean, their closest competition at 147 car about 15 seconds down the road, so they're doing a really good job. And how often have we seen this story before, Dean, that 889 just, you know, about, you know, a tenth of a lap or so ahead of their closest competition.
And the biggest problem there, 147 has been the one that's keeping them honest. And unfortunately, you'd have to say, you know, we're still in the race there, the 98 machine, after 3 disconnections are still there, 7 laps down. They're the ones who could have definitely kept them honest as well as the 44 machine that's off the pit stop strategies. May come into play a little bit later. You want to see somebody keeping that legion of racers in check, of course. You don't want to let them get too far down the road, otherwise they're up for another victory and another trophy.
Yes, certainly. And I will say, you know, that 98 car is probably one of the fastest out there. Again, had some internet problems. The 44 car is really fast too. They've been putting in a lot of fast laps, sometimes faster than this 889 car. But again, they did just come out of the pits, and I feel like, you know, even at their best with the pit stop cycles, they're about a 4th place car. Maybe we'll see them take over that 3rd, but that 214 car has really been quick. They've been putting on something strong here.
The heat is heating up here in the northern parts of New York State. I was going to say New York City because we don't see no skyscrapers around here. And we're getting very, very close, of course, to more of those pit stops territories coming up. And let us know out there, Alex, as well as your other teammates there for the 88 machine, when you guys are planning on going visit pit road. You know that Alex said he's going to be driving that car in a couple hours, so he won't be in that car for the next stint, but certainly we'll have other gladiators in his team doing it. The Yeet machine comes back out in P8.
Oh, 88 car down on pit road.
Yeah. Exactly. There's your 88. So there you go. Answered the question already before we even got a chance to have a chat to him about it. Battle Broiling 92, the 192 car versus the Honda machine in P9. That's the pictures on there, courtesy of Jack. That's sharp as.
Yeah, trying to see if he can't hunt down Sokolov here. And this is that car again. Tried to make room for that, I believe that was a 44 car just up the road, ended up nosing themselves into the wall through the bus stop. So again, you know, treacherous on this track still, even for people that have been out there for quite some time already.
Oh, it's, you know, coming off 12-hour Bathurst.
Oh, he's hounding them too.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the only thing in Bathurst is because those walls are a little bit closer than they have in Watkins Glen. You have a little bit more of a run-on. Because that corner there, you don't have that much of a run-off area.
Well, I'm surprised Alex thought better about sending that car up the inside there, especially into turn number 10. There's a lot you can do there. He might be trying to make a move into the bus stop here, maybe into turn 1. Doesn't look like he's going to quite have enough overspeed to make a move, a lunge down into turn 1, as it were. Might be trying to set himself up here for something out of turn 1 in the bus stop. No, he's going to make a move.
Yep. And actually quite wise, I'd have to say, for the 22 Honda. Lifted off and said, like, you got it. You know what? It's not worth battling it right now.
Well, we'll talk the about 22 car did lift off. Good on him there, but did you see how wiggly and upset that 192 was on the brake? I mean, he absolutely hammered that brake pedal going to the corner. And really good job to hold on to that thing.
And sometimes, Austin, it's not a bad idea to do lift off and let them just hit the loud pedal, because they're not expecting, maybe they are expecting a fight going in the corner. But if you lift off and just say go for it, you could sometimes trick your opponent into locking up your rear brakes, and then they slip around. They're like, oops, well, that's what you get. And psychological games, of course, are at play, especially in endurance races.
Yeah, lots of times in my short track career, there's a certain guy that we race with where if you're making a move to the inside, you got to run. More often than not, he will charge the entrance of the corner just to make sure he gets there and can clear himself down or get a really good run off. But sometimes if you trick him, going there a little bit faster, he'll just try to outbrake you, and then he'll just drive himself right up the hill. You can kind of get a free spot sometimes with that move. So lots of opportunities there to just, maybe trick your opponents into thinking you're entering a little bit hotter than you think you are.
That's from race experience, and that's great. I've seen that actually from casting experience and commentating experience. So yeah, I like it. I like to see those games at play. This is something, if you are new to motor racing or you want to be a part of motor racing, of course, this is the experience that takes time to learn. And it's not always just about being the quickest driver out there on the planet. You can have the quickest driver over and over again, we've seen before in the past, but then again, the quickest drivers sometimes make a lot of mistakes. And once you build up that experience, it also goes back to basically Max Verstappen, isn't it, in his early days in Formula One. Very quick driver, but made a lot of mistakes early. And once he got handled of those experience basically under his belt, he then became a world champion twice. But it takes a little bit of time to get that experience under your belt. Can't take away pace. Raw pace is always there. That's great. It's in your blood, it's in your veins. But you have to also learn the psychological experience, the IQ of a driver is just as important as the raw pace.
Yeah, and sometimes too, you mentioned the fastest driver doesn't always win. Neither does the fastest car. The fastest car doesn't always win the race. So you have to be really careful about doing everything you need to do to not only drive fast, but drive smart. And that's especially where that plays into is an endurance race. Lots of ebbing and flowing, lots of pit stop strategy going on, especially in these races. There are no caution flags to kind of bunch up the field. So you have to be out there on the limit basically every single lap. And sometimes you kind of limit yourself. I always do, in these endurance races, driving about 85 to 95%. Very rarely are you going to see these endurance drivers really pushing 100%, especially on the sim.
This is why I love endurance races. I really do. And obviously you do as well too, Austin, because it's different than just your regular 1 hour sprint races and things like that, essentially, because you're racing not alone, with a team, and you're also adjusting a car that you had to set up to everybody's balance within your team drivers, whether you have 2, 3, or 4 drivers there. Everybody has to be there, and everybody has to handle the car at different situations, different times. We're now 39 degrees, getting to probably one of the peak temperatures of there. Pit stops are taken there for the 714 machine, and I believe the 88 machine has come in and out there. We have the 22 machine coming into pit road. We're expecting our leaders in at the moment. Our leader, of course, is the Legion of Racers team. 44, of course, is off a pit strategy, so they can stay out a lot longer. We're expecting 147 214 in. That's second and third.
Side-by-side battle here, 45 on the 192. This is Diakowski versus Marcus Van Vleet. Ooh, easily going to get that done. A little bit of argy-bargy. It looked like he was just barely giving him a bump when they got in the bus stop. Obviously not as clear as they figured they would be, but so move that 45 car now up into the 8th position overall.
And that's after their pit stops as well too, my friend. So that's raw battle position on track.
And we can even get a good idea here now as well. Is the 45 car faster than the 88? It doesn't look like right now he's all that faster compared to that 192. Those two cars still going at it as they go into the toe of the boot. Now as they rocket down towards the hill through this next straightaway.
And this has got to remember, the tires are a little colder and you come out of the pit road, but making a run. Aggressiveness is a little baby aggressive. There's contact on the side. Driver on the outside into the marbles as you're going up out of the heel, of course, in the turn 9 now.
Through turn 9, we'll see which driver gets a better run off the corner here. It's crucial to get out of turn 9 with not a whole lot of wheel spin. Again, really, really easy to spin up that rear axle. Right now, it looks like the 45 car is in command of this eighth position, but that 192 absolutely all over him. And it looked like before the 45 car was certainly faster, but anymore, I feel like this 192 machine has the speed at this point to be faster than the 45 if he so chooses. 214 car in the background making a dive down pit road. 147 car is in as well.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, the 145 was behind them earlier, wasn't it? Because they were battling like the 88 machine. So, yes, exactly. And the 88 machine has ahead of them in P7, a little bit up the road, about 5 seconds and change after they made their pit stops as well. So that's legitimate positions gained and losses. And only our race leader has yet to box as well. P2, P3 are in. So that's it. Only one more car to make their pit stop. And the rest of these cars have made their third stop, crucially, so far in this event.
Look at how close those two cars were. Again, when you go into the bus stop, they were almost all over the back of one another. So still the 45 car has it. I'm kind of curious why he's not pulling away like we thought he was gonna. Maybe it's just how the car was handled at the beginning of the stint versus how they handle it at the end. So we'll have to keep our eyes on this battle as the stint continues to go on. But that 88 car, once he got around that 192, whoa, a little bit of argy-bargy into the back.
That's 45 off, yeah, into the fence. Now, where are they currently at the moment on track? Are they...
Looks like they're clean. They don't have another car coming up behind them. The next car behind them, I think, is the 13 car, and they're all the way even before the bus stop. So they had all the room in the world to get that car turned around, but definitely not the kind of run that Fahad Ghafour wanted at all.
Oh, just like that, isn't it? The argy-bargy you mentioned. Well, that's exactly what occurs.
Oh, stop code penalty as well for the Rama machine at 853 BMW, and just as that happens, looks like the 889 car has brought that Aston Martin down onto pit road.
And 44 is off the P3, about half a second and change. But of course, the battle for P11 and P12 is occurring as well out of the pit road. Actually, not quite good for the 22 as he goes onto the grass. So keep an eye on the battle for P3 and P2, because 44 machine, remember, has its tires already up there. I meant their pit stops a few laps earlier. Leaders going in currently at the moment, 147 and 44. Is the battle for crucial positions. This is when 44 has to try to get no overtake done, isn't it? They're off that strategy, that pit strategy a little bit. They got the pace, they got the temperature. They have to put pressure on the 147 machine.
Well, Dean, now that everybody's taken their pit stop, we'll make sure to keep our eyes on this battle once we return from break. I really feel like this is a good opportunity here for this 44 car to really just assert their dominance. You know, we were talking about underneath that last stint. 44 car kind of continues to just resurface in that fourth position, but they've really made a statement in my eyes by coming out here through their pit stint length and, you know, come out of the pit. And they're in third position right now, on the fringes of being in second position overall. Still a long ways to go until they can catch up to and pass 889 car. They're already almost out of the S's. You can see 44 car just going through the middle of turn one. So, but at that point, what do you say we take a break for ourselves, Dean?
Yeah, let's get a HyperX headphone break, and why not? We'll need it. Don't go anywhere. This battle's going to be resuming. We're back in just a couple of minutes.
Welcome back for the VCO FLExTREME Challengers Grid. This is the 9 hours of Watkins Glen. Austin Belkey, Dean Hopton, pleased to be with you. As always, our wonderful producer, Jack Maloney, is in the production trailer. Just a quick recap here. We're 3 hours and 20 minutes into this 9-hour race. We've got, as you can see at the top of your screen, 5 hours and 40 minutes left. Just a quick recap for you. The 44 car, piloted by Dominic Goles, got on pole after about a half a lap before they went into the bus stop. The 147 car took the lead, and then through that entire stint just about held on to it before being passed by the 98 car. They looked to be the fastest in the earlier goings of this race before they had some internet connection problems. They kept popping in and popping out of the server, just only on their side it looks like. So thankfully kind of located, centralized more on that car, at least for now. And then after that, the 147 car took the lead back over, led throughout the entire second stint until more recently getting passed by the 889 car, which has been practically dominant ever since taking the lead, out to about a 12-second lead there after Pratama handed over to his teammate Milana. And that's pretty much it, entirely caught up to where we are right now.
Caught up very much at the moment. Thank you much for that, Austin. There, the 22 car on the 81. That's the Nissan Skyline versus the Honda machine, and that's the Sol Honda, and that's the Sol Nissan. And that's get to see a little bit of a difference between those cars. Of course, we've seen a ton there of the Aston Martins. We haven't seen a ton of these two battling. Fortunately, the BMW and the 98 machine, after 3 disconnects, aren't really into play. Let's see how that's going to handle out there. Welcome back, everybody, of course. And the fan club has been from the 88 machine, but it's good to see out there that Tok Mo 87 has gone out there, come onto the 190 machine, keep it clean. The 192 machine that he's talking about is the Aston Martin, about 3.3 seconds and change down the road there from the Mercedes of the 88 machine.
Yeah, it certainly is. And how about the run here from this 22 car? They were super fast in the earlier goings of this race, kind of started to fall back once the track continued to get hotter and hotter. I feel like it's the same thing for this your boys in the Nissan there. Stephen Frost currently piloting that car. Both these guys, I feel like they're just kind of hanging on to their pieces right now until we get that track temperature to start dropping back more towards where it was at the beginning of this race. But this 22 car has pretty much been on a free fall through the field since maybe about hour 1.
I feel my Nissan Skyline was completely black, my friend, and that's not a great thing to have in Queensland, Australia, where it's super, super hot most of the time, and the track temperature is 39 degrees. Probably at the peak right now, 31 air. I'll tell you what, you don't want to be in a black car livery, of course, in Australia. It just melts. But yeah, speaking of temperature, well, there it is. It looks to me like the Honda is just, once again, we did mention from the Alex was talking about from the 88 machine, saying that he feels that the Honda was a bit quicker in the straight line speed. Does look like it, doesn't it? And then again, that Nissan Skyline can handle through corners, so we'll see how that pans out. Of course, those turbos are kicking the gear there for the Skyline. Can they get the cornering done? Can they hold off the Honda 22 machine is the question.
I mean, it's a great question to ask. I feel like for right now, that 22 car is just a little bit faster than this 81 machine, but not fast enough to make this overtake easily. I think they're really just going to have to wait and maybe try to time it out or something, and maybe wait for the 81 car to make a mistake or just get right on that rear end of the Nissan and try to beat him. But, you know, again, we've heard before, I think this Acura has just about the best top speed in the field. We heard from, I believe, the driver of the 88 machine in the YouTube chat.
That's surprising because you would think it was Bentley, but actually go back to the P4 battle because that is very quick. That's the Yeet machine. Once again, that's on the 44 machine up the road, and they are tail to nose, heel to boot down the main straight.
Currently, the 44 car has that third position. The Yeet machine, the number 16 car, wants it. Tobias Pring all over the rear end right now of Michael Ross. And again, this is where that 44 car kind of starts to lose its edge about halfway through the pit stop sequence. I should say about 2/3 of the way through, so the tires are kind of starting to fall off. He does have the low fuel in the car, which is going to help him, but not enough, as you're going to see that 16 car just peeled down to the inside, trying to make a move here, a lunge into the bus stop. Looks like he's going to have it. Who's the last of the outbreakers? Looks like it's going to be the 16 car. Move that Yeet machine up onto the podium.
And do you think it's because the Yeet machine has the fresher boots? Remember, the 44 cars had a little bit of a pit stop strategy with the rest of the squad, but you know that 44 machine would have less fuel, and guess what? The 214 machine now has caught that party very quickly in the background. That's your battle for P3.
Yeah. I feel like at that point it's just the fresher tires in that 16 car, because the 16 car came down pit road 12 laps ago compared to the 22 for that 44 machine, and that 214 car, I think they're in the same boat as well. I think they're just as fast as any of these three cars on their best day. I feel like that 44 car just kind of run through the majority of his tires at this point in the stint, so I do expect to see that that Bentley come up and make another pass here to propel himself up into that fourth position, and then I think after not too long we'll see that 44 come down pit road, and the whole cycle is going to start all over again.
Isn't it? It's like the cycle of life. It's a cycle of racing, isn't it? You go around and around. Of course, you continue to do that again and again. You'll continue to do this for 5 hours and 34 minutes, hopefully, for all the teams.
Starting to sound like that old rock band, Rat, I think, round and round.
Right, there you go. And the Bentley, of course, is going to put the powerhouse down, the loud pedal on the Bentley. You know, it has the straight line speed. And not quite there, of course. It's going to be done in turn 1. But it's just biding his time right now. But the thing is, he's going to be biding his time because he's not going to let the Yeet machine get too far up the road. Because the Yeet machine had got that overtake done. And definitely the 214 machine has studied the tapes on how to get that one done on the 44 machine. Will they put up that much of a fight being out of that pit stop situation?
Well, definitely, and this is that situation where if you're the 214 car, you're not necessarily racing this 44 for position, but anytime you're being held up by anybody on the track, it's not something you want to do, because he was seeing that 16 car just pulling away from him. So does get that move done in the exact same form and fashion. I mean, textbook pass right there. But again, getting a lot of help from that 44 car. Really smart heads up racing by that bunch.
Absolutely brilliant job there at the moment, not putting too much of a fight. But go back to that battle for Stephen Frost there, of course, in the Nissan machine, and Pusharev, I think it is, Pushakarev there on the 22 machine, really tucked up there, pushing absolutely the limit there of his a 22 car on the back of the 81.
Yeah, within less than a tenth of a second behind that Nissan. So still on the hunt, still on the prowl, just stalking his prey right now, seeing if he can't get this pass done as they go now towards the heel of the boot. Not close enough to make a move, as it were, for the moment. But again, I think it's just a matter of time. 22 car is faster, but just the same as we saw, I believe it was the 192. I forget the driver in that car at the moment. I think Tommy Azelin was in there, not doing anything egregious in terms of driving defensively, just doing everything he needs to do as a race car driver to hit his marks and get the best lap time out of the car. Just really hard to pass somebody when you're only about 1/10 a second of a lap faster.
You can see the speed difference coming out of the corner there. I love it how it actually changes between the racing position, of course, 11, and it says PSH, push, because that's the driver that's in there. He's not pushing the push to pass button. But he's trying to pass. Oh, you couldn't have scripted that any better there, Mr. Pavel.
See what kind of run he gets through the S's up here, and I feel like it's just, you're going to have all the draft of that car in front, but he's just not getting a good enough run, especially through turns 10 and 11, and most critically through turn 1. That's where you can really help yourself get set up for a pass, especially going into this bus stop chicane. So I feel like right now, if you're Pavel, you got to make sure you try to set up turn 1, but I feel like this car, you can see he continues to slide that rear end around. This thing just is not handling to his liking. I feel like this car is just a little bit too loose for him.
And we believe it has a straight line speed, so we've heard from the other drivers, of course. Allegedly, of course. Yeah, that's what they're telling us. We're not inside those machines. But then again, straight line speed, one thing. You got to also get the power down out of corners and into corners and so forth, because that's where you're going to be getting your overtakes done. Not usually down the main straightaways so much, because we're not in Spa, of course. Down the Camel Straight, you don't have as many of those straightaways here. I don't know. That's one for you probably know, mate. You're not too far states over there from New York to know what is the distance of that main straightaway, whether or not the back straight is the longest, and how long it would be from turn 4 down to the bus stop.
Yeah, I'm going to level with you, Dean. I have no idea the straightaway
That's one for Jack, of course, Wikipedia knowledge of that.
Yeah, Jack
he may give us that in a bit.
Yeah, fortunately, not a land surveyor enough. A map, not a mapologist. There's a better word for it. But anyways, you got side by side.
He had to lift off
really
there for
good
sure.
run. I don't know if that was the 81 car getting loose, but side by side with the 22 heading into turn 1.
They're still going for it. And they're going to have to get an overtake done soon, because the 214 is in the back of the 16 as well, too. So only one camera, one time. Your time to shine, like, 22.
if Pavel could have stayed to the outside of the 81 car, he would have gotten a much better run up through the S's, really forced that 81 car kind of just to lift before they even get to that first right-hander after turn 1. So we'll see what happens here through the bus stop. You can just see, I mean, that 22 car continues to slide around, absolutely dancing with the rear end of that car. Pavel's got to be busy inside that cockpit.
I think it likes the dirty. I'm not quite sure. Now, we know that the Nissan, the 81
if
car,
anything,
really,
it's probably helping him, Dean.
Yeah, here we go. He clearly much more exit speed here, but welcome to the boot section.
Well, think about it too, but you know, all that dirty air on the front of the car, not giving you a whole lot of front turn, but at the same time, you know, if you're in a loose or an oversteer condition, the car is kind of turning a little bit more than you'd like. So if he gets clean air on the front of this car, it might kind of amplify that loose condition. We'll have to see what happens if he does make a move or get some clean air here.
And the pressure is the what you're to be applying, of course. But I have to say, Mr. Stephen Frost is very, very used to this. Has been racing all season, of course, there for the HyperX 81 machine.
If we can see it again, we're going to change the camera. I was going to say, watch that car, the Acura, as he comes off at turn 11. It gets super sideways, but we're looking at the Bentley here. Really good battle for position again. The Bentley's faster than the 16 car. You can see just how much he ran him down after, you know, he passed that 44 car, did that 214. It was about a 2-second gap between these two.
Yeah, the Bentley's obviously clearly quicker. And so we go over to the P3, of course, because the Yeet machine says, hey, spotlight back on us again. We've been missing you, Jack, with the cameras, and guess what? You're back. 214 machine right now, piloted by Grant, wants to take it. And Mr. Prang for the Yeet machine. A crucial battle, of course, for P3.
Yeah, this is the podium, man. You know, it doesn't. You know, 10th place is nice to get a top 10, but boy, I'd much rather fight hard over a podium. Right, fight a lot harder for the last spot on the podium than the last spot in the top 10.
And the overtake did occur, so the Honda got past the Stephen Frost there, so that's the job done. We knew that was inevitably coming.
Yeah, he was faster, just not fast enough to make that overtake easy.
Well, the drivers had that time to shine with the cameras are on them. The time to shine right now, the camera's on you, Mr. 214. So, Grant,
entertain us, Grant.
Yes. You are here. Of course, you are race drivers, but also you are obviously under the massive production highlight reels, the highlight cameras of the VCO Endurance, and this is the best esports league on the planet. So, cameras are shining. It's time for you to step out of the shadows and into the spotlight here of Watkins Glen. Make your way up into a potential podium position, but still early days. 5 hours and 30 minutes to go.
Yeah, let's see something spectacular here, Grant. Show that Yeet car, who's the more entertaining one of the two of you, huh? You can see.
Hey, you want to win a Grammy? You want to win an Oscar?
So Grant continues. He's just stalking his prey right now. I feel like he's waiting for an opportunity. He's faster. He's just, again, it's one of those situations where even though he's overall faster, certain parts of the lap, that 16 car is going to be faster. Certain parts of the lap, that 214 is going to be faster. You know, this is where that ebb and flows and how you set up your car really starts to play into these things. Because, again, not a whole lot of long straightaways here compared to maybe like your
He's
Coda
not doing enough, and we might have to cut you off on that one because it looks like Frost is not happy with that overtake for the 81 machine. They're pouncing back immediately onto the back of the 22 after that overtake.
Oh, yeah, so you can see that scoring board on the left-hand side of the screen. 1/10 of a second between those two cars.
Two battles at the same time, at the same track, at the same neck of the woods at 1:46 p.m. in the afternoon. Peak track temperature's been 39. I don't think it's going to reach 40, so it's about hovering about this one. Yep, all right. Mr. Frost, you're back in the spotlight. Up to you to get this overtake back if you want it. Look at the difference in the angles and the speed.
Yeah, I feel like for right now, that 22 car is just, you know, he's got that oversteer, that loose condition. It's a little bit easier to get that car pointed in toward the corners. That the 81 car just handled a little bit too tight for him right now. You can see he's driving a little bit wide, especially towards the apex, especially even more than that on the exit of some of these corners. I think both these cars are handling.
Oh, not like that!
Oh, yeah.
Oh!
You can see him there. That's that push loose condition. He was so tight in the center of the corner, really just tried to mat the car and force the rear end to step out for him, and he just went a little bit too wide.
And then I'll make a switch all the way back up to the battle for P3. So there it is. So you had a little bit of an opportunity, Mr. Stephen Frost, but you got time later on. Battle for P3 is still resuming. So now can the 214 do something about the 16 machine, as they've been trying here for a few laps now? 119 laps that we're on currently at the moment. Great wheel-to-wheel racing here in the Challenger Split. Once again, I haven't had a chance to switch my head over and then use Command Center so much to look at the other splits that are going on. But sunshine all around. So you might have the first ever non-wet race anywhere in all the splits for the VCO Endurance Series.
Well, I didn't think Coda rained.
Oh,
at all.
I don't. You mean? Oh, no, 192 and 88. Look at this, side by side. Go to battle down to P7 there, and we've been missing that little bit of an action. All of a sudden, they came out absolutely nowhere. What happened? Somebody must have made a mistake, and all of a sudden, there it is. So we do know out there, Alex is probably going.
Yeah, that last lap, the 88 car put down a 147.9 compared to that 146.3 on the 192. So I feel like that's maybe him making a little bit of a mistake.
And a car in play up the road. That might have been something to do with that.
Yeah, that's that Leach car, the 711, currently being piloted by Luca Filippi.
Just like that.
I'd be awfully surprised, though, if Luca was going to make any sort of make it hard for those leaders to pass him. Usually he's been a lot more sportsman-like than that.
I'm going to keep Jack very busy. Of course, Jack is doing this and the rival split as well, too, because I'm looking at the screen, too, on the Twitch. The rival split also have multiple battles at the same time. Jack doesn't know where to look. But, Jack, at the moment, you are looking currently at the battle for P3, and that's exactly where the camera need to be pointing. As a 214 machine needs to still do something about this. 145 flat, almost there for Mr. Grant. 145.3 there for the Eat machine. Once again, the Eat machine eating the camera of the Challenger Split.
And how about Milana? When he came off of pit road, he was 12 seconds clear of his closest competition, being the 147 anymore. He is a whopping 17 seconds up the road. So through this stint, he's gained 5 seconds on the rest of the field.
Yeah, he's set 145.4. Nobody else is in the 145 territory at all. So just, yeah, he's going downtown, mate. He's going down to upstate. He's going from upstate all the way downtown to New York. It almost makes me feel like a Billy Joel song, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah, down over the Big Apple. It didn't take us long. It took us a lot longer than I would think to get into some of these musical puns, as it were.
Yes, exactly. Hey, Broadway's only a few clicks down the road, mate. So, yeah, he wants to be a Broadway show at the moment. Well, so I was a little bit concerned about once that 889 machine's up the road, mate, they kind of become untouchable. I think there was a few of those drivers out there could touch them, which would be in the 98 machine, of course. That, unfortunately, those disconnects are still in the race, but 7 laps down. 147 was challenging them for a bit. They still have the fastest lap, not to mention, so they'd certainly have the pace, but quite unfortunately at the moment, 20 seconds down the road, it's starting to get a little bit more difficult into the territory of the halfway point, give or take, approaching.
Yeah, that 44 car has been fast too, but they really just start to fall off towards the end of these stints. They're getting ready to come back down pit road again in about 10 minutes or so, and they're putting down 147.3s. You know, when they first come off of pit road, they're flying, but boy, towards the end of the stint, they really start to fall off. But oh man, how about Milana? Just put down a 145.4. He is flying. That's like a half a second faster than anybody else on the track.
I'll have to check their there's no I rating, of course, in ACC. I'll have to check the I rating. So maybe if I get a chance to talk about that one in a second, if they give us a bit of a breather to talk about it, because you see the Bentley putting the pressure still on. I was about to say, coming from the Bathurst event that I was casting for another racing league the other day, because the strength of field is balanced, but then we had an 8K I rating driver in one of the teams, and then they switched it out for the next driver was an 800 I rating driver. And they did one stint, so then again, you know, that's just the way you balance your teams out. Kind of questionable on that one, which is like, you know, adding Max Verstappen or adding, like, AKA myself into a car later on. Of course, Max, yeah, anyway.
Well, you know, you can be slow, but as long as you keep the car in one piece, that 8K guy can bring it home to the rest of the race.
Yeah, you know? Exactly. And how much you allow that. This is the great thing you'd have to say about the VCO endurance racing, is that everybody's limited to the stints. So unfortunately, in some of those other events that you can do so much, can't you? And like the iRacing events.
And
here we go.
Grant got off that corner. He's going to automatically get his car down to the inside. I feel like this 16 car should lift. He's just going to do that at cursory one. See if he can't get a crossover through turn 10. It's going to be all up to turn 11. He's just going to have to follow him through right there. Textbook stuff, man. He just waited in the weeds until the 16 car made a mistake, and instantly Willemot down to the inside of Prang. Move that Willemot machine 214 up into third place.
I tell you what, the Heat Machine don't make mistakes too often, do they, my friend? Here we go, and there could be a mistake there as well, too. He's going to charge back on this one. What goes around comes around, and it will go around over and over again. As Yeet back on top? Yes, they are. Did he get to
that's a really, really bad place to force that guy, put him in a bad position. I'm sure Grant's not going to be happy with that. You never want to go side by side making a pass into the S's. Sometimes you're forced to. You get a big run, no holds bar, but boy, that's a sketchy area of the track to make that pass.
It's entertaining, that's for sure. As Mike Williams has said that Jesus would be a struggle, Mike, and let us know where you're struggling from, if you are struggling for one of the teams or not. But I tell you what, you'd certainly be not struggling for entertainment here in the Challenger split, because it is definitely going to for now. Somewhere along the line, there's battles forming. That always is, and the battle currently at the moment is the heat of the moment for the P3 position.
Yeah, Michael Williams, part of that 714 bunch. Currently, they've got De Bruin in the car. That's the matte red Aston Martin with some of the white accents. Currently riding around in the 6th position. Doing a good job to kind of keep that car in one piece. And that's been a lot of what that bunch has done. They just had those quiet, consistent races. Doing a really good job, though, all season long. They should be really proud of the kind of runs they've been putting together. And it's hard to believe, that 16 car continues to have a really, really poor run there through turn 9. That left-hander coming out of the boot. But that 214 not quite close enough to take advantage that time by.
Who do you think? Quiet race is actually quite great, isn't it? If you're not on the camera, who would you say has been the quietest achiever so far in this event so far?
Quietest, like the highest guy up on the leaderboard.
But you haven't even seen the camera on very often. That's kind of the question I'm asking.
Well, I mean, it's really been a mix of guys, but I feel like for the most part, it's been that 714. They pulled away from that 192 under that last green flag, or the one stint when we were looking at them. They had that 3-wide battle. They pulled away, and they haven't caught up to the 44 car up the road. They haven't fallen back into the clutches the 192. So I gotta say, it's the 714 car for me.
I agree with you, actually, Austin. Couldn't think of that one. They were a little bit of a highlight reel at the top, at the start of the show.
But I'll say though, they were only on a highlight reel because they were like riding in a pack of cars. They never did anything too flashy. So I'll let that how much the camera was on them at the beginning of the race kind of slide at that point.
All right, you're right, actually. And Austin has his arranged race notes and sticky notes and all that sort of stuff, and it's still. Sticky situations, perhaps, as the tyres are going to be gluing to the track at this point, melt into the track. 39 degrees Celsius would be your peak, I'd have to say. It'll start cooling down very soon, because we're at the peak of the day here in upstate New York. And here we go, a run. Is it going to be a full commit? No, a little bit of a dummy sent there. Not so much off the racing line, you'd have to say, for the 214 Bentley. Not compromising too much of your entry and exit speed. Clearly a quicker machine, but then again, always the car behind looks like a quicker machine, doesn't it? Because it's in the slipstream.
Yeah, interesting to see these two cars kind of battle back and forth. It'd be really interesting to see when they would come down to the end of the pit stop cycle here. I mean, these guys are about 4 laps different to one another on the pit stop strategy, so it'll be really interesting through this kind of cycle of pit stops which one of these guys is going to end up on top. And my memory fails me at the moment which one of these guys was ahead of the other before that most recent pit stop.
And if Austin's confused, then I think we're all confused. I'm seeing at the moment the gap to leader. I think you go down to P10. I think P10 is the only one that has the 22 cars been 1 lap down. Everybody else is on the lead lap from P1 to P9, if I'm correct on that one. And just check that one if I am wrong, but I believe that is the situation. And the telemetry,
I think you're right.
You confirm that one. The pit wall live, of course, is available for everybody out there to say, Biggles, you're wrong. Dean, of course, that's my nickname. But Biggles or Austin or Jack's never wrong, so we can't quote Jack being wrong.
Yeah, the 45 car in 9th position is the last car on the lead lap, and you can pitwall.live will say that too. And also, if you look at the track map too, that triangle there, about turn 10 or so, and the 45 car's just now entering turn 1. So definitely the last car on the lead lap. It's still a long ways to go before they end up getting lapped.
And still battle between these cars, isn't it? 16 and 214 going for it tooth and nail. And you haven't had Jack had a bit of a giggle recently there, Austin, because of your fantastic puns.
Well, we haven't had any reason
happen.
to be joking in a hot minute, and to be honest, I think we're only like, a bunch to one, or one for, I don't know, probably 100 at this point on saying dumb stuff that makes Jack laugh.
Hopefully everybody in the chat laugh as well. That's the key as we're about it. We're entertainers, and all we can do is entertain the gladiators in the arena. They're the ones doing the work, aren't they? They're the ones sweating it out.
Back to this battle for third position here. Grant Willamette trying to see if he can't get around Thomas Pring. Just up the road from these guys, too, is that 853, that Bibber BMW. We'll have to see where Bibber gets caught by these guys and if he can kind of get out of the way. He's been doing that all race long, though. He's been very considerate of these late lap cars and when to let them through, and that if he lets one through, he should let the other through right away. Looks like they'll catch him after the bus stop, so I wouldn't be too surprised here if Bibber kind of pulled off either through the carousel or maybe in that chute down into the boot.
Yeah, Jack, if you don't mind switching over there for a second for the P15853 car, because I feel like we've seen them on the track there, unfortunately getting overtaken a few times, but it's a sole BMW, and you have to give it to that livery. It's camouflage. It kind of looks like you're a tiger, isn't it, in the jungle.
Yeah, and
you gotta give it to them. And good on you there, Hubert. And like allowing them through there, they're in the race and they're having fun. They're also getting experience. They're not necessarily going to be looking at a top 10 position just yet, but it's good to see it. I like that livery. I think it's fantastic, and it is the sole BMW. And yeah, so GG's to the team, and keep up the great work.
Yeah, and to be fair to them, too, I think they're one of the cars caught up in that lap, one of the earlier first hour incidents where we had a lot of cars get together, make contact with each other through the bus stop, and sometimes the battle damage on these cars, especially if you get in a wreck, you're just out there driving a piece of junk for the rest of their race, so it's really difficult to keep your head in the game, and they're doing just that, making sure if somebody has a mistake to capitalize that on. That's what they've done to that 16th place car, that Polyakov machine.
Yeah, it's also difficult with the camouflage livery to see if they have any damage on that, but doing a great job there. Once again, yeah. I think we practically have scrolled through most of the machines to check everybody else out. We like to do that as much as we possibly can when not all the action's pointed on the battles on track. Because remember, there is a whole bunch of teams in here. Pit stops to a 44 machine. You were kind of talking about that one again. And this is the situation for the Revolution Sim Racing team. Second in the championship. And now having to make a pit stop in an alternative strategy. Hey, coming back to that one there, my final question, Austin, do you think they can eke a strategy out here where they can kind of like undercut the pit stop fuel strategies towards the end?
Say that again, so rephrase your question.
Yeah, so can they undercut the pit stop strategy? Can they somehow fuel save enough so that they could eke out
with the 44
not
car.
having to box? Yes, exactly.
Oh, yeah, definitely. See, I look at it this way. These guys are kind of limited on stint lengths to be an hour and 5 minutes long. That's 65 minutes. That's the maximum length you can go on a stint. It's not limited by fuel. It's not limited by tires. I'm sure these guys are screaming for tires about halfway through the stints, especially with the hot track conditions. But it is the rules that you can only go 65 minutes on a driver stint length. And I think that 44 car came down on pit road. And you can see them. You can track it. They're basically getting an extra 3 minutes past the hour every single time they come in. We've got 5 hours left. That's about 4 or 5 more pit stops, take or give, for those guys. 3 minutes off one of those every time, even if it were 4 hours, 4 more pit stops left. They should finish the race exactly where they need to be. Maybe one more lap past that 5 hour and 11 minute mark, they'd have to come back down pit road. I feel like they're in a great spot for strategy, Dean.
And what's interesting right now, look at the track map. They've came out of pit road, and it's clear air. And if you look at it, 44 machine going through the bus stop, guess who's up the road? That's the race leader. And the 44 machine is now a lap down, but the race leader is the only one up the road. And we know the race leader, of course, will have to box a little bit later on. So now they just get their head down, and it's not a bad place to be behind the race leader, isn't it? Putting your banker laps down over and over again. It's very crucial, of course, for the Revolution.
It certainly is.
Because believe it or not, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, it certainly isn't, because if you can do your job to catch up to that guy with your fresh tires, maybe you can use him to kind of give you a little bit of a pull along some of the draft. You talked about those DRS trains in Formula One. If you can catch up to him, get some draft, maybe help your lap time for a while, good on you. Great job at trying to employ that strategy. But I'll tell you what, I'm really curious to see where this 44 car cycles out, because you've got that 147 car, still needs to make a pit stop. You've got the 16 and the 214 car. All those cars, with the exception of that 147, I believe, underneath that last stint, had to pass that 44 car. So I'll be really interested to see if they have to do that again, or what time in the stint they have to do that.
Schumacher time for them to put those banker laps down, exactly. And believe it or not, on the track map, so you have the 889 car as the triangle leading this race, 44 car down in P9, but making that pit stop. They are 1 and 2 in the championship as well, too, Austin. Remember that. Do you
Yeah, they are.
There's 30 or so points separating them in the championship. 44 car has to do that alternative strategy right now. That wasn't planned at the very start because of the hole-shaped incidents and stuff like that occurred, but they definitely have got their heads down and just making the strategy work, and we'll see if that pans out later on for sure. I guarantee you they are not going to be giving up. They know, I want some HyperX gear, and who wants this overtake once again? The Eat Machine and the 214 still at it as they make their way into turn 1.
Yeah, I mean, this is the same kind of strategy we saw out of that number 22 Acura car a couple weeks ago, maybe about a month or two ago when we went to Monza. They did the same kind of off-sequence strategy where they basically pit about a half an hour off from everybody else, and it did look like it was going to work out for them, but sure enough, they're right near the end of the race. They came back in, I believe they got a second place that day, so it could work out really well for this 44 car. They just got to continue to have some of that raw speed that we're seeing out of these other bunches of teams.
I am hoping for them. Of course, we do want to see a nice championship battle towards the end of the next race. And, of course, the 88 machine doubling that number. A little quiet in the chat right now. They just said, Mike Williams, hello, sir. They're talking about Mike Williams specifically. That's Alex and Mr. Goose and so forth. I'd like the chat to blow up a little bit as the racing is starting to blow up a little bit. There's a little bit of a maneuver there as a back marker gets out of the way and allows these two that have been tangling it out there for the 16 and 214 car. The Bentley, we believe, is only going to take about a kilo on fuel at the moment, the BOP, versus the Lexus and the Eat Machine, which we have absolutely, I don't think, I can admit I have no idea exactly what the BOP is on the Eat Machine.
No, it's really hard to remember. We get given those things at the beginning, and it's hard to remember. You can see they just got around that number 33 car. That's that Aston Martin. Currently, you got Ferrandino inside the cockpit of that machine, so good on him. Gentlemen like to pull out of the way, but let both those leaders by.
Well, see, we're out of the pit stops on that BOP, aren't we? Because we were scheduled, obviously, to be at a different series, essentially, for a 6-hour event that last week. That was supposed to be in France. So we didn't have to worry about the BOP, and now we have to go all of a sudden worry about the BOP again. But then again, don't worry about it. It's great racing. It doesn't look like it's that masses of a difference, isn't it? I don't see anybody that's just screaming on by, apart from, let's not say, the 889 machine that's now 22 seconds up the road, setting in bankers after bankers after banker laps. Not the quickest, but still the 147 machine holds the fastest lap, a 144.9, but that was way back in the earlier hours of this race.
Yeah, and these races are so long too. You never quite know how they're going to play out. Anything can happen. You know that we all looked at that 98 car and said, "Oh, they're going to be the guys to go up there and challenge for the lead of that 889 machine." And sure enough, they had some sort of an internet problem. You know,
going on the grass like that's not the way to go on the pitches, as you can see. That's going to allow the Eat Machine going a little bit dangerous in the dangerous territory. Sorry to cut you off on that one, as Alex is also saying, okay, lads, get ready to drive. That's Alex will be driving the 88 machine, the Mercedes. Good luck to you, Alex. See if you can bring yourselves up into some more places. You're 5 seconds to change down from the 192 machine. But the Eat Machine, even though making mistakes at the moment, still making it very difficult for Grant to get past, isn't he? Well, they.
Yeah, he's making it really tough. And again, this is just one of those battles where, and I will say in this case, that 16 car has been a little bit more defensive than some of the others, but, you know, the lap time difference between these two cars makes it incredibly difficult to pass. And I feel like that 16 car has just a little bit more top-end speed compared to some of the rest of the field to make it even that much harder for that Bentley behind to make this overtake.
It's exciting, and it is It's in New York where concrete jungle dreams are made of. Not so much concrete up here in upstate New York. It's actually beautiful upstate New York if you do get a chance to be up there.
Is that a Vine reference, Dean?
Oh, sorry?
A Vine reference?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
But you myself, you've been around. You said you were in Indianapolis in the past. Have you been here to Watkins Glen in your history?
No, it's on my bucket list. I'd like to come here someday to watch a race, but haven't had the opportunity quite yet.
Maybe we'll ask our fantastic producer out there, Jack, to roll up the production caravan to wheel you in there and sit trackside. Once again, I think we have to go trackside. What would you be your corner? Turn 10?
Yeah, probably turn 10. It'd be really cool to be by the bus stop in turn 7 or so.
Oh, the bus stop, actually. Yeah. Get the fold-out chairs there. That would actually be quite fun. They actually probably like blowing us off the fold-up chairs, isn't it? When you hear like a GT3 scrape the fence a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Or come just barreling right towards you. I've had that happen once or two times at Mid-Ohio sports car course.
Oh, you've been to Mid-Ohio? Okay.
Yeah, I go there all the time.
So, how many tracks are... Well, we have a little bit of a pause in the moment because 214 machine's still back on the Eat machine. There's traffic coming up the road. That may come into play. And favourite tracks that you've been to? How many, you can probably give me a list of tracks you've been to around the States or anywhere in the world.
Yeah, favorite gotta be Mid-Ohio. From just a spectator view, you can get so close to the cars. Absolutely love that place. It's so fun to be at. Indy was pretty cool. The facilities there are awesome. The prestige at Indianapolis too. But Martinsville, the paperclip NASCAR short tracks, ultimate favorites. Really enjoyed Martinsville. I'd like to go to Bristol someday.
And the beauty of a Formula One circus is absolutely amazing, of course, but Formula One's are very expensive to get access to drivers. That's the great thing about IndyCar and stuff like that, isn't it? You can see a bit of a fumbling here because they got the traffic coming. Obviously, the lights are being flashing at the moment. Is this an opportunity? Bold and brave with that traffic in play. And still the 214 machine has to sit back behind the Eat machine. They did get past the lapped car. But back over to that one again, my friend. That's actually, you have to give it to American Motorsports, and that's both NASCAR, I believe, in Indy. You can get very up and close and personal, can't you, with drivers and cars that you can't really get with the F1 circus.
Yeah, big time. I'll pass that question on to you too. What are some of your favorite racetracks you've been to in person?
Oh, I haven't been to the US tracks. I haven't even been to the UK or European tracks. Only Australia, really, my friend. I haven't even been to Bathurst as much as I like to go. Melbourne a few times, Albert Park. And that's practically it, my friend. Singapore, yes, loved it, brilliant. Singapore, of course, is one of those tracks you can't... I mean, Albert Park was great because you could walk... I like tracks where you can openly walk around the track as much as possible. And that way you can just go, I like it here, plant your butt in a seat and just enjoy it.
Yep, and if you want to go walk down towards turn 1, you can sit there for a while, walk towards turn 10, sit there. Absolutely, that's what I love about Mid-Ohio.
I think Coda kind of has that as well, too, doesn't it? Which I'd like to go to in the States, because you have grandstands, of course, but you can plant your butt around anywhere you want, as long as you're not sitting in the grandstand. An open ticket, I think most of the time, any motor racing, it's cheaper per se, but you can just like walk the track the whole weekend over a past week and then just go, I like it here. So this is where I'm going to plant my butt for the race and just enjoy it. I think that's the best racing experience you're ever going to get.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It's if you absolutely just want to be enthralled by motorsport, get yourself an open ticket to be anywhere you want in the infield. Just have a ball the whole weekend. Bring a folding chair with you, a light one, sling that thing over your back, walk around.
Sometimes a raincoat or a poncho as well, because you never know what's going to happen with the rain situation.
I absolutely. If you can stay dry,
cheap, isn't it, mate?
Or at least comfortable.
Don't go out and spend thousands of dollars on it. If you've never been to a racetrack before, don't go spending thousands of dollars unless you have an unlimited bankroll. Don't spend the money to be in, certain places that you've never been to motor races before. Go with the general tickets and explore the tracks. And after you've experienced it, next time you go back, you can say whether or not it'd be worth the investment to go do something. I say
And
that's
even if it's going to rain, especially, cannot echo what you said about bringing a raincoat or a poncho more, because as long as you can stay, I'm not going to say dry, but comfortable, maybe warm, I should say. Don't be getting pneumonia out there. But races in the wet are some of the most fun ones to watch, because all the drivers are out there. If you think it's they're racing around on limited grip, you should see them in rain, because they are sliding all over the place. The most fun time I've ever had watching a race in real life was NASCAR at Mid Ohio, like 2017, in the rain. I mean, it was just pouring. Guys were sliding all over the place.
I love that they do that too in NASCAR. Unfortunately, in IndyCar, they don't do it so much, of course, especially if there's lightning and stuff. And then going back to that one, I've experienced Albert Park multiple times for the Formula One. And I first did the general admission and with my brother walked around the track multiple times and go, okay, this is the place I want to be. A couple of corners were great. And then a year later or so, we did the whole paddock pass, the whole full $5,000, above the Ferrari garage. Seeing the Formula One drivers walk down there, because actually the beauty of Albert Park as well too, is that it doesn't have the motorhomes like you have in the European ones. So the drivers actually spent a lot of time in the hospitality areas. And I got to I didn't stop the drivers and take selfies with them. I'm not that type of person. I just let them do their thing. And then after that, I was like, not worth the money. A year later, I went back to general admission and just sat where I wanted to sit on the track, because it was more exciting. And in Melbourne was also 4 seasons in one as well too, my friend. Chilly in the morning, freezing cold, hot during the day a little bit. Then all of a sudden there's a shower comes down and you're like, oh, what am I doing? Jacket, shorts, weather gear, I don't know. It's cool motor racing, but the point is, you don't have to spend the ridiculous, unless you have the money. You don't have to spend all this money to
and some of these tracks too, you can go out there for like a SCCA event. It's like $15-$30 a ticket for the entire weekend, and sometimes that includes camping, or sometimes just go to your local racetrack too. You have a lot of fun, not even just watching the big boys race, because all it takes for racing is 2 cars. It doesn't need to be a big all-out fancy series or something.
You're right, yeah. And on top of it too, like the IndyCar and NASCAR is quite cheap, really, relative to like Formula One, right? You know how much it cost you for a COTA ticket?
Oh, even
imagine Las Vegas,
cheaper than that too.
And Miami, how expensive they are.
Or SRO, it's a lot of that grassroots racing or something. I was astonished just how cheap it was for like a full weekend ticket when we went to Indy with SRO. I mean, it $60 or something. It's just ridiculous, for the amount of money you pay for what you get, because it's like an entire weekend full of racing action. Like SRO ever comes to town, you definitely, butts in seats guaranteed. It's going to be awesome.
I love it. I think you're right on that one. I think it shouldn't. I think Formula One's definitely overpriced a lot, and it takes that little bit of experience away, and that's where the other motorsports, of course, can shine. We're talking about this at the moment because 214 has dropped back from the Yeet machine, but then again, we are venturing, aren't we? Again, there, Austin, into the pit stop territories. As Austin, of course, is probably flipping through his notes and getting ready for his race analysis. You know how Martin Brundle has his pit walk in the Formula One down there? I almost feel like it's just like a segment that we need to have there, Austin's. I'll still get my head around it. I still have about 5 hours to get my head around what we're going to call your segment.
Yeah, I mean, looking here at the pit stops, you got a lot of guys about 10 minutes or so away. I tell you, the 16 car, the Yeet car, I expect him to come down pit road, not this time by, but the time after that for sure. I feel like they're due to come down pit road, not this time, but next time by. For everybody else, a couple more laps for most of the people. Oh, for Fahad Ghafour going through the bus stop there in the grass a little bit.
Which one going through the bus stop, grass? Sorry, I'm looking at all the...
45 car.
45 car, yeah, okay, there it is. So you're right on that one. 7 seconds change down the road. He has actually got an off-track excursion. It shows a little bit of red on the telemetry. I'm not quite sure that shows it on the pit wall telemetry, but it'll show you something in the moment. He's got tucked up behind. And that's not for a position, of course. That's just for cars in out of position.
Yeah, that's a Polyakov machine. That's that Mr. 2-for-1 special, the only McLaren on the grid today. Super fast in the earlier goings of this race. Definitely one of the fastest cars on the track until they had that internet problem. That's when we got to talk about that microwave and potatoes and
memes.
Unplugging the modem.
Oh, no. Yeah, you didn't think at the moment the 98 F1 memes would be thinking about being overtaken right now in this race, but they know the 7 laps down how much of a fight they're going to put on. I feel
well,
for
I
him.
mean, at this point too, they're multiple laps down from you. You might as well just let them by. And at this
I think
point,
they will.
they're out there having fun. And if they can be out there and get another position or two before the end of this, because somebody else maybe hits the wall, has to retire early, or somebody else has an internet problem, you want to be there to take advantage of that. Get yourself a couple more points. We still are in the championship, and this team was doing pretty darn good for themselves too. That's why you really hate to see it most.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, but real life motorsports, mate. You can snap an axle, or a spark plug doesn't ignite, and all of a sudden, your car
break a
is
tire
broken
out.
down. Yeah, but once again, as you mentioned, in the virtual world, your dad might be like having to reset the modem because he couldn't access his Facebook or something like that. Or somebody activated the microwave because they wanted to fire up some popcorn and disconnected your Wi-Fi. Hopefully not, but anyway, it is what it is. I like to see him still out on track. I like that spirit from drivers. I've always say to anybody, what were you planning on doing today? You're planning on committing 9 hours of your motor racing, okay? All the drivers, all of the team members. So even if you have these disconnection issues, does that mean you're just going to sit there and just go, no, I'm not going to be here anymore? Just continue, because what you're also doing is getting race experience. And that you can't buy. Not that you even want to plan to go, okay, let's go do some race experience. What are you going to do? Join a server and then say, okay, can I get another 15 cars on the track in race conditions just like this mimicked to practice? No, you can't. Yeet machines in. First of the pit stops coming our way, your way, and everybody's way here in the Challenger split.
Yeah, 16 machine in. Definitely the first of the majority of the field to have to come down pit road. I expect a lot of the other guys, maybe about 10 minutes from right now would be probably the optimal time for them. 88 cars should come down pit road next time by for sure. So expect to see them down pit road too. And this 98 team, I mean, these guys definitely have been one of the fastest teams all season long. It's just for one reason or another, they just have having some pretty rotten luck.
There is luck and endurance, absolutely. There's skill, there's luck. I wasn't gonna go saying into gambling because otherwise we'll be talking about the most of the sponsors of the F1 liveries, won't we? Lately, that's been released the last couple of weeks, but we won't talk about that one.
Literally,
much of a
like every
debate.
commercial on TV here in the States talking about sports betting and gambling.
And people have been talking about recently, going back to the days, going, well, they had cigarette advertising, they had alcohol advertising, and why are they allowing gambling advertising? That's also another debate, of course, because each one of those three things can cause social issues. But we won't get into that one. We have no control over it. We just have to let it be. The main thing is, if it funds motor racing, I'm good to see it at some point.
Somebody's buying it, They're getting the money either way. At least they're, putting some revenue into something we can all enjoy.
I mean, we're not sponsored by any gambling networks, thankfully, and I've worked in gambling channels before. It's, trust me, gambling is just as devastating as basically, being an alcoholic or, obviously, into tobacco industry as well, too, with diseases and problems that occur from cigarettes. So I don't know, each is the evil to each other, but it's not up to us to talk about that one. Thankfully, VCO is not sponsored by any of these platforms, so we don't have to worry about that. We got HyperX headphones, and I guarantee you, HyperX headphones, the worst case scenario you're ever going to get out of HyperX headphones is you got it too loud and you might hurt your ears. That's the worst case scenario you're going to get from your HyperX headphones. So there you go.
Looking here at the Stephen Frost pilot number 81 Nissan GTR. Seeing if he can't try to hunt down this 22 Acura just up the road. He's got some lap traffic immediately in front. That's that 853, the only BMW in the field. Bibber behind the car. Hubert's been doing a really good job. Quiet consistency, just kind of riding along in the race, taking what the car can give him. And sometimes, again, you talk about that seat time, you know what I mean? And sometimes these races are it's a fun time to go out here and run these things with your buddies. It's 9 hours and you're talking, shooting the breeze, having a really good time doing these two. Even if you don't win, it's just a good time.
It's experience too. As I said, experience is key. Because you only get better by being more experienced. You don't always have to be the best cars. You don't always have to be the ones that win all the time. You don't the ones that get the podium and champagne, because that's the thing. There's 3 teams that'll be on the podium. 3. Everybody else in the grid, 16 of these teams, a lot of them won't be on the podium. But they're there. They're racing. They're putting their best effort into. And at one day, at one point in their time, they will get race wins. They will get race victories. They will get to taste the bubbly stuff. And all you can do is get the practice down there, and also have some fun while you're doing it. That's the key, isn't it? If you're not having fun, and if you're doing it, you're not having, then you shouldn't do it all. 714's in.
Yeah, 714 car down pit road, just pulled in about 1 second ago. Still about maybe 2 or 3 laps before I expect to see our podium runners to come down pit road. I feel like it's a little bit early for that 714 car to come in, but again, you can't really fault them for just running to the hour mark. So good on them. They continue to be a strong car. And again, 714 car, pretty much our quiet, consistent, fast driver of the day. We talked about that a little bit ago on the broadcasting. Really proud of that run that they've been having.
Oh, it's fantastic. It's good because it's kind of has luck and non-luck, but in endurance race, when it goes pole-shaped at the start of the race, at least you know the time is on your side. You can claw your way back up. That alternative strategy is something that they can work on, they can gain on. You said it earlier, didn't you? Yeah, go back to Coda. That's a situation where it can change. The 147 car's in, 7114's back out. The 88 machine has come back out. That's piloted by Alex. That was in the chat. So Alex in control of the RSSE machine there that apparently they were talking about whether or not they're getting paid or not.
Dean,
do it for
look
love.
up the road here from this 889 car. Who's that just up the road? That's a 44 machine. He came out, chased down the leader, got one of his laps back, and now is continuing to pull away. So this car, immediately after the pit stop, probably the fastest on the track for quite a long time. Really surprised me just that they were able to chase down the leader and take this position. So good on right now. I'll be really curious to see where this is going to stack them up here for the rest of this race.
You're right on that one, exactly. At 45.7, the leader. Exactly, that's a 44 machine. The leader's a 46.2, so exactly, the leader had to back off a little bit low and through. I guess because they want to have a bit of a challenge to the 44 machine, because remember the Revolution Sim Racing team, the 44 machine, is second in the championship. So perhaps there's that sportsmanship that they say, let's go, I want to bring it. We don't want to wrap up necessarily the championship right now. We want to go down to the wire for the last round.
Yeah,
why not?
One of those Game 7 moments, as it were. Talk about that in a lot of sports. The NFL has one, the NBA has theirs, basketball, football. All those things have their own Game 7 moments. So what's wrong with racing having one?
Well, we have a Game 6
none of that NASCAR 4 stuff.
We'll have a Game 6 essentially in the championship, so we'll have 6 rounds. Yeah, I like it. I mean, talk about Super Bowl and that sort of jazz as well too. I mean, as everybody, sorry, there's a lot of noise going on in the background as cars are scooting around me too. For now, once again, it's Carnival's weekend where I am, so I did let everybody aware that it'd be a little noisy in my neck of the woods. And of course, carnivals in Latin America. I'm not quite sure, you don't really celebrate carnivals up there in North America so much, but carnival time's a big time at this time of year in Mexico and Latin America. Back to
I can't say we have too many carnivals here.
It's too cold at the moment for you guys to be celebrating carnivals.
It's way too cold. But how about this 88 car continuing to climb up through the field? That's a lap car off to screen left there. That's that 13 car, the Audi. Kind of starting this race off on the wrong foot.
Yeah, Alex has been in the chat at the moment. He's been heated up, and he's had a couple of mini heart attacks watching his teammates drive that car. And he's happy to be poling it and getting his head down and getting his nose, heel and toe into Watkins Glen. Waiting for a couple more pit stops as well too, so that we can have a pit stop ourselves. You can see the P next to those names, your timing tower. That means they're all visiting pit road.
Yeah, I expect a 214 car to come down pit road this time by. I think the 889 will as well. I think both those cars should be coming down pit road this next time they come by. A 214 car just coming out of turn 9. Grant Willamette doing a really good job. You saw him get around that 16 car, the Yeet machine. Yeet car has since come down onto pit road, as is that 147 machine. So expect to see them cycle back up to a second place. Looks like they're going to stay at one more lap. They will have enough time to do that, but usually you see guys only pushing it to about the 1 hour 1 minute mark. Some guys push it to 1 hour and 3 minutes. It really just depends.
And Austin, as a driver, I mean, it doesn't seem like the pit road's a big, massive struggle. It's a pretty straightforward entrance. Out of your turn 11, there's a little bit of a kink going pit road, so you better get those cars slowed down and not get caught speeding the pit road, which I haven't seen anybody. Touch wood. Maybe it'll happen now that I've spoken about it, but a lot different than the Spa entrance, isn't it, into pit road, which is a very, very tricky one.
Yeah, well, the Spa difference, you're hauling the mail out of a corner, and then you turn left, and then there's such a large distance from the turn to the entrance of pit road where you need to be on that pit road speed limiter that you really want to accelerate the car, otherwise you're just going to lose a ton of time to your competitors. Whereas here at Watkins Glen, the distance between the exit of turn 11 and the beginning of the pit road, not too far. You still get on the gas, you still want to accelerate so you're not losing time, but it is a lot closer between those two. And again, there's no curves to it. It's just an exact straight down pit road. So I will say, though, it's tricky because you don't have a whole lot of braking markers to get the car slowed back down. So there's some trickiness to it, but again, one of the more straightforward, literally, pit roads here on the calendar.
And do you know what the pit speed limiter is? It should be in miles per hour because it is in the United States of America. But speaking of those pit road situations, the Eat Machine now on the back of the 147, and that is after their pit stops, of course, as well, too. They're essentially P3 and P4 have made their pit stops. We're still yet to see the 889 and the 214 machine in P1 and P2 make their pit stops, which will be very soon. But this is the battle, and it is for position.
Yeah, these guys are going to cycle out to be about the battle for P2 position. So a spot on the podium. Kind of interested to see. I don't know why they did it, but that 147 car only had a stint length of 58 minutes. So they must have been really trying to get their driver out of the car. Maybe he had to go to the bathroom or something, or had some sort of a real life obligation. So they've got Philip Gamey back in that 147 machine, and the Yeet team has put Ralph Molansky behind the wheel of that 16 car, and he's been one of the faster drivers inside that car all year.
And keep an eye on them because they're coming around, obviously, turn 9 and turn 10. 214 is in pit road. Look at that little dot that's in the darker gray, and they're going to have to be exiting that pit road very soon because look at this. The battle for the 147 and 16 machine are coming around the final corner right now. They're going to get the pedal to the metal. They're going to get the loud pedal activated as much as possible. Can the 214 machine creep out of pit road right now, get ahead of them? It's going to be close. I don't think they can.
I don't think they've started moving yet.
So there it is.
Stationary.
Long pit stop.
Yeah, long pit stop for them. They finally get their foot on the loud pedal, turn off that pit road speed limiter right about there. Now they can get after those two cars that went way up the hill. I'd be curious to see why they took such a long pit stop there. The leader has brought their car down pit road. Now they're going to get challenged here by this 44 car. Kind of surprised this 44 car is down in the fifth position, really only fighting with this 214 car.
I'm seeing 214 is a time in pits is about 108. That's a pretty normal thing because our race leader's in at the moment. But look at the track map where the race leader is. And, well, more importantly, where the 147 car is. They are just coming around into the chute, into the toe coming up soon. That's way too far back to be able to make a jump on the 889 machines. The 889 machine is going to be pretty much easy peasy coming out. Whether they come out in traffic or not will be the key. And believe it or not, they probably might even be coming around. I was going to say the 88 machine around. I thought it was the 89 machine. That'd be interesting, wouldn't it? Considering the... could have been battling with the 98 machine, the F1 memes that had the 3 disconnections.
Yeah,
that's
how about
147.
Klaus being locked in a battle as soon as he comes off a pit road in this 214 car? You're having cold tires, cold brakes, not when you really want to be having a fight for a position with the car behind you that, oh, by the way, it's been already out for about half a stint. So all his stuff has already come up to optimal temperatures and pressures. You're going to see that 214 car, no doubt, pull away. He's got those 4 fresh fuel goods on that car. Now he's got to chase down that lap car, the 98, just up the road. This would be a good indication of how much speed is left in that probably a Cobb machine and that 889 car well out front of everybody else. You can see the 889 just now coming out of the bus stop, 147 and 16 cars just now going up into the S's.
Yeah, 27-second gap to the 147 car that was leading this race for some time, but under pressure from the Eat machine. And then also the battle for P4 and P5 is under the pressure there from the 44 machine, as you mentioned. The 44 machine now has a couple more laps under their belt. Tires are way up the temperature. And they have to be attacking right now, don't they? They have to attack right now while the 214 machine gets up their tires, up the temperature. There's also a car into play. Believe it or not, that car into play is the 98 machine that was second in the championship. Really a few laps down. Right, will they come into play? Look at this action right now. We can't go to a break just yet there, Austin, because the pictures are showing action, action, and action.
Yeah, 214 car trying to see if he can't get around this 44 car. Once again, really good job to take advantage of that situation there for Dominic Goles. That 214 car, Klaus did not want to give up that spot. He does not want to let him get away with taking away that spot.
And yeah, I just wonder how much of this 98 machine is going to come into play down the road there after 7 laps down. I mean, they can't really favor any of these cars. 44 machines up on them in the championship. The 214's not so much into play, but I don't know what you would do. I think they're just a genuinely great teams anyway. They're going to say whoever gets past me gets past me. Let's see if this pans out for a lap or so before we will go to a break. Just don't want to see if we can miss any of this action because it's an exciting time because once again, these are on different strategies. Remember, the 44's already been out. They're used to these tires. They've burnt off a couple of laps of fuel. But the 214 is now getting the temperature up on the tire. The Bentley is now trying to get adjusted to these new boots, and these new boots should be having a little more traction to try to do something about an overtake. And you want to get it done soon while you're seizing the opportunity. Fresh rubber, fresh traction does help.
Just as we're talking about that battle there for P4, take a look at the battle there for P2. 2 cars going at the 147 and the 16. This is another battle. Look here at the battle for the 4th position. You got the 44 out front, 214 car just in behind. And I don't think these guys are going to have a hard time having to navigate this 98 car. It's been super fast all day long. Again, only really relegated down in 16th position because of some internet connectivity problems. Kind of forced them out of the session a couple times, forced to lose a few laps. But again, one of the faster cars, so they might not even have the opportunity to catch up to this 98 car.
Eat Machine has to do something. That's the 16 on your pitches. Also your pitches as well too, the 214, 44. But I have to say, maybe switch over to the battle for P2. Because I tell you what, it's definitely brewing up to a storm. Unfortunately, fortunately, no winter storms here in upstate New York. Just a hot and VCO endurance storm that's brewing.
Yeah, Ralph Molansky thought about making a look down the inside and then thought better of it, decided to tuck back in line. We'll see if he can mount any sort of a charge here. I feel like this 147 car is a little bit faster as the run starts to go on, and then he might fall off towards the end of the run. We'll have to see, though, how this 16 car copes with being pushed this hard at the earlier part of a run.
They're going to go for it. So, yeah, that's the battle. P2 and P3. The battle for P4 and P5 is brewing on your pitches, and then a little bit of a spread between some of the other teams. Well, guess what? I think we have to keep everybody in anticipative excitement because this could brew on for a couple more laps. What do you think about that one? Should we throw on some HyperX gear there, Austin, and have a bit of a breather and come back in a few minutes?
Yeah, I think so. And luckily for all the folks at home, they're going to still be able to see all these pictures as well. Welcome back. We're here at Watkins Glen International for the 9 hours race here. This is round 5 of 6 for the VCO FLExTREME Challengers grid. We are about 4.5 hours in. We've got about 4.5 hours left, just about at the halfway point in today's race. If you're just now watching us, just now joining us, the 44 car, Dominic Goals, put his car on pole. The 147 went through on lap 1 in the bus stop to take the lead, and then led for a majority of the first 2 stints before being passed by the 98 car right in the middle. And then that 147 car fell back into second position, sometimes third overall, because the 889 car dominated all this season, continues to dominate, especially in this race. You're now looking at the battle on your screen. It's the battle between the 44 machine and the 214 car. This is for 4th place overall, scything their way through some lap traffic
dangerous because he's gone off
he turned him.
Yeah, sorry to cut you off on that one, Austin. That was the 98 turned.
Yeah, I feel like Klaus expected the door to be left open for him the same way it was for that 44 car, and just not quite the same room given.
They didn't get a chance to go through the whole driver's update there from you, Austin. So once again, I apologize for cutting you off on that one. That was all gone pole-shaped on that one, wasn't it? Oof, you'd have to say.
That was
resume what you were talking about, obviously, for the last hour or so.
Yeah,
again, sorry.
We got up to the 889 car, taking over the lead through a pit stop, and it's just been dominating ever since then. So that kind of wraps up the whole in a catch-up, really.
In a catch-up, like it.
A recap, catch-up, you know?
Yeah. Well, hopefully no more microwaves and popcorn are affecting any of the Wi-Fi. But the 98 machine, of course, they were involved in that one. That wasn't a DC, as you've seen the pictures, of course, for the battle for P3, the Yeet machine, and the 147. Of course, the battle for P4 and P5 is resuming. That was just before the break that we had, and the pit stops have been over and done with after that marker. As you mentioned, very, very close battles on track there, keeping us sharp there, Mr. Austin and myself, Dean. Of course, in the production trailer is Mr. Jack.
Riding on board here, taking a look. This is Klaus Nyring. You can really hear just the purr of that Bentley engine. Whole lot of horsepower, that low undertone, kind of the growl of that thing as he continues to try and see if he can't chase down Dominic Goals in the 44 car. He was the guy that put that thing on pole, but boy, that 44 car is not quite set up, it seems like, for these hotter temperatures, especially during the middle of the day. And this is right now where that car seems to fall off the most. He's been out there on those tires for 24 laps compared to the 214 behind him. He's only been on these set of tires for 8 laps, so definitely a huge disparity. Oh, he's had enough of them. Got to give him the bumper.
Going for it now. Absolutely going for a little bit of flash, saying,
yeah,
hey,
these guys are upset now.
Yeah. Well, you want to see this, and it's they've been fuming. You said it was about halfway through this race at the moment, so this is not the first time they've had this encounter. They're starting to get a little bit of the adrenaline and perhaps, but you'd have to say the pressure is building. They're both quick teams, they're both quick drivers.
And you could see there, Klaus he just kind of decided he was going to send it up the inside, and if there was any sort of a block there by Dominic, he was going to deal with the consequences later. After making contact, though, he slid through and then chucked up the gentleman thing to do, kind of allow that 44 back. He's going to pass him clean, he says, if he's going to pass him at all. So he's now going to just tuck back in behind and see if he can't make another move there. I think the boot is really where this 44 car struggles the most, and I think that's just due to his tires falling off this late into the run.
It is so close. It's also the battle for P2 and P3 that's brewing. So multiple cameras, multiple angles. We only stick to one at one time. Somebody has to do it. You can see the heat of the moment. It's the hottest temperature right now on this track. It's the peak, I'd have to say, 40 degrees. We've been at 39 for a while, Celsius that is. We're at 40 right now. I'll tell you what, the heat's getting into the cockpits of these cars and the drivers, because the moments are heating up between the battles, P3, as I said, and P4 and P5. Just brewing. Everybody is getting under the influence of the sun. And upstate New York, they're side by side. Who's going to have the next line coming out? It's going to be a right-hand corner. We'll go to the Bentley.
That was a lot of just straight on, just, committed to that corner. You could see him just throttling up, got a little bit of oversteer as he tried to walk that car out to the exit of the corner. Still completed the pass around the outside. It looks like he can give his position for right now to Klaus Nyring.
About walking. It's the Watkins Glen, mate. The Watkins Glen it. No, that was a bad pun. Forget it. No. All right. Well, I got time to improve on that one. 16 and 147 is still going for it. 2 for Nail. And once again, that's the Yeet machine, aren't they? Just excited for more camera action. And we were talking about once again in the green room saying, well, Jack, if you ever doubt anywhere to point the camera, just look at the 16 machine, the Lexus. They're always in the spotlight.
Yeah, no, I feel like, this is just one of those things. It's not a matter of if, but when. This 147 car really starts to fall off. About halfway through their run, they're about a third of the way through it right now, so this is when they start to fall off. I feel like you're really going to see the 16 car start to come into something of its own realm here and just be able to power around this 147 car. And Ralph continues to take a look around, see if he can't get past Phillip the easy way. Otherwise, it's going to have to be the hard way.
You want the easy way or the hard way? What is the easy way in Watkins Glen? That's the question, isn't it?
Well, the easy way is you make a move, you show your nose down to the inside, and you hear that car left or car right, and the guy to your side just kind of lifts so you can take over that position. The hard way is you're going to have to maybe a little bit of argy-bargy your way through.
I like it argy-bargy works. This car's can handle a little bit of dinting, bumping, and grinding, as you like to see, but that is definitely the battle to be watching right now. As you see, Lexus, the sole Lexus on the track there for the Yeet machine. And
yeah, they certainly can. We saw that 44 car bounce off the wall, head down to the bus stop. We saw the 22 car literally head on into the wall in the bus stop, and both those cars still out on the track, running quite strong, I'd say.
You have to give it, don't you, to the 147 machine. This is like they're probably the strongest performance all season long, and they're still living up to their reputation of the strong performance. Still had the fastest lap on top of that there, Austin, way back in earlier days of the race.
I mean, this car has been strong pretty much all season long. It's just been really good, really consistent, too. They've been doing a really good job to just kind of keep themselves, basically just up and around wherever they need to be to finish for these podiums and just kind of capitalize on points compared to everybody else. I mean, you go to if I could pull up the points here in a second.
You're right. Yeah, all those points for sure. Halfway through the race right now, 9 hours. 4 hours.
Yeah, the 147 car, 5th position in the points. So obviously, not the best day, overall championship fight that they could have. So yeah, I mean, they're constantly battling around for the podiums, but I would say this is the strongest podium run they've had. And again, all it takes is a little bit of a complication for that 889 car, and they could be on set to take the victory here today.
How many points are they on, just to clarify that, for the 147, the 5th position?
They're about 711 points.
That's not too bad, considering 720 for the 711 machine, and they're running down on P11, so that could be a switcheroo in the championship standings.
Yeah, big swing for sure. I will say, though, when it comes down to the championship, if you ain't first, you're last. They're only giving out them HyperX headphones for the winner.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, I'm seeing a little bit of a yellow next to the 80. Oh, there it is. If you go to the Nissan's gone very slow at the moment. Big time in big trouble, and that's big trouble added to the bus stop chicane. What's going wrong here? Guys, remember, this car's loaned, but look at the damage.
Yeah, it's a hard impact. They must have hit the tire barrier or something. Yeah, there's a lot of hood separation there for that car. You can see him trying to get this thing refired. Oh, I thought your car was black.
No, I got the paint job there because that's a lovely livery, and there it is. Oh, well, okay, so I'm going to be calling up Geico for my 10% car insurance on that one. Further back, go back to the
yard years. Okay, on the side, along with the ice cream.
You're going to need an ice cream to cool down after that moment, aren't you, there? But they are still... They probably have to go and visit pit road at the moment. They're running in P12, but further back at the battle for P2, of course, is still brewing. Yeah, be careful, guys, because that bonnet or hood, whatever you like to call it, might flip up and fling across the racetrack. Should be showing the black and white flag, isn't it? dangerous driving, or perhaps they're dangerous. Not going to happen for now.
Yeah, littering is illegal here in the States, so would be too surprised if he got a ticket. Oh man, look at that E-car sliding around. This thing,
Yeah, it cost them
I
a bit
don't
of
think
time
it's
too.
handling.
Big time.
I really expected for this car to come into its own now, at least compared to that 147 car up the road. But maybe Ralph kind of just overheated his tires. Maybe just got all the good out of him, trying to see if he couldn't get around this 147 car. So we'll have to keep some tabs on this battle as it continues to evolve throughout the rest of the race. But boy, I'm kind of shocked.
I'm sure it will. I'm sure it definitely will involve. Unfortunately, the Nissan car of the 81 is in pit road right now, having to repair that damage. We'll see how long that takes. And another little bit of unfortunate information that I have to share. If you did pay attention to your timing table, we had 16 cars. Unfortunately, the 16th car that doesn't seem to be here at the moment is the 98 car, the F1 memes. I think they have retired that car and elected to go home and think about tying that one over to France, the final round.
Well, if they haven't disconnected and decided to park the car, somebody fired up the old overrun Bacher cooker machine of the microwave and took away the internets.
Yeah, that's three internet connections. There's a reason why they're not in this one at the moment. It is unfortunate. We would like to see that battle because they needed to bring it to the 889 machine, didn't they? Because the Legion Racers are the ones that lead the championship. Of course, the F1 meme squad that we're talking about was third in the championship. So now the 44 machine that's currently running in P5 and seize more of the opportunity. They have to be seizing the opportunity because they're the only ones right now that can keep our championship leaders of the Legion Racing team in play, in at least contender for the HyperX headphone gear that they're all going to receive. 4 of those beautiful headphones will be available. And you're not stealing mine, because I got mine. I'm keeping mine. Hope you're keeping yours too, Austin.
Oh yeah, definitely. I sleep with these things practically, you know.
I'm not quite sure that's great. I think
it's like a teddy
ear
bear,
infection, mate. I'm not sure I'll be sleeping with headphones. But I like it. I like it.
I kind of snuggle up with it like it's a teddy bear.
Yeah, I wonder if our producer Jack he'll also snuggles up with his HyperX headphones or not. I hear about that one. The chat's gone a little bit quiet. Alex is driving. That's the reason why the chat's quiet. And speaking of Alex, he's the sole Mercedes in the 88 machine. He's about 22 seconds and change down the road. He's actually a lap down from the leader. But a lap down from the leader with 4 hours to go isn't that bad, mate, at all. Not an endurance race.
No. Especially not with how dominant that car has been pretty much all race long. I mean, you'd be surprised.
I never
so far
surprised.
Everybody up to 7th place is a lap down. 7th place is the last one on the lead lap, and they're getting closer and closer to going a lap down every single lap. But I mean, there's a 28-second gap from 1st place to 2nd place.
Yeah, you shouldn't even mention that, isn't it? Because that 889 machine. This is what I was worried about. I was feared about, talking about it earlier. Some of those teams, sometimes we've seen it before in the past there, Austin, once they're up the road and they're out of battling with anybody else, they're just left alone. They're just boom, they're down the road, aren't they? They're like SpaceX, they're NASA, they're looking for another galaxy, and we're still stuck in the Milky Way at the moment.
They're out in another zip code, man. Yeah. I just to call them up, you need to pick up a phone because you can't talk that long of a distance. But hey, it's just one of those things. I will say they put Pratama in the car. One of their fastest drivers. I tell you what, he was the guy that went out there, passed for the lead, and opened up like a 15-second gap. He's put on another about 15-second gap to the rest of the field. So I'll be interested to see what the other 2 drivers on this team can do. But so far, I mean, there hasn't really been a chink in their armor, as you would say.
I'll tell you one thing they want to get is the fastest lap. Now, their fastest lap was a 44.995. The fastest lap for the 147 machine running in 2nd place is a 44.910. So, at the end of the day, when the track starts to cool down more, that they're going to want to steal that one away, don't they? They're not going to want to. They're going to want to deny the 147 a potential race victory, and they also want to deny them fastest lap because that's the only kind of box you need to tick off at the end of the race if you're getting close enough to win it. Further back in the field, There is a bit of a battle brewing a little bit further back there, just behind the 7-Eleven machine. You'll know that hasn't panned out quite well for the Pit Stop UK team that's fourth in the championship after a dramatic start. But they got the 13 machine that also had a dramatic start there, having to serve a drive-through. But they also had the 81 machine that we all know came out of pit road and had to do those repairs. That is brewing up that crucial battle for P10. Points paying positions, of course, but more points are better.
Boy, the 889 car continues to walk. I mean, they're putting down some 145s. Not a whole lot of other teams are in the 145s. The 214 car, Klaus Naring, continues to put down some 145s. But other than that, everybody else on the track currently down in the 146s. And usually the 146s, a couple 146 flats, but some of those mostly mid 146s. So no doubt why the 889 car continues to pull away. Just absolutely flying out there at the front of the field. And again, you know, we're into that middle portion of those long endurance races, just a little bit past halfway, where you really start to settle in. You kind of start to understand the car. You understand which cars are faster than yours, just setup wise. And sometimes a car is just really good at a certain track. You know, they try to BOP these things to make them all equal everywhere. You know, in an ideal world that would be the case, but these cars just have different strengths and weaknesses, and the different drivers are going to be able to handle those strengths and weaknesses just a little bit different. So again, you know, you're selling it right now, you're just clicking off laps, trying to burn down the clock. It's still 4 hours 15 minutes left in this 9-hour race here at Watkins Glen International.
A lot of time, just over the halfway point. If we can switch back to the 13th place, the 81 car, because after those repairs right now for the Nissan Skyline team of the Crème de la Corse, and good luck on that one. I'm going to give that one to you there, Austin. I know you're fantastic. Pronounce that driver's name that's in that 13 machine right now. Come on, give that one a go.
Probably Ilpo Raustalainen.
Okay, I think that's not too bad.
If I'd have to say, it's probably Ilpo Raustalainen.
Oh, yes.
I'm not going to make a fool out of myself.
I wonder if our race director, you won't hear Jack, but Jack will be in our ears, and maybe we can repeat what Jack would say about that one. About giving it a shot.
Yeah, I think it is Raustalainen. It's probably pretty close.
Yeah, the team out there, give us a thumbs up if they are listening and paying attention. Of course, we do know, as you mentioned there, the famous ACC YouTube is on the side of that car there. Licking an ice cream.
What a big piece of ice cream, too. I feel like you'd have a stomachache after eating that.
I'm surprised it hasn't melted, mate, 4 hours and change into this race.
I will say the pit crew on that team did a great job to kind of pound that hood down. I don't know if that's just replacing the front clip or what. It's then some big burly guy out there with the hammer or something, some bear bond, maybe get that hood back down where it should be. I tell you what, though, that really hurt them in terms of overall running position. And 9 hours into a race, you know, you hate to see it for the team, but I do like how all the cars were that close enough to where it did actually matter. I mean, this car was in a 10th or 11th place, you know, team, and after having to make that untimely stop down pit road to repair the damage, as well as that wreck that caused the damage, down in about the 13th position. And how about the 13 car just up the road? They were doing a great job to just go ahead and take advantage of any of these bad luck opportunities by everybody else.
You hurt me about that one too, as well. Talking about the hood being dinted out there, or undinted, for the Nissan 81 machine. Because you're making me recall the days that I got caught on a highway in Australia, because the Nissan Skyline, or the GDR Skylines, have an aluminum bonnet. And I tell you what, when a hailstorm comes down, the aluminum bonnet does not agree very much. And all the dents came to my aluminum bonnet when the hailstorm came down, and I got stuck. I was on the freeway. You can't really pull over and just cover the car at that point. I did eventually find a little overpass to park the car at that point, but then again, there was a ton of dents on there. Anyway, the aluminum bonnet, they use that obviously to lighten up the car. But yeah, you just bring back some nightmares for me there. Thank you very much, Austin, for that.
Hey, anytime. Yeah, you ever have the nightmare where you're in the back of a college class, and the professor says, "All right, put away your stuff, it's quiz time." You're like, "Whoa, I know you're having a quiz." You look next to your friend in class, you're like, "Do you know we have a quiz?" And he goes, "So yeah, you didn't?"
Oh,
it happens all the time.
Oh, sorry, yeah. This 22 car's gone very slow. Maybe
well,
he did not like in the quiz that you're talking about.
That.
Oh. I didn't see anything towards the end of it, but that's an off-track excursion because I'm seeing a little bit of a red come out the timing table, and that's actually a little bit up the road from what we're talking about, the Nissan machine there at the moment. Not liking your quiz questions there, Austin.
Yeah, Valentin Ruzu. We were talking about this car being a little bit too loose. Maybe he just got into the boot, or the toe of the boot, excuse me, a little bit too hot. Spun that car around. Was able to collect it, though. No more damage on the front end of that car.
How did you go on those quizzes, by the way, Austin? I'm pretty sure with those notes and the sticky notes that you have, you're doing okay?
We don't get to the quiz. I wake up just in time to not take it. But in college, I did good on some. I did poor on some others,
As long as you understood what the what was being taught. That's the thing about school, isn't it? Like, you get graded on the averages of everybody else, but it's whether or not at the end of the day you understood what's being taught to you. Whether you understand it in a different way or not doesn't matter. It's whether the fact that you understand it in general. We're understanding racing right now. As you can see in your pictures, battles brewing all over the place. But you might have to switch that one back up to P13 if you don't mind there, fantastic Jack, because that's where the action is at the moment. And that's because the action's battling for essentially, I'd have to say, a P10 position if you count a few seconds of change from these drivers down the road.
Yeah, well, the problem is you've got Rustalainen. He's got the 714 car in between those two of them. The 714 has been faster all day long, really, have a top 5 run going on. But I tell you what, in front of that 714 car is the car in 12th position. And I'm sure Ilpo Rustalainen would love to get up there and challenge for that position. And look out for the car behind that Nissan as well. That's the 192 car. So we've got pretty much 2 battles going on right here in between each other. You've got 12th, and then 6th, and then 13th, and then 7th. So you got 4 cars here underneath the blanket.
Yeah, exactly. And the blue flags will be waiting for some of them and not the others. This is where it gets a tricky situation, isn't it?
Yeah, that was Rustalainen really trying to take advantage of Brock and letting the Dove car through. And now as soon as he gets up there to try to take advantage of that, this 192 car, Tommy Aslan, is coming up here to say, hey, dude, you not see the blue flags? I'm walking here.
I'm walking. Come on, I'm walking.
New York.
It's New York. All right. Come on, taxi. No taxis here. And maybe a tow is going to be the best you're going to be getting, or maybe an Uber ride out of the track. But look at this. As you said, so a little bit of a lift off there to allow them through, no doubt. Different racing, different times, different places, and different moments.
That's a gentleman thing to do right there, too. The person he's racing with got through already, and maybe you can try to follow Tommy through and see if you can't make a move on Brock. And as soon as he tries to let Tommy through, just maybe sneak your way through there. But otherwise, another famous New York saying, forget about it.
Forget about it. I like it. Yep. This is one that I think has been debated before in the past, my friend. Now, Chicago pizza or New York pizza? And as you can see, the battle brewing at the moment there. That's the 13 machine. But believe it or not, there is battles over here. Now, the problem is that, of course, as you just mentioned, you got to be calling about who's over, who's a lap down, who's a lap up, and who likes their New York slice pizza, or do you go your Chicago pizza?
I don't know. Detroit style's pretty good, too.
Oh, I never had Detroit style pizza. Fair enough. All right.
That's square crust. Yeah. If you ever up in the States, you go to Jets, I got Detroit style pizza.
Oh, now
or ideally go to Buddy's if you're ever in the Metro Detroit.
Well, I think at the moment that Mr. Goals has gone the 44 machine back in the pit road, remember, out of that pit stop strategy. And
it's time for him to come down pit road. He was out there for an hour and 3 minutes, so not too surprised for him to come down pit road. For everybody else, about 5 or 10 laps, I feel like more they could do on this most recent stint, as it were. So again, we're going to stay with you until everybody gets done with their pit stops underneath this most recent cycle here. But man, I'm kind of surprised. I don't know about you, that Ilpo hasn't been able to run down Brock and pass him faster than he has been.
You'll have to give me a reference on those names there as well. You're talking about
8113.
8113. Okay, thank you, Brian. Yeah, that's exactly. Okay, so yeah, that's because they came out of the pit road with that damage there.
And it's fixed. The hood's down,
Well, they had the traffic ram to deal with, so they're letting some of those cars through. Maybe that little lift off their cost.
Oh, he's making a run right here. He's going to have him. Yeah, poking his nose out, try to get with that side draft. See if he can't maybe get him. We'll see if Brock might dip out a line here. Looks like he's going to hold strong for right now. Yeah, look at that. It's not going to be shaken.
Shake and bake, baby. Shake and bake.
There's a whole lot of shaking, not a whole lot of bacon going on for that that Yardier-doored car currently being piloted by Ilpo Rustalainen.
Can't handle the heat in the kitchen, my friend. 40 degrees Celsius. If you can't handle the heat in Watkins Glen, well, you can't handle a racing track, but you still got plenty of time to go. And the 44 Cup's come back out in P8 currently, about 1.5 seconds and change down from the 88 machine, piloted by Alex Amez that was in the chat earlier. That's doing a solid job there, as he had a couple of heart attack or semi-heart attack moments there watching his teammates, and then watching our team, as watching my Nissan Skyline at the moment, giving myself maybe a little bit of a mini heart attack, if they can keep this car out of the fence.
Oh, they were doing a really good job of doing that all season long. I mean, I'm kind of curious what caused that incident that we saw. And the thing is, we don't know. We never went back to look at the replay to see what happened there. And maybe he got contact with another car that sent him spinning, or had to take avoiding action for a car that maybe was spinning in front of him that didn't hit the wall. And unfortunately for Ippo, he just kind of got the raw end of that deal. We'll have to see.
They got to go for it now.
Continues to be faster.
They got to go for it right now. I don't know. They're on the outside line. They got to cut switcheroo here. That's what you say. So you got to go back and cut on the inside there, get the power down. But unfortunately, even with the twin turbos in that Skyline, my Skyline, trust me, I've spent $4,000 blowing up those twin turbos, guys. So make them work. Climbing your way up through 2s, 3, and 4 turns, and then on the back straight, that's when
that bobble's really going to hurt the speed of that 81 car. He had to do another correction there before turning back to the right. That's not going to help him. Maybe you can try regroup and maybe attack him next time they go up the hill. I tell you what, his turn 1 is a little bit sloppy that last time by. He's going to have to clean that one up for sure if he wants any sort of an extra chance to come back at this his 13 car next time by.
Yeah, you're running out of camera time. My apologies about that one. Go up to the 44 machine there, Mr. Director, because coming out of pit road right now with the fresh tires, they're on the back of the 88 machine. That's a crucial battle, of course, as we do know that's brewing in that. We know that 44 machine has to make this work, doesn't they? They have to get this overtake. They can't afford to lose too much time because they're on the different strategy there, Austin.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, any sort of time you're losing right now when you got the best sort of performance out of your tires, it's really going to hurt you in the long run, because you want to come out of your pit stop and have absolutely the cleanest track possible. You can just go out there and not saying put down some qualifying trim laps, but definitely put down the fastest laps that you feel capable of doing without burning up your stuff too much later in the run. And any sort of hindrance to that is just going to cost you time on the back end.
How much is the 88 machine of Alex is going to get this holds up?
Oh, and watch out here. Yeah. This is a 2-wide battle, 81-13 car. Lucas behind him. That's the overall leader of the race.
Wow, that's all spiced it up, of course, for that battle.
Looks like he's going to make a move down to the inside here. Might force it 3 wide. He's giving him the blinks, letting him know, hey, I'm here. I'm the leader. You should probably let me through. See those blue flags?
Wisely.
Yeah, Rossalini is going to pull over to the side, let him by very easily. This is where it might really hurt that 13 car. It's just going wide in the entrance to the S's. Riding on board here, this is Tommy Eslin. See if he can't try to get around that 5th place car, the 17 of Dove.
And the blue flag up the road, that's going to be an opportunity here. We've seen these 2 cars before, haven't they? The red machines?
No, it's a Honda. Acura.
Oh, yeah. 714 versus 192. That's battle for P5 currently at the moment. And they have yet to make their pit stops, but 44 machine should be side by side as well, too. If you go back to that one, there it is. They have to make this work. They're out of a pit stop strategy. The 88 machine has to box soon. They want to hold them off as much as possible. They want to make it difficult for the 44 machine. They certainly damn are, aren't they? Because they know maybe later on in play, that 44 machine may be a little bit up at the pit stop strategies with them. For now, denying them an overtake.
They certainly tried to call their shot there, and they committed to it. They were going to go in there 2 wide. It's just that, that car on the inside there has a lot easier job of making that first part of the bus stop chicane, that they can just kind of straighten his wheel on corner X and finish the move. This is that move we were looking at. This is 12th place, 81 car, down to the inside of the 13 in turn 8.
We figured that was going to happen because they came out of there with the fresh repairs. It took them a little bit of time. This is the problem as well, to get back to 44 machine. This is the problem because they came out of pit stops. They got fresh boots on the different strategy. This has got to be a little bit frustrating, I have to say, for the Revolution Sim racing team that's second in the championship, because Christian wants to get past the 88 machine. 88 machine, he knows, will be boxing soon. And this is compromising time on their strategy. as
Yeah,
you
this
know.
is when he'd be going the fastest, so you really hate to be being held up by somebody on a different pit strategy to you. However, the more you can slow him down, the more you might bring him back into the clutches of yourself later in the race, and he's not really obliged to let him by either.
And go to the battle of 5, 6, and 7. There it is. So the red teams, of course, both of those red. And I think that's 192. Getting past the 714 eventually. Yes, it is. Sorry to cut off there because multiple racing, multiple actions at the same time. We'll have to still. So that's confirmed. So the 192 is up into P5, but still keep your eyes obviously peeled on the 88 versus the 44 machine as you have in your pictures. Here we go. Now, the frustration's creeped in now. Are they going to commit to it? 88's not yielding, my friend. The 88's not yielding. It has to now.
Yeah, well, at that moment in time, that 44 car is going to have the inside line for that initial right-hander, and at that point, it's usually, as long as you got the car alongside you, you probably better just let him go, because he's going to have that inner part, the inside for that right-hander, and it'll just be easier for both of you if you're on the outside to just tuck it behind.
I think Alex
Plus,
did his
faster
best.
Tires.
Did his best for holding him up as much as he possibly can, right? Because you'd be surprised, and we are kind of thinking that 44 machine, even though it's out of the pit stop schedule with the rest of the teams, is going to come back into play later on, and he might look at these moments later on, like the 88 machine, the Mercedes and Alex go, well, that holding them back there by half a lap or a lap may be the very difference coming into the dying stages of this race later on. So never know. Every second counts in a motor race.
Certainly, Sarah Dove looking here at 714 car again. This is the two-way battle we've seen between these red cars pretty much since the drop of the green flag today. And just as we were talking about that 714, like you mentioned, Dean, quiet car pretty much all race long. They've been the most successful cars, are the ones that kind of just minding their P's and Q's, keeping their business to themselves, not really doing anything flashy, find themselves in a battle with just about 4 hours left on the clock to go.
I wouldn't say the 714 car, Austin, has been quiet. Remember, they dropped into a field of the spread that they were racing with a bunch of cars and were squatted in the middle of them for a bit.
True, but they haven't done anything like super flashy like the Yeet car does. You know what I mean? It took them a while to kind of, bridge the gap between everybody else. And I feel like these cars, for the most part, these two cars here might have a pretty good opportunity to be running with this 44 car after they make their pit stops, maybe in about 1 or 2 stints. I feel like their pace has pretty much been on for them to come out of this race with a decent top 5.
You're right on that one. 166 laps down. 45 car is in pit road.
Another look at this battle here. This is that battle for 12th position. Currently, Routsalainen just now got away from their Yelp Brocken in that 13 car. See if Brocken can mount any sort of a challenge. I feel like that 81 car is faster, but you never know. More often than not, you can be faster than a guy. You finally get around him after 10 laps, and bam, you make a mistake almost instantly and allow for him to get back around. It's one of the worst feelings in the world, but boy, it happens all the time.
Called the motor race. Mikey. Sorry, Austin. It's called the motor race.
Yeah, we went motor racing. That's right.
We'll expect these pit stops are occurring soon again. And the reason why we know that one is we have pit wall live timing and the pro edition as well there, Austin.
Yeah, for free. The folks at VCO and FLExTREME have hooked everybody up. You don't have to pay for it. You don't even have to log in, give your credit card for a free trial. None of that stuff. You just go to pitwall.live/timing/VCO server 3, and you can look at everything you would normally look at on pitwall.live. The pro version, absolutely for free. You can see a track map with all the cars on it. You can see stint lengths, everything from sector times. It's a phenomenal site. Really highly suggest you go check it out.
And keep an eye on P6 now, because that traffic's coming to play. So we know the 714 machine and 192 have been going for it too for now. Only difference is right now there is a machine up the road there, and that's P10 of the 45. So will that come into play? And by the way, I just let you know there, Austin, that I did borrow your credit card, and I did put it into Pitwall Live. I didn't realize that it was free, so I didn't need to use it.
Why my credit score.
Sorry about it. If you get that charge on your credit card, mate, don't worry about it. Just call your bank and get it refunded.
Yeah, I didn't authorize it, so I'll just get a new card.
Thank you. Don't worry about that. I hit the mini bar up later on the trackside, so don't worry about that. And of course, I was at the restaurant's trackside here, upstate New York as well too. So ignore all those lobster dinners and expensive steak dinners that I ordered. That one later.
You're gonna bankrupt me, D.
It's all right, man.
Back to this battle, though.
I'll loan you my credit card one day. You'll be all good. Yeah, exactly. This is
love
crazy.
To see it. Yeah, Sarah Dove has the sixth position, trying to see if they can't hunt down here Tommy Asel in this 192 car. And Dean, you mentioned this 45 car, another Aston Martin. I feel like it's only a matter of time before these two get the position, maybe the jump here on Marcus, and try to make a move down to the inside one way or another. I'm kind of surprised Marcus hasn't just elected to pull over, let these two cars go, and maybe draft in behind them.
Doesn't have to. Of course, the blue flags means if you want to. But yeah, it's also, it's exciting because it's almost like if you go into an IMSA series or something like that, isn't it? The multi-classes is like, is somebody being held up? No, these are all GT3 classes. And this is the opportunity, of course, for the 7-1 machine to maybe sneak something here in the 192 machine. The 192 machine also has to find a way past without perhaps getting into a little bit of a tangle, a little bit of a brawl. It's not a boxing match, of course. It's a motor race.
Yeah, if anything, in some of these situations, it's more like a high-speed chess match because you have to anticipate moves two ahead of when people are going to make them. I'm really surprised as to we're having this much trouble catching up to and passing this 45 machine. I don't know if maybe it's a setup dependent. It might also be a balance of power as well. If these teams can look to take different amounts of their allotted BOP for the entire season. So 4 races, they were given, let's just say for the Aston Martin, 120 kilograms of BOP ballast to take over 4 races. Do you take 30 kilograms every single round? Up to you. Do you want to do 0, 0, 0, 120? Anything you want, 60, 60, nothing and nothing? Lots of different options to do depending on the track as well.
Queen to bishop, check. Yeah, he's talking about chess match at the moment. Chess match, of course, it'll be a time chess match. So it'll be like queen to bishop, check, boom. Hit the button again. And at the moment, 714 machine still trying to find a way up the road there from 192 machine and traffic in play up the road. Now, they are about 1 minute and 45 seconds from our race leader. So they're on the leading lap, which is a great place to be considering you got 3 hours and 55 minutes on the clock for your racing time. Your chess match, of course. I don't think I'm going to play chess with you, Austin. I think you'd just destroy me in a chess match.
No, I'm pretty bad at chess. You'd be surprised. Everybody, only the top 6 are currently on the lead laps. That 192 car that we're seeing in this battle, my timing has a 714 above them, but
714 to 145, it's the 44 cars just on the bubble of the 1 lap down.
A 714 to 192. I'm seeing the 192 behind the 714. I don't know what's going on with that.
Yeah, it'll update in a second. It's triggered by the sector points. Sector zones.
I think they'd passed each other in quite some time. But regardless, only the top 6 are on the lead lap. So it got about maybe 10 or so seconds before that 889. Yeah, you can see them just now rounding through turn 10. So these guys are pretty close to being put a lap down themselves. And then at that point, only the top 4 cars would be on the lead lap.
You're right, Austin. If you're wanting to understand what we are talking about, of course, look at the triangle and track map. That's the 889 machine. It's easy to see. It's a triangle. Everything else is a circle. This is not play school or kindergarten. This is real world racing. And you can see the red dot of whoever the driver that you're actually focusing on. At this point, we are focusing on the driver in P5. That is the 192 machine. So you can see just behind them is that 889 machine. Now, they don't have to move across the 889 machine. The 889 machine has to make a pit stop soon. They are lapping 146 threes. These guys are lapping 146 sixes. So give or take, 146 flat, actually, for the 214 machine. And boxing is the eat machine right now.
Yeah, I was going to say E-Machine down pit road this time. They finally decided to end this stint of theirs. I expect for the 147 car to come in about a lap or two, maybe three tops. And the 889 car, I'd say they'll come down pit road in probably about another 8 laps. So lots of more time for these guys to stay out there. 192 and 714. I'd be awfully surprised if this 192 car did not come down pit road this time by. 714 has the opportunity to run another lap longer if they want to, but again, when they're in this tight of a battle for position here, you do have to kind of be worried about the undercut going on with being passed by a little bit fresher tires here in the outlap.
Yeah, put that in your sticky notes as well too. That'll be something to keep an eye on, whether or not the undercut or overcut pays off. Because if you are in the 192 machine right now, piloted by Tommy, he's the one that can make the call. Now, if you are in the 714 machine, here we go. Now, he's going to go wide. No, he's not going in the pit road, but the car behind, no, goes not in pit road. That's the thing. When you are in the lead car, sometimes the car behind can elect to copy your strategy, of course. Like, if they go in, I go in. And that's the only thing with the 192 car, of course, with Tommy, is that he can't really, copy. He doesn't know what the car behind him is going to do. You have no time to sit there and say, oh, they went in the pit road and I can go in the pit road. You can't, of course. You already passed the racing line and started on a lap. So at that point, committed.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised here that this 192 car decided to stay out on the track. I mean, it's been an hour in 2.5 minutes since they were last down pit road. And again, you get a penalty for if you're in the car for too long, if your stint length is more than 65 minutes. Granted, the lap time around here is short enough that they'll just make it back in time, but I don't know when they count that time is stopping. Is it as soon as you hit pit road or as soon as you get back out of the car? They might be awfully close. This might hose their whole strategy here, and if knock on wood or glass or something, whatever you want to, but I'm curious to see if he spins the car out or gets in some sort of wreck here. This might hose their strategy again of staying out another lap.
You're absolutely right, Austin. Like, you don't want to push it too much, do you? Because you want to allow, like in anything in life and anything, you want to allow your flexibility, don't you? You don't just plan your life going, all right, I'm going to turn up at school exactly right on the minute, or turn up to work exactly right on the minute. You kind of allow yourself a little bit of flexibility to say, okay, maybe the bus is late, maybe my travel or traffic or something's going to be late. If you leave it to the very last minute, even in this pinnacle of motorsport, if something happens, then that's out of your control, isn't it? The time's still ticking, but your car's not moving. They are going to pit road right now, Bob.
Yeah, 714 car, they can honestly afford to maybe stay out another, lap or two. I expect them to come down pit road. If not next lap, the one after that. For the 889, they've still got a while before they're due to come in. And that's one of the things I really didn't understand by that, that 192 car is you've got the leader behind you. At some point, you are going to have to pull over and lose a handful of time to him. Why not just dart down pit road, guarantee yourself you won't have to deal with that pulling over, and maybe see if you can't let the 889 car draft up to that 714 up the road. Maybe hound him for a while, force him to let him by, and lose those couple precious seconds in this car-to-car battle between the 192 and the 714.
Good question, actually. I wonder if we can get Jack to shove a microphone into put the window down and ask the cars at the moment. There's 192s in pit road and the 88. Of course, Jack can't do that. It's just hypothetical speaking. We need we need like a pit lane reporter, don't we, to jump down there and throw the microphone and ask the drivers why they're not doing that. They can obviously relay that in the chat if they want to, but they're focusing, I think, on the driving as the 192 machine comes out. The 88 machine come back out again, so Alex will do another stint on that. As you mentioned, the 889 machine on your track map, well, maybe they're looking to come in. 142 on the track map, or 147 on the track map, my apologies, is going into the chute and going into the boot section soon. Will they be stopping? Yeah, I think the 889 machine is going to be one of the last stoppers, wouldn't they? 34-second gap to the 147 machine.
Yeah, driver change for the 192. They've got Bjorn Scheibner currently behind the wheel of that car. So we'll see how fast he is compared to the rest of the field here. We'll also see what he can do with this undercut strategy a little bit here compared to the 714 car. The 714 car has just gotten themselves down onto pit road. That's the Dove machine there. We'll see if they stay in the car or not.
They'll get overtaken by the 44 as they go screaming down the pit road, as well as lose out to another place, perhaps. We'll see. Where's the... no, they won't. should be able to squeeze back out behind the 44. 147 is coming down the road, but that's essentially a different scenario because 147 will still have to go to pit road. 147
Yeah,
is in pit road.
147. I was going to say, if they don't come down pit road this time by, they need to next time. So you can see lots of teams doing this whole safety factor thing, a run about 35 laps, 36 to 36 laps per stint. Anything more than that, you'd be at risk of really hurting yourself here with that penalty for too long a stint time.
214 goes screaming by, but he still gets to visit pit road. 192 goes down there, should pass the 192. I would imagine should pass the 714. Yes. Job done for them. 147 in pit road. Now, we're still expecting, of course, the 889 and the 214 cars to go into pit road. 889, as you can see on the track map there, is making their way out of the heel into 9, 10, and 11, where they box. I don't think they will this lap. But what do you think?
Now, they've got about 5 more minutes before they need to box that 889 car. The 214, they've got about 2 laps left, probably.
They do. This is interesting parts of the races, and of course, that's why you like to have pit stops, don't you, in a race, because it does spice things up a little bit. Otherwise, you just get too much gaps forming, don't you, around a track, and then it doesn't become as exciting. Thankfully, that we have introduced, of course, stops into motor racing, even in the virtual world. It's great. And of course, we have the driver swaps. So in an endurance race, you have to have other drivers that. How good does it feel there, Austin, after you've been doing like an hour or so of racing, to get out and have a stretch? Because you've been concentrating and focusing for so long, you're sweating it out. You probably got an itch to scratch if you get time to scratch an itch. You're hungry, you're thirsty, and sometimes you get tired, especially as you get later into the racing sessions.
I'll tell you, probably the most important thing you forgot there is a bathroom break. I tell you what, there is no better feeling than having to go to the bathroom really bad towards the end of your stint. As soon as you park that car on pit road, you hit the Toki, you get out, and you just say, all right, I'll be back. You rush to the bathroom and come back about a hot minute later and feel way relieved. And then at that point, you finish off your water. Maybe you ran out of your water. I've had that happen a couple times where you run out of your water during a stint.
You mean to say like you're Kimi Räikkönen and you don't get the drink?
Oh, yeah, and no, you don't have to drink.
It's actually a pretty simple system as well. So I was watching a video the other day in Formula One about that, and it's just a little connection valve that they have, but it's a suction valve in there. So it's only one way, so they have a little you call it a little, almost like those little blood bags you have in hospitals, and it's just full of the fluid, and of course they can just suck it up, and of course it doesn't continue to flow. As soon as you stop the suction, it stops the valve. Otherwise, you don't want that spraying in your helmet, of course, at 300 kilometers an hour down a track. And, of course, you want to be able to release it as quickly as possible as well, too, when you jump out of that car if there's incidents.
Well, you learn something new every day.
It's it's good. If you get a chance, watch a lot of the videos about the F1, like safety cars, the signs, and all that sort of stuff they have behind the scenes. Don't just sit there and just look at the drivers and the livery releases and stuff. But trust me, the videos out there about Formula One are much more entertaining than watching a Red Bull releasing the livery of the car in New York City recently. No, watch this other stuff behind the scenes. It's very interesting to look at. And not just Formula One, but of course all motor racing. They do release that.
Yeah, I can count on how many Lamborghinis I own, the amount of times I've seen an F1 paint scheme reveal in my life, and it's 0. So unfortunate.
I love it because safety cars and even the pace cars and stuff like that too in Formula One, medical cars, all the stuff that goes on behind the scenes, logistics. I love that.
Yeah,
147
lots
car.
Of smart cookies having a lot of stuff in place.
Oh yeah, you're talking about the best engineers on the planet. Just little things as well too. You're going to find the right people at the right place at the right time, because VCO does share a lot of the information as well too. So make sure you subscribe to the channels on YouTube and Twitch, and ask these experts. There's not just their virtual racing. There's real life racing, and VCO is definitely represented everywhere, aren't they? In the expos, of course, the racing expos that are around the world. Another one coming up this year. Later on, I think around October, November, somewhere along the line. Probably get to go there, and if you find Fabian, and the VCO team. Give them a shout out.
So 214 car should be coming down pit road this next time by. Klaus Nyring piloting that car. This should likely be the last stint here for Klaus. He started that car, so as it were, he'll probably be the first car to make his last stint in that machine. Looking here at Boris Mirzer in the 147 car, currently in 4th position, but again, I believe after everything cycles out, we should see him cycle up to about 3rd place, and then they'll be locked in that battle once again for 2nd place overall with that Yeet machine just up the road. You got Kramer in that car right now. So again, it's kind of, an age-old battle for today, the 16 car versus the 147. Who's going to take home the rights and honors of being in 2nd place?
That'd be the question. Battle is still resuming between the 711 car and the 45. That is battle for track position because they've made their pit stops. Their 5th pit stop, I believe. And the only 2 drivers that you have to make a pit stop, of course, is the 889 and the 214. They're only done 4 pit stops to make their 5th pit stop. As you said before, they're stretching it a little bit longer. You know for a fact the 889 machine with a 53-second gap has no problem of coming in and out as long as you don't have any problems going to pit stops, because the pit stops are about, you'd have to say, a minute in the pit lane, and they have a minute and 34 seconds to the Yeet machine in P3. So that's about a 30-second plus buffer as 711 machine actually goes into pit road. So I may be a little bit wrong on that one there, Austin, because they're making the 6th pit stop right now.
Well, I mean, I'll be honest with you. Nobody at home is going through it, everything with a red pen, marking up what's wrong and all that. But again, it's interesting to kind of form hypotheses here in this race and see what kind of starts to play out. I think it's starting to play out here. 889 car should be coming down pit road this time by. 214 car stayed out that extra lap like we were talking about. So expect to see them down pit road this next time by.
I think we need a pop quiz, don't we? Like your professor jumping in there to scare you a little bit to there, Austin, and say, okay, here we go. All right, Austin. So give us a performance evaluation of what's happening in this race right now. 32 minutes in the afternoon. Track temperature is at 39. That's cooled down 1 degree. Oh, actually, you have to wait for that because Austin will soon definitely give you his report. His thesis, perhaps, there, Austin?
I already did a thesis. I'm okay.
You have to do another one soon, my friend, because there it is. The 214 machine is going in. That's the Bentley. You have to say the Bentley's been doing a very, very good job charging their way back up to the field. They'll be they will be replaced by the Yeet machine if you look at the track map at the moment. And the Yeet machine is the 16 car. Where is the 16 car? Well, they're going to make their way around turn 9.
8 and 9.
Yeah. What about the 147? They'll get past them too, won't they? But I think they'll clear the 44 machine.
Yeah, they're definitely going to clear the 44 here. I would assume they'll clear the 214 car as well. Be interesting to see, who starts to come out of pit road and win. The 214 car is still stationary. They haven't moved yet.
Yeah, 214, like the 44 on the track map. They're coming around turn 9, turn 10. 214 still stationary.
I think the
gas on. They're dropped out of the jacks right now. They're on the power. It's a short run down into turn 1. That should be cleared on this one.
Yeah, easily clear. They might battle for a hot lap or two, but I really do feel like the 214 is going to be out to clear enough that they'll be okay before they end up getting hounded by this 44 car. The 889 has just come down pit road as well, so I think, a drive-through for the 214.
Oh,
speeding.
I was just about to say, I did say that before in the previous pit stops that everybody's been kind of really kind to the radar gun, haven't they, going the pit road, but not quite so much for the 214 machine. That's going to hurt big time.
Just after they did a driver switch too to Depardieu, so maybe that was Depardieu speeding on pit road exit. Really hard to say who's at fault for that one, but regardless, they're going to have to come down pit road an extra time, and that is absolutely just going to cripple that team. They'll probably end up behind that 44 car. I don't know if they'll get it close enough to that 192, but of course we'll be able to see in just a couple of minutes here. We're going to go for a quick break. Some HyperX spokespeople are going to come in, and then we'll be right back, huh?
You're absolutely right. We'll be back after this break to capture the action, to see what's happened. This drive-through penalty. Our race leaders back out after their pit stop, still in P1. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the VCO FLExTREME Challengers Grid. You're watching the 9 hours of Watkins Glen. Austin Belke, Dean Hompton in the booth with you. As always, Jack Maloney in the production trailer, directing everything, getting us all the camera angles, and answering our somewhat stupid questions whenever we have them. We're about 5.5 hours through the race. We have about 3.5 hours left. The 44 car by Dominic Goles piloted that thing, put it on pole, and then it was quickly passed by the 147 car on lap 1 into the bus stop. Through pace and pit stops, the 98 car took over at the end of the first stint, and then at hour 1, the 147 car took it back. Led for about the majority of that stint until the 889 car, took over command of the race, and ever since then, they have never looked back. They're out to a whopping 27-second lead over the field. So far, they've lapped everybody up to the 7th place, and that pretty much catches everybody up to where we are right now.
Then they wanted to return all the way down to Austin, Texas, of course, down there to the Circuit of the Americas. Mr. Austin, congrats for that recap. Exactly, as you're talking about the 889 Legion Racing team, leading the championship as well, leading this race by a comfortable 30 seconds and change after those pit stops. Battle brewing still, and has been brewing for some time there for the 147 machine. And the 16, doing fantastic. 147, I believe you mentioned there before, is 5th in the championship. Yeet Machine, of course, hugging the spotlight always and hugging the apron a little bit. Coming out of that corner, or the final corner, of course, to make their way around the 184th lap here this evening of Watkins Glen.
This is a battle you were watching as we were taking our break, trying to get ourselves recapped and ready to get going again before we started broadcasting. You're watching Max Kramer battle there with Mr. Mercer in that 147 car, the Aston Martin. So lone Lexus against what is pretty much, I think, every other car. 50% of the guys in here in Aston Martin's. A little bit of looseness there from that 147 car. Max thought about making a lunge up the inside, almost got all the way up to there. It quickly kind of blocked off, had his nose chopped off there by the 147 car. And Dean, I'll tell you, from a driver perspective, getting your nose kind of chopped off like that is super aggravating.
Yeah, speaking of nose getting chopped off, you talked to Mr. James Baddoff, that's broadcasting at the moment there for the rival split. I've casted him some few times, my friend. He says, get your nose chopped off like by a plastic surgeon or something like that. You can talk to James about that. He's got those references. I shouldn't steal it away from him, but yeah. Well, get your nose jobbed like a plastic surgeon. Either way, don't put your nose in there unless you're prepared to suffer the consequences mentioned.
Oh, that 147 car going really wide there. Unfortunately, though, that 16 car wasn't quite able to take advantage of that little bit of a slip-up. It's not too often we see that 147 car make any sort of a mistake, but I tell you what, that 16 car, trying to hope that more of those end up coming up. And look at
the 33 is in the fence, my friend. The 33 is in the fence, and that's back in P14. Big time in the fence. I just kind of caught the end of that one. Not quite sure what's happened there, but they are definitely struggling. There's so much damage. That car is crabbing right now.
I can see that for those 33 bunch. They were having a pretty quiet, consistent day, honestly, just taking whatever out of the car that it would give them. And unfortunately, just, they kind of got the raw end of a bad deal.
Can't lose too much more places than P14 currently at the moment, so good to see. But you're still seeing the Yeet Machine on board right now, piloted by Mr. Max. All right, mate. Max has won a double world champion, so you got the name there. Put the performance there to the Lexus machine.
So hard to do as well, push these cars to the absolute limit every single lap. Oh, it's getting a little bit early on the power there, either early on the power, just too tight for Max's liking right now. You saw him almost run wide there. Might be sort of the problem these cars are getting into. The track has started to cool down a little bit. This is one of those situations where if you might have made some changes to the car, whether that be a little bit setup wise or tire pressure during one of your pit stops, as the track starts to get cooler and cooler, your car might handle more and more adversely to how you wish it would perform. So we'll have to keep an eye on that, and also keep our eye on some of those cars that handled a lot better towards the beginning of this race when we had those same cooler temperatures. I expect to see some of those guys like the 44 car, like the 214 car, really start to come on into their own kind of range of operation here. Maybe this 889 car starts to fall away just a little bit.
This is what you said to about the track temperatures, because they peaked at 40, now we're down at 38, and it will cool down as we approach about 4 o'clock local time for the track. Once again, the battle's still brewing up between P2 and P3. Not to mention, this is one thing I did actually want to mention to you there, Austin, that in this Challenger split, nobody likes the Italian machines, do they, at the end of the day? Like, there's no Ferraris, there's no Lamborghinis. We don't even have a Porsche in here, and that's a German manufacturer, but that's kind of it. Like, it's just a little bit different than the cash split and the rival split of some of those machines. But Aston Martin domination, British car manufacturer domination. Of course, you got the Lexus and got the Bentley. That's another British domination there as well too. The German manufacturer of the 88 machine. Of course, the Japanese sole manufacturer there of the 81 machine of my Skyline. Other than that, yeah, you got also Honda and the BMW. That's really about it. So it's interesting, isn't it? Different, all the splits, the machines that everybody likes to choose.
Yeah, it really is. That's one of the things I like most about these GT3 cars, in whatever platform you're driving them on, is you have so many options in terms of what you want to drive. It just comes down to, what maybe sounds the best from inside the cockpit. In that case, maybe you go for that Mercedes AMG. Sounds really good from inside the cockpit. You get that nice throaty V8 engine sound. Same with the Aston Martin. It looks really nice, and these cars all handle differently compared to where the power planted vehicle is, whether it's a front, mid, or rear engine car. A lot of those Italian cars are sort of that mid to rear engine, so it just depends what you want to have out of a car in terms of performance, and sometimes you just go based on the look of it. It might have a lot of these European folks in here. Maybe they're all from the UK, where you got a lot of those Aston Martins, and only one Bentley though, and maybe not a whole lot of those Lexi or Acura or Nissans, anything like that.
And I guarantee to Austin, there's one thing that the F1 group have elected to use two of these cars out here. So we do know for a fact that we do have a Mercedes 88 and we do have an Aston Martin. So we have safety cars that are driven around Formula One. So we know that they're quick. Because
we certainly
Formula
do.
One don't use any of those Italian manufacturers for safety cars at this point.
Yeah, well, it's sponsorship money talks, it all depends on that. But yeah, obviously, you look at the Mercedes AMG GT3 cars. It's my personal favorite whenever I do these, even on iRacing, I always run the Mercedes. The Lexus is no slouch in and of itself. The Aston kind of performs quite considerably close when I had driven it a couple times to the Mercedes, so it all just depends what you want in a car. Personally, I'm kind of adverse to Porsches because, again, you have all that weight at the rear end of the car, and it just into those braking zones sometimes, man, the car just wants to swap ends a little bit too quickly. And I enjoy a loose race car. Loose is fast, but sometimes that Porsche is just a little bit too out of control.
And as a citizen of the United States of America, my friend, and I believe you are in the Motor City state, you must be feeling pretty proud about the announcement of Ford joining Formula One once again.
Nah.
No?
Yeah, no comment.
No comment on
How about
that
Andretti, though?
All right. Yeah, Andretti, of course, we do want Andretti, of course, into Formula One.
Yeah, with a Cadillac. That's going to be pretty cool.
Yeah, and that's another American manufacturer, as you know, powerhouse.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting when 2026 comes around. You've got Audi, I believe, saying that they were going to join the sport as well. So
correct.
A big, huge influx of those. And how about the IMSA competition, too? You've got a lot of cars with that new DPI or DPH program, whatever it is.
Yep.
LMDH.
Supercars are basically just called supercars, exactly. So they get mixed up with the LMP2s and stuff like that. Yeah, you're right. That's also very, very fun.
Yeah, it had a fantastic debut race at the Rolex 24 just a couple of weeks ago.
And on top of it, you're talking about Chevrolet, right? And in motor racing, that's in Australia, you have the V8 supercars that are Holden and Ford. But Holden essentially is a GM run motor company, and GM, of course, General Motors, as you know, is a powerhouse in the US market. And Yeet Machine still tucked up on the back of the 147 cars. They just get past the 33 car to lap. 33 car, of course, is running down in P14 currently in the moment, and that compromised them a little bit of time. They're about 1.2 seconds and change down the road from the 147 machine, as the 889 machine still continues to put those banker laps in there, and still shaving more and more time away from the rest of the pack.
Yeah, that's right. And talking about those V8 supercars as well, you're getting the debut of all those Camaros after GM decided to cease operations with the Holden brand, moving all the Chevrolet Camaros in there, the V8 supercars. Lots of livery design reveals going on for the supercars. It's a very exciting time in sport. A lot of those Camaros, I haven't seen one I dislike so far.
Did they really do that? I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yep, couple weeks they've done a couple of shakedowns with the new cars, the Gen 3, I believe, supercar.
Lots of changes in motorsports recently, hasn't there been across the board?
Yeah, NASCAR went to their new next generation car, the Gen 7 F1 in 2022. They debuted their newest car, IMSA, going to the LMDH program, and supercars going to their Gen 3 platform. So lots of changes going on. And the world, same with IMSA as well. IMSA kind of doing away like IMSA did with that GTLM program, or GTE as it were, referred to in the WEC. And they're also going to have the supercars program going on. It's lots and lots of different stuff going on in the world of motorsports.
I think yeah, exactly. I think it's been brewing because remember there was scheduled changes to be made, but of course there's a little bit of thing called COVID that kicked into gear and kind of shut programs down and everything on that. And now that the world's gone back to a normal situation again, that now they're releasing all these initially programs that were planned, and thus now they're all coming out at the same time at the same place. And interesting for the motorsports across there is the 81 My Nissan Skyline there in P12 is visiting pit road, 4 laps down from the race leader.
Yeah,
hopefully
no surprise
not for
for them to come in right now either.
Oh yeah, they're off the schedule, aren't they? Because they had to do those repairs earlier.
Yeah, that's exactly correct. So no big surprises. See them come down pit road. You're going to see the number 22 Acura there. Just move over a little bit to allow that leader, the lead lap car, 147, to make his way on through. Now you're going to see the 16 car do the exact same thing. Heads up driving there too by Sokolov in that 22 Acura.
And Pitwall Live timing is a pro edition that's available for everybody at the moment. And of course, don't mention you are, if you're watching on YouTube, say hello. If you're on Twitch, say hello as well. You can watch everything on the Command Center on Twitch to see all the 3 challenges split that we're on here, the cash split and the rival split. And of course, the YouTube channels are all individual. So if you want to individually chat to us, and us being myself, Dean, and Austin, we will respond to that one. Twitch is a little harder to understand if you're trying to talk to us or if you're talking to the other team members and production team. But it's more personalized. We're happy to respond to this one, as it's kind of eased down a little bit this race. Well, I mean, eased down as we haven't seen those multiple battles we had earlier in the race, but they're still there. You can see the timing board as the Yeet machine is still about 1.3 seconds to change down from the 147 machine. There's a battle brewing, of course, for P6 and P7, 3.9 seconds to change between those drivers. And that's obviously Mr. Dove in the 714 machine trying to catch the 192 machine that's on the bubble there of a lap down from our race lead of the 889 machine, which is the Legion Racers leading championship team.
I figured this 88 machine, that Mercedes, the lone Mercedes in the field, was going to run down that 714 car at some point because they had a lot of speed in that car, but anymore I feel like they're kind of just kind of holding pace with them. These last couple lap times they've been continuing to kind of trade lap times back and forth. And speaking of that 88 car, it's just up the road from these 2 cars here. This is looking at the 16 car, the Yeet machine, up the road by about about second and a half is that 147 car, and there's that Mercedes up there, that blue and orange one.
That's what you're talking about. That's the 88 machine. And on top of that, just before we went to that break, we saw a drive-through penalty. So just to elaborate to everybody, what happened there, Austin? Did you get any feedback from that?
No feedback from mine. It just says that there was an accident involving the 214 and that their drive-through penalty was cleared once they went down pit road. So that was cleared up for them, but obviously it's dropped them quite considerably down the order. Instead of being able to fight with that 44 car for a while, they're about 10 seconds behind them and pretty much out of contention here for a podium at the moment.
And just checking every once in a while on the telemetry, quite sure that it will show that, but you'll get a red. Sometimes I get the telemetry that I get doesn't necessarily show on the pictures that you're seeing, but they get a red lap time, and that means it's an invalidated time, which means they've gone off track excursion. Now, there'll be limited to amount of off-track excursions they can do, If you're going to elaborate on how many they're allowed to do that before they're going to get served a drive-through penalty. That'll come a little bit later on, of course, as we get further and further deeper into this race. So perhaps Jack, our fantastic producer, can elaborate on how many of those off-track excursions are allowed before they will have to be served a drive-through penalty.
And it's pretty easy to get those too, especially if you send it a little bit too hot into the bus stop. It's real easy for you to just go skirt through the grass there on the exit once before you reach the carousel. Super easy to get an off track there, and of course, depending on that number, you might do that a little bit too often. Get yourself a drive-through penalty. And Jack has responded to us, Dean, in the chat, and 3 warnings before a penalty, and it's really easy to blow the bus stop 3 times and need to use that runoff area of the grass to go ahead and catch yourself.
Yeah, 3 warnings is tough, isn't it? In a 9-hour endurance race, for sure. You have to be sharp.
Looking here, this is the number 13 car, the Audi. They've done a really good job to kind of keep themselves in contention here for a top 10 if anything happens. This was that car. A reminder for you folks at home, they were the one that got that drive-through penalty almost as soon as the race started. They've been just kind of keeping themselves in here, really not giving up, continuing to fight all race long. They've done a good job to keep themselves ahead of this 81 car. I think they've been catching them for the last little bit here. Yeah, it looks like by about 6 seconds that last lap, so the 13 car must have had some sort of an accident, because that 81 car had not been that close for the longest time. So good on Ernst here.
I like it if you're talking about Billy Joel, isn't it? For the longest time. That's a New Yorker for you. And some music references are going to come. You know that. Keep an eye on those lap times as well to see who is screaming very quickly around the Watkins Glen and who's not screaming so much.
Yeah, we haven't even talked about the fact that a minute here in New York is faster than everywhere else. That's why it's referred to as a New York minute.
There it is. Good call. A New York minute in Watkins Glen. Well, it's a New York 145.4. That what the 889 machine did the last lap, and a 145.6 and 140. Yeah, and it was the second quickest, I have to say, from the 214 machine that's running in P5. 7 seconds and change, or 7 New York seconds down the road there from the 44 machine.
Yeah, interesting to get the conversion factor on there nailed down. So thank you for that, Dean. You got the 147 car. I'm really surprised that the 147 and the 16 car have had as much trouble as they're having trying to make their way around this 88 car. I don't know if the 88 car has just gotten a lot faster in these last couple laps, but I do feel like for sure that 16 car was a lot closer to this 147 machine, and the 147 machine was just a smidge closer to this 88 car. So I don't know if this is Judge kind of just turning up the wick and trying to get himself away or what.
You gotta burn the candles on both ends, as they say, isn't it? If you're talking about wicks. It's 3 hours and so to go on the race. Okay, so we've done about 6 hours and change, so expect some of those really horrible puns coming out of me. At least I got Austin here to save me through the lifeboat out there and say, Biggles, I got you covered, my friend. 36 degrees. Look at that, track temperature's dropped big time, my friend.
Look at the 81 car. Narashitaman has caught up all the way up to Buteman. He's on his tail right now. This is kind of surprising.
What, a Nissan Skyline putting the power down?
No, just catching up to the 13 car. I mean, he ran him down in record time.
And they fixed my car, thankfully. Nothing a bit of duct tape won't fix. Looking pretty good. Looking pretty spicy at the moment, for sure. Trying to bring it to the Audi.
CFRG makes a move down to the inside. A little bit of a defensive block there. You can see that 13 car. Ernst just calling a shot saying, hey, this is my corner. You can pass me somewhere else if you want, but you got to catch me first.
Well, if you want to be your corner, my friend, you're going to win a championship for many, many seasons, and then you may get your name planted on there like Schumacher and Damon Hill and all the other gladiators throughout the series. Senna, of course. Go to Australia and you go, any of those drivers, because most of those names in Australia are based on
Mark Webber
drivers. No Mark Webber corner in Australia. You do have a Lewis Hamilton.
I thought you guys would go ape over him. He's pretty cool.
No, they haven't actually, because they've actually got the Senna and Prost, which is the last couple of corners in Albert Park. And why not?
Oh,
They're the kink in the corners, aren't they? Almost like the bus stop chicane in Spa.
Yeah, Mark's got quite that line in his chin. I hear he keeps up to date on his cleft pills to make sure that stays all liney right there.
What happened? What were you telling me about Mark Webber?
It was a bad joke. Never mind.
Oh.
We'll just move on.
I was going to say. I'm gonna text Mark Webber right now, ask him what you were talking about. No, I actually don't have Mark Webber on my speed dial.
Only Lee Diffie. Maybe you could ask Lee for Mark's
not so much
numbers,
that I'm really bothering Lee right now. Is getting prepping course for the IndyCar. I didn't live. Mark Webber was born in Canberra, or lived in Canberra and Queensbend, I think it is, in Canberra. So I didn't really live a street down the road from him to be able to bother Master Mark Webber.
Not really neighbors with him like with Lee. I understand.
Yeah, exactly. I did grow up with Lee, like playing matchbox cars around who's going to be the fastest one around there, or even calling the car, even casting the races back in the day in primary school in Australia. That would have been fun.
So you're like 30 or something? Because Lee's pretty old, I thought.
Yeah, I'd put it this way about Lee's neck of the woods when it comes to the time ages.
Whoa, that's crazy.
Yeah. But once again,
I should have put 2 and 2 together in my head.
Huh. Either way, but Lee casts the IndyCar. We're casting the GT3 series here in the VCO. And it's not always been GT3 cars, hasn't it? All the season. Most of the races have been good. But you remember, obviously, the series that we did cast, as we're looking currently in the moment of the Instant Skyline, trying to make a run on the 13 car.
Yeah, Arjun continues to get closer and closer to him, and then he starts to make a move, and I feel like that 13 car just really commits to a corner. And then he just kind of pulls away a little bit because Arjun's trying to keep that car clean as much as he can throughout the rest of the session here. But yeah, Dean, we had those Porsches when we went to Barcelona. That was a fun time. And of course, next time out at Paul Ricard, we're going to do the BMW cars. So should be a pretty fun time to have everybody in those spec cars. It certainly tightens up the field a lot more than you would think.
You hope that it'll help the 853 machine that's running a P14, the only sold BMW. And as you see, yeah, exactly. Well, Arjun, that sounds very similar to one of the VCO casters, doesn't it? And try to pronounce the surname there for the Crema de la Course, their 81 machine.
Just Narasimhan.
Yeah, you got it.
That was pretty easy.
Oh, yeah. You're a bit of a mastermind when it comes to those names. It's not Arjun. Is it Arjun?
It's probably Arjun.
Yeah. Similar to the VCO.
Looking for a move here on the outside into the heel of the boot. Not quite close enough to pull it off. We'll see if he can try and mount some sort of a charge here in turn 9. It's been really difficult, though, especially for this 13 car to put the power down. It goes for a little bit of a wider arc there. Diamonds the corner is going to get a really good run off the corner, though. We'll see what this 81 car, of Arjun can do. Sling
What
the
he falls in the pit road again, my friend, off that pit stop strategy. They're back out of turn 1, behind the 33 machine, but a little bit out of place. 33 machine is a lap car, but see how that pans out, that strategy, of course, as the rest of the gladiators around the ring of Watkins Glen will be boxing probably in about 10 minutes time or so, maybe 15. Now you're stretching a little bit further and further into this. Track temperature dropping down to 36 and will continue to drop as we're about 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
It's a really good run for Arjun here. He's running down this Audi quite considerably. He's going to make a move to the outside, see if he can put some side draft on him. I don't think he's going to be quite close enough to allow to force that 13 car to give up the spot.
Oh, he's had to break deep.
Yeah, he had to go a little bit wide there. It'll be a couple laps before I see it. I think we see him get back up there again. And I'll tell you what, bad news for this 44 car. He has to get around first the 45, 13 seconds up the road it looks like, and then an additional 13 seconds up the road is that 88 machine. And we all remember, I'm sure, just how hard it was for that 44 car to get around the 88.
And it had driver swap, so Alex is probably in the chat earlier. I haven't heard from you a little bit, Alex, because you've now driver swapped yourself. So Alex is out of that Mercedes machine. He's gone back to Lassie, as he was talking about. So Alex, give us a little bit of an update on how your stint was. I think your stint was quite great there, actually, for the 88 machine. Just solid driving performance.
Yeah, Alex had a good stint, kept the nose clean, put down a lot of fast laps. It's definitely a stint to be proud of.
What we'd like to hear. Maybe Alex is going for a bit of a stretch or a lay down. Maybe get a snack of food.
Hey, some of these races you kind of just forget to eat if you're really just enthralled into what's going on. You have to remind yourself to get some water every now and again. Go ahead and get a snack. That way you can continue with that caloric intake. Otherwise, you're probably going to pass out at the end of the day. Looking here, this is last stretch, 88 machine. The only Mercedes in the field. Just behind him, he's got that 147 car. That's why you keep seeing all those marshals around the track waving those blue flags as he goes by, trying to let him say, hey, there's a faster car behind you on the lead lap. Maybe you might want to consider letting them by, but we've been looking at this battle here for a long time, especially 147 versus a 16. He's continued to pull away, but tell you what, this 147 car continues to chase this 88 machine.
They are, absolutely. Would you want to be a marshal there and considering a track that's full of cars? Imagine if you were doing this during a 24-hour event and you had the different multi-classes. Kind of get a little tired in your arm, wouldn't you, waving that flag for some time? And you have to wave it perfectly as well, too, don't you? You wave it for just a split second so that you're only allowing one car to let the other car know.
Yeah, certainly. Sorry about that. Yeah, I mean, some of these tracks, too, you don't wave it. You might just hold it up and kind of extend the flag out with one arm to kind of just say, hey, blue flag, you're not really waving it. You're just kind of showing it off like it's a T-shirt you want to show the design to one of your friends or something like that. But I tell you what, I have to imagine that all these marshals in real life, they probably trade off in stints or something.
You also get a front row entertainment, don't you? So a lot of them do it not really paid a lot of the times, they do it for free. And yeah, what's the best racing entertainment you get? The closest you'll get to the track, no doubt, as a marshal. And that's your front row seat, so you don't have to spend really any great money in grandstands to see that action, of course, but you're also doing the job at the same time. As the 81 machine can't get past just yet, even though, as you said, they might get a little bit thirsty, but they're looking at that ice cream on the side of that car. They've been looking at it for some time as well.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, that ice cream is doing a really good job to kind of keep them cool, calm, and collected. Tell you what, though, it wouldn't be a bad gig to be a marshal at track. All you got to do is dress up like a painter who doesn't get any paint on himself ever, and go out there and wave a flag around. It wouldn't be too bad a gig.
You got to get trained in a lot of things like fire marshalling, and here we go. There's side-by-side action, as you can see on the pictures, as Jack has pulled that up perfectly, as Jack always does. Jack's not just our marshal, he's our producer. Still going for it, aren't they? But they're kind of getting a bit frustrated right now, as you're going to have to tuck in through, as you said, the bus stop chicane.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious when Arjun's going to give up the ghost on his patience and either charge down the inside or just huck that thing across that second rumble strip and kind of straight line that corner. And if you make contact with that 13 car, you make contact with him, because they're miles ahead faster. They catch them in about a second or lap or something crazy like that.
If you look at the front end of the 81 machine, it's looking a little dinged up, I have to say, on our, I was going to say stage left. I'm so used to theatre, sorry, but apologies about that one. But it is the front right-hand side of the car. If you're looking from a driver's perspective, there it is. So I don't want to give you a stage left and stage right, but it's looking a little dinged up there. They did get some repairs on the hood. Maybe this is my...
They managed to pound that hood back down into place. I'm kind of curious if they replace that fascia or what goes on with that when some of these cars get damaged. It's hard to keep track of what they do to all these cars and what they would do with the damage in the sim.
That is very true. The rear wing, of course, is straight for everybody, so you haven't many of those rear wings being dinged up. So yeah, going to provide you that downforce that you need. I had a friend in Australia years ago that was in a racing car. He actually got sick of these little clips breaking. Here we go, be rating. Speaking about that, we'll get back in a second. And the outside of turn one's not going to be the move to do, but trying to send up the
looking
inside.
For the crossover. Look at this.
There it is.
Going to be a big run here. We'll have to see if the 13 car gives way. He's going to hold it out there resolutely. He's going to tuck back inside. Now, curious what's going to happen here. Is the 81 car going to block? I feel like they will, or at least kind of hold that car back down the inside and say, hey, if you want to do it, you're going to have to pass me around the outside.
Got it done. Took a little bit of time, and that's too late for dive bomb into the bus stop. But going back to that one, my friend actually is a race driver. He had a very low car. If you have a very low car, of course, go over driving that in your streets anywhere in any city in the world there. And, of course, those streets aren't very kind to you. And got sick of breaking the clips of the front fender and ended up just... the front fender's actually scraping the ground, believe it or not, on the front right there of the 81 machine you're watching. But he just basically got rid of those points of contact there and just said, I'm going to Velcro it. It actually was a great idea because that Velcro held quite well. You'd be surprised.
Oh
Just a bit of
yeah, definitely.
engineering.
Not really a rigid body anymore. It's got some give, some flex to it. No, that's a
Yeah.
great idea. I'd be curious why more people don't. Maybe that's already a thing.
I'm surprised as well too, because I've been up to North Queensland and out, for off-roading Toyota Land Rovers and stuff like that, and we've snapped engine mounts, we've snapped radiator mounts and that sort of stuff. And guess what? We all ripped out the old zip ties, what you call them, cable ties, zip ties. When we were around the world, those things have the flexibility and holding. Believe it or not, I mean radiators, not so much engines, but radiators and stuff like that. Yeah, that's one thing you go if you go in the middle of nowhere. Driving, things snap. Drive-through penalty for the 33 car. Oops.
Yeah, and how about the new fastest lap, purple lap there for the 44 car? Yeah, that's got to be a drive-through for off tracks. Oh, looks like they're going for another one. Oh, that was quite the save there.
Yeah, I think we have to definitely focus on that 44 car. You're right. A 44.8 is a blistering time considering everybody else is in the 46 and 47 clubs. And that, to steal that away, is amazing. They're still on way far, I think, from the 147. They held that fastest lap for a very, very long time. Is now showing, keep an eye, 3 seconds and change down the road there from the 45 machine. And putting up laps like that. So 146.6 for the 45 machine, 144.8. Keep that up, and you're going to be definitely tucked up the back there of that other car soon.
Well, Dean, take a look at the track temperature. It was the highest it was 40 degrees. Last time we talked about it, it was 38. Right now, it's 36 degrees Celsius, so it's cooling off here pretty fast towards the end of the night. Still got 3 hours left. Should be about 7 o'clock here. The sun should be setting, if not completely, basically beyond the horizon. It's going to get dark here. It's going to continue to get cooler and cooler on this track, and I feel like that's where we're really going to see this 44 car come into its own.
I think you're right. Obviously, sitting a fastest lap, and they managed to get past a back marker down the main straight away. It's going to help them a little bit. Doesn't compromise too much time. A little bit of the lap time will. And we can also, I'll tell you what, if you want to foresee the future, my friend, of how it's going to pan out, we could probably look at the rival split as well, too. If you are on Twitch, you type in !command center, and you can see, because they started a little bit earlier than us for the first time. Usually we're the ones that start first. So if they get into the nighttime, although a little bit more sunny, we have overcast conditions currently at the moment here for the Challenger split. Lights aren't on the cars yet, which is an indication that it's not quite dark enough. But you said, yeah, track temperature is now 36. And also, my friend, the wind has picked up because I've noticed the whole time during this race, there's practically been no wind, but it's about 4 kilometers an hour. Shouldn't have really affect the cars too much unless it's pointing down the main straightaways in a headwind.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you, sometimes it can really affect the car if you get a tailwind when you're breaking into one of these corners. It does a real number on the car to upset it, just the shape of these wings. And sometimes not only will it help push you into the corner, going that's a little bit faster than you used to. Now, all that wind will kind of lift the rear end of the car up. Obviously, not a lot. We're not having a hurricane or a tornado out here, but some of that will help the car kind of get a little bit floaty into some of the corners if you have a tailwind.
Talk about Mark Webber, of course, going back to Le Mans many years ago, didn't he? And the Mercedes that flipped not once but twice.
Yeah, you want to talk about tailwinds.
You don't want that, exactly.
And how about this up the track? I think the 147 car
look at that,
finally made its way around the 88. Oh, sorry, Dean.
This. Oh, pit road actually for P45. So they say, we don't want to be a part of that party with the P44 machine that was catching him drastically, as you mentioned. Setting in blistering after blistering after blistering laps. I think you've called something here, Austin. You've picked your notes to pieces here and said, look out for the 44 machine as the temperatures are coming into play for them better and better.
To be fair, though, Dean, that 45 car was last on pit road a little bit over an hour ago, about an hour and 1 minute, so this is kind of just right on time for them to want to come down pit road and take their most recent stop. This is looking at Bram DeParter. 214 car. This car was up there going to be fighting for a podium position, but they got a drive-through penalty. Really just knocked them out of contention for that. Again, if either of the cars just up the road from that 147, 889, 16 car, any of those guys have any sort of problem towards the end of this race, they will have another shot at the podium. But right now, they're a little bit too far back and out of it to have any realistic shot, I feel like.
But you did mention, of course, Jack mentioned to us as well, too, there's off-track excursions. You get 3 or more of those, and you could be looking at DT yourself, DT being a drive-through. So that
I have
is
to say
something
though,
that's
I
possible.
don't know if that's a drive-through for off-track
Oh.
excursions. That might be a drive-through for pit road speeding, because that was right around the time they did their last pit stop.
Oh, you're right. Yes, exactly. We'll have to get Jack to give us information about when you get a actual drive-through penalty issued from your off-track excursions. Something to
Because
look
we've
out
seen
for.
a lot of stop-go 30s as well, and maybe just all these cars for now are doing a good job on getting on and off pit road, so there are no stop-go 30-second penalties, but we have seen those in the past.
We need a couple so far in this race. I think only one. But yes, you're right, in the past. So at the moment, the 714 machine about 4 seconds to change down the road there from the 192 machine. Got 16 machine of the Eat about 5 and change down the road there from our 147 car. That's been doing a solid job, you'd have to say, in this race. I don't think the win is up for grabs unless anything happens to the 889 machine, but still with under 3 hours to go, anything is definitely possible. Remember, at some point, wasn't it the 147 and the 889 did come together in a little bit of a collision earlier on, maybe a couple hours ago?
Yeah, those two got together, I believe, coming out of the toe of the boot, the 889 and the 147. Neither of those cars really, though, suffered a whole lot of damage. I mean, you can see some scrapes on the front end of this 889 car, but nothing really going to affect the performance. If anything, it helped them.
Yeah, I was surprised, actually, at that damage, isn't it? Because there was almost a car across the side of the track there being T-boned. And they are catching, of course, we can't forget the 853 BMW with that fantastic livery that's just up the road. And of course, that BMW driver team there for the 853, there might be club class in this race, but they know coming up in the next event, you're going to be driving the BMW machine one way or another. Everybody has to drive the BMW machine. Not this particular one, but you'll have to be driving the Beamer.
Salvatore Ferrandino, the number 33 car. This is another one of those cars that just had to serve one of those drive-through penalties, probably for off-track excursions. This is that car we saw sliding around when we went to see it. Did that sick drift there through the carousel.
Oh, that was fantastic. I'm going to see that clip later on, of course. That was amazing.
Quite the save.
Yeah. A couple of those we've had this season, haven't we, here in the Challenger Split?
We certainly have. I'm surprised they didn't come down pit road a second time to get all the damage repaired on that car, unless they have come down pit road and there's just nothing that the sim thought could be done with it. Going a little bit wide there on the exit of turn 9, super easy to do, but I'd be curious if they come down pit road, or maybe they just elected to run the car out of fuel and live with this damage for right now until their next pit stop.
You got the 1-3 and the 3-3 machine. That's so close down. Here we go. Up the road, of course, is the Bentley. Let's see how this pans out. The Bentley, of course, hasn't said that penalty. And nothing too much done into turn 1.
Yeah, that 33 car was having quite the look. It looked like he was alongside, and I feel like he was, but I tell you what, all that drag on the front end of that car not really helping him in a straight line, and I feel like that's why it's so hard for him to get around this 13 car. He might be faster with a clean car, but boy, with this beat-up car, I don't think he's got the straight line speed he needs.
I think you have to commit at this point, aren't you?
Yeah, he had to commit, but again, I feel like he's really hurting on top end here.
Oof. Safe liftoff, I'd have to say, for sure. You don't like to lift as a driver, but you want to live to see another day. That's the 13 machine as he gets overtaken by the 33 machine. I tell you what, you want an 8 in your number generally, but we had all those 8s bunched up. Remember, we had the 89 machine, the 88 machine, we had the 89 machine, unfortunately, that has now 98 machine. My apologies, it's retired from the session after too many disconnects. They gave up on their dad deciding to reboot the router when he's trying to connect to your Facebook, or firing up some popcorn in the microwave, as you mentioned. Is the Eat machine now once again there, a little earlier in the pit stops than everybody else, and they are in the pit stops right now.
Looking here again, 214 car, Bentley. Had a pretty good race going until they had to serve that drive-through. But again, you know, you get a drive-through every 3 warnings, so it might just be a matter of time before the other cars have to serve a drive-through as well. As you mentioned, though, Yeet car has come down pit road. In terms of everybody else's pit stop strategy for right now, that 214 car should come down pit road in about 12 or so more laps. The 889 car maybe about 10 or so, 147, about 5 laps away or so from their next cycle of green flag pit stops here.
I'm curious to know whether this undercut will pay off for Yeet Machine. And the way to know if you're tuning in, of course, they look at that track map that's up into your, I was going to say top right, but it's about mid right. And yes, so we know the 12-foot 214 machine has to come in. That's a 16 machine in pit road. They're back out, and they're back out probably in traffic, which is not the absolute best. They got cars up the road. They got the race leader up the road, but that's in a different situation. 214 machine now making their way down into the chute, into the toe, into the boot section. And if they box, what do you think about this, Austin? Like, where do you think that crossover point has? Has it been, if you're in pit lane, you're entering pit lane, and the cars are coming around toe and heel, that would be the close situation for a battle out of the pit road.
Yeah, I have to agree there. It just kind of depends. Some of these teams are running a little bit longer stints than everybody else, and that, it's not a lot of time, but sometimes you don't need to put as much fuel into the car. So it really just depends. In terms of the Yeet car pulling the undercut, I feel like they had to do something because that 147 car was absolutely just gapping them throughout that last stint. So you had to do something. Maybe for their sake, they can make some sort of a tire pressure adjustment, maybe try to bring the handling of the car more towards whatever they'd prefer. But it's one of those things where you got to do something, and if you don't do anything, you're just going to follow the people you've been following all race long.
And this is the time in a critical part of the race when you're under about 3 hours now, with the pit stop window coming up for a lot of the drivers, to contemplate this strategy to the best of your ability, because now you've only got one, perhaps, about 2 more times, maybe 3 at best, to kind of switcheroo that. And you don't want to get too deep into this one where you're thinking, well maybe we'll contemplate this a little bit later on. Well, you don't have that much more later on to go. And the temperature, of course, and the cooling down track temperatures of 36 now. They'll get probably to hit 34, 32s the next hour and change as we get into the afternoon of upstate New York. It'll be interesting to see how that pans out once again. Know that the pit stops were taken there for the Yeet machine. I'm just curious about the 214. They did stay out for another lap. Now, they come back into pit road or not as they make their way around through the famous boot section.
2 and 4, I feel like they've got at least about 15 minutes or more before I think they're due to come down pit road. But we have to realize too, they had that little tiny stint, we'll call it, where they took, actually they're probably due down pit road any minute.
Check that on the pit wall live timing.
Well, they had that miniature stint, and it's really hard to see how long that was with the pit wall. It looks like they might have done about 3 laps, if that's the case. They've probably got about 6 more laps left, maybe 4 or 5. But it's really hard to tell because we don't have any of the fuel calculation that those guys have. Of course, completing those slow laps is going to help them out a little bit, but ultimately it's a time thing. I don't know if your drive-through penalty counts as that driver stint time. I feel like it would.
Well, that's right, isn't it? This is when you get paid as an engineer, isn't it? As a team to kind of crunch those numbers. Pay attention, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, at math class. You might think math doesn't really apply so much when you've got all the tools at your disposal in online, but try Googling that right now and see how Google's going to help you, because it's not, is it? At all, Austin. Because Google's only going to give you an answer based on what you put in. You need to put those numbers in. You need to crunch those numbers quickly as possible, because sometimes you only have half a lap to figure that out. And so it's best to do that in your brain, as you're going to see right now the 9192 car go into pit road, as well as the 714.
Yeah, the only thing you can do in that situation, if you're in that 214 crew, is to basically, run some numbers to say, how many laps has Depardieu done? And if he's done, about 35 or so, you ask him to come in. Anything more than that, it's definitely going to violate that drive time requirement. Looking here, this is a 44 car, Dominic Golds. He's going to go ahead and pass both those cars, 192 and the 714, as they're down on pit road. At 16 car, the Yeet machine, they just came down pit road a little while ago, so they're still about an entire pit stop sequence ahead of this 44 car, and then further up the road, 147's probably going to come in, if not this next time, by the time after that, 9889, they still got about 10 minutes or more.
What do you think the biggest threat is? 889, I think they're cool. They're cool. They have no problemo. I don't think that's going to be the issue. I'm seeing whether or not these other teams are going to be able to make a little bit of a jumper route or not. We know the 44 car has just on that alternate strategy. They've been putting some banker laps too, my friend, even though we haven't been putting them pictures too much, but they had the fastest lap. They've been doing 45s. And the only other people in the territory has been the race
45s
leaders.
are good.
Yeah, race leaders 45s as well. So that's actually very, very impressive. I think the 45 car in P10 also did a 45. But it's not doing it in one lap. You have to do it in multiple laps is the key.
Yeah, it's not enough to basically go out and get that purple lap time. You need to go out there and be putting down at least something close to purple where you're pushing yourself, to that degree every single lap. Otherwise, you're leaving a lot of time out there on the table. I will say, I think the biggest risk for the 889, they just can't beat themselves. They just need to be cool, calm, collected, consistent throughout the rest of this race and just hope that, knock on wood or whatever, not to jinx them, but something bad doesn't happen, like the internet going out or something. If you're the 147 and 16 car, you've still got a lot of opportunities left to either gain that next position to get you up into P2 or to go out there and try to pass somebody else. At the same time, you can't afford to make any mistakes because, second place to sixth place is all relatively close. They're about within one pit stop or one accident out on the track of one another. A drive-through penalty would certainly take that 147 car and put them right at about at that 44 car level, just around the top 5. So you're not out of the woods yet. There's still a lot more racing to go. We've still got 2 3/4 of an hour left here.
Oh, of course, Austin, unless your roommate goes up there and fires up the microwave, of course, and all of a sudden your wife goes, oops. Yep, won't go there. Yeah, that joke's getting old now, but it was great at the time.
It was a good joke while it lasted.
Yeah. Now we're eking out, aren't we? We're kind of like eking out a couple of more laps of fuel out of the car, aren't we, even as commentators here?
Yeah, yeah. With that joke, it's cars running on empty, and we basically got the clutch pushed in, just trying to get it home.
That's very difficult as you go back to race starts. Thankfully, it's a rolling start because I'll tell you what, you do go into a lot of the motor racing series, you get those clutch engagement on a standing start. That is so difficult. So I've seen drivers in the past, haven't they, put in some anchor laps there. Pole position, no problemo, just annihilating the field, and all of a sudden, bang, they can't get that clutch engaged, and they get bogged down at the start of a race. Don't have to worry about that, of course, for rolling starts. The only problem was the 13 machine, unfortunately.
Oh, contact between the
there is contact, you're right.
It looks like the 33.
I think talking about that too soon.
Argy there, yeah, that was a 33 of Salvatore Ferrandino. Forcing the 81 car just a little bit wide. I'm kind of surprised both drivers allowed that to happen, especially the 33. You got to have more kind of realizing where your fenders are in that scenario.
I think at this moment too, Austin, because they're so far down the field there, you're talking about P12, 13, 14, and not really 15 at this point, but yeah, they're kind of like just risking it for the biscuit a lot more because they got really nothing to lose too much. They're just going to get points, but running a little bit of gambling here. They're about 4 laps or so down from our race leader. Still yet to box. Pit stops, whatever you like to call it. Either way, go visit the team because you kind of need fuel, you kind of need tires, and sometimes you kind of need to change your driver.
I mean, I'll tell you what though, that 33 car is like almost a lap and 3/4 behind the next car ahead of them. So I don't really know why you're pushing that hard, other than just you don't want to be pushed around. So we'll have to see if something else transpired there. It could just be a simple accident, a simple mistake there. So you never know. We're not in the cockpits of those cars.
I'd have to say, this is the great thing about the VCO Endurance Series, whether or not you're talking about the Challenger Split or the Rivals or the Cash Split. But having to do a couple of other endurance events for the other simulators like iRacing and stuff. Mate, in Bathurst, recently, that's a 12-hour event. We're doing 9 hours, of course. But I was seeing cars 16 laps down, a lot of the field 16 laps down from our race leaders, which is a spread of, give or take 30 cars. We're 15 here. But 16 laps down after... about the time we are in this race right now. And look at this field. We have 15 drivers in here, and the worst case scenario is the BMW 6 laps down from the race leader. So you have to put it, compared to the recent racing events for Bathurst, they're doing a pretty damn good job.
Yep. Well, Dean, looking at, again, going back to that pit strategy and stuff, I'm really kind of curious if any of these other teams might sort of pull something else out of the bag here. Maybe try to do some sort of a last-ditch attempt at getting an extra spot or two towards the end of this race. The field is pretty spread out, so I feel like the opportunities to do stuff like that are diminishing. But boy, it's always interesting to see, what all these teams and drivers think of at the last possible second in terms of, well, if we pit right now, we could take half the fuel of somebody else, and maybe we might be able to eke out some extra time that way, not taking tires or something different.
Absolutely great point. Absolutely fantastic point. Because that's exactly what happened in the Bathurst event that I was casting with one of the teams. They were planning on, of course, fuel saving a little bit more there and extending their stints to perhaps shave a whole pit stop out towards the end. That was 12 hours, of course. It's a little bit different in this one. But yes, strategy at play. Good to see. But then again, it pans out on what's happened in your races, doesn't it? It pans out on the situation of where you are on the field. What are the incidents that you've been involved in or have to avoid? What times you've been doing? Any off-track excursions, any wall adventures. And that's something that they're all crunching numbers on. That's why teams have to work together, and then the teams always talk together. They got spotters, they got multiple drivers, and I'm sure they're sitting there crunching those numbers going, okay, guys, all right, so let's think about where we can get, right? If we're in P7, how can we get to P5? How can we get to perhaps a podium? Those are the things that would be going through their minds. And at this point of the race, this deep into the race, with about 2 hours and 40 minutes, just under 40 minutes to go, you're now contemplating what's the best that's, realistically achievable at this point, unless anything else goes pearl-shaped. Let's say the situation doesn't change, everybody continues in the same pace, in the same situation they're doing, the same pit stop strategies. What is the best situation that you could do to try to gain more positions as a team? That's what they'll be trying to work out.
Well, I think at this point, and again, it changes depending on the sim and also depending on the cars you're in and what track you're at too. But I feel like at this point in the race, you're getting down to crunch time, and I feel like anymore, 10 or 20 seconds is probably the most you're going to end up making up on the cars around you, if you're a lot faster than him, because it takes a lot to be about a tenth or two faster per lap than somebody else on the track. But, so to catch them by an entire second or so would take 10 laps, basically, if you're about, 1/10 faster per lap. You see Ryan Leach come down pit road for the Pit Stop UK team. This is at 7-11, but they've been doing really good in the championship standings, especially up until today. I kind of got to wonder, Dean, maybe if this is the day that they're taking all of their BOP, their ballast, basically, adjustment for this season.
But you have to go back to the start of the race, and they didn't have a very good start of the race. So, yeah, they went a little bit pearl-shaped from. They have lost, essentially, at this point, 4 positions. May lose another one soon from their starting position. But then again, there's still time to shine, as that sunshine won't be shining as much at the moment. The track temperature drops to 35. But going back to that one, you're right. Realistically, you have to crunch numbers and think, what is the realistic positions we can get? As you said, shaving like a lap or half a lap, 30, 40 seconds and stuff like that is not an easy thing to do, because the other drivers out there aren't just going to be lifting and just going slow. They're also going fast as possible. They're also trying to get to maximize the positions they can maximize. So a stop-go penalty, unfortunately, for the 7-11 machine, as we were speaking about that one. Uh-oh, that'll hurt.
Yeah, that's probably a speeding penalty, I'd have to assume.
I'd say so for sure, because you get that one straight out of the pit lane entrance and exit. That is probably a speeding.
Yeah, I mean, unless he's rolling over the dirt there, and in that area, if you add to your 3 strikes you're out thing, you only get a stop go 30. But out there, that's probably speeding onto or off of pit road. And sometimes you'll have that. These teams, it's very rare that you practice a pit road entry. Even myself, I don't do it very often. Sometimes you try to just push the boundaries, and sometimes too, when you get back in the car, you don't turn on the pit limiter again. Sometimes it turns itself back off. You mat the car, and these things accelerate from 0 to 60 pretty quick. And especially when the pit road speed limit is below 60, you've got basically about 2.5-3 seconds to realize the pit limiter is not on.
They should be maybe losing a lap or so to the Honda, the 22 machine behind them. That'll be interesting to see. Yeah, you're absolutely right, isn't it? Because you've been focusing on me. You've been driving yourself for practically an hour stint, and you've been just doing the same things over again. You're just focusing on your racing line. You're focusing on your up and down gears. You're looking at your telemetry information as well too as driver. You're looking at your deltas between the drivers ahead of you, behind. You also got lap traffic in play or cars that are quicker than you going past. And then, of course, your spotters are giving you this information. All of a sudden, you go, all right, box. And all of a sudden, you're like, the last little thing you've forgotten to do was hit the pit lane limiter. And all just like that, it goes pole-shaped.
Yeah, that's right. As you see, Luca Filippi now serving that stop-go 30-second penalty as he goes down onto pit road. So you'll probably see him pull over off to his box where they have that pit equipment down there, serve that penalty, and then back out onto the racetrack.
I don't think they'll lose the 22. They should be okay. But then again, the opportunity of them possibly taking that P9 as the 214 machine does go in, so the Bentley goes finally is at pit road. Yeah, I mean, so yeah, at worst case scenario, you might lose a position, but then again, your chances of gaining a position are more difficult with 2 hours and change to go on this race.
Yeah, that's right. And again, it goes back to maybe being a tenth or two of a second a lap faster than your opponents there. And at that point, it's going to be really hard to make up a spot. But I will say, I feel like 10 seconds over the course of an hour is still in the range of doable. So, you're not out of it yet for some of these guys. But I would certainly say they're about 100 seconds, up the road in between pit stop sequences at 889 is in the rest of the field. So they're down on pit road, as is the 214 car, Dean.
Top of this as well, you're right. So the leader deals go in. 2114 is in. We're expecting the 147 car and maybe the C machine going in a second. But actually, they have been in. But on top of that, the one element that comes into play that you don't necessarily see watching the screens is the fatigue at this point. Remember, we had drivers that have started the race and they've done their stints, and now they're coming back in the cars doing more of these stints. Now, it's easy to say, like, you get a little bit of a breather, you get to step away there for an hour or maybe two, then get back in the machine. But most of the time, the drivers aren't just doing nothing, right? They're not having a little bit of a snooze. They're actually still engaged. They're still on sharp end there. They're even spotting their teammates. And then they get back in the car, and then all of a sudden your eyes start to get a little like drowsy, and the mistakes start kicking in a little bit more towards the end of the endurance races. And that's the crucial part why you have to keep putting those fast laps down, because anything can happen up the road. And all of a sudden, wow, that 10 seconds that we're gaining, well, that 20 seconds gaining, now all of a sudden we're almost on the gearbox of that car up the road that's made a mistake. So that's why you got to keep pushing to the absolute limit.
Yeah, you can't afford to let off, especially not this deep into the race. But Dean, I think it's time. I believe all the cars have taken their last pit stop at the moment. Well, not last for the rest of the race, but their most recent one. So I feel like we're good to take a pit stop for ourselves.
Bingo. We'll be back just after this short break.
Welcome back to the VCO FLExTREME Challengers Grid for the 9 hours of Watkins Glen. Austin Belke, Dean Hompton with you in the booth. As always, Jack Maloney directing and producing this entire broadcast for us. Quick update, we are 6.5 hours in and got about 2.5 hours left. Start you off from the beginning to where we are now. A 44 car was put on pole, currently being piloted back then by Dominic Goals. Since then, he's gotten back in the car. This should be about his last stint for the day, but immediately he was passed on lap 1 going into the bus stop by the 147 car. That's the car currently riding around in second place. You can see that upper left-hand corner of the screen. 147 car led for the majority of the laps in the first 3 stints. They were kind of passed for a little bit by that 98 car, the sole McLaren in the field today, but unfortunately they had some internet connectivity problems. Really just took them out of competition. They elected later in the race to go ahead and park their car. That's why you don't see them currently being scored anymore in the 16th place position. Ever since then, the 889 took the lead through a little bit of clever pit strategy, came out on top. Ever since then, they got the lead and have never looked back. They're currently out to a 33-second lead over that 147 car, and that's basically caught us right up to where we are right now, Dean.
Thank you very much for that recap there, Austin, on the hour, every hour almost. 144.767 is the 889 machine. So eventually, at some point, took a bit of time. Took them 220 or so laps to get that, but they have stolen the fastest lap. I thought that was the one tick box they wanted to tick to secure their way, perhaps into a very close championship victory. That's the Legion of Racers team there, 839 points in this championship. Now, closest rival, 44 machine. They're running in P4 currently at the moment, about 1 minute and 35 seconds down the road, getting very close to the lapping territory. As you mentioned too, the 98 machine, unfortunately not here at all with those DC issues to be a part of that. They're third in the championship. That's the F1 memes. Pit Stop UK team, 711 machine. They're down in P11. All these numbers are starting to kind of come together, aren't they? And then the 147 machine that you said, well, they're fifth in the championship, so they're going to get a whole lot of points here and probably may be able to leap their way perhaps in the P2 or P3 in the championship, but that'll be the decider for the finale. But at the moment, we are in the penultimate race, and these are the situations as they are. We can't change it. We just broadcast and produce it. So there it is. Welcome along to the Challenges Split.
Yeah, all the challenges right now, the opportunities to gain and lose points are all up to the drivers. 3 drivers per different car. We still have this round to finish off. And then, of course, we do have the last and final round a couple weeks from now. Whenever it is decided, set in stone, we're going to go back to Circuit Paul Ricard with those BMW cars that we were out 2 weeks ago with. And we're going to go out and finish this whole season off. We'll see who comes out as the champion on top and wins. Those 4 pairs of the HyperX headphones, a really nice prize for those drivers to take home with them, and honestly, it's something to be proud of too, winning any championship, especially with a prize like that. But like I said, 2.5 hours left in this race, Dean. If you want to do, you can always catch up as well. pitwall.live/timing/VCO-server3. The folks at VCO and Low Fuel Motorsport, FLExTREME as well, have gotten together the pitwall.live people, and they have given everybody, don't need to log in, don't need to do any sort of that credit card information for a 30-day free trial. It's free for everybody. You just log in and see all the stuff that you get being offered with the pro version of the website. So go ahead and check that out for sure. And if you might be wondering why we're talking about the Challenger Split, 2 races going on at the same time as always, Rival Split and Cash Split. If you're watching on Twitch, you can go ahead and type in !Command Center. You can bring up all the different views, all the different splits at once, and just kind of have all the action on your screen at the same time.
I'll tell you what, even though we all know about the events that occurred recently in the last time around there, unfortunately not in our control, not in VCO's control. But I'll tell you what a way to bounce back, hasn't it? We had a little bit of hurdles at the very start there, delayed start across the board there. But I'll tell you what, looking at that exactly, the !Command Center on the Twitch, I'm seeing great racing across the field, the Cash Split and the Rivals. It's all been good, and touch wood, it's been fantastic racing across the board. We like to see it. As I say, what doesn't hurt you, sticks and stones may break your bones, whatever. It's not going to break VCO, isn't it? As much as people are unfortunately, somehow I don't know why anybody would ever want to try to mess with what is a brilliant situation. Does try to interrupt it. They have not managed to succeed today because we've succeeded. VCO succeeded, and the entertainment is there, and that's good because the drivers have put so much work into this, haven't they? All season long, they want to get out there. They want to put the fastest laps in. They want to battle for championships and those HyperX headphones. And I tell you what, today nothing's going to stop them from doing that.
Yeah, certainly got a lot of guys, and good to see the the resilience out of the entire team here to go ahead and continue.
Amazing.
2 hours left to go. Yeah. Go ahead, Dean.
No, you're right, my friend. Don't worry about it too much because the action on the track, the closest action is probably a battle for give or take 2 battles for P10 and P11. That's a 22 car on the 711 machine, as well as the battle for P4, the 44 machine, and the 214 Bentley machine. So that's familiar names, familiar places, and familiar battles at Watkins Glen, upstate New York. And looking across the field there, because there are multiple screens, of course, you can pull up those different streams at once. It's just been sunshine, hasn't it? It's just been the optimal racing conditions for all of the splits today.
Yeah, it really has. There's been some clouds in the sky, but for the most part, they're the light, fluffy ones, not really those dark and scary ones that denote bringing rain. Although rain wouldn't be a bad thing. We had a great time when we got a little bit of that rain, remember, back in Barcelona. Of course, last week, 2 weeks ago out in Paul Ricard, we had a little bit of a damp condition to start the race out on the track. But yeah, today, it's been an absolutely beautiful day. Blue skies pretty much the whole time. We had a little bit of overcast there where some clouds were blocking the sun, but the clouds went away. The sun's back out, heating up the track for a while. I'll tell you what, though, the air temperature has dropped to 29 degrees, 31 at its hottest today. Track temperature has been dropping the most. The track temperature is currently at 34 degrees Celsius. It was hottest at 40 degrees, so definitely continues to dip down. This is right about where it was at the start of today, so definitely expect for a lot of these cars to maybe more so kind of cycle out in terms of overall speed to where they were in qualifying. Whether that's the 44 car can track down the 889, given that he's starting on pole, it's going to be tough to see, but it'd be really cool if it got down to the wire for us.
Oh, cool reference to the coolness, isn't it, my friend? How about you stick your head out the window there in northern United States of America and tell me if it's feeling a cool 29 degrees. I bet you it's not, but in the virtual world it is. Sorry about that one, my friend.
Well,
I don't want
it
to rub
depends
it
on
into
which 29 degrees we're talking about. If I did, it's about 29 degrees Fahrenheit outside my house.
Oh, it's about 80, about 85 for me. So yeah,
in the
little
jungle.
chilly, not really. Chilly. The 711 machine on the back of the 22. Here we go. Never a dull moment. The Challenger split.
See if Luca can make this pass here, heading now into the boot. This is right now hurtling towards the toe. We'll see if Luca can make a dive in here for it. Not quite close enough. He almost got a hint of that, but again, some guys enter the corner where they, kind of wrap it down to the bottom towards the apex, and some other guys like to go wide and then cut back down across to really maximize their straight line speed coming out of the toe of the boot as they hurtle towards the heel. So again, Luca continues to get close. I feel like Luca's a lot better, especially in the corners, but right about here is Reverusu starts to pull away, especially on the straights.
You've been studying these maneuvers now for about 7 hours and change. What do you think would be the ultimate overtake course? You see this whole switcheroos and they make their way around turn 10 and about to be turn 11 to start lap 200 and what are we looking at? 222 for them currently in the moment. And that's a couple of laps down from the race leaders. Here we go.
Well, we've been in this race for, 6.5 hours or so, going on 7. But I tell you, I've been racing at Watkins Glen International on iRacing for a couple of years. Lots of years before that on the PlayStation 2, some of those NASCAR games. Even Forza Motorsport has Watkins Glen. So lots of different opportunities to be racing at this facility. And I think for me, the ultimate passing opportunity is right up here. This one right here, we're going to see Luca try to get a good run out of turn 1. Up the S's, down this back stretch, try to outbrake that guy, or at least outmaneuver him, maybe outskill him here into the bus stop chicane. He's forced to back out of it. And you see a lot of that happening today, where the guy closest to the inside of that initial right-hander, more often than not, gets the edge from that guy on the outside, really just trying to be a little bit more timid than he probably wants to be, but he's keeping the car in one piece, so you can't fault him.
Hold it perfectly, didn't you? And that's, I refer to it as the inner loop on the back straight between turn 4 and turn 5. I don't even know the reason why do they even count those turns. I don't count those turns, actually, believe it or not, on the track map, but that's the bus stop, as you call it here in Watkins Glen. And yeah, there it is, isn't it? So at that point, you're committed to it. Somebody has to lift, don't they? Because you have to file through there one by one. And when you do see them go 2 by 2 through there, then somebody's generally in the fence at that point. We haven't seen that, thankfully, so much here in the Challenger split, because they realize that that's a little bit too much risk in the biscuit situation.
Yeah, you'd be surprised. I've had to go through there too wide a couple times in that situation. You know, if nobody's going off track and nobody's wrecking or going to the outside wall, you're both going to have to slow down quite a bit, at least to make it the entrance to the bus stop. Usually by halfway, somebody's definitely pulled ahead over somebody else. You see the 81 car dive down pit road. That's your boys in the Nissan there, Dean.
Yeah, I think they got out of the way there because they realized they're out of stop strategy. Remember, they had to ding up the front of my car and a bit of duct tape. They fixed it up quite well, but they're way off the different strategy at this point. They are a couple of laps down, currently from about 3 laps or so and change down from race leader. We still have, believe it or not, give or take, down to 192 machine. So they're on the lead lap. That's not too bad to say, as you said. 6 hours and change plus into this race. It's not to be bad position to be in, as this battle's still brewing. Of course, it ain't over yet. Until, I was going to say Barney waves the checkered flag. I'm not sure who waves the checkered flag here in ACC, but either way, somebody's going to be waving it.
Yeah, Lucas still trying to get this position taken over here from Valentin Rusin, this 22 car, trying to break into the top 10 again. And this is a little bit uncharacteristic here for this 7-Eleven machine. These Pit Stop UK boys are usually a lot closer up towards the front. They're more often than not kind of towards that top 5. That's why they're doing a lot better in the point standings compared to where they're running on track. But hey, you know what? You might have some off weeks. Some people just don't get along with this track. There are tracks and cars at certain places. Some people just don't really kind of jive with, if you know what I mean, and you just have an awful time getting around here. There's some tracks like Suzuka. For me, I have never run a race at Suzuka that I felt particularly proud of.
Yeah, like your sushi trains, my friend. You get a couple more sushi trains to like your sushi. Is the battle's still brewing up. But exactly, it's also going to come down to the fact that you have to trade in your GT3 car for a BMW for the next race. So that may definitely switcheroo come of the time that'll happen. At the moment, the time that's happening is a 7-Eleven machine still trying to find the way past the Honda machine. We did maybe mention there, it's quite quiet in the chat there, as Alex was driving the 88 machine that's currently running in. Alex is driving the 88 machine currently again. That's the Soul Mercedes. And he was saying, well, that Honda has some straight line speed. Well, we can see that for a fact there, can't we, there from Luca?
Yeah, look at this run that Luca's going to get on the outside here, this number 22 car. He thought about going down to the inside. He decided against it. Going to try side draft him here going into the bus stop chicane. And at this point, yeah, he got him now.
Yeah, they're both actually forced off the grass. Now, this is going to be interesting, isn't it? Now, who do you think? Well, both are eager going in the corner. I think it's good. I would say race on. I would say they're both argy-bargy, as you mentioned, and I don't think anybody would have to lift and say, my bad. I think it's, actually, the fence.
Ooh, that was a hard lick. Yeah, that's definitely going to mess up some toe link there. I would at least hope it messes up. No offense, but that was a pretty hard lick.
That was a hard lick, but that was later, wasn't it? We're going back to that little moment before.
Man, yeah,
I think it was at fault, isn't it? Because you said that's the opportunity, isn't it, into the bus stop to try and make something work.
Well, that's the opportunity, but I was just going to say, you know, what Luca could do is just really hope that if he stays in it long enough, he forces that 22 car, Rusu, to go in the corner a little bit harder than he'd like to, and at that point, he's going to miss the entry to the bus stop chicane and is forced to run wide. Now, at that point, Luca's got 2 things to do. He can either race in there and clear himself, let Valentin kind of go through there and clear himself out, or he can try to back off and just tuck in behind and hope that he continues to go wide, or maybe he gets his tires a little bit too dirty, and then Luca can take advantage. At that point, Luca decided to race in there, and it almost worked out perfectly for him, with the exception of that 22 car got cocked a little bit sideways, and they ended up dooring each other, and I feel like that's why Luca had to go through the grass. Unfortunately, the sim won't see it that way. The sim, both those guys are lucky they didn't just get 2 drive-through penalties, because the sim doesn't care how you go off track. I feel like you're just going to get a penalty regardless.
think that's the reason why recently in Formula One, not to mention the sports betting advertising, they actually get the AI advertising coming all over the place for those drivers. So maybe they're like, you know what, we'll get rid of race control. We'll just let AI decide the decisions in the future. But anyway, that is what that is. Both of the tracks did have a bit of off-track excursion, and I'm sure both will agree or disagree on that situation. But for the back out of the field there, the battle between the 214 machine in P5 and the battle between the 44 machine in P4 is brewing, because the 214 machine, the Bentley machine, has got a last lap there was a 45.9, a 46.1 for the 44 machine. So they're starting to shave some time. They're starting to claw them in the dying stages of this race. And we say dying stages of the race because there's about 2 hours to go. But in an endurance race, that is still dying stages.
Yeah, closing stages, perhaps, maybe a little bit of a better word for it. That 44 car expected to come down pit road in about 2 or 3 laps right now. So this is definitely the end of their stint. They do have the advantage of low fuel, but certainly their tires are pretty knackered at this point. So I expect for the 214, once they catch it, to make pretty quick work, and then that 44 car should come back down pit road. But let's still, don't count them out. They're still battling for that 4th position. I feel like while they were slower in the middle portion of this race, now the track continues to cool down. It did get a little hotter, though. I feel like the sun's beating down on this track up to about 35 degrees Celsius once again. We might see a resurgence here from this 44 car before the end of the day.
You can see it, Austin. Look at this at the moment. Look at the comfortability there of the 214 machine. And look at the exits and entrances. You can see the 44 machine is just struggling a little bit more on the traction. You can see that they're not so much on the rails. That's not a great example, of course, of the turn 1, but you just keep an eye on that. In fact, if we can go on board right now with the 214 machine of Grant's perspective, he can see the 44 machine up the road, and you'll be able to see the way it's wiggling a little bit, the way it's kind of handling the worn tires, as you mentioned. Now, as a race driver yourself there, Austin, at this point, like, you kind of like, as James would say, is also broadcasting in the rival split, he's like Bambi on ice at some point, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. And I tell you what it does for you is it's basically blood in the water. Imagine you're a hungry shark and you see that guy up the road, all sorts of squiggly, really having to fight to put that power down on corner exit. Sometimes he goes for a little bit of a slide instead of the corner. You instinctively are going to see that and say, that guy is out of control. If I get up to him, I can pounce. If I make a move, it's hard for him to counteract it. He's either going to have to wreck the car trying to block me or wreck the car trying to race me into the corner. And if he doesn't want to wreck the car, it's going to be some easy pickings for me. You still have to run down and make that move and at least show that you're faster. But boy, it's really giving you a giant green light to say, hey, that's one more spot I can take.
And they're catching the BMW, of course, that we love to see. Even though they're running pomp last, they're still in this one. You can see them at the moment down the mini straight, I was going to say, into turn 10 and turn 11 coming up soon. On your track map, you can see where they are located by the red dot. Yeah, the exit speed, see that at the moment to the 44 car almost into the fence, and that's a honourable there for the 853 BMW. Says, look, go on, guys, move on. We're in our own race. We'll catch you later on when we get back into the BMW cars for the finale. But for now, yeah, settle with your GT3s and settle with your battle, because it's now down to half a second between P4 and P5.
Yeah, this battle continues to get closer and closer here as the race goes on, and you can definitely see that the 44 car just really starting to lose traction, especially off these corners. And the worst part about that is it hinders his exit speed to go down some of these long straightaways, and that's what's going to hurt him the most. Especially, you can see just how much time Grant gained down that long straightaway, and especially through some of these giant long corners where you have to wait and wait and wait and then put the power down. That's really where Grant's going to gain a lot of time here.
Look at the way he's hugging the apex a little bit more, and the car sticking. You can see it, can't you? He's confident more into the corners, as we're riding obviously on board right now, Grant. And see how the slide there, you don't feel it so much, but look at how much like gaining speed that 214 car. Now, not to mention this is that Mr. Goal is there in the 44 machine. They're not on the similar tires, remember. They're out of pit stop strategies here, so there's nothing wrong with the 44 machine driving any worse. They just got worse tires under the car. And of course, those 4 points of contact onto the track are the most important contact to the track. Very soon, they're going to have to either yield and let the 214 machine through, or hold them up for a few more laps before their pit stop will be coming up. I have to say, very, very soon there, Austin.
Yeah, I feel like if you're in that 44 car, you're probably going to come down pit road this time by. If not this time by, next time for sure. Looks like they are going to elect for next time. Going to be pretty darn close on that whole drive-through thing. Probably about 1 hour and 3 minutes. So a little bit of a comfort in there, but not a ton of it. And I feel like, again, you'd really rather pit, get that 4 fresh feel goods on the car. But you know, it all just depends. We're getting closer and closer to the end of this race. If you're in this 44 car, you're basically going to make 2 more pit stops before the end of this race, and you want to make sure you don't have to make another pit stop before a third one. Otherwise, then your whole strategy basically at that point is hosed.
Come on down to the Austin garage to get your 4 feel good fresh goods. Is that what you said, Austin? I like that. You actually
4 feel goods.
4 feel
4
goods,
fresh
of course.
feel goods, yeah.
4 fresh feel goods. I like that. You should start your own tire company, my friend. That's a marketing. Hey, trademark, by the way. You can't use that. That's trademark to Austin.
I stole that from Larry McReynolds.
Oh, okay. Don't say that. Shh, beep, beep. There you go. Not going to happen.
There we go. Yeah, there we go.
But anyway, it sounded good, and it is good. And whether or not those 4 feel goods, the 4 fresh feel goods are feeling good at the moment for the 214 car.
There's a battle going on between the 714 car and the 192 on track. I see them trading lap times back and forth on my timing and scoring screen. I don't know, Jack, can we maybe get a look at that?
That's a lap cars at the moment. I wouldn't take your pictures away from this battle just yet, but I know what you're meaning there, Austin. You can see the track map about that.
They're a lap down, but I mean, it's still 6th and 7th.
You're true on that one.
You can see it just up there by the bus stop coming out of it right now. So we should see the 44 car come down pit road this next time by, and I think this is really going to set that car up to do a good job. They're basically not have to make another pit stop.
Oh, there they are. Yeah, they did. Oh, yeah. That was a late dummy.
Kind of surprised you even tried to pull a dummy.
Yeah, going into some of the stewarding decisions, stuff like that, saying there's a limit to how much time you have to go into the pit road. You can't just pull into the last minute sometimes, but it's all been okay and cleared here. But you certainly weren't winning on the outside line going into that one. There it is. It's a 44. Now, now crunch those numbers there, Austin. Once again, pay attention to math or maths class, because they call it maths in the UK and they call it math in the United States. Are they going to be able to fuel save enough to shave a stint? That's going to be crucial.
Well, they won't need to shave a stint, and this is what I was talking about a couple hours ago. Back when we were, I think, at like 6 or 7 hours to go in this race, they were basically pitting around the 18-hour to go mark on the hour, and then the next time they come, it'll be 15, and then 12, and then 9, and then 5, and now at this point it's 3. So they can't save enough to shave an entire fuel stint off their race. You just can't do that. Realistically, it's not possible because you have that stint length requirement. You can't go over an hour and 5 minutes. However, at this point, they're basically, even if they left the pit road right now, they drive for about an hour and 3 minutes. That puts them inside the hour mark for their next pit stop. At that point, you come down pit road, you put your 4 fresh fuel goods on the car, fill her up to the brim with fuel, send that thing back out there, and you're not going to see it until the end of the day. You might as well pack up your pit box because you're not needing it again.
Oh, he just spoiled my Hollywood surprise. It's like I'm trying to sell the script of the Hollywood movie, isn't it, for the preview for the next show?
And
here we go. Could it be possible? I know, it's perfectly fine, my friend, because it's realistic, and you have to cast realistic sometimes. Sometimes we can sell a little bit of a possibility, but you have to be realistic sometimes, don't you? Because you can't fool this audience, of course, and the fantastic audience that does tune into this. They are motor racing enthusiasts, motor racers themselves, or at least motor racing supporting their teams and family members, and of course VCO. So why not? But yeah, I think it's by Austin.
Looking here at Boris Mercer in the 147 car, currently on track to finish P2. He's got 37 seconds up to the leader. He's been losing time to that 889 car, and boy, it's not hard to do that because that 889 has been absolutely flying since about the 2-hour mark into this race. They've been really, really on it. Looking here at this 714 car just up the road, that's the 192. This is a battle that's been going on for the 5th place position. We're separated by 1 lap car. That's that 81 car. That's Boystein and Nissan.
You're separated by my car at the moment, my friend. They're not going to make it easy to get past. I was on the message there. I was DMing the gladiators in that car and say, all right, guys, don't Make it easy. Actually, I'm just messing around, cause I would never be interrupting race drivers during their races. They'll be quite mad at me if I did that. Don't try to ring the drivers as they're driving, unless you can spoof their girlfriends or family members' numbers and say, "Emergency! I'm calling you. Answer the phone now." No, don't.
Yeah, you've got to pull over immediately.
Or remember, if you go back to the, as you're talking about before, how this, this whole esports scene is blowing up, all these new scenes and everything that's going on these new series that they're brewing in there, which is fantastic. But go back to the, if you'll remember this one there, Austin, or anybody else there that's listening, the days of the quarantine situations when Charles Leclerc was racing, of course, the virtual racing for Formula One because they couldn't realistically race. And he was in Monte Carlo, of course, that's where Charles lives, and his girlfriend was living with him, and fortunately she went down to get something and she came back in. Unfortunately, she was locked out. And Charles was racing at the time, or at least Twitch broadcasting, and she needed keys to get back in. Of course, she's calling his phone, didn't answer. His phone was probably on silent. But he was broadcasting to people on Twitch, and then all of a sudden she's like, uh-oh. So she had to subscribe to Twitch and then sent a message going, "Charles, boyfriend, lover, I'm outside. Can you let me in?" And of course, he jumped out of the seat eventually when he realized and had to let her in. It's amazing how these situations pan out for racing drivers, doesn't it? Even in the real situation as racing drivers, but in a virtual situation. But you don't mess with the misses.
No, yeah, that's the one thing you don't want to mess with, especially they definitely come first when it comes to these virtual race cars.
I can imagine some of the words she would have said to him later on, but that's just the situation at the point.
I mean, to be honest, it was kind of her fault for not grabbing the key on the way out. Yeah, that's something you learn when you're like 10,
That's true. And you're in Monte Carlo. It's not like you can probably leave your doors open, isn't it? Not like you're going to have anybody just burgling you, but it is what it is. And it's just one of those funny situations, and that's just the way cookie crumbles.
Oh yeah, definitely. So looking here, you got Luca Philippine, the 711 car. Currently, he's broken himself up into the top 10 after getting around the Soul Acura in the field. Doing a good job as well. Lucas, honestly, this team is much better, I feel like, than this 10th place position. Maybe they can still come back to snag a top 5. I think realistically they deserve to be in a top 5 here today. But, they're in that large kerfluffle as soon as we went back to Green Flag Racing for this race, Dean. And after that, they've really just been trying to claw their way back up the field.
Hey, Austin, you got your P's and Q's, my friend, and you're still in my kerfuffles. I like that one as well. As the question is asked out there by William, how long was this race? Well, currently, my friend, it's 7 hours and 2 minutes, and the remaining time is at the top of the screen there with 1 hour and 57 minutes. It's a 9-hour total event. If you tune in for the next finale, it'll be a 6-hour event. They shorten it up a little bit, but that'll be in a BMW and nothing else.
It's Paul Ricard, and it probably, 2 weeks from now, but really the dates haven't been ironed out. It's kind of like an encore event, if you will, basically on the schedule, because it's basically just a fill-in for the event that would have happened 2 weeks ago that effectively was sort of rained out, as you say.
And they tried that. They tried it again. The nasty people, the naughty people out there tried to spoil this, but they could not spoil it because VCO is a lot stronger. Our team and our drivers and everybody here is just not going to let that happen anymore. And it's not happened. 22 car is in pit road. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in there. Thank you for those questions out there. Well, you can ask all the questions everybody would like to ask. Just don't ask Austin if he wants to do a hot tub stream. I think we'll keep
Absolutely
that one separate.
Not.
I'd like to see you, again, I'd like to see you and myself and everybody else in VCO go for a go. Once again, we were talking about it earlier. Can we beat Jack at golf? Jack's good.
Definitely not. I heard Jack, actually, he gets I think 18 holes usually. He's around 40 or 50, so you'd be surprised.
He's got a good handicap, does he, Jack? Yeah, Jack's a
No, that's no handicap. His handicap is like add strokes.
Wow.
Yeah, that's how good he is.
Well, Jack, mate, what are you doing here in the production trailer? You should be out there playing Tug of Woods on the PGA Tour. Yes. We just had Jack and Harriet talking about that one. Blue flags are waved. The Eat Machine's under a little bit of pressure. The Eat Machine, no apologies about that one. That is the car up the road. That's the 89 Nissan machine with the ice cream cone that never seems to melt, does it, on the side of the 81 car?
No, they got some special non-melting ice cream. Yardiers, he's been looking on that ice cream ever since the drop of the green flag in Coda. It's lasted him quite some time.
Just got to allow that car to go straight through at the moment, not put up that fight. Exactly, clever play. And I'm just happy to have that car parked in my garage later on without all the scratches and dints all over it again. As the 45 car goes into pit road, that's from the 9th position. 2 laps down from the race leader.
Yeah, Gafuri having this. He did a good drive for today, obviously. I mean, he did a good job to keep that car in the top 10. That 45 car's had a lot of fight in it today. Kind of pleasantly surprised just how good they've been. Not that you don't expect them, right? Expect them to be that fast, but yeah, they've been doing a really good job today.
Most of the, if not all the Gladiators have been doing a great job. I would love still to see, unfortunately, the F1 memes car that was so pacey at the start there, the 98 machine, until once again Dad decided to fire up the microwave and destroy their internet connection. We're assuming, of course, 3 times,
Allegedly.
Allegedly popped the popcorn in the microwave a couple of times there and popped their internet connection down to their DNF on this one. So down to 15 Gladiators, which is still great. You have to say the BMW team's not last anymore. They've been just grueling it out by themselves, but they're not on last.
No, they've been out there putting, fighting a good fight, staying in the race, and to their credit, they're in 14th, and to be fair too, we saw that 98 car left, so Plum last really, it's a 98 car just out of the session, so you don't see him being scored down there, so not last. It's always something to be proud of too, especially in these races.
You could say you beat the 3rd place in the championship.
Exactly.
That's what I always focus on, isn't it, Austin? Yeah. Even when I'm racing and I'm probably the slowest driver on the planet. But hey, if everybody else DNFs, so say, I beat you.
Yeah,
that's all I can say.
I beat that guy. Wasn't the worst today, just almost.
Got to be in it to win it, as they say.
But I mean, to be fair too, getting a 15th place, even a top 15 here today. When we rolled out at the season at Coda, there was like 30 guys in the field. So to have a top 15 is going to do a lot of good in terms of points. So I really, somebody proud of too, just to come here and make it through all 9 hours of this race. Limited accidents and stuff like that, off-track excursions and those types of things. So, and again, these events are just fun to do with your friends.
You're right, Austin. And on top of it, there's a couple elements at play. We've had little moments where, unfortunately, nasty people try to mess with their games previously, not the games, cause a sim, and destroyed the last event that we should have had. But inside of that, the BMW does go into pit road. Inside of that, remember, people have regular lives. There's also, around the world at the moment, there's a lot of exams and things like that going. So school's number one in importance, and across the racing league early in February here, as we go into mid-February, there's been a lower grid turnout across the board for league racing because of, regular real-life events that occur. But I'll tell you what, my friend, it kicks back up into March Madness, for sure. Not just the basketball March Madness, but overall March Madness of esports racing will kick back into gear again. So get those schools exams in, as she said. You don't want to get your professor to say a spot quiz.
Yeah, honestly, the problem is they weren't pop quizzes. It's just like you should have known, but then you don't. Like, when did this come up? I don't remember. But yeah, stuff like that. So, still, Ilpo Ristolainen out there giving this 81 car a pretty good ride up towards the field. That's the 889 car leading the race and the championship. The championship to the tune of about at least 40 or 50 points. This race to the tune of about 40 seconds. Another 20 seconds back, you've got that number 16 car, Ralph Molansky in the Yeet machine. Then you've got Grant Willamette in the 214 car. He's about an additional 40 seconds behind the 16 car of Ralph. Then the 714 car rounds out the top 5. Currently you've got Scheibner, Scheibner, the 192 car, rounding out the top 5. And then you've got De Bruin in the 714 car in the 6th position. Mike Monroe's in the 44 car, a little bit off sequence like we were talking about, Dean, but this is right about the time that they start to put down some absolutely rocket ship level laps. It's been a little bit tougher for them to put those down right now. Kind of surprised to see their last lap only about a 146.1. Usually we expect to see them putting down some 144s at this point into their stint.
Absolutely right on cue there. I was just about to mention that. Austin, you stole the words right out of my mouth. Great casters think alike, and that's the P7 position there. Mr. Jack, if you'd like to go and focus on that, because believe it or not, they do have my Nissan machine up the road. It's about to be overtaken. But yeah, exactly. They're going to put those bankers in. They have been putting bankers in, my friend. 45.6, 46.5 for the 7.414 machine up the road. As the pit stops territories come in. Yeet, once again, are ahead of those pit stops for everybody else. So the Lexus machine will go into peel into pit road. And Yeet must be feeling it right now, my friend, because they're just kind of lonely, and they're definitely lonely for the spotlight of the camera. It's not going to happen in Yeet machines unless you start catching somebody. At the moment, the cameras are definitely on. The 714 machine, as you can see, our fantastic director of Jack has got that one, the United Sim team. United we race, united we win, united we perhaps get more points and points in this championship.
I'm interested to see too, Dean, once we get down to the end of this, basically completing their pit stops, you know, on the hour for them might be down around 1 hour and 20 minutes or so left in the race. At that point, you know, do you short pit the car or just run the car out of gas again and maybe come out with about 10 minutes to go and see where you kind of stack up on track for the rest of the race? We've seen a lot of different strategies so far to this point in the season. We've had these 65-minute drive time requirements, but I tell you what, I wouldn't be too surprised, given how the track temperature has fallen, if these tires start to last a little bit longer. Maybe you just kind of short fuel the car at the end and don't even take tires on your last pit stop.
I'll tell you what, Austin, if I was an engineer right now and I'm knowing there's a bunch of HyperX headphones up for grabs, I'd be crunching those numbers like a NASA scientist trying to bring Apollo 13 back around the moon and safely back to planet Earth. That's what I'd be thinking about right now if I was crunching numbers. I want my team to win, and I want it to the best strategy as possible, and I'm sure they'll be thinking about that one. The 44 car now is on the back there. I don't think the 81 car is going to put too much of a fight up, as it should be a little bit of an overtake done. There it is, and that's a thank you very much as they make their way into the bus stop, because they're thinking about the 1.7 seconds and change down from the 714 machine, a little bit up the road there in P6.
Yeah, I feel like that was maybe just the 81 car there. Maybe I feel like Route Salina might have just lifted there going down the backstretch and say, hey, I'm just going to let you know right now, you can go ahead and take this position because I'm not going to fight it too hard. Just up the road, of course, from Rose, that's a 714 car, the matte red Aston Martin with some of the white detailing around it, currently being piloted by Nicholas De Bruin. So we'll see if he can run him down here. He's got quite a lot of time left in this race to do it. Last lap he was about 0.8 of a second faster, so he's catching him at quite a decent clip.
And of course, the pit bull lifetime, I'll tell you about that pit stop strategy, because remember, the 44 car is a little bit out of that pit stop strategy, but it's starting to kind of just balance itself out a little bit. And once again, well, I did actually text the 81 machine and say, don't get part of this party, my friends. I want to get my car back later on. 13 machine is back into pit road, down in P12, but this battle's still brewing. It's 1.1 seconds, almost in, I would say, you know, go back to the F1 reference, DRS, but unfortunately, those rear wings aren't going to open. They're going to stay shut, but the power is going to be in there, and you're into the slipstream situation, and we've seen this before, haven't we, Austin? As soon as you're within that 1 second grab, that all of a sudden you're shaving 0.2 per lap, and you're at the rear bumper of the car ahead.
Yeah, that's completely right, Dean. You know, before too long, you'll be up there right on that guy. And to be honest, it's not just that 714 he's catching up to. It's also the 192 car as well. He's going to catch both these guys before you know it. He's been running into a lot quicker lap times that last lap. He was a whole second faster, was that 44 machine. So new tires are doing quite a bit for Michael around here. I'll be curious how much trouble these guys are going to give him when he comes up there to pass him. Not just even the 714, but the 192 as well. You know, kind of interested too. That 714 192, they've been putting down really close lap times to each other. I mean, within a couple of tenths of a second.
The 214 came in and out of the pit stop very quickly. I thought they were going to be coming and approaching that one, but they've gone and dusted themselves up into second, third, and fourth corner, already up there into the back straight. So nothing about that pit stop that came.
And Dina, I don't know if you saw it, that 147 car came down pit road, a lot shorter of a stop for them, only a 56-minute stint. So they've got Philip Gamey back out in that car. This will be their second to last pit stop that was just done. So looks like all these cars, after this next pit stop, one more to go for everybody, and then it's the end of the race.
Is that a short stop then? Is that a short fuel?
I don't know if it's a short fuel, other than we know we can make it to the end given this stint length or something, but we'll have to see it. That's a good question.
That's a very short pit stop. I think, yeah, something's going on there, and that's interesting. You caught that one, Austin. Sharp as an eagle and flying like a hawk as the 192 machine does go into pit road. Keep an eye on that 214 machine, the 147 machine in P2. Now, they have made their pit stops, I believe. So we're still waiting for the 889 machine that has no problemo to go in and out and not have to worry about hitting that the pit lane limiter so much there to stop the car in time. They could actually afford to lose at least a second or so and take it easy. Drive-through penalty for 147, but ouch!
Oh, jeez.
As I spoke too soon about that.
Yeah, there they are, going to serve it.
Oh, no. This is a team that's potentially challenging for the win of the race, and they're doing fantastic, aren't they? You said they're fifth in the championship.
Within reason, they were going to get a lot of good points for the championship. They were like 50 seconds behind at the leading car, the 889, for a while. So you hate to see it for them. How about the stop go for the 192 car? That's got to be a pit road speeding penalty for them. No,
they're not even in pit road in 192. That's off-track excursions for sure.
I thought drive-thrus were the off-track excursions.
No, drive-thrus are definitely speeding a pit road, because every single time somebody's gone into pit road, they've got that penalty slapped next to their name. We'll get confirmation, of course, from our fantastic producer, Jack. But
the 192 car was just down pit road, so...
Oh, you might be right. Yeah, sorry.
Getting word that was very naughty. Pit road speeding infractions. That must have been very, very egregious on their part. But for the 147 team to touch back on that point you were making, they're pretty much out of it for the race when they needed something bad, really bad, to happen to that 889 car. So the drive-through for them isn't going to kill them. It might give away second place. They were only about 20 seconds up the road from the third place car, the Yeet crew. So this might vault Yeet into a second place podium here.
Yeah, you're right. I wasn't really necessarily so much talking about them taking the 889 machine at this point, but at least they're holding the solid P2 position against the Yeet machine squad, and now that may be a struggle. Thank you very much, Jack, for collaborating that one. So, yeah, obviously Jack might have saw everybody in the pit road there jumping out of the way of a car screaming down pit road. A little bit overspeeding at the moment there. Naughty. Yeah, that's the reason why we have radar guns, don't we, and speed limits, because the safety of everybody, even in the virtual world, don't want to see cars screaming down there, as the car screaming down at the moment will be the 192 machine in the pit road as well. And the bang, they had to serve their stop-go penalty of 30 seconds.
Yeah, that's a quick stop for them. I mean, that's very fast, too. It looks like the 147 car is down on pit road again, too.
Are they? No, they're not. They just passed pit road.
Look at your pit wall timing though. That 147, they made a 7th stop and an 8th stop like right after.
Oh yeah, you're actually correct on that one.
Unless they did something weird. You know, maybe that was for their drive-through, because they had that drive-through penalty.
Drive-through. Yeah. Exactly, you're right on that one there. So all of a sudden, it switched through a few of the ultimate positions here. Is that going to bring the 44 car into play? Very much.
For a podium, 44? I think so.
Yeah.
For a podium, I think they'll be close. This is really going to do good for the 889 car, because now they have a 100-second lead over the 214
got this one, my friend. Yeah, I told you. They're already like, when can we start Austin, Texas again? Because they're driving to Austin, Texas right now, and probably could go into Austin, Texas before anybody finishes this race at this point.
Yeah, they're already in France right now for next round. They've lapped everybody except for the 214. The 214 car is the only car that isn't the leader on the lead lap. That's just
still
how
at the
dominant
box.
a performance this is.
Yeah, they got. I mean, box is going to be in and out pretty quickly, isn't it, for them? But yeah, let's not worry about them. Legion of Racers are looking like they're going to be the Legionnaires of this championship coming up soon. HyperX, they're wanting it. They're loving the HyperX gear. Even if they have the HyperX headphones like myself and you do, you can always gift them to your friends and family, can't you?
Oh, yeah.
Nobody's ever going to
that'd be
deny
a lot of kudos.
Yes, exactly. It's like, I'm sorry, your girlfriend. Oops, Valentine's Day, I missed it. But here's a set of HyperX headphones. I'm sure she can't deny that one, can she?
Yeah, worst case, just keep them in your closet or something until Christmas rolls around. You got a Secret Santa or something. Gift those to your brother. Kill two birds with one stone.
Or maybe give them to your dad for, unfortunately, saying, Dad, you know what? I'm sorry. After I shouted you for an hour for firing up the rebooting the router there and causing us to DC, here's a set of HyperX headphones. I love you, Dad.
Hopefully, we're all swearing at.
Well, there it is. Either way, it's kind of like the HyperX love, isn't it? It's kind of like a forgiving reward. Because why not? Because it sounds great. They sound great.
Yeah, it really is. We'll have to see. I expect for both the 889 and the 214 car to come down pit road at any time. And oh, jeez, Zach, Jack, if we could go take a look, see, say the 214 car is about to get lapped here.
Right. Look at the track map.
Whoa,
look at the track map. It's a
Audi,
triangle
the
there.
13 car. That was a hard lick in the outside wall.
Ooh, don't get licking the wall. Especially if you're in the northern hemisphere. Well, don't you go licking the wall, my friend. You're going to get your tongue. It reminds me of the Dumb and Dumber movie, isn't it? Your tongue's going to get stuck into the ice. No ice here.
Thank you, Jack, for bringing us this extra camera angle. I really appreciate whenever we can request camera angles, and they're given to us almost right away. And you can see the flashing of the lights in that 214 car, the urgency in those flashes. He does not want to be put a lap down.
It's like a urgent.
Emergency,
exactly.
Yeah, Styx band.
Oh, see, this is why I love Casting of Austin, because he's got all the references, and there you go. Right on cue. Maybe the flashing worked or not. They're going to make their way up in the bus stop.
And to be fair, that 13 car has been pretty respecting of the other cars and how fast they want to go through and all that. He's not just been pulling off to the side and stopping, but he has been pretty, respecting of the other cars. You can see a little bit of a battle there. Allows the 889 to get down to the inside.
Well, yeah, through a tricky corner as well, too. That wasn't as easy as going through the bus stop chicane there, so he had to make it work through the chute. Great job there, Jack, our fantastic producer. Now, I know the 889, the Legion of Racers, have to go in the old box territory, but they have so much time on their side. And I'm sure that their spotters out there were like going, okay, guys, if the pit lane entrance is X amount of miles per hour, well, just make sure you're 10 miles per hour slower to be safe.
Yeah, that's probably not a bad idea. But even too, you can kind of approach pit road a little bit early and make sure you're on that pit road limiter before you even cross that line. Sometimes even in iRacing, you can cross that line. You're speeding, and because it's basically time over distance, you call that calculus in disguise.
Oh, there you go.
You just
Professor
give it, you slow down to decrease your average speed.
Yeah, I was going to say Professor Austin, exactly. Newton's second or third law? Austin?
I couldn't
time
say.
over distance equals entrance to pit lane. There you go. Don't quote me on
distance
that one.
over time. Whatever you want to do.
Whatever works. That's why you got to study your science at school, isn't it? Because it actually does apply to the physics of motor racing. Even if it's in a virtual world, it's still there.
Well, yeah, everything does. There's hidden math all over the place. It's your speedometer in your car, the tachometer. Everything is math-driven, science-driven. Really need to pay attention in school if you want to get into that. But it's not for everybody,
You still need to know it, I think. I still think as a motor racer, you need to understand how everything works. You need to understand how a combustion engine works. You need to understand how axles and the transition works. How does the transition? How do you change gears? What is the ratio of those gears? That's something just good to know in general. because you'll understand motorsports better if you do learn that. And also, learning that will apply to your real-world scenarios of anything that you do apply your techniques in real-world scenarios. 711 machine did go in and come back out in 3 laps down in P10. But yeah, trust me, anything you can learn that is in a real-world situation is always going to help you out at some point in the future. Like, when Austin and I and myself and Jack are going to be, casting this from Mars in 10 years from now, we have to learn how to, go on board the spaceships and how much time and distance it's going to take us and how long it's going to take us to make our way down into descending into Mars, and how much oxygen that we can breathe as we're going to watch these race cars go around Mars, and then how we're going to work out that gravity situation as well too, and the time situation is going to make their way around the Mars racetrack in the future. Stay tuned for that one. VCO plus 20 to 30 years from now.
Yeah, plus NASA, maybe some SpaceX mixed in there as well.
I think it'll be most private companies at that point, won't it? VCO will be VCOx, perhaps, for the future space. Who would not like to see these cars driving around Mars? Imagine the physics and play of that one. Anyway.
Car on your screen currently, Philip Gamey, 147 car. This is the car that was in the second position until they got that, I believe that was a drive-through penalty, or was it the stop-go one? I think for them it was the drive-through. They had to do the drive-through penalty. Really hurt them in terms of overall time. Basically kicked them out of second position, has put them all the way back into fourth. So we'll see how things shake out. This 889 and 214 car both have to make their next pit stop. I don't expect the 889 will fall from the lead unless something unforeseen or weird out of the blue happens. But this 214 car will be interesting to see just how much time they lose compared to everybody else.
Maybe Phil the Groundhog might come out there and say there's at least 1 hour and 34 minutes left of motor racing. There you go. I was waiting. I didn't even think about that reference, didn't I? It's Groundhog Day. Yeah, it's upstate New York, isn't it? No, it's in
Puxatawny.
Where is that state again?
I believe it's in Philadelphia.
In Philadelphia, there it is. Sorry, I kind of messed that one up, but I was close. I gave it a shot.
That's all right. You didn't really grow up in America learning about Puxatawny Phil. And of course
I grew up watching the movie, my friend. That's how I grew up knowing about that one.
We lose our stuff over him once a day every year. No, not really. Some people like to read it and do it. And
I did kind of watch it a little bit live, my friend, but they are still on the lead lap. They were on the lead lap. There's a 248 lap, 200, and let's put it this way: we're talking about P2, P3, and P4. We know that the A89, the Legion races are out of play at this point, so that's not too much to worry about. But as the 147 car we were talking about, they're still on that lead lap, which is crucial.
No, they're lapped down.
Yeah, even with Mr. Phil there calling how many 4 more weeks or whatever of winter or summer, or
I think
seeing
he
a
said
shadow.
It was supposed to be done like now, like summer or spring getting started, whatever. I don't know what he said. I don't believe it. He's wrong actually most of the time. He's only been right 40% of the time, so I wouldn't believe him.
Yeah.
Wouldn't put your money if you're gonna look at sports betting we were talking about earlier. I wouldn't put money on him.
I bet you there is sports betting on that as well.
Oh, I guarantee.
I would like to go back to the octopus days, isn't it? They did during one of the World Cups, not the last one, but the one before. They had the octopus predicting the World Cup playoff situations. Anyway,
there's only 2 cars on the lead lap, and that's these 2 right here. And I think with that pass, we're now only going to have 1 car on the lead lap, and that's your leader.
You're right on that one, my
Grant
friend.
Willamette just got passed. I expect both these cars to come down pit road this time by. If not this time by, the next time. But really, I'd just bring the car in.
And how's that for the Bentley?
Looks like they're not gonna. Now they're gonna stay out there 1 more lap.
The Bentley doesn't have to stay. Yeah, the Bentley's already boxed. So they're good.
The Bentley needs to box.
No, it doesn't. I believe the Bentley's fine. I mean,
They've been out there. This is their 35th lap out on the track.
I'm looking at the wrong telemetry at the moment because it said that they have conducted 6 pit stops. 7, my apologies.
Yeah, they've done 7. I think they had that drive-through penalty earlier or something. They had to go down and make an extra pit stop, yeah.
Right on that one. I don't mess with Austin. Austin knows his information.
Well, I have the answer. It's the pitwall.live.
Why didn't you tell me that one 7 or so hours earlier? Actually, 7 hours and 28 minutes earlier.
And for you folks at home wondering where I'm getting all this information from, like I said, I've said it a couple times, just repeat it, pitwall.live/timing/VCO-server3. You can type that into your website address bar at the top of your browser. I believe if you also type in !live timing in the chat, it'll give you a link. You can click that, and it's a website. You don't need to log in. You don't need any credit card info. There's no free trial. It's just free. The folks at VCO and LFM have gotten hooked up with the pitwall.live people to hook us up with all the pro features absolutely for free. So $0 and $0 a month for any of this. It's completely free. Don't need anything. Just go to the website.
/Jack. Vote for Jack as the production broadcaster of the year. Talk about that one a little bit later on, won't we? Jack. Where would we be without Jack? He's also broadcasting, believe it or not, the rival split at the same time. I don't know how the man can handle it. He's just
on the street. That's where we'd be. Yeah. Going to see the 889 and the 214 cars stop on pit road this time by. We'll stick with you here to see where they're both going to cycle out because we're pretty curious.
And they are lap difference between each other, so they're not battling for position. They're essentially battling. Yes, sir.
Look at the 16 car battling here with that 714. That's a difference of a lap between those cars. Looked like they were getting pretty aggressive towards one another.
Yeah, I hope so. It's getting to the aggressive part of the race and the finals, dying stages of the race, of course, as you mentioned. I used to dying, I should say, finale. It's like you're wrapping up a season, aren't you? We've been casting, we're almost wrapping up a season. We've been casting. One more race to go, but not in these machines. So if you do like your Lexus, you do like your Aston Martins, you do like your Bentleys, your Nissans, your Hondas, and your Audis, well, you'll have to switch it all over to a BMW for the next race.
So looking here at this number 16 car, they have unlapped themselves with the leader coming down pit road, so that's good. We're still back to 2 cars on the lead lap. They've also passed the 214 car, so move that 16 car up into second position overall. That 147 car has also put themselves back onto the podium. We'll have to see where they are on the track in relation to the 214 machine.
Are you expecting this is the last round of pit stops at the moment?
No. No. We need one more. Now, because you got to think about it. These guys can't run more than an hour and 5 minutes on a stint. So
correct.
we've got more than that left on the clock. So from an hour and 5 minutes, that's, everybody has to stop.
What about the 44 machine? Check the pit wall. The 44 machine's out of place here. So how are they going to stretch this?
44 machine, I would expect them to run that car out of fuel, come down pit road, and they have the opportunity, if they want, to short fuel the car, maybe not take tires, so you come down and have a shorter pit stop overall. But I feel like for them, it's your best just to take tires. But for most of the field, they're going to come back down pit road in about an hour or so, and at that point, they'll have half of the stint left. So at that point, you put half the fuel in the car, maybe take only 2 tires. We're going to have to see how a lot of guys play this. But, Dina, everybody else has taken their 7th break, so why don't you say we take our 7th as well?
You called it perfectly. I was about to say that. Yeah, absolutely. Don't go anywhere. I'm back for a break there. Enjoy your HyperX headphones and enjoy the dying stages of the VCO FLExTREME Challenger Series.
For the second to last time today, welcome back to the VCO FLExTREME Challengers Grid. We're here for the 9 hours of Watkins Glen. Austin Belke, Dean Hampton on the call with you. Our buddy Jack Maloney in the production trailer, bringing us all the fantastic camera angles throughout the day. We're 7.5, just about hours into this 9-hour race. We've got about an hour and a half left to go here for the scheduled race distance. If you're just now joining us, you want perhaps maybe a recap on the action we've seen today. Dominic Goles put his number 44 Aston Martin on the pole, but was passed almost immediately heading down in the bus stop on lap 1 by the 147 car. They're currently riding around in the third position. They led for a big while until the end of the first pit stop cycle when they were passed by that 98 car. They used pit stop strategy to the advantage until they had some internet connectivity problems, shuffled them to the back of the pack. They had a couple more of those throughout the day. Since then, they've elected to park their car. That's why you don't see them scored on the left-hand side of your screen. The 147 car took the lead back over for the entire second stint, and then eventually, after those pit stops, the 889 machine leading the championship point standings as well as the race. So far, they've lapped everybody up into the top 5. Those are the only cars left on the lead lap, and ever since then, they haven't looked back. That 889 car has been absolutely dominant here today. A 50-second lead over the Yeet machine, who currently sits in P2, Dean.
Very much there, Austin, for the ARC update. That's the Austin Racing, RRCU, sorry. Yeah, we'll work on that one. But you're exactly right, my friend. Absolutely right. 7 hours and 40 minutes have been into this adventure around Glen. And 1 hour and 20 minutes remaining. We do have drivers on the lead lap, of course, as you mentioned. The Yeet machine, even though the telemetry at the moment might say that they're 1 lap down, they're not. That's just the way the cookie crumbles. You're going to find that information, of course, that is on the Pit Ball Live timing. The Pro Edition, of course, is free here, courtesy of VCO. And on top of this one, Austin, clear skies, optimal temperatures. Track temperatures now down to 32. As you said, probably getting around that venturing stages when we started this race almost 8 hours ago.
Yeah, we've been getting closer and closer to the same kind of track conditions that we had to start the race. And looking at here, this is the 214 car. Just before that most recent round of pit stops, we saw them get themselves put 1 lap down by our leader. They're just behind them again, 102 seconds behind the leader. That's about right on the brink of an entire lap. You can see that's that car. That's why you hear that Jaws theme in the background. That's where that's coming from. He's hunting his prey.
Didn't you mention it? And if you look at Jaws, of course, that's the triangle behind them on the track map. That's the one you don't want. The Jaws. And what do you do at the moment? You know that for a fact. If you are the 214 Bentley machine, you don't want to be holding up the race leader. You're not in that class of a battle right now. And again, you also don't want to make it easy peasy.
No, you don't want to lose time. Yeah, that's the worst thing you can do is lose time in a situation where you don't have to. If I were these guys, you just run your race until the leader catches up to you. At that point, when he's on your tail, you can maybe make a move to give him a line going into one of these corners or wait for him to make a move on you. Worst case scenario, these guys aren't always just obliged to move right out of the way. This is a battle, it looks like, for third position. This is Philip Gamey. Just up the road there, you can see that's that 16 car, the Yeet machine, that Aston Martin in between them. That's the 714. That's the other Aston Martin currently in the 6th position. So not in this fight, but still just on the cusp of a top 5. You have to almost guarantee yourself he doesn't want to lose any more time than he needs to, letting that 147 car by.
With traffic up the road, exactly. I like that, Austin. You put me into the deep end of the pool, didn't you? You threw the shark in there, and you maybe have to do the Jaws didn't you? I see how you
No, that's the thing. You just hear that in your mind, You
all right, okay, all right. I see how it works. Okay. Yeah, you put me back to theater, of course, when I'm on stage doing improv. I had to do that, of course. Otherwise, the audience is sitting there looking at me going, what are you doing? What are you going to do? Anyway, at least I'm not on the stage. These cars and these gladiators are on stage in Watkins Glen.
Yeah, such a historic venue, too. One of my all-time favorite racetracks. It'd be so cool for F1 to come back here. And I feel like if F1 couldn't come back here and I could choose any other place to do it, I'd say Road Atlanta. But I feel like if F1's going to go anywhere else in the U.S. that isn't a street circuit like we're trying to do, or, of course, a circuit of the Americas, it's got to be here.
Sorry, I had a drink that went down the wrong way. Over to you, Austin.
Oh, all good, all good. I definitely understand what you're talking about there. So still looking at Philip Gamey here, the 147 car, trying to see if he can't hunt down this number 16 car. The 16 are having a really hard time pulling away from that 714 just up the road. See if this 147 car can catch up to that matte red and white Aston Martin just up the road. See if he can't force him into some sort of a precarious position. Somebody's going to have to go check on Deanie. He might be coughing up a lung over there. It is possible to drown just taking a sip of water. So hopefully, Dean, you're okay.
We'll be right back on that one. You continue there, Austin.
Okay, 10-4. All good. Well, look, as soon as I talk about 714 car making his way around that. Or getting in behind that 147 car. He's going to do just that. So now it's just between these two cars. We'll have to see who is fastest between the 16 car and the 147. This is a battle for P2 overall. And boy, if you're the driver of this 147 car, you have to kind of understand where they're coming from, right? You folks at home, they were in P2 by about a 20-second margin until they got a drive-through penalty. And usually you get those for too many off-track excursions. So they lost a lot of time having to come back down pit road and essentially lost about 30 seconds or so. They've done a great job to kind of pick themselves back up off the floor and regain sort of some of the time they lost. And now they're right back on the hinges to regain that P2 spot. See if they can't do it here in a couple laps. '16 car currently P2. That's the Yeet machine. M. Cromer currently piloting that thing. You got Philip Gamey in the 147 car. And talk about the consistency and the speed out of this one 714 car, that matte red car. Further back through the field, this is a battle on track here. This is for 4th position. You've got Michael Morose trying to see if he can hold off the charge here from Bram DeParter. And just behind these guys is the overall race leader. So now 2 cars getting ready to go another lap down from the rest of the field. So basically the leader will have lapped everybody up to P3. So he gets around the 214 car. That's the only Bentley in the field as they now go hurtling towards the heel of the boot. So you got 44 car. That's next car to get put one lap down by the 889 machine. They've got Fonny Rockmont behind the wheel of that car. That's that purple Aston Martin in between those other 2 cars. This is that battle for P2. Philip looking down to the inside, thinks better of it, kind of just showing the nose, say, hey, I'm here. Don't be making any mistakes, otherwise I'm going to be forced to capitalize on them. So, again, 2 battles heating up just in the nick of time as we start to get closer and closer to just the final hour of the 9 total on today's calendar. I guess we're still missing Dean. Dean, are you alive? Are you okay? Right now, somebody send the paramedics. I hate to see it. So 2 different battles going on at the same time. Kind of spoiled for choice right here. That's the leader. He's currently put both those cars 1 lap down. But now that they're a lap down, they can kind of just continue to go back to fighting each other, as it were. This is for the 4th position overall. The last car to be not on the podium. It looks like right now the 214 car is just a smidge faster than the 44, but that's when it's the hardest possible to pass that next car up the road ahead of you, is when the distance between the 2 over the course of a lap is so close. You can see the 889, as soon as he cleared that 44 car, he's now beginning to rocket away, hurtling away from these cars. That's just the speed difference that 889 has. They've been dominant all day today. They've been the dominant car really all season. I think the only car to be on the podium every single race so far. And boy, if you look at the points, you can really see where that's coming from and how that entire total begins to stack up.
Thank you very much, there, Austin, for saving me at the moment. I felt like a bluefish or whatever that fish is trying to eat a carrot at the moment. That's a little bit of a green room humor that's been going on here at VCO, but that's exactly how I felt. Yeah, I think I swallowed 1 or 2 lungs. I don't think I have any more to it, but yeah, it all went down the wrong pipe there for drinking some H2O. Thank you, Austin, for saving me. I'm still kind of just recovering from that one, mate. I feel like I had a pit stop that just went all pearl-shaped.
So up the road more, Jack, if we could take a look here at the battle between the 16 car and the 147, I think things are still getting really hot between those two. And again, we've got two different battles on track for position. There's this one for P2, and then there's the other one for P4. So P2, 16 and 147. P4 is between the 44 and the 214. Looking here, Philip Gramey trying to pull the spot away. Takes a look down the inside. He's going to actually hawk the car down there. We'll see what that 16 car can do of Kramer. He's going to take a look. He's going to do the old crossover, pull the over under. We'll see which car does a better job at putting the power down as they come out of turn 9. Treacherous corner, probably the most treacherous corner on the track. Looks like right now Philip Gamey's going to get that spot. We'll see if he can run away with it or if the 16 car can mount some sort of a charge as they go back up the hill towards the bus stop chicane.
And we all know the 16 car, don't we? There, Austin, the Eat Machine spotlight is always there. And they're not giving up. Look at that, trying to get the toe as much as possible. Believe it or not, you'd have to say the machine in the background there is also like probably a little bit quicker. But here we go into turn 1. That's a little bit of contact, a little bit of argy-bargy, as you like to mention. And now they're going to lift off there. You have to say United Racing Sim Team there behind the background going, come on, guys, get on with it. You're slowing me up.
Yeah, he was nice enough to get out of the way for both those guys, and now it hasn't taken them long to kind of hold up that 714 machine. So now as they go down this long straightaway towards the bus stop, we'll have to take a look at the gap between the 147 and the 16. A little bit too large for him to make any sort of a lunge up the inside. We'll see if he can mount some sort of a charge here through the boot as they go through the carousel towards this short chute over there. Doesn't look like he's going to be close enough. I think we can call this battle for right now won by the 147. We'll see if we can't take a look back towards further in the pack between the 44 and the 214.
It's been a while, actually, haven't we seen the heated moment between the 146 and the 16 machine, because they were going for it tooth and nail. They're about a minute and change down from our race leader. They're probably not even going to get even a camera on them until the dying stages of this race right now. But you mentioned that exactly. So the 44 machine is definitely putting on some cranking laps, trying to get it to the 214 machine. That's the Bentley. They had to serve that drive-through penalty at the moment. It probably could have been definitely up in that P2 and P3 battle, but for now I have to settle for a P4, perhaps P5 position, because they're about 55 seconds and change there from Mr. Williams in the 714 machine, running in P6.
Yeah, anymore for that for the 214 car, you've kind of got to be asking yourself, you know, what could have been towards the end of this race, because they were, you know, on the, I'm going to say, track for a podium there until they had to come in and serve that penalty. So that was really unfortunate for them.
Unfortunate for the 81 machine having to go back in the pit road, but yes, it's unfortunate for some, but it's gains for others. As my voice has finally started to return after I once again coughed up a lung or so and a bit of carrot and whoever knows what else I just coughed up, but thank you, Austin, for saving
scary,
me.
Man. That was, I was dying. Had such jaw capacity.
I felt like I just like put my mouth around the exhaust pipe of one of these cars and just took a whiff of a GT3 exhaust pipe, but I'm okay. That's the main thing. One hour almost to go, and don't forget everybody that is tuning in, of course. Somebody was saying in the chat that the Godzilla is coming. Well, the Godzilla is not coming that much. That's probably relevant to another chat, because the Godzilla, of course, is the 81 machine, the only Nissan Godzilla on the track at the moment. 17 seconds change down from P12. That is the only Godzilla you need to be focusing on, my friend. Otherwise, I'll loan you my Godzilla. The Godzilla, of course, is a Japanese mastermind, the machine, the GT. First started, didn't it, with the GT32, GT33, GT34, and of course, this one's a little bit more advanced than that. The rival split will be in finishing earlier than us. They're about 34 minutes left of their race, and of course, at some point, when they get closer to their race results, we'll switch over to that one. Maybe not necessarily us, but the cash split, the main split, will switch over that. But we'll give you feedback about that one if there's a moment to pause about that one here. Usually it's the highlight, isn't it? Like challenge split, we didn't really have much time towards the end of a race, isn't it? And once again, we usually are the split finishes first, but we had a little bit of a delayed start there for a bit of qualifying, because once again, there's a little bit of people out there to try to force errors into this, but VCO fought back stronger, and it's fantastic that we have all of our splits up there doing a fantastic job. Because we want to make sure these drivers are highlighted, because we want to get the season done, don't we? We want to finish it up. We don't want to have a delayed race again. We want to go now, get this one done, get the United States of America done, and head back over to France.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Time to wrap up that season overall. Do the race we should have had the opportunity to do about 2 weeks ago. This is looking at Michael Mrose here. Looks like he's getting a pretty good challenge here from what is the 192 car just behind. Not for position, obviously, just kind of running around the track. That's Diakowski, currently in that 9th position there. So not a whole lot of battling going on between those two, but man, that 214 car, as soon as that move was made, he went ahead and pulled right on away up the track.
Getting it done. Getting it done. Absolutely okay. Look at the power.
Yeah, that's just what that draft can do, that slipstream behind another car, especially with these big old GT wings on the back of these things. You can gain a lot of time if you get right up close to somebody. Of course, the closer you get to somebody, the less air you're getting on your car and the more air is being deflected by their own. So the better it works. The closer you get, the better it works, and so it's kind of like a vicious cycle.
Exit speed, yeah. It has to go on. It has to actually compromise that and go straight away, switch the racing line off, and then overtake. Because just too much overspeed coming out of the corner, as you mentioned, and the dirty air. Now double diffusers and all that jazz. Of course, as you said, the rear wing come into play.
Now you might be curious. You say, "Oh, there's a track." A board out there on the edge of the track. You might be wondering, why in the world did that 192 car, he was pretty intent on taking away that position. Why you say, well, you never want to be slowed down by any car at all, but you do have to look up the road. That's the 45 car. That's the difference between P9 and P8. That's ultimately, at the end of the day, some championship points, and even if you're not going to win overall to get those 4 sets of HyperX headphones, you can certainly hold your head a little bit higher that you got another spot in the race today and even some more championship points towards the end of the season.
And just on that note, I was trying to think about some sort of New York State of Mind song, but I couldn't quite get it there in time. But you were right on that one, Q. And so 3.3 seconds is the gap between P2 and P3. 44 machine, as you are currently watching at the moment, piloted by Michael. They are different in the strategy at play, but have the speed. Speed is key and king. Not always just absolute speed, of course. There's also a little bit of braking. Your turns left and right, and left and right. You have only 11 of those turns to handle here at Watkins Glen. But you also got traffic to navigate, and they have a little bit of traffic up the road to navigate there, Michael. Not you, Michael. Austin,
yeah, no, he's got some traffic up the road before he gets up to the car at heaven, but I really feel like that 214 car isn't going to give him a chance to come back because he's just driven away from that 44 machine. I don't think he's going to give him any sort of a chance to get that spot back. Further up the field, you can see the 16 car continues just the same way as the 44 did to basically lose out to the car on track ahead of them for position. You can see the headlights turning on that car, and boy, the track temperature seems to get lower and lower as the sun gets lower and lower in the sky, currently at 30 degrees Celsius.
That damn ball of helium and nitrogen, we have to stop it as it's rotating a little bit. Well, actually, here at Watkins Glen, they're rotating a little bit away from it. 30 degrees track temperature, 28 air. So you almost match. And of course, you at the moment, they're still there. Austin would be like, I'm loving that track temperature right now. I can go outside and have a bit of a bike ride. In fact, I may jump in a car and drive around a track or go-karting. Not going to happen right now in your neck of the woods, but certainly here in the virtual world, it is happening. And it's going to be happening for about almost 1 hour right now as we're approaching the crucial stage where your teams and your drivers have to start calculating, all right, guys, this is it. We're coming crunch time for the final time for a pit stop strategy. Where can we get? What is the maximum positions we can gain, aside from anything that happens on track incident-wise? But realistically, if nothing changes right now of incidents, where can you get? What can you achieve would be what would be crunching through all the teams right now.
Yeah, I mean, for most of these cars, it kind of just boils down to what do you think you can do based on speed? You know, at this point in the game, you've had the better part of 8 hours to kind of gauge yourselves and your car against every the other teams and their cars, and you kind of realistically have an idea of where you'd like to finish based on if things continue to go the way they are. If you're some of these guys, maybe like that 214 car, the 44, the 714, maybe even the 192, you've had some times maybe some stop and go penalties, drive-through penalties, stop and go 30-second penalties. That's kind of the point where you say, well, we have the speed to realistically be, if you're that 192 car, to be in like 6th position. But ever since that penalty, it's not really reasonable anymore. So you have to set your sights more attainably and say, well, just up the road here, if I really push myself, I might be able to catch up to maybe say the 45 car much further around on the lap. And that's some of the things that you just might end up having to do. Speaking of the 45 car, he's right there just up the road from the leader.
44's gone in too. So that's their last. Is it going to be their last pit stop?
Yeah,
there, Austin?
that'll be it.
Yes.
Yeah, this should be it for them.
But as you said, they're going to be stretching it to vapors towards the end, aren't they? Because they're on the hour marker.
Well, not close. I mean, Jack kind of detailed it in our chat earlier towards the top of the show, and these cars can do anywhere between 70 to 75 minutes on fuel. The closer thing for these guys, the limiting factor here is more so the drive time. These guys have a maximum stint length time of 1 hour and 5 minutes, so you can't drive any more than that. So basically, once you get inside the 1 hour and 5 minute mark in the race, and I don't know how they calculate towards the end, but you can pretty much guarantee yourself to come down pit road, put your last driver in, and send them out there and just pack up your pit box. You're not going to need it for the rest of the race.
Yeah, pack it up and send it to France coming soon. So Michael will be, I assume, still in control of this vehicle. At the moment, Michael's actually be in the 44 machine sitting in pit road and taking on a lot of time, actually. We'll see. That's a lot. That's a very... Now exiting out of pit road, making their way into down in turn 1, and I think they'll be comfortable to sit out there in P7. That's your 44 dot on the track map, as we currently are watching number 3 Yeet machine, number 4, my apologies, the 214 machine. There was a 4 in there somewhere. I knew it.
Yeah, we're getting around there. We're getting close to some of these numbers. So you see the 214 car. Bram DePere in the 4th position. He's out there. Dean, I expect a lot of these guys come in and talk about some of that fuel strategy. The first of these guys to pit is definitely going to be that Yeet machine. And then probably another 6 or so laps for the 147 at most. And for the 889 car, they can probably do anywhere between 12 and 14 more laps before I would expect to see them come down pit road. And I really do feel like if you're some of these guys where you've got 15 plus laps to go, even 10 for your stint, keep the car out there, burn all the fuel out of it, and then probably just short pit. Whether you take tires or not, I feel it's up to some of these teams.
And Austin, obviously on the fantastic Pitwall Live Pro edition that we have for free, as you mentioned, without having to use Austin's credit card to buy it, it's free. But the Yeet machine's now 7 seconds and change down. They're a P3. 147 machine is in P2. Let's probably not worry too much about the Legion racing team leading this one. They should be looking good to that one. But what in the Yeet machine making those pit stops, can you tell me, looking at that telemetry, who's box first? So the Yeet probably will have to box first. Can they short shift this on the fuel wise? Can they try to gain this 7th build or reduce this 7-second gap to steal
one
a
car
P2?
hard in the wall. Coming out of turn 11, you can see the top of your screen just a second ago. To answer your question, Dean, sorry to cut you off there. After that 711 car, that was a pretty hard impact. To answer your question, the 16 car has the opportunity to pit first. They'll be the first ones to hit their maximum stint length, so they should ideally be the first ones down. However, if I'm those guys, then I'm going to take full fuel and 4 fresh tires, and I can go out there and put down some qualifying laps. I'm decently pleased with my driver's speed overall in the car. I go ahead and have a pit right now, go out there and do some qualifying laps, maybe see if you can't pull off a P2 here. See if you can't try wrestle that spot away from the 147 car. You got to be careful that the 147 doesn't just say, well, the 16 pit and kind of react to that, but definitely, the sooner you can pit in that scenario, the better.
That's true. And if they do, well, they're about 8 seconds and change down the road. They've got to go out there and do those banker laps, of course, as you said, and the 147 car can respond to that. The 147 car also can short pit stop, can't they? Their pit stop will be shorter at the end of the day. So whatever the Yeet machine does in an early pit stop have to do it on track to make up for the difference there. We'll have to see how that's going to pan out, because now, as you know, is probably the very final time they can do anything in pit stop territory. Otherwise, the rest of it is going to be delivered on track.
Yeah, I mean, after this point, if you got to come down pit road more than once from now to the end of this race, you're going to be hurting. I don't know what you did for your strategy or if you got some sort of a penalty, but realistically, every driver out on track only needs to come down pit road one more time, with the exception of the 44 car. I don't expect to see them back down pit road for the rest of this race.
So just to elaborate to everybody, give everybody one of those Austin recaps there without the pause that we have to have. Austin, can you give a recap there of the situation between all the, let's go to the top 10, I go. We won't go too far further than that. As the situations, how many laps down they are and what the situations of the pit stops are.
Yeah, sure. So I guess we'll go ahead and just start off with our leader leading the race. They were last down pit road 19 laps ago, so they have quite a long distance before they're required to come down pit road once again, before they hit that maximum drive time requirement. They're in the lead by about 60-something seconds over the 147 car. That car was last down pit road about 27 laps ago. So, and they have about a 7-second lead over the number 16 car. That's that Yeet machine. They were last down pit road 30 laps ago. That's why we're saying they're probably most likely to be the car to come down pit road of our leaders. Next, as you see the 45 car dive down onto pit road. An additional about 50 seconds behind that 16 car is that 214 car. That's that Bentley, the Salt Bentley in the field. They last came down pit road about 19 laps ago. So the same time that our leader came is when that Bentley did. Rounding out the top 5, the 714 car, the Aston Martin, an additional about 50 seconds behind that 214 car. So for them to gain an extra spot, it's going to be one heck of a mountain to climb. I don't see them doing it, but anything's possible when you get down to the end of these races. They last came down 27 laps ago, as did the 88. Probably riding around in the 6th position. So still, a lot of racing left here, Dean.
That's what you like to see. Thank you very much for that one. Exactly, the Mercedes drivers that have been quite the chat that have been hyped up there. You'd have to say, you're going to give a fan club bonus. If this was obviously Formula E and you had a fan boost, you got to give it to the 88 machine. I think they had the fans here this evening. Unfortunately, you don't get any rewards for a fan boost in the VCO Endurance Series for the GT3s. You give our love out there in the chat, and we do appreciate the effort that you put in there, and give us some feedback there. That's something to the rest of the teams there in the final event coming up soon. A little bit of a fan boost in the love, because we love to hear that one, as you mentioned there as well. So 3.1 second is the gap between the 44 and the 88 machine. That's a close battle, Boring. Now, once again, elaborate everybody there, Austin, is that what happened with this whole 44 machine situation? That's second in the championship currently at the moment, running 7th place, dropping 6 positions after being in P1 for qualifying.
Well, it started out, they immediately pretty much got hounded by the 147 car for that first place position as the entire field went towards the bus stop on lap 1. After that, they kind of fell through the field slowly but surely still, and then about halfway through, their tires were pretty much just knackered halfway through the first stint. They came down pit road, decided to do sort of an off-sequence pit stop strategy, and they pretty much held firm on that until just recently when they decided to come down pit road and basically fuel up for the rest of this race. So they're the first cars to have made all their pit stops today. They're the first car that I think can make it on fuel to the end of this thing. So probably not the day they wanted to, but as everybody else has to come down pit road, we'll see what the 44 car can do in terms of making up more spots. I feel like realistically they've got a shot at about 4th or 5th position.
You have to say not too bad battling their way back up, because they're down 6 positions. And they're currently running in P7, fighting their way, of course, back at the championship standings, because they are the Revolution Sim racing team. And unfortunately, the team that they need to beat is the team in the lead of the race, kind of dominating this one at this point. F1 memes aren't here after those 3 disconnections, and that's the 3rd in the championship. But the 711 machine will be picking up some crucial points there, running down there in P10, also losing 4 positions, but still looking at doing something about the end of the results of this one. Had to say, and you'd have to say there, Austin, that the 714 machine has gained 11 positions after starting, essentially, you'd have to say, my friend, plump last. They are now in P5 tell you what, if you start last and you finish in P5, well, you got 51 minutes to prove that, but that's got to look pretty damn impressive on your resume.
Yeah, it certainly will, and we should be. I'm not too surprised by that. They didn't have the best qualifying outcome last time we were out in these cars at Spa, so they did a really good job to kind of move themselves up from the back of the pack. And you've got 9 hours. It's a lot of time to go out there and put your best foot forward for the rest of the race. And those guys certainly did that last time. They certainly continue to do that today. So currently on track for a top 5 here. We might see that 44 car kind of start to challenge him for that last spot in the top 5 towards the end of this race. But yeah, really liking what I'm seeing out of those guys. And talk about, Dean, that 889 car, coming out here trying to defend their points lead in the championship. And sometimes, talk about defense, sometimes the best defense is a good offense. And no, there's no better offense than going out here and absolutely dominating the race here today.
It depends if you're talking about the referees on that one, isn't it? If we're going to go into the Super Bowl. We won't talk about that one, of course. But we'll talk about the 147 car going to pit road. As 889 machine. Yeah, flawless. They've just done everything they did patiently. As I did mention before, that the patience of the 714 car, because remember that obviously the pilot of that one is Mr. Williams. But remember, mate, they made a mistake there. They had to battle there tooth and nail with the other blood red racing machine, as well as everybody else around them, and they just kind of not risking it for the biscuit so much, but also putting the pedal to the metal. And I have to give them maybe the team of the day. We'll see about that one as it pans out, because the race ain't over yet until the flag is going to be bearing, and the flag will be bearing very soon. Of course, they're over to the rival split. They're going to be wrapping up their race, as we're a little bit delayed, of course, after a delayed race start, but we are definitely started. We have started, and we're going to be finishing very soon in about 50 minutes time. 44 machine on the back of the 88, as you said. So what happens if you double the 44s? Yeah, 88, don't you?
Yeah, and I tell you what, it was really hard for this 44 car to pass the 88 earlier on in the race. I'll be curious to see if they put up that large of a fight here. See the one car just up the road from both those guys, going a little bit off track. I think that's that 13 car, might be that Audi way up there. Kind of hard to see from this angle, a little bit far away. But yeah, I'd be curious to see how much of a fight this 88 car is going to put up. He made it really hard for this 44 to pass earlier in the race, and if you're the 44 car, you really, at this point, we've been saying this all day, but anymore, you cannot afford to be held up any longer than you need to be by this 88 Mercedes.
Now they're going to go now. They have to charge right now, because they are second in the championship, and the problem is the car that is leading the championship, about to secure a ton of points. Yeet machine's gone in. We've seen this before, haven't they? They're the first ones to jump out of that pit stop strategy, so you expect everybody else to come in. 44's got to clear them. This is the problem, hasn't it? It has been for the 44 machine. That every single time that they're pacey on a different alternative strategy, they're held up. And the holding up time is costing them a little bit of the momentum that they need to switcheroo here, because they want to make their way damage limitation, you'd have to say right now, isn't it, for the Revolution Sim Racing team? The damage limitation, right. The points to the Legion of Races team leading the championship.
Yeah, that's right. And the flip side of this, you love an offset strategy because it is nice in that regard, but you also have to worry about that, you're off sequence from a lot of cars. When your tires are at their fastest, you're going to have to be trying to make it up through the field when some of these other cars have not their slowest tires, but you're still going to have to make passes on them that you wouldn't normally need to if you just stayed on sequence with everybody else. And I realized they were kind of forced into this mess earlier in the race when they kind of went for a couple slides and their tires are just basically zooted at that point. They kind of were forced into this, but you need to at some point make up these positions or just kind of realize this in the back of your head. It's really hard to plan out these things. They got
to go for it now too. For now, you can see how much more traction there. There are rails. Unfortunately, the 88 machine isn't on rails because they're struggling on tires, and the 44 machine needs to get the pedal to the metal. They need to seize an opportunity as safe as possible. Hopefully, of course, fingers crossed. But then again, you got to get it done. It's crucial.
He got a really good run
now
out of that corner. This is going to be telling, and I feel like this 88 car is more geared for overall top speed instead of maybe the downforce in the center of these corners. We're going to get a really good idea of that here. This 44 car, Christian's going to have all the draft in the world. See the 88 car going a little bit wide. I feel like Christian should have kind of stayed to the outside. That's why he's going to give it to him. Good on him there.
Lick the step and send it. Checks in the mail. Thank you very much. Job done. 44, it cost him a little bit of time, And remember, they're on an alternative strategy. The 88 machine will have to be boxing soon. So no doubt that's going to help them in their journey all the way up there, in their journey, of course, to minimize the points difference in the championship, because they're on 773 points, and our championship leader in the championship lead at the moment, the 889 car, 839 points. And so anything, you want to just make sure that you have a possible chance right now, Austin, to do something in the finale coming up very soon in Paul Ricard.
Yeah, that's right. Especially because, too, you look at that 88 car. That was a very gentlemanly thing for Stretch to do there. Allow that 44 to go by. He recognized he was faster. But, yeah, you're going to have to pull out all the tricks out of your sleeve, all the tricks out of your hat. So, get that magic rabbit's foot, lucky one. Maybe see if that can give you some extra luck here for Paul Ricard next time out. Otherwise, it's going to be really difficult to make up all those points.
I hope it's Paul Ricard, actually, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Paul Ricard.
Yeah, thank you very much. I thought I was wrong on that one, and I was like, Austin got that one right correctly. Good job. So the 44 car and the 88 car battling it out. The 88 car, of course, now on an alternative strategy. Now, this is going to pan down because the 45 minutes remaining. We know now, I think the 44 car is it, right? They're done. There's no need to visit pit road anymore for the rest of the race. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I don't expect the 44 car to have to come down pit road unless they get some sort of a penalty, which, hopefully for their sake, doesn't get jinxed into happening.
Yeah, don't jinx them, my friend. Get that rabbit foot out. Of course, we want to see a showdown. 7-Eleven machine comes in for their final time. Now, we did know the Yeet machine did come in, so they made their pit stops, and just give really a verification of the pit stops. So, yes, Austin, who is yet to box is the question there if you go through that top 10 shootout.
That's I think it's easier to say who was already boxed, and for right now it's only the 147, the 16 car, going down the list of 44 cars already pit, and the 192 and the 45, and the 7-Eleven just came in. So I guess it's about 50-50 in terms of cars that haven't pit. You got the 88 still yet to pit, the 714 is still yet to pit, 147, 214, and 89. So about 50-50. And while we're talking about brakes, Gene, here, why don't we take our last one so we can go complete coverage to the end.
I can't wait. Don't stay tuned. Get your iBrakes gear on. We'll be back for the finale very soon.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen International. We're here for the 9 hours of Watkins Glen, as it were, for the VCO FLExTREME Challengers Grid. Austin Belke, Dean Hopton for you on the call with you. We've got Jack Maloney in the production trailer directing this entire broadcast, bringing us and you all the fantastic angles and views here today. We're 8 hours and 21 minutes into this 9-hour race. We've got about 45 minutes left of racing on tap for today. Just a quick overall update in case you're just now joining us, or maybe perhaps you've forgotten what's happened to bring us to this point. The 44 car was put on pole by one of its drivers, Dominic Goals. However, on the very first lap going into the bus stop chicane, it was this car that made the pass into the bus stop for the lead, and then through pace and pit stops, after about the first stint or so, we saw the 98 car, the only McLaren that made it to this race today, took the lead, led for a couple laps until the 147 car took back the lead, and then that 98 car that I mentioned taking the lead had some internet connection problems, lost internet completely. Had that happen a couple times. They've since then decided to pull off the track and park it for the rest of the day. That's why you no longer see them on the left-hand side of your screen. From that point on, the 147 car led for a good couple of stints until the 889 car took over the lead. They've never looked back since then, absolutely dominating the race. So far, they've put everybody but one car a lap down. However, expect that to change as both the two cars, them and the second place, have yet to take their final pit stop of the day. Dean?
Yeah, I'm surprised it's taken so long to the second pit stop. Thank you very much there for the Austin Showdown hour there in the, I was going to say the Wild West, my friend, but yeah, I believe you're northeast, but either way, it doesn't matter. Yeah, here from the United States of America. You're the only caster here in the VCO network, of course, in the rival splits and the cash splits that are going there. So you and me, in fact, my friend, are the only ones from the Americas at the moment, even though I'm in Australia. I'm living in the Americas with you, same time zone. About 3 in the afternoon for us, give or take, at about 6:36 p.m. local race time here in upstate New York, which is not really correct, of course, but probably not too bad. A few hours, about 3 hours, of course, difference for the real world scenario.
Yeah, not bad at all. Only about 3 hours off. Yeah, currently at 3:06 p.m. here, Eastern Standard Time. And talk about domination for the leaders here today, Dean. That 889 car, they're dominating the championship point standings. They've got about a 50-point lead, and that they have about an entire lap lead, about 90 seconds, 100 or so about. Over the second place car, that's that 214 car. Both of them still yet do have one more pit stop to make, but you talk about defending yourself from getting caught in the points. The best way to do that, go out there and get maximum points and make sure that you can win every single race possible. They're doing that today. They're certainly getting pretty darn close to it.
And they got the challenge you mentioned there with the 147 machine that's currently running in P3, because there was an incident. If you rolled that tape back early, because you can watch it back early. We're not going to go back to those replays, of course, but you can see that they were tangling, weren't there? There was cars facing in all sorts of directions, and believe it or not, even with those moments, wasn't massive accidents. Of course, that was a bit of a scare moment. You'd have to mention there for the 889 machine leading the championship. Didn't kind of bottom, but once they got past that hurdle, they just cruised their way up the road, didn't it? And who was the powerhouse? I can't remember which was the actual powerhouse driver that just put in those 145 banker laps over and over and over again.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's hard to find a weak link in that team, but I think the strongest driver in that team today was Moreno Pratama. I mean, he was out there just absolutely gapping the rest of the field, and it's hard to say that Fadli Rahman isn't doing the same thing, because he continues to pull away from the rest of the field. He's putting down some really impressive times, especially this late into the stint.
Great racing course, and late in the stint, you're going to very, very have to catch soon. The rival splits actually currently at the moment are finishing up that, so if you do have a little bit of time at the moment, I would suggest to go over the Twitch channel there and go !command center. Just have a look at that rival split, because they're about a minute and change to finish that race. We'll have to let that get the highlight at the moment, because not a lot happening here at the moment. So if you do have a chance to tune into that one, as we'll just let that pan out, won't we? There, Austin, let that series wrap up.
Yeah, certainly. There's a lot more excitement going on with just one more minute to go in their 9-hour race, and then in just a little bit, we'll be wrapping up here ourselves. It's kind of a difference of two stories. Usually, we're the first ones to wrap up here for the Challengers Grid, but today it's the Rivals race getting over a little bit sooner. We had some delays to get going here. Our qualifying session was just a little bit behind. That's why we're about a half hour behind. Usually, we're about anywhere from 15 minutes to a half hour ahead of the Rivals, so a little bit topsy-turvy today. But I tell you what, Dean, it really hasn't made any sort of an impact on the race here whatsoever. It's still been some phenomenal racing, lots of close back and forth between a lot of the drivers, and especially, for 15, 16, 17 cars on the grid that we had at the drop of the green flag, it's still been a very exciting race. And they say you only need 2 cars for a motor race, and I tell you what, this has been one heck of an exciting race so far. We've still got a half hour left to go.
We do, yeah, exactly. And the reasons why is because I don't know what it is. I would say the fools at play out there that did unfortunately successfully destroy the possibility of our last event. Tried to destroy this event, but they did not succeed because the good always succeeds over the evil. And we got underway, and then we got delayed a little bit, but we got underway. So we win at the end of the day, and not just we win, but the drivers win. And the series win, and VCO wins, and that's it. And at the end of the day, it looks like in the rival split that the 27 machine looks to make that win as well too. So GG's to them. We'll have to watch that. We'll watch that one back later, of course, when we get some time there, Austin. But yeah, once again, good prevails, my friend. Good always prevails, and bad does not. Because we put too much effort into this, and it can't take one or two bad guys to take us down.
Looking here, I saw the summon came up on my pitwall.live. Purple lap, 3 different cars within these last couple minutes here. Purple lap for 889, purple lap for the 711 car, and another purple lap most recently for the 714 machine. Got Mike Williams behind the wheel of that car. In case you're wondering, that's that in matte red Aston Martin with the white accents on there. So currently he has the fastest lap out of anybody else. We'll see if Fadley Rockman has got any sort of a comeback challenge to get that purple lap time back. See if he can do that. He's got a half an hour to do that. He still has one more pit stop to make.
Yeah, maybe you might be right, but I'll tell you what, Mr. Mike Williams for the United Sim team, they are the most improved team. They've gained 10 positions. Remember, they started plump last. They're doing a fantastic job. They come up with a bit of traffic at the moment, including the Nissan Skyline, the 81 machine. You have to give it to them. Absolutely brilliant drive. I'd have to say team drive of the day so far in early voting with about 30 minutes change to go, but they've improved it. And then by putting in a banker lap right now from Mike, that just goes to show you how quick this United Sim team is. Could have been a little bit further up than what they probably might have been predicting, but then again, you're starting P16 and you're now in P6. How much further up do you really want to go considering the competition that's up the road?
Well, I mean, ideally, you want to go up as far as you can. You want to win every race as a race car driver. You want to, just go as high up the field as you possibly can. Talking about positions here, I was just looking. You got the 214 car. Granted, he still has to make that car still has to make another pit stop, but they're only about 3 or 4 seconds up the road from that 147 car, even just based on pure speed. So you see the Mike Williams just silent his way to the inside of your boy's car. That's that Nissan you always love so much, Dean.
Yeah, they let it pass because I wanted that back in my garage in one piece. Good job there. You have to remember too, that's the 81 machine. And yeah, they did good. They're 5 laps or so down there from the race leader. But they were struggling anyway from the start of the race. We saw that, didn't I? I didn't feel the confidence in the Skyline. But then again, some tracks suit certain cars. But they certainly were in the mix there. They certainly were battling it out. They certainly were having fun, we hope. Of course, you're definitely having fun if you're ever motor racing. If you're not having fun. Not to mention having fun, of course, has been some of the other drivers. So you have to say 44 machine at the moment. They're off that different strategy. They're in 5, but they are 54 seconds and change down the road there from the Yeet machine. So I think these things might start settling themselves out soon. But then again, anything can happen at the end of the track temperature now. 28 degrees and 27 degrees air temperature. So I don't think it's going to drop too much more than this right now. Austin?
No, I feel like you're right. I mean, anymore, it's all just going to depend on the air temperature. And now that the sun's already off the track, I don't see it dropping too much below. We've only got, again, like I said, a half hour before the end, so I feel like maybe 26 Celsius is the absolute lowest we'll go, but I just don't see that happening. We'd have to have a lot more time left in the race for that to be the case, and I'm sure a lot of these drivers are probably happier about that than not, because again, every time the track situation changes, the track temperature, the handling of the car is going to change, and it really is a lot easier for these guys. They didn't have to keep up with the track. They could just kind of set it up for optimal temperatures and pressures for the entire race and not have to worry about a thing.
I have to give it to these drivers at the teams as well. This is fantastic. This is the VCO endurance team, and you have to remember, even though all the shenanigans we've had to be through before previous week, and also a little bit of a delayed start, they had to go through a little bit of shenanigans that not everybody was aware on air, but they went through their shenanigans a couple of times, and they delivered. They got through it, and you have to say, Austin, 15. We had 16. We all know. Okay, so granted, one thing, the 98 car, the F1 memes, they had DC. They had disconnections themselves. Okay, that was an issue on their team, we believe. So that was too much for them. They couldn't handle, 3, 4, 5 microwaves going off, as you said, or maybe Dad resetting the router. But they tried their best, and they delivered their best. They couldn't go out there. But now we still have 15 cars here. All 16 cars that started the race, apart from what I just said, the 15 cars are still in it. So you got it granted to everybody here. What a fantastic job. They haven't surrendered. They haven't given up. They haven't just retired. They're going to the end of the penultimate race of the season here.
Yeah, I mean, it really is a feat in and of itself to go ahead and finish these endurance races, and that's the one thing that I think a lot of people seem to miss anymore when they go to do these, is you don't need to win every one. It's just about having fun, and truly at the end of the day, it's a big deal just to finish one of these races, because it's grueling to come out here, and even though it's 9 hours, you're splitting it up between 3 drivers. Each one of those drivers is generally going to have to do, if you say even sharing for the cars, granted not all teams do that, but 3 hours of driving a piece. It is really taxing on you to drive as hard as you can, as fast as you can for 3 hours and try to not make a mistake. It's super hard to do that. You can do that on the highway. You're mostly just vibing, maybe about 75, 80 mile an hour on the freeway if you're going on vacation somewhere, but to be in these cars with the amount of laser focus you need to have for 3 hours around a racetrack, it's very, very hard to do.
We have to give it, obviously, you absolutely hit the nail on the coffin on that one, didn't you? Hopefully not the nail on the coffin to bury yourself into the track or whatever, but yes. You got to remember, because you got the BMW machine, where, we haven't seen too much of them. We have seen their fantastic livery, but that's the 853 machine that may be looking forward to the BMW car 7 laps down, but they're just grueling through it. And once again, we kind of just touched up on this one before, didn't we, Austin, a little bit earlier, that the fact that, you're at an endurance race, this is experience that you gain. Because, for a fact, mate, if you're going to sit there and go, okay, let's get 4 or 5 drivers together, and let's do a 9-hour endurance test. That's something that's not very achievable, is it? To get everybody to get together at one point, not during a race event, and then actually just go, we'll just practice 9 hours. It doesn't happen very often. So at least at this point, regardless of where you're finishing, you've got that experience under your belt, and that helps you in the future events, as finally our race leader boxes, as well as the 214 machine.
Yeah, 214 boxes. That's going to move that 147 car up into the 2nd position. We'll see if that Yeet machine can make up another position as well. Currently, it looks like they're set to do that not before too long. Yeah, it looks like they should have done that as well. So move that 16 car up 1 more position as well. We'll have to see if we get any sort of an update on the timing and scoring on that one as soon as the 214 exits the pit road. Should be a much shorter stop for them, and indeed it is, as well as you can see the 889 car leaving just behind him. I think a little bit more cushion for that 889 car in terms of making it to the rest of the race on fuel. Oh, a stop-go penalty for the 214.
Oh.
That's going to absolutely cripple him.
Is that the 2nd one there for the Bentley?
Yeah, it is. If it's not the 2nd stop and go, it's the 2nd penalty. They had a drive-through earlier for sure.
That's a 30-second stop and go. Now, look at that telemetry information. They got, 56? Yeah, that's going to be painful. That is good for the 44 machine, my friend. 2nd in the championship. 773 points next to their name. Of course, the Legion Racers leading this championship, 839 points. well, if you can steal a little bit more points out of them, unfortunately, not on the racetrack that they had to do it, but on to the 214 machine, the Bentley squad now have to probably yield that position to the 44 squad. It hurts. It's painful, especially when there's 23 minutes left and change, and the rivals is over. Cash split is still underway, and we're definitely crunch time down in the end of this one. Fastest lap at the moment does go to the 714 machine, and Mr. Williams still owns the 144.6 fastest lap, so they're still stealing this one away from the 889 machine. But now, after our race leaders have come out of pit lane, you would think there, Austin, they want to steal that one, don't they? They want to get all the cherries in the jackpot.
Oh, yeah, for sure. You want to go out there. I mean, you want to win the race. You want to take the fastest lap. Ideally, start on pole, lead every lap, get yourself a Grand Chelem. But, yeah, I mean, there is some sort of, there is a pride notion, these small victories about having the fastest lap of the entire race. I feel like the 889 car got a good shot at it, but I don't know if they took tires that last time down pit road. And if they didn't take tires with just a low amount of fuel, I think it's going to be really hard for them to take back that purple lap time. But we'll see if they can do it here. They just started their first lap coming out of the pits. So far, we'll have to see what this sector time looks like for them.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering why they didn't, because they had so much of a gap.
Well, you have so much of a gap, but it's the same reason if you're leading a race in F1, you don't need to go for it. You know, you don't want to push the car a little bit too hard.
Austin,
Maybe
have you spoken to Max Verstappen about that, my friend, or Lewis Hamilton in the past?
They're different. We don't need to worry about them.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, good call on that one, my friend. Welcome along, of course. I'm loving to have Austin in the booth with me. And we don't forget about Jack. He's in the trial at the back. You got to get out there and give some food there to Jack. He's pushing all the right buttons at the right places. And now Jack can actually focus on this because he's finished up the rival split. Jack, you have no excuses right now. You got it all under control. Somebody get out there and give Jack a bottle of water there and some crisps or something to snack on. Jack's just repeating something he is at the moment. Austin, how's this going to pan out?
We hooked Jack up with snacks and food. This isn't. What sort of an operation do you think we're running here, D? Jack's okay. He's fine.
It's okay.
Anyways, back to the end here. So the 889 car just came out of pit road. They're getting ready to finish off their first lap off pit road as well. And I can tell you what here, their sector times just on their pit exit lap are pretty much rivaling any of the other teams. I feel like they're going to be pretty close here to putting down a purple lap before too long. Still looking for that 214 car to come down pit road. Feel like they're going to have the opportunity. Looks like they are making the entrance to pit road here right now. Yes, they did.
As well as the 214 machine, obviously serving their stop-go penalty. You called it there. You called it perfectly. I was about to ask our fantastic producer to go on board there and see how that 889 machine handles Watkins Glen in the dying stages of a 28-degree track temperature, but the questions are very much answered as there it is. The fastest lap, a 44.582. And you know what? He could probably go even quicker right now.
Yeah, I feel like they have a pretty decent opportunity to do that. We'll have to kind of keep our eyes locked into this battle here, but they did a phenomenal job putting down that 144.5. That was the fastest lap by about a tenth over anybody else's purple laps.
Saving the best for last. They had to. They had the breathing space. That's the key, isn't it? And the car's looking damn good. Yes, that's the 889 machine there for the Legion of Racers, which you get crunch some numbers on that one. They're 839 points in the championship with their closest rival of the 44 machine in P4 currently at the moment. 98 machine. We won't even go on to that one, unfortunately. DC on their behalf just cost them perhaps a P3. 711 machine currently down in P10 by Mr. Leach driving that one. 147 machine looking good to probably take over, maybe up into P3 in the championship if they can secure that P2.
Yeah, it could definitely do a lot to their championship hopes here overall. Not so much for the lead, but definitely evolve themselves into a lot more competitive position if they're able to hold on to this, kind of maximize their points here. But we'll have to see. You know, the race isn't over. A lot can happen here. We still got 20 minutes left. As you can see, the sun continues to set. Fantastic angle there from our producer, Jack Maloney, as the cars come there out of turn 9.
Are you encouraging Jack? He's already got a great job already. Look at that, Jack. A machine. A weapon, and look at that. Well, if you want a machine of a car, get inside that 44 Aston Martin. This has been delivering some results. And they haven't had the best of race, haven't they? They've dropped 3 positions really overall, and that's just where the positions are currently at the moment. They were a lot worse than that. They fought their way tooth and nail back up into the P4 position currently.
Yeah, they really have. They've been really in this race to kind of go ahead and be, on the charge up through the field. You talk about them. They qualified this car on the pole before the end of lap 1. Before you even get to the bus stop, they were passed by the 147 car. And then they held on to that top 4 position for a while until it just seemed like the tires on that car were absolutely knackered. About halfway through the first stint of the 9-hour race today, they decided to commit to an off-cycle strategy from everybody else. And they've really did a good job playing this thing to perfection. I feel like their car was mostly set up for the cooler temperatures, not so much for the warm ones. And unfortunately, what we had for a lot of today, especially in the bulk of the race in the middle, was hot temperatures well above the 35 degrees Celsius. And I don't think their car was too comfortable in that range.
No rain and just hot temperatures cause beautiful conditions there for motor racing across all splits. No rain today, but just a bit of sweat raining on the track, as you mentioned there. Very soon, of course, we're going to get one of those fantastic recaps there from Austin, as those beautiful picturesques there delivered. You can see there as the sun is setting at the moment as it goes into the Earth's atmosphere and changes the dynamic of the spectrum of light and makes it a little bit more orangey, or per se. And you say driving all around. Great driving from all of the 15 teams on there, 16 that we had. The only problem why we didn't have the 16 drivers because of those 3 DCs, but Austin soon will give it a fantastic recap about that one. But overall, once again, challenges split have delivered absolutely nail-biting results. I think really at the end of the day there, Austin, we probably only had about, overall, out of 9 hours, probably about 8 hours of not wheel-to-wheel action so much. Just 1 hour. Everything else has always been 2, 3, 4 battles simultaneously all the time.
Yeah, you're right. For the most part, we've been spoiled for choice today, having one battle for P2 going on at the same time as a battle for P4, and sometimes you'll have a battle for P10 the same time that somebody's up there challenging for the lead. We've really been spoiled for choice all day. If you're wondering what Dean is referring to, in just about 10 minutes or so, maybe a little bit under that, we are going to go radio silent here, and then the next time you hear from us will be when we take over on the main feed. So instead of the cash split being up on the main feed, that'll be us for about the last 5 or so minutes of the race, and then after that we'll come right back here to finish up, depending on what the producers have in mind. So you'll hear us go radio silent in a couple minutes, and then we'll be right back at it to recap the race on the main feed and then wrap it up. So don't worry if we go silent for a while. As long as you can still see the pictures, you're in the right place. You don't need to go anywhere or click anything. If you want to stay right here to watch the end, don't move a muscle.
Make sure you hit thumbs up, like, and subscribe, of course, if you're on YouTube or Twitch, whatever it is. Support the VCO, support the Gladiators, support everybody that's been a part of this endurance network. This is on the penultimate round. And on top of it, believe it or not, we do have the top 3 drivers in the lead lap. So it's only going down to the P4 position where they are just 1 lap down. It's not too bad, you have to say, my friend, after a grueling 8 hours and change. Doesn't happen too often in endurance races, and you like to see it. It's getting damn close. You can see the track map at the moment. That's your triangle on there. That's the 889 machine as they make their way down through the chute into the toe. As you're looking currently back there in the P13 machine. Now, explain the P13 machine. That was a drive-through penalty very early, wasn't it, from the race start?
Yeah, this 13 car has really been on the back foot since the start of the race. They got a drive-through penalty on the initial start, had to come down pit road almost immediately to serve it, and ever since then, they came back out onto the racetrack. There was a bit of a kerfluffle just up the road. I think this is one of the cars that might have gotten some damage in that, so they've been really fighting with this car all day long. But again, they've stuck with it. They've decided to, continue to do this race here, and they've been doing a phenomenal job to keep this car out of trouble and be very respectful of all the different competitors on the track. So good job out of them. Ernst Bittman going to drive this car home with this 13 bunch. The only Audi in the field too. How about that?
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Because we have sold cars. We have the only Honda, and up the road from him, the 81 position, not on track currently, you can see, but that is the 81 machine. that is making their way. Just trying to look at the track map, of course, because there's lots of dots. They're a little bit further up. Actually, you just see them. That's the Golf livery. So that's my Nissan Skyline. I would say it's my Nissan Skyline because it is just the sole Honda up the road there. We heard before from the 88 machine that's currently running in P7, which is also the sole Mercedes. Talking about the straight line speed of that Honda has been amazing. The BMW, of course, running it in last place at the moment. But don't you worry about that. The BMWs, of course, will come into play in the finale round. One sole Bentley that had to serve a couple of drive-throughs. We'll recap that one in a bit. And the rest of the field, of course, is the old Aston Martins.
Yeah, half of our field, a little bit more actually, now that we've had that one McLaren disconnect through the race after a couple of their internet connectivity problems. A little bit over half the field is those Aston Martins, so definitely there is a car of choice. And every single other car in the field, there's only one of them, a BMW, Audi, Nissan, Honda, Acura, AMG, Mercedes, Bentley, and Lexus. Only one each of all those cars.
I did forget that Lexus. Apologies about that one as well. Yeah, you're right. And the Acura, according to, is the Honda.
Yeah, over here, stateside, it is the Acura NSX. So even though it's a Honda car, it's officially under the Acura umbrella.
You're right on that one. Look at that. Sun is starting to set down. Of course, why not? It's setting in the dying stages of 12 minutes and change here of Watkins Glen. It's been an absolutely brilliant race. And unfortunately, my Nissan Skyline is under attack. And why not the 81 machine from the 13 machine? This is not all. It is for track position. It is actually for track position, Austin.
Yeah, 12th place overall. Yeah. We saw these two cars going at it a while ago. It wasn't the same two drivers, but these two cars were going at it pretty heavily, hand and fist over each other for what is the 12th position here on the track. So expect to see this race not over until the checkered flag waves. You see that 13 car slowly but surely inching up closer and closer onto the rear end of that sole Nissan in the field.
Not on my Skyline, my friend. Not hand and fist. It's called heel and toe. Because you remember where you are, my friend. Your neck of the woods, upstate New York. Heel and toe. It's called the boot. And it's called Watkins Glen. Of course, I want to see Formula One here. Unfortunately, they're not going to fill the grandstands like they're trying to do, obviously, in Las Vegas, in Miami. And, of course, well, best track in the United States of America for Formula One is the Coda. Wish it was this, but here we go. Under attack. Brutal attack. Per se. 13 machine versus the 81 in the dying stages. 11 minutes and change to go on this race. And can they hold off? That's the question, and that will be the answer very soon.
Yeah, that 13 car's got a lot of speed, especially center of the corner. He's going to try to go around the outside. Boy, I tell you what, if he can pull this move off, there's absolutely no contest here. They're going to start to go. This is the ankle of the boot, as it were. Look at how much center corner speed that 13 has. It's going to run the 81 car. A little bit of an unforced error there going wide. Absolutely no contest anymore for that 13 machine. Give that away to Ernst Buteman. He can now pull away pretty easily, I feel like. And don't look now, but that 44 car is going to be all over the 81. Forcing him to check up before too long.
Had to yield. Absolutely great. Well, the good battling, of course, that may very much be the last battling between these two gladiators for the battle for P12. 44 machine you did mention there is in P4 in this championship, and at the moment they're going to have to lift off and allow that 44 machine through, because 44 machine is not in much of a crazy battle for the Yeet machine in P3, but they are 50 seconds and change down the road, and they don't want to be involved at any tangle. Certainly not at this point, isn't it? If you're NASA, you've launched your spaceship, you've gone to the moon, you've landed on the moon, you want to bring your astronauts back safely. You don't want to have something go wrong in the atmosphere and a final landing around Watkins Glen, of course, and around the finale, well, the penultimate round here at the VCO endurance race for the Challenger Split.
Yeah, certainly correct. Rolling around here, you can see that's the 44 car going around the outside of that 81. That's your Nissan there. So move that 44 car up one more track position-wise, not for actual position. Of course, that's still Christian still in that fourth position. So fourth for the 44 car. Pretty fitting for this race. Not quite the result they wanted, obviously starting on a pole, but again, given all the adversity they've had to drive through, especially that off-cycle pit sequence, a really good job just to kind of hang in there and come away with any of the points that you could have at the top of the broadcast. I'm sure about halfway through, when they were cycling out to about seventh or so after the pit stops, if you told them they would be in fourth place towards the end of this race, I'm sure they wouldn't have believed you, and they would have said, that sounds awesome.
Yeah, it does. Positions, gains, and losers. So a little bit of a recap at the moment. Well, our Legion of Racers team that is leading the championship at the moment gained 2 positions. Believe it or not, the 147 machine is still in the same position. They started in P2. They are in P2. 1 position gained for the Yeet machine in P3. 3 positions lost, unfortunately, as you just mentioned about the pole sitter of the 44 car. But and the alternative strategy are still in there, in the mix. But the biggest gainers, of course, you have to say, definitely for the 714 machine, driven by Mr. Williams. 16 from P16 up into P5. What a drive to survive. Forget your Netflix series. Also, the 192 machine, 7 positions gained, currently riding in P7, just behind the 88 machine of the Sol Mercedes.
That's a pretty good recap there, Dean, of all the positions gained
I don't want to
and
steal
lost
away
from
from
all
you,
of our
Austin.
teams.
It's up to you to go through all that one, my friend. You are the expertise of that one. As you can see, a little bit of kerfuffling happening. Not really needing to be the kerfuffling happening, but they're still race drivers and they still want to race drive their way around the final dying 8 minutes and change to go. You don't believe it? Can you believe the time that we've done? Well, we've done a lot of time. And it's not just us, my friend, that are casting it. It is the Gladiators. And the 81 machine still putting up a bit of a battle there for the P12 position. They're not giving up that Nissan Skyline just yet, my friend. They're not giving up.
No, they're not. They're still in it to win it. They've got Yardier on the side of that car looking as ice cream, as they've had pretty much all season long. And they got about 0.8 of a second there up to the rear end of that Audi. They're still hungry for this last position and still points on the table, bragging rights.
And of course, I want to get that car back in my garage. Thank you very much, guys. And of course, our fantastic producer of Jack in that. I don't know why you put him in the trailer. He should be up here in the comms box with us. He should be in the broadcasting. You keep putting him in the trailer. I don't know why, but here it is. Watkins Glen. Well, yeah, if you wanted to pull out your folding out chair, I have to say the excitement has been around turn 10, hasn't it, here today, Austin?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's hard to say. It's hard to believe Watkins Glen couldn't have done that. It's just a phenomenal race facility. Awesome racing all the time, and these guys and girls have shown that today. Some phenomenal racing side by side for a lot of this. Like you mentioned, Dee, we've been kind of spoiled for choice with having to pick if we want to look at one battle versus the other. So it's just been pretty phenomenal racing all day long. And how about the pit stop strategy sequences? It's been awesome to follow those and just basically follow the entire story of this race. And it's kind of just been the same way for every race this entire season.
It's all been thanks to the Pit Wall Live, isn't it? Because you can follow that yourself and pull out that information. They're giving us the Pro for free. As you said, without having to put your credit card in there, Austin, they've given us the free edition so you could look at those pit stops. You could study them and analyze them specifically. And not just this one, of course. The rival split that's already finished, and of course the cash split. You can study that one. It's just great to see that. I'm a telemetry junkie per se. I love it. That's why I have 5 or 6 screens up there. I want to see as much information as I can. I want to obviously taste some ice cream. And at the moment, I want to obviously, you have to give it to Legion of Racers team. Just flawless, haven't they? Flawlessly done it. They've patiently done it too. They didn't start on pole. Once again, they just bided their time perfect. Look at that car. It looks like it's just been through a car wash 10 minutes ago. Not even a bump or a scrape or anything on this car.
Yeah, it's hard to believe that this team would be so dominant towards the end of this race, ever since practically hour 3 or 4 at that point, that they would start so deep in the field and just methodically work their way up through there and then be dominating the race. A 76-second lead over the closest competitor, that 147 car. So we're going to go quiet here for a little bit, and then we'll be right back. If you want to watch the end of this race live, don't go anywhere. Austin Belke joined by Dean Hompton here in the Challengers Split production booth. We've got Jack Maloney in the trailer just behind us directing all the scenes. Just a quick recap of how we got to this point in the race so far. Dominic Goles put his team's number 44 Aston Martin on the pole, but it didn't take long for him to be relegated back to second place. It was the 147 car that made a quick move up the inside into the bus stop chicane on lap 1 to take the lead through pace and pit stops. The 98 car, the only McLaren McLaren in the field took the lead of hour one, and then the 147 car took all of about 3 laps to take that lead back. The 98 car, though, had some technical problems. They had some internet connection issues. After dropping out of the server about 3 times, they finally decided to pack up that car. Hopefully we can see them in France next time out. That's why you don't see them even on the left-hand side of your screen. At about the second stint time, the time everybody else was making pit stops, the 147 car was still in the lead, but they were quickly overtaken by the 889 car. They've just been dominating the race ever since then, lapping all the way up to right now 4th place. There's only 3 cars on the lead lap to this point. They were leading the championship. They've led the race. They've absolutely been dominating at both points. And Dean, when you say the best offense is a good defense, you could kind of flip both those around, because they're going to go out here and get maximum points today.
Yeah, it sounds like you're going to a Knicks game, isn't it, downtown in Manhattan? But we're upstate New York, of course. Watkins Glen, the internationally, is the spiritual home of motor racing in the United States, with crowds be flocking around to watch the top-level racing since the 1940s. So if you guys have been around since the 1940s, welcome along to the VCO. You've seen the rival split finish. You're about to see the Challenger split finish, and you'll be about to see a little bit later on the cash split finish. But once again, you mentioned the legion of races leading this championship, 839 points, and about to taste the bubbly stuff even better. And virtually every motor racing classes in North America have competed here, from Formula One all the way through Can-Am and NASCAR Cup Series. But the GT3s are here. I'll tell you what, Aston Martin's other car to be in once again for the Challenger split.
Yeah, over half the field currently being piloted by those Aston Martin drivers, and then every other single car making this race. We've only got one of BMW, Nissan, Audi, Acura, Mercedes, Bentley, Lexus, all of those makes and models. Just only one car in this entire class of drivers here, all 15 drivers. 16 took part in today's race, only one of them not able to be running at the end of the race here. Quite a true testament to just the spirit in all these guys, not really giving up. And to be honest, we've only had one single kerfluffle, one single large accident to really stop about maybe 5 or 6 cars on the field. So these guys have done an incredible job to keep their cars clean and in one piece throughout the end of the race here. Looking at Florian Liebrecht in this 33 Aston Martin, 14th position. A lot of these guys just keeping their heads down and not giving up throughout this entire day.
I love it, exactly. Even if you're plump last or if you're down the field there, they've just given it. They've just put the commitment into it. That's what you love to see in endurance race. It's practice makes perfect. It doesn't matter where you finish at the end of the day. It's how you finish, and to finish is also great to see. 9 hours, you want to see that flag definitely waving. And I have to say, driver of the day. And if you are just tuning in, of course, welcome and tuning in. Mr. Williams, the 714 machine, driven by Mr. Williams in P5. 11 positions gain. You'd have to say gaining is exactly what you like to see, as the dying stages are ticking on the clock there. 7:12 p.m. local time, and it's been fantastic. The challenges at the moment, you'd have to say, should be the teachers really for most of the drivers out there, because they're just driven flawlessly.
No, they certainly have. It's been pretty hard-pressed to see any of these guys making mistakes. And I tell you what, for some of these guys, though, mistakes have been the name of the game for some of them. Not making a lot of them, but boy, it only takes 3 different off-track excursions to give yourself a drive-through penalty and to go down pit road and at that pit road speed to see all the competition driving by you, flying, doing about 150 mile an hour, hurtling into turn 1. Absolutely just breaks your heart, because you have to wonder at that point, what could I have done differently? All those different off-track excursions to avoid those and kind of avoid this situation. We've had a couple cars get those same sort of stop-go 30-second penalties by speeding on pit road. Of course, you look here, this is that number 889 car, Fadli Rahmat, currently piloting this thing, hurtling down towards turn 1. White flag going to be in the air. We are going to run out of time, so the next time by should be the checkered flag. It will be the end of this race, and this team has been absolutely dominating this season. They started today in 6th position. I was kind of curious, and I know you were too. We talked about this at the top of the show. Can we see the same kind of run out of these guys today that we've seen in the last couple of previous races? And I didn't think we would. I thought that was a pretty not great qualifying start for them, but they slowly, surely, methodically worked themselves up through the field. So absolutely phenomenal job by them. And they always did it the nice way. There, remember earlier in the race, about the same time that they took the lead over from that 147 car, they accidentally got into them and almost half spun around, and they stopped almost completely on the track to allow that 147 car back by, and chose to race them politely and cleanly and do it the right way. And you love to see that kind of sportsmanship out of this entire field.
I mean, Austin, they're the legion of racers, of course. They'll be the legends of racers soon at this point. They're going to be very, very close to wrap the championship. Maybe we can go on board there from our fantastic producer of Jack, because they're going through the heel, the boot, and all that. And yeah, once again, Austin, you can call this one because they have just been absolutely brilliant. Didn't really expect it, but patience pays off. Austin, only a couple more corners. This victory is going to taste good.
Yeah, out of the always treacherous turn 9, that left-hander now through the final left-hander at turn 10, very wide open corner. Only one more corner separating this 8-8-9 bunch from victory here yet again in Watkins Glen. They're going to come off the final corner. Checkered flag waving in the air all the way down to the pit wall. Checkered flag here for the Legion of Racers 8-8-9 in the 9 hours of Watkins Glen. Going to see it's going to be quite some time before we see anybody else cross the start-finish line. We'll go ahead and wrap up as much as we can possibly. Philip Gamey here in the 147 FCY Petro Brothers machine. These guys have been absolutely on it all day. Started today in second position. They were leading before the end of the first lap. They probably led, about 80 laps on the day today, which, considering the domination of that 889 car just up the road that just took a checkered flag, a phenomenal job by them to stay in it. And they've certainly been in the trenches pretty much all day long, battling with the likes of that Yeet team, the 44 car, even the 714. So it's really been a tough fight. We've been spoiled for choice most of the day, Dean, on which battles we wanted to find.
Oh, so many of those battles. You have to say 147, great squad. They're fifth in the championship, but they're seizing opportunities with some of the difficulties from the other drivers in the championship. But hey, you're there, you're in it, bubbly stuff's there, a podium is yours. Yeet Machine, of course, a little bit further down the road, will be getting a podium. Here you go, cross the line soon as well, as you can see on your track map. Only a couple more corners to go. You think 9 and 10, after you've done a grueling 9 hours, a couple of corners is nothing, and you can't give it away there. Congratulations there for the FCY Petrol Brothers. You get your P2. GG's for that one. And a little bit further down the road, the Yeet squad in the Lexus, and that's the only car, of course, outside the Aston Martins, are going to be finishing on the podium today. They've been in the wars, and they've always been in the camera spotlight, haven't they? In the 16 machine, and they'll be picking up some crucial points. And that has been our fantastic race here at the Challenger Split.
Yeah, on behalf of myself, Austin Belke, Dean Hompton, our producer, Jack Maloney, thank you so much for your time here on the main feed. It's been our pleasure. We're going to send you now back to the cash split.
And what a race that has. Oh, yeah, it's fine. Okay, sorry, I didn't quite know if we were live on whatever, but and thank you guys for the Petrol Brothers out there. That's absolutely fantastic. I like to see that chat in there, isn't it, Austin? There. He said, thank you very much for the great stream again, guys. That goes to you, Mr. Jack, and that goes definitely to you, Mr. Austin, as well as, of course, all the VCO teams. You have to don't forget, there's a lot of other people behind the scenes that have to stress themselves and run around and sort the servers out. We have a little bit of a delay, of course, at the start of the race because they were doing that. And a big hats off and shout out to them. The session is over, and I think to wrap it up there, Austin, would you like to wrap it up for the final time?
Yeah, definitely. It's been so much fun, once again, to call this race here Watkins Glen International, a very historic speedway. So thankful to be able to commentate here. What a great race it's been. All the drivers obviously probably watching this back after the race. You guys did an amazing job keeping it clean and green. If you joined us for this entire broadcast today, thank you so much for spending your Saturday, whether it's your morning, your afternoon, or your evening with us. Very appreciative for that. I got to thank my co-com, Dean Hompton, our producer, Jack Maloney. The man is on it. Everything we asked for, he's gotten it for us. Thank you so much for watching. We'd like to thank also everyone behind the scenes at VCO, FLExTREME, Low Fuel Motorsport. They've done an amazing job to continue to do this race and really rally back after what happened last weekend. So with that, thank you so much and goodbye.